Guys, this video will have two different voices, but I'm sure you'll love it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and hype the video. Without further ado, let's get to the show. Ed Gee.
On the celestial continent, in the howling forbidden land, atop a cliff, stood the ancient demon Chu, surrounded by numerous enemies. A strong bald man shouted, declaring that even though the demon Chu had spent his life killing people and committing evil deeds, today would be the day of his death. A woman was furious with the demon Chu because he had killed her sister. Everyone there was seeking revenge, as Chu was the greatest villain. Suddenly someone called out to him, and when he turned, he saw a woman flying on her sword. She asked if he was regretful now that everyone was against him. This woman was named Mengdi. She was the master of the rising sky peak of the Taisu Holy Land. Chu began to laugh and asked if she really thought he was remorseful, as he had spent his entire life cultivating and fighting, and among those in the same domain, Chu was still superior. He said that the only thing he regretted was how merciless time was, and that if he had another 1,000 years, no one would dare to go against him. This angered Mengdi, and she said that since Chu had no regrets, he could not blame her for being ruthless. She then began to use her sword technique. She called everyone else who wanted revenge against Chu and ordered them all to attack Chu together to kill him. Chu began forming several seals with his left hand. When Chu finished making the seals, he smiled. The people seeking revenge against Chu said that Chu was plotting something and that they couldn't let him succeed. They used the heavenly Dharma, surrounded Chu, and struck at him. Using the 3,000 worlds ability, Chu took the blow head on. All wounded, Chu started laughing, and with a sinister expression, said that the emperor lamented not becoming immortal and achieving longevity, but he, Chu, would never lament anything. Chu stabbed his sword into the ground, and suddenly, a massive explosion of energy occurred, destroying everything around him. But in the end, Chu died. The people who wanted revenge against Chu wondered if he had sacrificed himself. The old man with a beard said it was a pity because if Chu had gone to the Tianyuan Great Wall and killed wild beasts, he would have become a great general of the human race. At the end of the day, after that battle against Chu, people said he had sacrificed himself. It was truly a pity. Chu's consciousness thought, did they really believe that I, known as the demon Chu, would die like this? In the Taisu Holy Land, there are 18 peaks, and the masters of the prosperous sky, rising sky, and sword sky peaks were the strongest in the entire Holy Land, and were located in the upper holy domain. The masters of the remaining peaks were located in the lower holy domain. A month later, at Rising Sky Peak, in the mansion of the peak's heir disciple, Chu smiled and said he was back. Chu said that before he was reborn, he was a university student, and to resurrect, he had already thought of thousands of methods, so his death had been entirely calculated. Chu smiled and thought that his preparation had been meticulous. How could they think he would die so easily? Chu stood up and realized that he was in the Taisu Holy Land and said he was destined to be there. A system screen appeared saying, "User resurrection detected. System function has changed. Please choose one of the new functions below. 1. Destiny villain. As long as you commit evil, you will receive rewards from the system. 2. Well-trained villain. Having died once and knowing all the sufferings, you now choose to hide and cultivate in secret to become strong and then return to commit evil." Chu thought that in his past life, he chose to be the destiny villain and committed countless evil deeds, but admitted it had been a lot of fun. However, after everyone started hunting him, it became a nuisance. But in this reincarnation, he would choose a different path. He would become strong in secret and then destroy the world, aiming to become a sacred disciple. Chu chose the well-trained villain function. New function selected. Loading. New function loading complete. Chu tells the system to open the status panel and thinks about what his body would be like in this life. The system opens the status window. User. Chishu. Identity. Heir disciple of Rising Sky Peak. Domain. None. Destroyed. Qualifications. 17. Normal. Cultivation method. Because the user's soul is very strong and took over this body, the strength and methods were erased. Luck value. Less than 18. Bad luck. Cultivation points. 0. Combat power. Slightly stronger than a chicken. Chu wonders if he was really the heir disciple of Rising Sky Peak, and comments that his qualifications were normal, his luck was bad, and his strength was only slightly stronger than a chicken's. Incredulous, Chu asks what the previous owner of that body did to be in such a condition. 10 days ago, the previous owner of that body, the heir disciple of Rising Sky Peak, and the heir disciple of Sword Peak, had a life-or-death battle in the arena out of jealousy over a woman. In the arena, the heir disciple of Rising Sky Peak was defeated with a single blow and had his cultivation destroyed, suffering unimaginable humiliation. After discovering what had happened, Chu comments that the former owner of the body was utterly ridiculous, getting beaten up like a side character because of jealousy. But now that the body was his, the former owner's enemies were also his enemies, and he would avenge him. Chu declares that they should wait, for he would cultivate until that body became invincible. An hour later, Chu thinks that the body was very useless, as it had a serious injury and no cultivation. However, Chu smiles and says that it didn't matter, for luckily, he had other methods. At Rising Sky Peak, a group of people was talking about how the Peak Master, who had killed the demon Chu, had returned 3 days ago. One of them asks if the demon Chu was really dead. Another responds that the demon Chu was invincible against those in the same domain, but compared to the other 10 Supreme Saints, he was a domain below, so he couldn't win. Another cultivator comments that he hoped they would kill all the people of that kind. Chu, hearing this behind a tree, became irritated and thought that those insignificant nobodies had no idea that not only was he not dead, but he had also become a disciple of the Holy Land, and if he couldn't go against them, then he would join them. Things were going to get very interesting there. Chu approaches them and coughs to get their attention. The cultivators notice Chu there and greet him, asking if he had recovered from his injuries. Chu replies that it wasn't that serious and walks away. The blue-clad cultivator comments that Chu had the same name as the old demon Chu. The black-clad cultivator asks if Chu had any relation to the old demon Chu, but no one knew. The red-clad cultivator responds that they were overthinking, because if that were the case, he should have at least half of the old demon Chu's cultivation talent. But his cultivation had been destroyed by someone else in a petty fight over a woman. Chu climbs the stairs until he reaches Chi Mengdi's mansion. Upon reaching the door, he calls for his master, saying that her disciple has something to discuss. The protagonist enters and goes to his master. Mengdi comments that 10 days had passed since he fought and was injured, but only now did he come to see her. Did he need his master's help to continue on the path of cultivation? Chu kneels and pleads, "Master, please." Mengdi responds that Chu's cultivation was low, yet he still dared to fight stronger disciples over a woman. He deserved to have his cultivation destroyed, so she could not help him and asked him to leave. Chu replies that his cultivation was low, and she didn't know the reason for that. How could he become strong without cultivation resources if all the resources were given to the second junior brother, third junior sister, fourth junior brother, and fifth junior sister? How could he become strong if he received nothing? Mengdi slaps her hand and says that he was very audacious because he had always been a fool who never put effort into cultivating, but now he was claiming that his master was unfair for not giving him anything. It was truly ridiculous. The protagonist says that she didn't give him resources because he had the same name as the old demon Chu, which is why she was always disgusted by him. Mengdi replies that she was never disgusted by him, but that it would be better for him to leave and wait because she would find a treasure between heaven and earth that could heal him. She would definitely help him continue on the path of cultivation. Chu, with a cynical smile, says no, as she could help him right there and then. Mengdi asks how she could help him. The protagonist responds that it was said she had the heavenly fragrance body, and approaching her, Chu suggests that if they performed dual cultivation together, not only would he recover, but his cultivation would also greatly increase. Mengdi becomes serious and asks what he was talking about. The protagonist replies that he was suggesting dual cultivation with her and kisses his master's hand, leaving her blushing and flustered. Mengdi, blushing, says he is an unfaithful disciple and asks if he wants to die. How dare he humiliate his master like this? Mengdi becomes angry and with her fingers points her sword at Chu, saying she would ensure that his limbs would be cut off and he would be expelled from the sect. Chu smiles and uses some seals. The master's sword begins to disintegrate, and she starts to feel weak, her legs giving way. Mengdi asks what is happening as she cannot use her superior saint cultivation, and ends up collapsing on the ground. Chu approaches and says he promises to be gentle. Mengdi, blushing, calls him an unfaithful disciple and asks what he thinks he is doing to his master. The protagonist tells her to relax because he is helping his disciple learn and follow the correct path of the Tao. The cultivation domains are Foundation Establishment Domain, Spiritual Sea Domain, Spiritual Pillar Domain, Spiritual Domain, Spiritual Tao Domain, Divine Domain, Lower Saint Domain, Upper Saint Domain, Saint King Domain, Emperor Domain, and Great Emperor Domain. Below the Emperor Domain, each domain is divided into layers. The first to third layers are called the lower layer, the fourth to sixth layers are called the intermediate layer, and the seventh to ninth layers are called the upper layer. Mengdi calls him an unfaithful disciple and asks what he did to her. She wonders why she can't use her powers. It feels as if she is an ordinary person. The protagonist, in his thoughts, says it's obvious that he sealed his master's cultivation, because on the day the superior saints were hunting him, before dying, he placed the celestial reincarnation seal on his body. It was an artifact he had received from the system for doing evil deeds. The artifact, called the celestial reincarnation seal, is a divine class sealing artifact. It allows placing a servant seal on a cultivator's body, and by activating it with a few words, it is possible to seal all of the target's cultivation. The artifact has two uses, and it is necessary to combine two seals for it to be effective. The protagonist thinks that now, upon realizing this, any female cultivator below the Great Emperor domain would have no choice but to obey everything he commands. Chu says that despite her age, Mengdi is still very beautiful and desirable. Mengdi, embarrassed, calls him unfaithful and asks how he dares to say such things to his master, and if he isn't afraid she might kill him. The protagonist laughs and tells her to try killing him instead of just talking. Mengdi, embarrassed, turns her face away. Chu comments that if Master Liu Shui of Sharp Sky Peak knew her cultivation was sealed, what would she do? Because as far as he knew, the master had killed Mengdi's father, and with such a good opportunity, she wouldn't miss the chance to avenge her father's death. Mengdi, shocked, thinks she can't let Liu Shui find out, as that woman is crazy and would definitely kill her. The master calls the protagonist an unfaithful disciple and says that the artifacts of heaven and earth and cultivation resources, she would hand over everything, and he could choose whatever he wanted. Chu grabs Mengdi and says he doesn't just want that. What he wants is her. Mengdi, embarrassed, responds that it is impossible, absolutely impossible, saying, "Don't even think about it. I am a master in the superior saint domain, and I will not be abused by you." The protagonist thought that he had no grudge against the Taisu Holy Land, but he wondered why Mengdi had joined forces with the group that was hunting him and asked if she was afraid. He mentioned that he had an ancient secret cultivation art that could be beneficial for both of them, and told her to take a look. Mengdi wondered where this unfaithful disciple had obtained such a miraculous secret art. That secret art was connected to the heavenly Tao and was something incredible and absolute. The protagonist asked her what she thought, but the master responded by telling him to leave. Chu approached Mengdi and asked her to accept this disciple, but the master said he was very unfaithful. A system screen appeared, stating that the user had become an unfaithful disciple, which was a big problem. As expected of a great villain, he obtained 1,000 cultivation points. The system informed that the user and Chimengdi were performing dual cultivation, which completely healed the user's injuries and increased his cultivation qualifications. The user's qualifications increased to 317 celestial, and with that, his cultivation speed was increased 20-fold. The user's cultivation was enhanced, advancing through the first, second, third, and even the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment domain. A few hours later, Chu and Mengdi finished their dual cultivation, and a new system screen appeared, stating that the user's cultivation had advanced to the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment domain. The protagonist then turned, thanked his master, and said they would see each other on other days, telling her to rest well. Mengdi told Chu that he had already taken advantage of her and gotten everything he wanted, so he could remove the seal he used to seal her cultivation. Chu turned to the master and said that, of course, he couldn't. The master asked if he wanted his master to die. The protagonist replied that if she didn't want others to know that her cultivation was sealed, then she had better be obedient. Chu took a crystal in his hand and asked if she knew the function of the image crystal in his hand, and started to laugh. Mengdi, deeply embarrassed, asked if he had recorded everything. The protagonist told her not to be angry, as he just wanted to remember her shaking her little butt and moaning loudly. As he left, Chu said that because of their relationship as disciple and master, he would give her a warning, not to even try to remove the seal because, across the entire celestial continent, only he knew how to remove the seal, unless she knew a great emperor. But she knew there was no great emperor in that world, and if that disciple died, she would have to live her entire life as a common person and die of old age. And if she didn't believe him, she could try. Moreover, if he died, everything recorded on that crystal would spread everywhere. How would the people of the continent react to watching a respected master doing such things with her disciple? Mengdi, outraged, said that he was an unfaithful disciple and would have a horrible death. She screamed that he was very evil and wondered how an insect, not even in the spiritual Tao domain, could have the power to seal her cultivation. At night, Chu commented that now that he had noticed, he had spent a long time with the master because the moon was already shining in the sky. With the help of his master, he had managed to advance to the new layer of the Foundation Establishment domain, but he had to wait for his master to rest to perform dual cultivation again and break through to the spiritual sea domain. The protagonist began to think that the spiritual sea domain was like a wooden barrel to store water. So the foundation establishment domain is the process of creating the barrel. The more stable the foundation, the larger and more resistant the water barrel would be, and naturally he would have a good foundation to tread the path of cultivation. The failure in his previous life was due to advancing too quickly through the cultivation domains, and because of that, he never took the time to stabilize his foundation. But now, he would have a solid and supreme foundation. Now, even if he faced a cultivator in a domain above his own, he could still kill them. The protagonist wondered if the cultivation resources he had gathered in his previous life were still in that hidden ravine. But even if they were, how could he leave the Taisu Holy Land? Chu saw the pavilion of flying boats and thought that taking a flying boat would be a good opportunity. The protagonist took a flying boat and headed towards the hidden ravine. Upon arriving near the ravine, he entered a cave. Chu approached a dry tree and thought that the cultivation resources he had stored in his past life were hidden around there. He disembarked from the boat and walked towards the dry tree. Chu bit his finger and began to write a seal on the stone near the dry tree. Suddenly, the stone disappeared, revealing a large chest with several pouches around it. The protagonist remarked that the resources he had stored were still there and hoped that with them, he could become stronger and regain his former glory. Suddenly, someone called the protagonist Trash Chu and said they never thought they would meet again. Out of nowhere, a flying boat with several cultivators appeared above Chu. One of the cultivators commented that, to his surprise, it was just Trash Chu, mentioning that he thought Chu was already dead, as he never imagined that Chu would recover and start walking around after just 10 days. This cultivator was Jiang Meng, the heir disciple of Sword Sky Peak. He remarked that the master of Rising Sky Peak took very good care of her disciple, to the point of using an artifact between heaven and earth capable of restoring his cultivation. Chu reflected that it had only been 10 days since Jiang Meng had destroyed the cultivation of the body he was using. That insect forced him to start cultivating from scratch and still had the audacity to offend him. Determined, Chu boarded his flying boat and said that later he would make Jiang Meng pay, declaring that in 10 days they would face each other again in a life-or-death battle in the arena. Surprised, Meng asked the other cultivators if he really heard that, and they, laughing, confirmed that Chu said he wanted to fight another life-or-death battle in the arena against Jiang Meng. They found it absurd that trash still dared to challenge Brother Jiang. Jiang, using the 1,000-mile sound transfer technique, began calling Chu trash and stated that on that day, he didn't kill him out of respect for the master of Rising Sky Peak. But now, after being challenged again, they would face each other in the arena in a life-or-death battle, with no remorse for being cruel. The people, shocked, questioned why Chu dared to challenge Jiang Meng again, speculating that he had gone mad. After all, his cultivation in the spiritual sea domain had been destroyed, so how would he face Meng, who was in a higher layer? Everyone predicted that there would be another massacre in 10 days. Chu, in his flying boat, stopped at Chimengdi's mansion. He commented that his master's mansion was full of spiritual power and decided to stay there to cultivate, believing that his master wouldn't mind since everything that was hers was also his. Upon entering Mengdi's mansion, Chu called her beautiful and said he had returned to see her again. Mengdi asked what he was doing there so late, and Chu responded by asking what she meant by that question. When the master asked him not to come closer, Chu, already near her, commented that he knew how to do worse things and asked if she wanted to see. Chu began making several arrangements and activated them, surrounding Mengdi's entire mansion. The master, surprised, asked if he had inherited the ancient Tao of arrangements, to which Chu replied that she had a keen eye and asked if she wanted to learn, questioning what she had to offer in exchange for that knowledge. Mengdi crossed her arms and said she wasn't interested in learning. Chu then declared that if that was the case, he would go into seclusion to cultivate, and if the master felt hungry, he had brought something for her to eat, reminding her that with her cultivation sealed, she was a common human and needed to eat to survive. The master turned her face away, blaming him for everything, and vowing that someday she would kill him. Chu slapped his master on the butt, leaving her completely embarrassed, and said she was behaving very badly. He warns her that he placed some deadly formations at the back of the mansion and doesn't recommend that she go there because he still needs to improve his cultivation qualification, and if she ended up dying, he would be very sad. Blushing, Mengdi says that one day she will cut him into thousands of pieces, calling him a damn unfaithful disciple. At the back of the mansion, Chu examines the information about an item from the system, the Life and Creation Tao Fruit, an extremely precious immortal treasure capable of creating an incredibly solid foundation for cultivators and allowing an ordinary person to directly break through to the spiritual domain. extending their life by 1,000 years. This fruit grew at the bottom of the celestial demon abyss and could only be harvested after 10,000 years. It was so rare that, according to reports, a master of the Holy Land exchanged 3 celestial-class martial arts and 2 immortal-class martial arts for a life in creation Tao fruit to help his beloved disciple establish a solid foundation in cultivation. Chu thinks about using that fruit, which has been considered since ancient times as a treasure between heaven and earth, capable of creating an extremely solid foundation. By doing so, he could use the divine class Tao scripture. Even though it was thanks to the life and creation Tao fruit in the system, he wondered if there was any cultivator on the celestial continent with a stronger foundation than his. Chu takes the life and creation Tao fruit and begins to eat it. The fruit quickly takes effect, and Chu activates the Tao scripture, starting the process of recreating his foundation. Suddenly, a system window appears, informing him that his cultivation has been reduced to the 8th layer of the foundation establishment domain, then to the 6th, the 3rd, and finally to the mortal domain. Then, a choice option appears in the system. Do you wish to break through to the next domain? Yes or no? Chu promptly selects yes. The system detects that he used the strongest technique for foundation building, the Tao scripture, and warns that the consumption of cultivation points will increase, with the estimated time to advance each layer being 1 month. Another message informs him that 100 cultivation points will be required to advance each month. As time passes, the system tracks Chu's progress. After 1 month, he advances to the 1st layer of the foundation establishment domain. After 2 months, he advances to the 2nd layer. After 3 months, he reaches the 3rd layer, and after 4 months, he attains the 4th layer of the foundation establishment domain. Deeply focused on his cultivation, Chu recalls that everyone believed the 9th layer was the limit, blindly following the path of their ancestors. However, he knew that there existed a 10th layer, accessible only to those who surpassed their limits and discovered the right path. Breaking and rebuilding, between life and death, involved great fear, but also offered great opportunities. 7 days later, Chu finally manages to advance his cultivation, and a new system window appears, informing him that he has advanced to the 10th layer of the foundation establishment domain. It took 10 months and 1,000 cultivation points to achieve this feat. With his cultivation points now exhausted, Chu shouts, declaring that he has made significant progress. On a mountain, there was a large hurricane with several lightning bolts. At Sword Sky Peak, a woman was observing the whole situation. In her thoughts, the woman realized that there was a very powerful energy fluctuation and wondered if it was Chimengdi who was advancing. This woman is Liu Shui, the master of Sword Sky Peak. The protagonist thought that the condensation of his flesh and soul had reached its limit, and with his solid foundation, he would break the chains and advance to the spiritual sea domain. Suddenly, a system window appears, informing him that the user is about to break through to the spiritual sea domain, and that with a solid foundation, it will be possible to advance to the 10th layer. Chu comments that he didn't expect to unlock the reward system so easily, and checks the reward he received. The protagonist jumps and punches the air, creating a great pressure in the water when another system message appears, informing him that he has achieved perfection and that the reward system has been unlocked. The system congratulates the user on receiving the sacred primordial body. Chu is shocked and wonders what this sacred primordial body is. The system informs him that the sacred primordial body requires a large amount of resources to be cultivated. Then the system alerts that the sacred primordial body is now fusing with the user. Frustrated, Chu exclaims, asking what the hell is happening. The system then informs him that the fusion of the sacred primordial body has been successfully completed. Chu laments, saying that he had consumed many resources to break through to the spiritual sea domain, and now he had the sacred primordial body. He complains about the damn system, asking how he is supposed to cultivate now. Suddenly a new system window appears, explaining the advantages of the sacred primordial body. During the primordial era, it was an invincible physique against those of the same level and unmatched against those of stronger levels, being the most powerful physique a human could achieve. However, the system also points out the weaknesses of the sacred primordial body. At the end of the primordial era, the laws of heaven and earth changed, and cultivating the sacred primordial body requires many resources. Even using all the resources of the Holy Land, it would be very difficult to reach the initial stages, causing stagnation in the user's foundation. In conclusion, the system states that nowadays, the sacred primordial body is useless. However, the system encourages Chu not to be discouraged, suggesting that if there are no resources, he should steal, rob from everyone he can, and kill all his enemies. The system believes it can fully develop the sacred primordial body if cultivation points are converted into resources. The protagonist asks how he would know how many cultivation points are needed to achieve this, and how he could exchange the cultivation points. The system then opens the profile window. User, Chushu, Identity, Heir of Rising Sky Peak, Cultivation, First Layer of the Spiritual Sea Domain, Constitution, Sacred Primordial Body, Qualifications, 317 Celestial, Cultivation Techniques, Dao Jing Foundation, Initial Chapter Cultivation Points, 0, Luck, less than 18 black, can absorb luck by killing those who have it. Note, luck affects your situation. People with luck can grow strong without much effort. Combat evaluation, 19 times stronger compared to people of the same cultivation. Chu thinks that now that he has gained the sacred primordial body, he has no choice but to cultivate. He gives a sinister smile and comments that, fortunately, he still has his master. Chu leaves the back of the mansion and begins walking toward his master. In Mengdi's mansion, the master was peacefully eating an apple when someone asked if it was delicious. Mengdi responded that yes, it was delicious. When she realized who was speaking, she became angry and called him an unfaithful disciple. Chu commented that a few days without seeing her felt like seasons had passed. The protagonist sniffed his master and asked how long it had been since she last took a bath. Mengdi, irritated, responded that if he hadn't placed deadly formations at the back of the mansion, she would have a place to bathe. Chu took his master's hand and admitted that it was the fault of this disciple, offering to give her a bath. He reassured her, saying not to worry because he still liked her, even if she hadn't bathed. Mengdi asked what he planned to do with her at the back of the mansion. Chu said that, as expected of someone with the celestial fragrance body, her skin was so white and soft, even after a few days without bathing. The master, completely embarrassed, called him an unfaithful disciple. The protagonist kisses his master's hand and asks her to improve his talent and let him wash her back. The master, blushing deeply, turns her face away and calls him a damn unfaithful disciple. But soon she realizes someone is outside. In the outer pavilion of Mengdi's mansion, outside, stood Tian Jin, the master of prosperous Sky Peak. Jin calls out to Mengdi and asks if she had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Mengdi responds and apologizes, explaining that she had some issues with her cultivation and therefore couldn't come out to meet him. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "My God, the user is very bad and has once again taken advantage of his master to perform dual cultivation. Reward received, Azure Blood Sword." Jin tells his sister that he has a 7th grade healing pill, made by Feng Tian's disciple from Red Sky Peak, that could help her. Another system window suddenly appears saying, "Dual cultivation successfully completed, user's qualification increased by 100. Mengdi, with a trembling voice, says that she doesn't need it, as all she needs is a few days of rest. Another system window appears saying, "Dual cultivation successfully completed, user's qualification increased by 100. Jin says that's fine then, and asks if she knew that her disciple, Chu Shu, had challenged Zhang Meng from Sword Sky Peak to a life-and-death duel. He had heard that his younger sister's disciple was lazy and untalented, and he feared that if Chu lost, it would tarnish the honor of Rising Sky Peak. Mengdi, still with a trembling voice, says that she is aware of the challenge and that her disciple is responsible for his own actions, so she will let him handle it. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "User's qualifications have reached 617 Celestial. Therefore, cultivation speed will be increased by 25 times. Tianjin says that his younger sister has her own considerations and that he was intruding. He mentions that the name of the song he is playing is Courting the Phoenix and that he was inspired by the moon's glow a few nights ago. He then says he will play it for his younger sister." Chu and Mengdi were lying down while listening to the music. Mengdi, blushing, thought that even while she was talking with her elder brother Tianjin, her disciple didn't stop doing those things to her. Chu comments that Master Tianjin is really amazing with the flute, and he almost wanted to give him a like. The master tells her disciple to go to hell. The protagonist, with a sinister smile, says that seeing how close they were, he wouldn't mind borrowing some cultivation resources. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "The user is very wicked. In addition to taking advantage of his master, he also took the cultivation resources. Very wicked. Reward, 500 cultivation points." In the Blue Butterfly Mansion, Chi Mengdi's residence, Chu comments that all the pills present are only 4th grade. The 5th grade ones, being rare, were not available. Mengdi replies that complaining won't help since she cannot open her storage ring to retrieve other treasures, while the seal he placed on her remains. The protagonist responds that it doesn't matter, as there are already plenty of resources there, so it's better than nothing. He thanks his master and leaves. The master considers asking the Holy Land master for help. Perhaps she could remove the seal. However, Mengdi thoughtfully decides against it because Chu mentioned that only he could remove it, and if she tried, he would know and might leave. The master, unwilling to accept her fate, wonders if she will remain immortal forever until she dies of old age. No, she is Chi Mengdi. She cannot accept that destiny. The master retrieves a hidden mask and says that fortunately, before her unfaithful disciple sealed her cultivation, she managed to remove and store a treasure. Moreover, he didn't search thoroughly. If he had, he would have taken the bronze fox mask. Even though it couldn't restore her cultivation level, she would use the mask to erase her presence, because as long as she had no contact with others, no one would know her cultivation had been sealed. This way, none of her enemies would hunt her down. Mengdi recalls that the mask belonged to the old demon. When he was being hunted, he dropped it. It's a pity that old demon Chu died after 100 years of cultivation. He had a great future, and if he had cultivated correctly, he wouldn't have been hunted and killed. But that matter doesn't matter now, as it's in the past. She still needs to find a way to remove that seal as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than a slave for him to use and enjoy. Chu senses something. In his room, he thinks that his master finally put on the bronze fox mask. It's a good thing she did because it would be difficult for him to grow stronger if someone discovered her cultivation was sealed. He feels very proud of his master. The protagonist, with the azure blood sword he received from the system, thinks that although it's not the best, it's not too bad either. He only has 3 days until the life and death battle in the arena. It's enough time to cultivate and refine his sword. Chu begins refining his sword in his room until he grasps the essence of the sword. Suddenly, a system window appears, saying, "Congratulations to the user for understanding the essence of the sword and refining it. A sword intent above the Raisu Holy Land has been detected." The protagonist begins to fly with his sword intent. As he flies, the system window tracks the miles he covers in Raisu Holy Land. 800 miles, 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles, 2,000 miles, 9,999 miles. Suddenly, Chu's eyes start to shine, and he wonders if this is the sword intent. The protagonist begins to comprehend the sword intent when suddenly it heads towards his forehead. He fully comprehends the sword intent when a system window appears, saying, "Congratulations to the user for successfully encountering the Heavenly Sword Intent. Heavenly Killer Sword Intent. Category, Sword Intent. Attribute, Wind." Chu comments that the Heavenly Killer Sword Intent is highly compatible with him. The protagonist, delighted, says he will return to his master's mansion and use the system to enhance the Heavenly Killer Sword Intent. If he manages to strengthen the Heavenly Killer Sword Intent, winning the life and death duel would be very easy. In the Taisu Holy Land, at the Pacific Sky Peak, Tai Suzy, the master of the Taisu Holy Land and the Pacific Sky Peak, mentions that she sensed someone from the Holy Land seeking the sword intent. It was very interesting. Suddenly she realizes that this person actually managed to ascend 9,999 miles in search of the sword intent. How is that possible? In the last 30,000 years, only the sword god, who was in the Emperor domain, had the ability to achieve this. Suzy wonders if there is someone in her Taisu Holy Land with the potential to become the sword god. 3 days later, at Prosperous Sky Peak, in the arena where the life and death battle would take place, several people gathered to watch the fight. Jian Lingyun, from Sword Sky Peak, comments that the atmosphere was very lively. Zhang Meng tells Lingyun that he heard that recently he managed to break through to the divine domain. Lingyun responds that it was just the divine domain, nothing worth mentioning. Lingyun sees Shu Tianzhen, a disciple of Sword Sky Peak, and comments that he didn't expect her to show up there since she usually doesn't care about these things. Shu Tianzhen responds that this matter started because of her, so it was obvious she would attend. After all, Chu Xiu was dear to her, and she didn't want him to die there. Jian Lingyun, intrigued, thinks that Chu was a worthless person and had nothing special, but his younger sister Shu really appreciated him a lot. Meng comments to Tianzhen that it was impossible even for her to save a man who wanted to die. A bystander says that Chu was very weak, but even so, he had the courage to challenge Brother Zhang. He really wanted to die. Other bystanders say that Chu didn't show up because he was afraid, and they didn't understand how the Rising Sky Peak could tolerate him and still call him an elder brother. Tao Yao, the 5th disciple of Rising Sky Peak, tells the bystanders that praising the strong and humiliating the weak was what their master taught them. The bystanders, shocked, comment that Tao Yao also came to watch the battle. Blushing, they call her Sister Tao Yao. One of the bystanders sees Chu arriving and announces that Chu Xiu has appeared. Chu arrives on his flying boat, and Tao Yao runs to greet him. Chu says he is happy that she came to watch his battle. Yao responds that with all their younger sisters around, no one would dare kill him. The protagonist says she doesn't need to worry because he wouldn't disappoint her. The younger sister comments that in the last battle she did nothing, and he got hurt, which made her very uneasy and sad. Chu calls her a silly girl and says it's all right, that it wasn't her fault. The protagonist turns and sees Shu Tianzhen, thinking that if he wasn't mistaken, she was the goddess of Sword Sky Peak. She had a good appearance, and her cultivation base wasn't bad at all. Tianzhen feels that Chu Shu seems like a different person. Meng asks Ling Yun if, now that Chu has arrived, he should kill him. Ling Yun responds that in a life-and-death battle in the arena, even if he died, no one could question it, so he could kill him painfully. Meng tells brother Ling Yun not to worry because Chu Shu was going to die. Zhang Meng steps into the arena and tells Chu that since they were both there, they should start the life-and-death battle right away. After all, after this battle, he still needed to return and cultivate in seclusion. Chu asks him to wait a minute because there was something he needed to say. At Prosperous Sky Peak in the arena, Chu comments to the bystanders how rare it was to have them all gathered in the same place to watch a battle. He recalls that they shouldn't forget about the bets, and reveals that he had a vial containing 6 7th grade Tianxuan pills, all of superior quality, which he intended to use for betting. Suddenly, a system window appears informing him that the user was deceiving the brothers and sisters of the Holy Land, pretending to be weak to defeat a tiger and thus obtain more resources, with the system promising a reward of 300 cultivation points. The bystanders, incredulous, ask if that pill was the legendary Tianxuan pill. Some comment that they heard this pill could increase someone's speed in the divine domain and even help to break through to a higher domain, reaching the lower saint domain. Jin Ling Yun asks the protagonist how the bet would work, reflecting that, although he had broken through to the divine domain a few days ago and needed the pills, he never imagined that trash like Chu Shu would bring them to his doorstep. Tao Yao thinks that if their master knew that the elder brother bet such a treasure, he would be punished. Chu, for his part, comments that he believed most people didn't know the value of 6 7th grade Tianxuan pills and asks the great elder of Prosperous Sky Peak if he knew. The elder confirms, explaining that many cultivators desired this pill, but few could buy it, as at auctions, each was sold for 1,000,000 superior spiritual stones, totaling 6,000,000 superior spiritual stones for the 6 pills. Everyone is astonished, wondering if there was anything to bet that compared to 6,000,000 superior spiritual stones. Chu reassures everyone, suggesting that if someone couldn't bet that much, they could join together to bet, and if they won, they would only need to divide based on the value bet. The bystanders agree and begin betting on Chu's defeat. The protagonist advises them to bet safely, while Chu thinks he's going to win big, as many were betting on his defeat. The elder notices that many good resources were being wagered. Chu then announces that the betting time was over, and with the elder of Prosperous Sky Peak as the arbiter, no one would dare to go back on their word. He jumps into the arena to face Meng, who, feeling superior, comments that finally the trash Chu has stepped into the arena. The protagonist responds that since they would have a life-and-death battle, the only thing that mattered was being the winner. The elder of Prosperous Sky Peak then announces the start of the life-and-death. Ling Yun thinks that he will finally see Chu Xu's death, while Zhang Meng believes that, being in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea domain, fighting against Chu Xu, who was still in the 4th layer of the spiritual domain, would be like killing an ant. Meng advances at high speed towards the protagonist and throws a kick in his direction, but Chu dodges, throwing his body backward and quickly repositioning himself. Meng comments that Chu was fast, but challenges him to dodge 3 stakes that he throws immediately after. Chu throws himself back, doing a backflip and dodging all the stakes. Yao, worried, prays to the heavens to protect her elder brother and that nothing bad happens. The bystanders comment that Meng's attacks were ruthless, always trying to hit vital points, and that if Chu kept only dodging, he would end up losing. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't win without attacking. Meng advances again and delivers several punches, but Chu easily dodges them, provoking him and calling him out. Meng, incredulous, wonders how it was possible for that trash to have become so fast. He realizes that he couldn't keep fighting like this, or he would end up without energy, so he decides to take his sword to quickly end the fight. Meng then charges at Chu at high speed. Meng tries to hit the protagonist, but he dodges. Chu thinks that Meng wanted to suppress him using the sword's chi. The protagonist thinks this was perfect because he could take the opportunity to test his new sword. So Chu takes out his sword and unsheathes it. The protagonist makes a few slashes in the wind to test his blade. Zhang Meng, seeing Chu's back, laughs and thinks that finally he had shown his weakness. Then Meng appears behind Chu, yells for him to die, and kicks him in the back. The protagonist manages to block the kick and laughs, thinking that Meng had taken the bait. With the sword in his hand, he reflects that even though his sacred primordial body is not fully cultivated, he is still invincible against opponents of the same domain. Thus, Chu charges at Meng with his sword and cuts him. Meng, incredulous, exclaims how Chu managed to dodge and counterattack, saying it was impossible. Meng falls to the ground, leaving everyone shocked by the situation. Ling Yun, outraged, wondered how Chu had won. Everyone was indignant, questioning how it was possible that Zhang Meng had actually lost. The bystanders, shocked, commented that the trash Chu had really killed a disciple at the peak of the spiritual sea domain. But how was that possible? 20 days ago, Chu Xiu had his cultivation destroyed, so what had just happened? The elder declared that in the life and death battle, Chu was the winner. The bystanders began to cry, stating that they had lost 3,000 superior spiritual stones and mystic-class weapons, and they said it was an unfair defeat, vowing never to bet again. Suddenly, Chu began vomiting a lot of blood in the arena, and Tao Yao rushed over to see what was happening, asking if he was okay. The protagonist asked his younger sister to help him get out of there. With a smile, Chu thought that since he needed to pretend to be weak to defeat a tiger, he had to act convincingly and not show any flaws. In his thoughts, he apologized to his brothers and sisters, but stated that the weapons, pills, spiritual stones, and materials they had bet were now all his. Jin Lingyun thought that Chu Xiu's injury was very serious, but he wasn't worried because he intended to make him vomit even more blood and suffer in pain. Lingyun then told Cheng Lingfei, a disciple of Sword Sky Peak, that if he wanted to save his sister, he should challenge Chu Xiu, and Lingfei agreed. Lingfei ordered Chu to wait a moment and asked if he had the courage to fight him. Yao, incredulous, questioned whether Lingfei hadn't seen that her elder brother was injured, yet he still had the nerve to challenge him. What was wrong with him? Lingyun responded that the younger sister, Tao Yao's words, were a bit exaggerated because, in the arena, it was inevitable to be challenged by other disciples. Moreover, Chu Xiu had just won a bet and taken many resources from several disciples, and everyone believed that he had only won by luck. This left everyone dissatisfied, and they wanted to recover what they had lost. So why not let them get excited to recover what they had lost? It was only fair for Chu Xiu to participate in another battle. The bets would be the same as before, and if Chu Xiu won again, everyone would be convinced that it wasn't luck. Ling Yun asked the protagonist if he still had the courage to bet, or if he was afraid because he was sure that the elder brother of Rising Sky Peak was too cowardly to bet. The protagonist realized that he was being deliberately provoked. Chu then stated that he was injured and in the 4th layer of the spiritual sea domain, making it very risky to face a disciple in the 1st layer of the spiritual pillar domain. So he suggested increasing the bets by 30%. Suddenly, a system window appeared saying, "The user is a cunning and greedy fox, therefore receiving a bonus of 200 cultivation points." Ling Yun responded that this was fair, but in his thoughts, he considered Chu an idiot for being so greedy while being so weak. Since Chu wanted to die so badly, Ling Yun wouldn't blame him for ensuring that wish. Tianzhen thought that Chu Xiu didn't know when to stop. The protagonist then announced to everyone that he, Chu Xiu, accepted the challenge and would fight another life-and-death battle. He asked if they wanted to recover what they had lost, or if they would leave everything to him, and stated that the new bets were open, presenting a great chance to recover what they had lost and even make some money. The bystanders commented that this time it was absolutely impossible for Chu Xiu to defeat someone in the spiritual pillar domain, especially since he had just fought a battle and was injured. They began betting everything on Chu Xiu's defeat. Chu thought they were all fools, and thanks to this, he would make a great fortune. The elder declared that the life and death battle between Chu Xiu and Chen Lingfei had begun. Yao, worried about Chu, told him to be careful, but the protagonist reassured her, saying not to worry. Lingfei then stated that he didn't want to step into the arena to fight him, but he didn't have much choice. Chu asked why, and Lingfei responded that his younger sister had returned severely injured from a mission and needed cultivation materials and a very rare treasure to survive, and brother Ling Yun had that treasure. So for the sake of his younger sister, he needed to defeat him, and he apologized if he hurt him. After all, swords are blind and can easily injure someone. Chu replied that the story was very moving, but it was a pity because now that he had stepped into the arena for a life-and-death battle, it didn't matter if he lived or died. The protagonist charged at Lingfei at high speed, running around him and attacked him from behind. Lingfei defended his attack and asked how he dared to make a sneak attack. Chu appeared beside him and told him not to worry because he would take good care of his younger sister so that Lingfei could rest in peace. Then, he stabbed him with his sword. The protagonist unleashed a chi attack on his back and sent him flying. Ling Fei hit the barrier, dead. Chu commented that villains always die from talking too much. That was the truth of life. The protagonist sheathed his sword and said it was better to kill quickly to avoid giving time for retaliation. The bystanders were shocked and asked how that was possible, as Chu Shu was only in the 4th layer of the spiritual domain. Yet he easily defeated Chen Lingfei. The skill Chu Shu used, the mythical class Living Shadow, allowed him to summon 7 shadow clones and use each one to attack the enemy, something only someone who mastered the skill could do. The bystanders began to cry, having lost everything. One of them mentioned that he had borrowed 10,000 superior spiritual stones only to lose like this and end up in debt. Tao Yao told the protagonist that he was amazing, but Chu responded that it was just luck and not worth mentioning. The protagonist went towards the betting treasures and commented that it wasn't bad at all, as it had been a lucky day. Chu then said that his storage bag was already full and asked his younger sister if she had a storage bag. Yao replied that she did and tossed him a bag. The protagonist thanked Yao, who told her elder brother that there was no need to be formal and that he could take and use it. Chu asked if those were the 7th grade Tianxuan pills they wanted. The bystanders cursed Chu, asking for some mercy, saying that he hadn't come just to fight, but to rob them and boast. The protagonist stated that since there were no more battles, he would leave, and then he took his flying boat to depart. Suddenly a system window appeared, saying that the user was truly evil and cruel, signs of a true villain, and therefore was rewarded with 200 cultivation points. Yao, worried about Chu, said that he had offended Jun Lingyun, who was treacherous, and that he needed to be very careful and couldn't let his guard down. In Chu Shu's room, the protagonist thought that he had gained a total of 16 million in pills, treasures, and weapons, and imagined that if it were possible to sell everything to the system in exchange for cultivation points, it would yield many points. Chu began trading the weapons with the system when a window appeared saying that the mortal class thick sword had been successfully sold, and he had received 1 cultivation point. The protagonist got angry, complaining that he had only earned 1 cultivation point. Chu asserted that this couldn't be true, that the system had made a mistake, because the last time he had earned 5 cultivation points for trading something, so he didn't understand why he had only received 1 point this time. Suddenly, a system window appeared stating that as the user's cultivation level increases, the items also need to be of higher quality, and that a mortal class item would now only yield 1 point. Another system window appeared, stating that the cultivation points to be obtained can also vary based on quality. Then a new window popped up, saying that the user tried to be clever by offering low-quality items to accumulate many cultivation points, but that this wouldn't work. Suddenly, a system window appears, stating that spiritual stones cannot be used to exchange for cultivation points, and that insisting on doing so isn't worth it, because calculating large amounts is too bothersome. Irritated, Chu thinks the system is damn annoying. The protagonist remarks that in this case, he'll have to sell low-quality items at auctions or in city shops, and use the money to buy high-quality items, trading them for cultivation points. That way, all gains would be maximized. Meanwhile, Chu notices that the bronze fox mask is resonating and wonders who his master was talking to. At the Pacific Sky Peak, Mengdi is conversing with the Sacred Land Taisu master, questioning if it's true that her disciple Chu Shu ascended to the deepest parts of the heavens and entered the initial land to obtain a celestial sword intent. Mengdi finds it hard to believe, as Chu's talent is low, and finding a sword intent is already extremely difficult, let alone ascending to the deepest parts of the initial land. Suzy responds that she saw it with her own eyes that night, and asks if Chu's personality has changed recently, suggesting he might have been possessed by someone. Mengdi questions if Suzy really believes that, but Suzy dismisses the idea, explaining that to possess someone, one would need at least a lower sacred domain level of cultivation, and everyone can only enter the initial land once in their lifetime, a rule that couldn't be broken by someone possessing another. Moreover, Suzy doesn't believe Chu has been possessed. Mengdi then questions how Chu managed to enter the initial land if he wasn't possessed. Suzy suggests that he might have had some unexpected opportunity and advises Mengdi to train her disciple well, as he might become a new sword god before breaking through to the Emperor Qi domain. Mengdi agrees, but at the same time wonders, train him well. What other way would he have to cultivate? Hadn't she already become a slave for that unfaithful disciple to use whenever he wanted to increase his cultivation and qualifications? Outside, Chu thinks that now that Suzy mentioned it, he and his master would have a long conversation during the night. Inside Mengdi's mansion, the protagonist tells his master that he needs advice, and Mengdi asks why he hid that from her. Surprised, Chu asks what exactly he hid, The master responds that he found a celestial sword in tent. The protagonist places his hand on his master's waist and asks how she knew about that. Mungdi explains that the Sacred Land Taisu master is sovereign within the Sacred Land and can control the rules of space and the meaning of every energy fluctuation within the Sacred Land, making it impossible to hide it from her. Chu understands and asks what the Sacred Land master decided. He's a genius and should diligently cultivate with his master's help. The master responds that even within the Sacred Land Taisu, nothing is absolute, and like flowers cultivated in greenhouses, everyone needs to rely on themselves to achieve the desired results. Chu agrees, but approaches Mungdi, saying he's not there just to use his own strength to obtain resources. However, the master rebukes him, saying, "No, unfaithful disciple, not today." The protagonist replies that today, yes, because after all, he had nothing else to do. So, he decided to ask his master to help that disciple with cultivation. A system window appears, stating that the user is truly very wicked, because even though the master didn't want to, he's engaging in dual cultivation with her again. As a special reward, the system grants him a 6th grade superior poison pot. Then, the system window indicates that the user's talent increased by 100 points 3 times in a row. 3 hours later, another window appears, informing him that the user's qualifications increased to 917 celestial, which boosted the cultivation speed by 31 times. The system message also states that the user's cultivation has improved and that he's almost advancing to the 5th layer of the spiritual sea domain, encouraging him to keep working hard to become stronger. Chu thinks that the effects are worsening more and more, recalling that the celestial fragrance body shouldn't be so useless. He wonders if this is happening because his master's cultivation is sealed and considers the possibility of trying to release the seal next time to see if there's any improvement. Thoughtful, he thinks the idea is good, but also very dangerous. He thanks his master for her hard work in helping him, while Mengdi, indignant, thinks that one day she will take revenge for everything he has done to her and tear him into thousands of pieces. At the precious treasure peak, Chu walks through the pavilion, while some guards wonder if he is Chu Shu from the rising sky peak. One of the guards comments that he heard Chu won 2 battles in the arena. At that moment, a woman introduces herself to Chu, saying she is Chu Xiaoran, an inner disciple of Precious Treasure Peak, and asks if he came to sell some items. Chu approaches Xiaoran, places his hand on her chin, and asks how she knew he had come to sell. Playfully, he asks if the junior sister learned some secret mind-reading art. Xiaoran replies that Chu showed great skills in the arena, earning many treasures and spiritual stones, which made this news spread throughout the Taisu sacred land. Now, with him at the Precious Treasure Pavilion, it was easy for her to guess that he was there to sell items. Xiaoran then invites him to follow her, offering to show him the way. Chu reflects that he had barely arrived at the pavilion, and she had already taken the initiative to speak to him and invited him inside. He wonders what her purpose might be in doing this before he even entered the pavilion. Xiaoran notices that after entering the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Chu only observes the goods without buying anything, and she can't guess what he is thinking. Meanwhile, Chu thinks that a mortal-class weapon costs 50 superior spiritual stones, but exchanging it in the system would only yield 2 cultivation points. On the other hand, mortal-class spiritual herbs of the same value could be exchanged for 10 cultivation points, while a second-grade spiritual pill could be exchanged for 15 points. Chu realizes that the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the greater the number of points he could exchange in the system. If he exchanged something with a large amount of spiritual energy, like a human cultivator, he could exchange it for the maximum number of points possible. Suddenly, a system window appears, praising Chu for his genius in thinking of something so cruel. The system message states that he is truly worthy of being the villain chosen by the system and rewards him with the black-silver flying boat, a land-class item. However, the system laments that although the idea is incredible and innovative, it's not possible to exchange human beings for cultivation points. Chu thinks that it's really a shame. For a moment, Xiaoran wonders if she was seeing things because she sensed a murderous intent in his eyes. The protagonist then tells Xiaoran that he wants to buy energy recovery pills and vitality restoration elixirs, spending 15 million superior spiritual stones. Surprised, Xiaoran wonders why he would need so many vitality restoration elixirs, speculating if he intends to make a medicinal bath. She promptly offers to gather the items immediately, and Chu, grateful, comments that he will trouble the junior sister with this. The protagonist thinks that he still had some superior spiritual stones left, so he would take the opportunity to look around. Maybe he would find something he needed. Suddenly, Chu's eyes light up, and he feels the bronze fragment reacting with his sword intent. What kind of mystery did that bronze fragment hide? It was as if the sword intent within his body was being drawn to it. Xiaoran says that the elixirs Chu requested had already been gathered and asks if he wanted to take a look. The protagonist responds, "Great," and asks how many superior spiritual stones would be needed to buy that bronze fragment that was in his hand. The girl replies that the fragment was something useless, just lying around, and that if he liked it, he could take it. Chu tosses a pouch into the girl's hand and says there are 100 superior spiritual stones inside because he doesn't like owing favors, then asks if they can go down to inspect the goods. Xiaoran asks Chu to please wait a moment. The protagonist turns and asks if she needed something. The girl replies that she needed Brother Chu's help. The protagonist thinks he now understood why she had approached him when he entered. The girl invites him to have some tea. He accepts and asks what she wanted, adding that if it was too troublesome, she didn't even need to mention it. Xiaoran asks if Brother Chu knows about the Taisu Sacred Tower. The protagonist responds that he does, explaining that the Taisu Sacred Tower is an imperial weapon belonging to Emperor Taisu, with great offensive and defensive power, capable of storing various things inside. It was placed on the Pacific Sky Peak, where the emperor died. It's not only something that protects the entire Taisu sacred land, but also the best place for disciples to cultivate and train. In the tower, disciples can test their combat power, talent, comprehension, and endurance. The higher they climb, the greater the benefits they receive. Xiaoran says her request is related to the Taisu Sacred Tower, and asks Chu if he knows that one of the 3 secret areas of the Taisu Sacred Land, the Savage Demon Secret Realm, will open in a month. Chu responds that he has been busy cultivating and hasn't paid attention to the news, but he had heard that the Savage Demon Secret Realm is a great place to hunt treasures. Xiaoran explains to Chu that to enter the Taisu Sacred Tower, one must take a test, and in that test, the top 300 disciples in the spiritual sea domain and the top 1,700 disciples in the spiritual pillar domain would earn the right to enter the secret realm. Based on Brother Chu's strength, it was certain he could rank among the top 300 disciples. Xiaoran then reveals that her request is for Brother Chu to participate in the test. She leans in close to the protagonist's ear, attempting to seduce him, and asks if Brother Chu could help her. Chu agrees to the request. In Chu Xiu's room, there was a large tribulation while he was cultivating. Suddenly, a system window appeared, informing him that he had advanced to the 5th layer of the spiritual pillar domain, then to the 6th layer of the spiritual sea domain, and after that, to the 7th and 9th layers of the same domain. Curious, the protagonist asked the system what the conditions were to advance to the 10th layer of the spiritual sea domain. The system replied that it couldn't find a method to help the user reach that layer, adding that, unfortunately, the user didn't have the necessary capacity and would fail to advance. However, the system also mentioned that if the user could find 3 valuable treasures, the Panacea Milk, Puti Divine Flower, and Monster Baby Spiritual Fruit, he might be able to advance. Chu stopped cultivating and, placing his hand on his head, thought that those 3 items were divine class, so rare they could only be obtained with extreme luck, as they weren't sold at auctions. Even if someone was selling them, the price would be astronomical, and even if he found them and wanted to steal them, he wouldn't have the power to do so. Then the protagonist had an idea and remembered that Xiaoran had mentioned a disciple had obtained half of a monster baby spiritual fruit in the secret realm. Chu decided he would have to go to the sacred tower. 3 days later, a bell rang on the Pacific Sky Peak as several cultivators in flying boats headed toward the sacred tower. In the midst of the crowd, 2 masters were conversing. One old man commented that every 30 years, many disciples gathered at the peak to try their luck, and he wondered if any disciple that year would be able to break the floor climbing record. There was a board showing the top 10 best disciples who had attempted to climb the tower, with information about the participants. Mo Feiyan, an elder of the Pacific Sky Peak, was conversing with Huang Lao Tu, another elder of the same peak, and mentioned that a disciple in the spiritual sea domain had entered the top 10. She asked Lao Tu who he believed would achieve a great feat. Lao Tu replied that he was betting on Ye Fan, as he had great potential, a solid foundation, excellent talent, as well as high endurance and luck. Feiyan agreed, saying that Ye Fan was worth watching. Suddenly, a flying boat cut ahead of the others at great speed. Feiyan asked whose flying boat it was, noting its incredible speed. Lao Tu responded that the young man was the direct disciple of the master of Rising Sky Peak. Chu landed his flying boat and descended towards the sacred tower. Upon arriving, he saw a master congratulating her disciple, saying she had done very well and that she was proud of her. The disciple was Su Ruxue, the direct disciple of the Master of Sky Peak, and the other sect members were congratulating her. Ye Fan, the direct disciple of the Master of Sword Sky Peak, remarked that he too would enter the top 10 of the spiritual sea domain and would ring the bell at the top of the Tai Su Sacred Tower. The protagonist asked who he was. He introduced himself, saying his name was Ye Fan. Chu thought that his name sounded just like a main character's name, and not only that, but look at the cheerful face of that bastard. Chu wondered if this guy was the main character. The protagonist said it was nice to meet him and asked how he knew about him. Ye Fan replied that he had heard Chu had won many spiritual stones from Prosperous Sky Peak. Chu said that it wasn't worth mentioning. Ye Fan thought that Chu was kind and very nice, and that it would be good to have him as a friend. The protagonist thought that Ye Fan's personality was just and righteous, the kind suitable for making friends, and that this was the type of person he hated the most. The board announced that it was time for Chu Xiu to begin his test. The protagonist said it was his turn to take the test, and that they would meet again. Ye Fan wished Chu good luck. Chu began climbing the stairs of the sacred tower and entered the Tai Su Sacred Tower. On the first floor of the Tai Su Sacred Tower, the protagonist walked until he encountered a horde of wolves. He drew his sword and wondered if only a few little wolves had come to greet him. The wolves charged at the protagonist, surrounding him. Chu used his sword Dao and charged at the wolves, cutting them down easily. The protagonist thought that just a few beasts in the spiritual sea domain wouldn't make a difference. On the 67th floor of the Tai Su Sacred Tower, Chu encountered a woman who said she was lonely and asked him to stay with her because they would be very happy together. The protagonist slashed her neck and asked if she was trying to seduce him, remarking that she was still very inexperienced. On the 68th floor of the Tai Su Sacred Tower, Chu encountered 4 cultivators with animal auras, one with a tiger aura, another with a turtle aura, another with a peacock aura, and finally, one with a dragon aura. The protagonist asked if they were all at the peak of the spiritual sea domain and then said, "Take this," before charging at them and defeating them easily. On the 98th floor of the Tai Su Sacred Tower, Chu encountered Tai Suzy, who was at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea domain. The protagonist realized that her cultivation was the same as his, but he couldn't measure her full power, and asked if she was the true master of Tai Su Sacred Land. Suzy was incredulous. Chu began to laugh and said that she really was the first empress. The protagonist drew his sword and challenged the empress to battle. Their swords clashed. Chu launched a kick toward Suzy's head, but she easily defended the attack and pushed him away. Surprised, Chu wondered how that was possible, as even with his special physique, Tai Suzy, in the same domain as him, was stronger. Besides being fast and strong, she showed no openings. Suzy then gathered chi in her hand and quickly advanced towards Chu, who counterattacked with equal speed, resulting in a clash between their attacks. The protagonist realized that Suzy's attack was stronger than his. Amidst the battle, Chu thought that it was damage for damage, life for life. Either he would die, or she would die. That was his fighting style. Suzy's attack pierces through Chu, and as he bleeds, he thinks it's unfair, as even after using his sword intent, she was still able to resist. Determined, Chu, despite being gravely injured, doesn't release Tai Suzy's neck until he defeats her. When Suzy stops moving, he finally lets go, thus completing the test on the 99th floor of the Sacred Tower. Now on the 100th floor, Chu doesn't remember how he got there, or if he fought anyone, and he wonders why he has no recollection of it. However, he knows that this is not the right time to dwell on it. Before him are 4 pillars, and he wonders if he should choose one. Upon making his choice, a system window appears, instructing him to learn sword skills and techniques within 12 hours. The more he learns, and the greater his comprehension, the better his evaluation will be. The skills begin to flood his mind, and Chu questions whether these are all the skills and techniques the pillar offers. Determined to speed up the process, Chu commands the system to consume advancement points for learning. The system responds, activating consumption mode. 5 advancement points are spent, then 35, 100, and finally 1,000 advancement points are used for him to learn sword skills and techniques. Chu realizes that in this life, everything is different. Besides the sacred primordial body, he has the system with innovative skills and the celestial sword intent. Determined to strengthen himself as much as possible, he reflects that with the sacred primordial body, he is practically invincible against those of the same domain, and with the sword intent, he is incomparable. By combining these elements with the knowledge of the skills and techniques he acquired, he wonders if he can develop a powerful attack method. Chu decides to master a 2-handed heavy sword, believing that only such a sword could withstand and take advantage of his sacred primordial body and sword intent. He begins training with a giant sword, and upon unleashing a great strike, he cuts through the entire floor in front of him. At that moment, a new system window appears, declaring, "First form, annihilation, bring an end to all things." The protagonist then starts laughing and declares that his name is Chu Xiu, the one who will annihilate all. And even if anyone stands against him, Chu believes that no one will be able to escape this strike. He concludes that the 1,000 points spent to learn everything were well worth it. Chu commands the system to analyze his new skill, and the system message reports, "Name, first form, annihilation, category, sword skill, class, immortal, style, sword movement, destructive power, 5 stars, attack speed, 4 stars. The system then presents the skill's introduction, describing it as a dominating strike with an instant explosion of energy, created by using the energy of the sacred primordial body and the celestial sword intent. With great attack speed and high destructive power, it is capable of eliminating enemies. However, the system warns that the second form of the skill is still unknown and not yet comprehended, advising Chu not to attempt understanding it now, as it could lead to his death. In the square in front of the Taisu Sacred Tower, Akira, Mengdi's nephew, is conversing with Xiaoran and asks if she really believes that Chu Xiu will be able to climb more than 80 floors and get the items he needs. He expresses the desire for this to end soon, so that he can have time to see his aunt Mengdi and ask for some pills. It had already been 10 days, and Chu Xiu still hadn't exited the tower, leading Akira to fear that he might have died inside, as every time the Taisu Sacred Tower opens, some disciples end up dying. Xiaoran, however, assures Akira that her older brother Chu Xiu will be fine. Then the Sacred Tower's bell begins to ring, announcing that someone had entered the top 10. Suddenly, on the stone that displays the top 10 rankings of the Sacred Tower, the name Chu Xiu from Rising Sky Peak appears. Everyone is shocked and falls silent. When Chu Xiu finally exits the Sacred Tower, he thanks them for waiting, and Xiaoran expresses relief that he wasn't hurt. The disciples around begin to shout that Chu is incredible and ask for autographs. The protagonist reflects that, when he was known as the old demon Chu, these same disciples would see him and shout, "Die, damned demon." And now, they were excited about his name. He concludes that the new choices he made were indeed important. While signing autographs, Chu thinks that being a villain who flaunts power is very simple and boring, but he was very young when he made that choice, and the result was his death. Now, he believes that a true villain should be strong and purposeful, doing bad things secretly without talking about them. Suddenly, Lao Tu and Fei Yan appear behind Chu. Lao Tu comments that he is impressed with his performance, while Fei Yan informs him that the Master of Pacific Sky Peak wishes to see him. At the Pacific Sky Pavilion, Mengdi and Tai Suzy are waiting. Chu Xiu greets them formally. Chu Xiu, from Rising Sky Peak, greets the Master of the Taisu Sacred Land and the Master of Rising Sky Peak. Mengdi seems uncomfortable, while Suzy expresses satisfaction in seeing how far her disciple has climbed the tower, considering his performance impressive. Chu asks the Master of the Sacred Land if, having completed the Sacred Tower, he will receive some kind of reward. He thinks that even if there aren't immediate benefits, things could get interesting. Mengdi tells Chu to be more respectful and not rude to the Master of the Sacred Land. Tai Suzy, however, tells Mengdi that it's all right and asks Chu what kind of reward he would like to receive. The protagonist responds that if the Master has panacea milk, puti divine flower, or monster baby spiritual fruit, any of those would suffice. Mengdi, indignant, thinks that the unfaithful disciple is truly very greedy. Tai Suzy explains that there are many treasures in the sacred land that defy heaven and earth, but none of them are what he desires. However, she could ask someone to go out searching for them, but she couldn't guarantee how quickly they could be found. Chu replies that he is willing to wait and thinks that it is very easy to converse with Tai Suzy. He considers that if he used the celestial samsara seal on her, he could have her under his command. Suddenly, a system window appears with the message that the user is truly very wicked, as, not satisfied with Mengdi, he now wants Tai Suzy. Without hesitation, Chu uses the celestial samsara seal on Tai Suzy. Another system window appears, informing him that the seal was successfully used and that Tai Suzy is now under the user's servant seal, still unaware of it. The system also informs him that there are no more uses of the seal left, as the first servant seal was on Chimengdi and the second on Tai Suzy. The system adds that the user can remove the servant seal whenever he wants, and that after the seal is recovered, the number of uses will increase by 1, allowing the activation and use of both servant seals simultaneously. Chu is shocked to learn that he can activate both seals simultaneously and imagines himself doing dual cultivation with Mengdi and Tai Suzy. Suddenly, another system window appears. declaring that the user is indeed the predestined villain, daring to imagine doing dual cultivation with the master of the sacred land and Chi Mengdi. As a reward for his evil thoughts, Chu receives the basic alchemy book. The system explains that the book is divided into 3 volumes, containing thousands of alchemy methods and poison formulas. Once fully mastered, it is possible to prepare poisons capable of killing even someone in the Emperor domain. If the 3 volumes are combined, it will become the Supreme Alchemy Book, created by the Alchemy Emperor of the human race many years ago. Chu thinks that this reward is incredible because only someone qualified as a true villain can poison others. Tai Suzy then mentions that the 8 trigrams ginseng has an excellent effect for strengthening qi and blood, and until he finds what he desires, she hopes this can help. Chu thanks her and says he will make good use of the gift. The protagonist and Mengdi prepare to leave, while Suzy, for some reason, feels a sense that something is wrong, but she doesn't know what it could be. Could someone be conspiring against her? Perhaps she has spent too much time in seclusion and is now having illusions. It was better to leave, clear his head, and relax. In the main cabin of the flying boat were Chu and Mengdi, with 2 women serving them. Chu asked the junior sisters to leave them alone, saying that the elder brother needed to talk with the master. Mengdi, with a trembling voice, responded with a no. The sisters asked, "Master of Rising Sky Peak?" Mengdi disguised her discomfort, coughed, and said it was nothing, telling them they could leave. The protagonist sealed the doors and activated a soundproofing system. Chu said that now it was just the 2 of them in the main cabin of the flying boat and that they shouldn't waste the beautiful scenery. Mengdi removed the fox mask and, calling him an unfaithful disciple, asked if he wanted to intimidate her again. She questioned if he really saw her only as a tool, something he could use whenever he wanted. The protagonist replied that, in his eyes, she was just a degenerate person who only thought about that. Mengdi retorted, "And isn't it true?" Chu then asked the master if she wanted him to remove the seal on her cultivation. The master trembled and said yes. The protagonist took the fox mask and commented that the artifact was very good. Even with her cultivation sealed, it managed to hide that from others, and not even someone as strong as Tai Suzy, the master of the sacred land, realized that Mengdi's cultivation was sealed. Mengdi called him an unfaithful disciple and remarked that his concealment skills were also impressive, but that after they slept together again, he would end up with a stained body because of her special physique. However, since he was very good at hiding, she believed he would also be able to hide the scent. Blushing, Mengdi thought that it was a good thing Chu knew how to conceal, or what had happened between them would be exposed to everyone in the sacred land. The master mentioned that he had brought up something about removing the seal on her cultivation. Chu confirmed this. Mengdi asked what the conditions would be, as he wasn't so kind as to do something without wanting anything in return. The protagonist handed something to the master and told her to try it first. Mengdi asked what it was, and Chu said she just needed to wear it, and she would be rewarded. Mengdi put on the stockings, but Chu took the opportunity to touch her. Blushing, the master asked what that unfaithful disciple was doing. The protagonist replied that she still called him unfaithful disciple after everything they had done, and asked her to call him brother. Mengdi turned her head and told him to keep dreaming, saying that even if she died, she would never call him that. Chu commented that this made things difficult. 10 minutes later, Chu told the master to just relax and not worry. Mengdi told him to stop dreaming, reminding him that she was the master of Rising Sky Peak, and asked if he thought she would always be at his disposal. Chu approached his master and said she was very beautiful, but advised her not to shout too loudly, or all the disciples on the ship would know what they were doing. Completely flushed, Mengdi said he was exaggerating, but she ended up giving in and called him brother. Then, Mengdi called him unfaithful disciple again, and said that sooner or later she would kill him with her own hands. Outside the flying boat, at Rising Sky Peak, Chu was walking and thinking that it was thanks to Chu Xiaoran that he was able to participate in the Sacred Tower. But now, the matter of the Sacred Tower was already resolved. The information provided by Xiaoran was very detailed. The monster baby spiritual fruit was indeed in the savage demon secret realm. During the journey to the realm, nothing mattered except victory, so he would need to cultivate diligently. 2 background characters were talking and commented that the Celestial Horizon newspaper had been updated. One of them asked if it was true that the newspaper was updated and mentioned that the old demon Chu had died a long time ago, so someone should take his place. The Celestial Horizon newspaper records all events, big or small across the continent, from the combat power of a certain cultivator to even meaningless gossip. Each copy of the newspaper is worth a mid-grade spiritual stone. Chu thought they were a bunch of idiots. Not only was the old demon Chu not dead, but he was also very much alive and in the sacred land. The background characters commented that the fourth person on the lower saints list had also been replaced. It used to be Zhang Xianling from the celestial yin-yang sect, but now it was Liu Hongyi. The other character asked who Liu Hongyi was, and if she was strong because Zhang Xianling was his goddess. The protagonist thought to himself, Liu Hongyi, could it really be her? Chu greets the extras and asks if they could sell him the latest edition of the Celestial Horizon newspaper. The extras tell him he can take it, and the protagonist thanks them before grabbing the newspaper. One of the extras asks the other if he's heard that Chu's older brother made it onto the celestial list, and suggests it would be wise not to offend him. The other responds that he has heard, but questions how he became so powerful. In the latest news from the continent, it's reported that the old demon Chu, who was previously at the top of the Lesser Saints list, is dead. Now the first on the list is Yao Guang from the Holy Land, shining brightly in first place. Zhang Xianli, who was the lesser saint of the yin-yang celestial sect and occupied fourth place, has been replaced by Liu Hongyi of the Red Dust Sword sect. Reports from the last 6 months indicate that barbarians and demons have begun to invade human territories on a large scale. Chu thinks to himself that Hongyi really made it onto the lesser saints list, and is now in fourth place. The protagonist sees the wanted notices, which state that the lesser saint Liu Hongyi betrayed and attacked the Red Dust Sword sect, with a bounty of 1 million divine spirit stones on her head. According to the leader of the Red Dust Sword sect, they used a time-space artifact to discover what happened, and Liu Hongyi stealthily attacked and killed an elder who participated in the siege against the old demon Chu, apparently out of revenge. The Red Dust Sword sect issued a warning, urging their comrades to surround and kill this woman, reminding them never to underestimate the enemy. Chu remembers the girl and calls her foolish. The protagonist begins to recall his past when she introduced herself, saying her name and mentioning that her entire family was dead. Chu remembers introducing himself and saying that his family was all on the other side of the starry sky, so he couldn't see them anymore. The girl said that since he helped her bury her family, from that day on they would be family. He agreed with her, stating that from that day on, they would be family, and they made a pact. Back in the present, the protagonist uses sound resonance over several miles and asks his younger sister, Tao Yao, if she could help him find someone's whereabouts. Yao arrives at the place where Chu was and asks what he was thinking, watching the moon alone. Chu replies that he was just feeling a bit homesick. Tao Yao comments that it had been about 30 years since he came to the Rising Sky Peak, and that back then, the mortal realm where he lived, Qishan County, was attacked by demons, and it was the master who saved him and brought him to the sect. Time passes too quickly, Yao says, adding that the older brother was very lucky back then, as he was only 3 years old and managed to survive the demon attack. She mentions that, as the saying goes, if one doesn't die because of a disaster, they will have luck in the future. All blessings were with Chu. Yao also says that even though Qishan County is his hometown, the Holy Land is also his home. The master and everyone at Rising Sky Peak are his family, and if he feels homesick in the future, he can find her anytime, and she will help him. The protagonist thanks her, saying that everyone at Rising Sky Peak is his wings. Chu thinks that, 30 years ago, Chu Shu was just a tool and would never have survived by luck. He only stayed alive so that he could take over his body, and he comments that the same thing happened when he met Qi Mengdi, as his goal was always to infiltrate the Holy Land from within. Yao, blushing, thinks that lately, she's felt that the older brother has become a different person, as he used to avoid her, but now he stays close to her and touches her. Yao lifts her feet and gives Chu a kiss on the cheek, leaving the protagonist stunned by her actions. Tao Yao says that the information he had requested was there and hands him a letter. She tells Chu to rest well, as she needed to return to her cultivation. The protagonist feels embarrassed and can't believe she kissed him, thinking he needed to calm down. Chu takes the information Yao gave him and begins to read, seeing that 3 days ago, Liu Hongyi appeared in the Dongzhou Empire, in the city of Chang'an. He thinks that the city of Chang'an might be a bit difficult. In the eastern continent, in the Dongzhou Empire, in the city of Chang'an, an old man was shouting, asking if she wanted to become like the old demon Chu and be an enemy of all human forces. This is Liu Hongyi, the former lesser saint of the Red Dust Sword sect. The old man yells that his Ji family would not let her get away with it, and that she could be sure they would tear her body to pieces. Liu Hongyi strikes the old man with lightning from her sword, killing him. She lands on the ground, and a shadowy figure appears, asking what she was going to do next. Liu Hongyi responds that she was going to kill more people. The shadowy man asks if she really wanted to do that and become an enemy of the world. The woman replies that if he was the enemy of the world, then she too would be an enemy of the world, and says that if he were a Buddha, she would fight for his sake, and if he were a demon, she would massacre the world in his name. Back on the cliff where Chu was, the protagonist was cultivating and thought that he still hadn't practiced the skill he had gained from the master of the Holy Land. Since he was in a quiet and deserted place, no one would disturb him. Suddenly a system window appears, informing him about the 9 royal marks, also known as the 9 secrets, a powerful skill between heaven and earth. By fully mastering the 9 marks, one can become invincible. The Xingzi secret is the fastest secret art in the world, and by cultivating it to the extreme, it is possible to break through large formations with ease. The greatest difficulty lies in comprehension, and to cultivate it, one must have rare talent and great understanding. Chu sighs, stands up, and comments that the Xingzi secret was really difficult to comprehend. 3 days had passed, and he had made almost no progress. Chu notices someone behind him and asks who was there. A woman appears and introduces herself, saying her name is Hua Luofei and that she is an elder of the Consent Sky Peak. She asks if he is Chu Shu. Chu senses that something is strange and wonders why she had a servant's seal from the Samsara celestial seal. Noting that Tai Suzy was using a different form to meet him, the protagonist finds it interesting. He greets Elder Huo and asks if she could tell him the reason she came there. Elder Huo responds that after finishing what she had to resolve, she decided to take a walk around Rising Sky Mountain and happened to stumble upon him while he was cultivating. Seeing that he was working so hard, she concluded that he was planning to go to the Wild Demon Secret Realm. Chu confirms, saying that the secret realm offers many opportunities for growth, but with them also come dangers, so he needed to cultivate diligently to ensure he could overcome any challenge. The protagonist looks at the elder, who was sitting there, and thinks that she was very beautiful. Chu sits near her and comments that he was curious about something, asking if she could clarify it for him. The elder responds that he could go ahead and speak. The protagonist says that before the era of Emperor Luo, there was a human considered a great emperor and a demon emperor. In an era that lasted 100,000 years, the human race and the demon race fought many times until the era of Emperor Luo. But why didn't the human race manage to completely exterminate the demons after the rise of the great Emperor Luo? And why didn't even the demons manage to exterminate the humans before that? Chu reflects that this was something he hadn't understood since his first reincarnation, and now that he met Tai Suzy, perhaps she knew the answer. The woman says that there seemed to have been a great understanding between the human great emperor and the demon emperor. Even with the rise of a new great emperor, he could suppress the other side, but he could not use his great emperor powers to destroy the other party. However, no one knew the reason why. It was said that when someone becomes a great emperor, they learn secrets about the stars and the continent. The protagonist comments that there could then be beings more powerful than a great emperor in that world. The woman responds that no one knows if there is a more powerful existence, but before the era of war, the primordial era, and the era of the great Emperor Luo, 17 great emperors had already emerged, yet they ultimately disappeared without leaving any trace in the world. Those who become great emperors possess exceptional talents, so why didn't they take the next step? Could it be that the path ahead doesn't exist, is destroyed, or there is no future to pursue? This was something they would have to deeply consider, but she hadn't expected to discuss the cultivation of a great emperor, as it was very ambitious. The protagonist asks if the elder was already planning to leave. She responds affirmatively and urges Chu to continue dedicating himself to his cultivation. Chu asks if they would meet again, and the woman confirms, saying they would meet after he leaves the Wild Demon Secret Realm. The protagonist agrees, saying it was settled, and that once he returns, he will be waiting for her there. The elder agrees. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "The user truly has charisma, how mischievous." At Chimengdi's pavilion, Chu comments that cultivating the Xingzi secret required a lot of effort, so it would be better for him to find his master and ask for some cultivation materials. Outside, the protagonist hears someone asking his master for help, saying that it would be too late afterward, and that since she was Chu Shu's master, if she asked for the silver sand, he would deliver it. Mengdi responds that it's not that she doesn't want to help, but that even though she is Chu Shu's master, it wouldn't be right to ask him for something without reason. Chu, lost in his thoughts, wonders if it was the master's nephew and recalls that he always treated his younger sister Xiaoran poorly. Even though he was strong, he didn't seem like much, and since the great nephew wanted the silver sand so badly, it would be fun to play with that fool. The protagonist enters the hall and asks Akira if he wanted the silver sand. Akira approaches and asks if he still had the silver sand. Chu responds that yes, he still had it, because he had been cultivating in the last few days and hadn't seen his younger sister, Xiaoran. He was looking for an opportunity to deliver it to her. Akira says that's great, and asks what Chu thought about giving the silver sand to him so he could help deliver it to Xiaoran. The protagonist shows the silver sand, and comments that it was something he obtained after facing great challenges. Akira thought that if he could get his hands on the silver sand, he would become the only person on the continent to possess such a thing. He thinks that when the time comes, Chu Xiaoran, who desired to save her mother, would have no choice but to beg him. Akira asks the price, and the protagonist suggests 1 million divine spirit stones. Akira accepts and comments that Chu is really a great person, thinking that he would extort him, but surprisingly, he was generous. Chu comments that since Akira is his master's nephew, he considers him a precious friend. Akira agrees, saying yes, they were good friends. Chu mentions that he still had a bit more silver sand left, and asks if Akira still needed more, offering to sell everything at the same price. Akira replies yes, and asks how much he still had, thinking he needed to monopolize all the silver sand. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have Chu Xiaoran in the palm of his hands. The protagonist says he only had a few left and throws a pile on the ground. Akira, shocked, asks if that was just a few. Chu says that if he bought everything, he could keep it all to himself. Akira calls Chu Shu a scoundrel and asks his aunt if she wasn't going to say anything. Mengdi intervenes, saying that's enough, and that if Akira has already obtained the silver sand he wanted so much he should leave. Akira calls for his aunt, but turns and leaves, all irritated. Mengdi asks her unruly disciple why he provoked Akira. The protagonist responds that he didn't provoke him, insisting it was clearly a fair deal, and then sits close to his master, asking why she had called him. The master, annoyed, calls him an unfaithful disciple again. Chu picks up a feather and playfully says, "Unfaithful disciple" again, commenting that she needed to be obedient and call him brother. Mengdi retorts that it would only happen in his dreams. The protagonist starts tickling his master and comments that her body had become more voluptuous compared to 15 days ago, asking if she had perhaps gained weight. Chu asks his master to let her disciple check her body properly while continuing to tickle her. Mengdi grabs an apple and throws it at Chu, telling him to get out, asserting that she hadn't gained any weight. The protagonist catches the apple and starts eating it, asking if she had done what he had requested. The master responds that it was in the imperial palace and tells him to wait as she goes to retrieve it. In Mengdi's imperial palace, Chu asks his master where it is. Mengdi replies that it's there and retrieves a chest. Chu takes out a pearl and comments that, as expected of his master, she was a very skilled artisan. The master explains that besides emitting light, the pearl could also generate heat, and that using it to massage the acupuncture points on the soles of the feet would bring great benefits for recovery and cultivation. Mengdi, blushing, asks what he thought he was doing. Chu responds that she is an incredible woman. The master comments that he must have requested that just to play with her. Chu lays his master down and asks what she wanted. Mengdi, embarrassed, says she made a big mistake. Suddenly, a system window appears with the following information. User, Chu Xiu. Cultivation, 9th layer of the spiritual sea domain. Special physique, sacred primordial body. Qualification, celestial talent, 1,414 classes with cultivation speed increased by 33 times. Sword intent, celestial slayer. Sword intent, cultivation techniques, Tao scripture, initial chapter, well-trained villain's secret art. Techniques, basic alchemy book. Sword skill, first form of annihilation, immortal class, 1,124 uses needed to unlock the second form. Cultivation points, 215. Luck value, 82, white, with the ability to absorb luck from powerful individuals after killing them. Combat power, 35 times the combat power of a common cultivator in the same domain. Mengdi smiles and comments that finally, that unfaithful disciple had left. Just now, he got carried away with arrogance and removed her seal, and it seems he forgot to reactivate it before leaving. The master begins to cultivate, thinking that Chu really did forget to activate the seal and how good it felt to be able to cultivate again. Mengdi says, "Just wait for me," forming power in her hand. Suddenly the power vanishes from Mengdi's hand, leaving her startled. The master asks why the seal had activated. The protagonist uses a sound transmission talisman and tells her not to misunderstand, but just to inform her that even if they are apart, he could still seal her whenever he wanted. Mengdi grabs a doll resembling Chu Shu in one hand and a stake in the other, starting to say, "Damn unfaithful disciple. Die, die, die." When Mengdi notices something, she questions why she was feeling some movements in her abdomen. 7 days later, in front of the portal to the Wild Demon Secret Realm, several cultivators were waiting for the secret realm to open. Tai Suzy explained that the secret realm would remain open for 30 days, and at the end of that period, everyone should gather at the initial teleportation point, or they would be trapped for several decades until it opened again. She also mentioned that after leaving the secret realm, everyone would have to contribute a portion of the gains obtained, with rankings based on these contributions. The 10 disciples who contributed the most would receive corresponding rewards. The protagonist thought that regardless of the rankings and rewards, he only wanted to get the monster baby fruit that was in the secret realm. Suzy instructed the cultivators to wait until the teleportation array was activated. After that, they could enter the secret realm. Amid the cultivators, Ye Fan appeared, calling out to Chu Shu and asking if he was also going to enter the secret realm. The protagonist replied that he was, just like Ye Fan. Ye Fan thought that venturing with Chu, who was destined to be the protagonist, meant the journey would be anything but peaceful. Chu asked what Ye Fan was thinking about and if something was wrong, to which Ye Fan responded that it was nothing and suggested they go, as the secret realm was about to open. The protagonist agreed and started walking, while Ye Fan, with a look of disdain, watched Chu's back. Suddenly, a sound transmission instructed Ye Fan that once inside the secret realm, at the first opportunity, he must eliminate Chu Shu and leave no evidence. It would be better if Chu died in the secret realm because, once it closed, no one would care. And even if the master of the Holy Land used time regression, no one would know what happened. In an ancient forest, atop a millennial tree, a woman was seated, giving instructions to Ye Fan through the sound transmission. The woman's name was Liu Shui, master of the Sword Sky Peak. She thought of Qi Mengdi and remarked that she had arranged for several disciples to eliminate Mengdi's beloved disciple once he entered the secret realm. Liu Shui reflected that Mengdi shouldn't blame her for being cruel. After all, it was Mengdi's fault for allowing her disciple to become as treacherous as she was. In the distance, Liu Shui saw 2 cultivators flying on a flying boat. One was Zhan Lingyun, the heir disciple of Sword Sky Peak. The other was Xiao Yifeng, the second disciple of Rising Sky Peak. Lingyun told Yifeng that as the elder brother on the peak, he was supposed to be a brother to Chu Shu. He questioned whether it was really a good thing to do that, and whether Yifeng didn't fear provoking the wrath of the master of Rising Sky Peak after Chu Shu's death, given that he was the current genius of the peak and a candidate for the sacred sun. Yifeng replied that a dead genius isn't considered a genius, and the greatest kindness is to be killed by a brother. Besides, Chu Shu was causing too many problems for everyone, so eliminating him as soon as possible was the right choice. Liu Shui thought she wasn't the only one who wanted to eliminate Chu Shu, and agreed with them because Qi Mengdi wasn't a good person, and neither was her disciple. The protagonist was waiting for the secret realm to open when Yao and Xiaoran called out to Chu Shu. Yao asked Xiaoran why she was there too, and Xiaoran replied that, of course, it was to wish her elder brother Chu good luck. Chu, in a playful tone, asked if by any chance the 2 lovely younger sisters had important matters to resolve. Suddenly, a system window appeared stating, "The user has a lot of luck in love, perhaps on the path to becoming the true king of a harem." Tao Yao handed a sword to Chu and said it was the sovereign dragon sword that he had asked her to find, and fortunately, she had found it in the past few days. So she rushed to deliver it, hoping it would be useful. Suddenly, a system window appeared with the description of the sovereign dragon sword. Category: heavy sword. Class: earthly. Function: infused with true qi or spiritual energy, can increase cutting damage. Description: this sword was created from the spine of an ancient beast, the azure dragon. It is resilient and heavy, a weapon with dominant power. However, if the person wielding it does not have sufficient strength, it could cause damage to the meridians. Chu took the sovereign dragon sword and tested its aura, saying the sword was excellent, thanking Tao Yao, who responded that she was glad to have pleased her elder brother. The girl told Chu to be extremely careful after entering the secret realm because, since the secret realm opened only once every few decades, it was likely full of wild and ancient demon beasts. She also advised him not to take unnecessary risks. Chu patted Yao's head and thanked his younger sister for her concern, assuring her that he would be very careful. The girl, relieved, said that now she wouldn't have to worry. Chu then turns to Xiaoran and asks what she had come to do. Xiaoran replies that she had found some materials for setting up arrays, which could be very useful inside the secret realm. The protagonist thanks Xiaoran and comments that she was very kind. Xiaoran in turn thanks Chu and says that thanks to the silver sand he gave her, her mother had awakened. She asks if when he returns, he could come to her house for some tea, as her mother wanted to thank him personally. The protagonist responds that she is indeed very kind and that after he returns, he will definitely visit her and bring a gift for her mother. The portal to the secret realm opens, and Tai Suzy announces to the cultivators that the teleportation array was activated, and the disciples who had earned the right to enter should prepare themselves. The protagonist tells the younger sisters that he is leaving and bids them farewell. Yao comments that Chu was really in a hurry, since she hadn't even finished speaking. Xiaoran says that there were essential items in the secret realm, so it was obvious that Chu was eager to enter. Tao Yao, irritated, frowns and tells Xiaoran to stay away from her elder brother, saying not to act as if she understood him so well. Xiaoran, surprised, asks what Tao Yao meant by that, asserting that she and brother Chu Shu had an honest and transparent relationship. Nothing dirty, as Yao thought. Why should she stay away from him? Xiaoran also comments that Yao shouldn't be so impatient and angry, because if she keeps it up, she'll end up with wrinkles. Tao Yao, visibly annoyed, asks if she was being impatient and angry. Xiaoran responds that Tao Yao was acting like a jealous girlfriend, so it's no wonder brother Chu left quickly. Tao Yao, irritated, ends up releasing her aura and asks if Chu Xiaoran was provoking her, scaring those around her with her presence. In the wild demon secret realm, several cultivators were discussing how vast the place was. One of them comments that his master had said the secret realm was over 10 million miles in diameter. With such a large area, there should be many opportunities, so it would be better to form groups. That way each group could explore a corner in search of treasures. Meanwhile, the protagonist, away from the group, pondered whether he should look for Ye Fan. He believed that by traveling with Ye Fan, he could take advantage of his protagonist's aura and significantly increase his gains. Suddenly, a group of extras shouts upon spotting Chu Shu, urging everyone to attack together. Chu, incredulous, wonders what he could have done to offend someone, as he couldn't remember anything recent. Suddenly, a system window appears, asking, couldn't the user be a bit more perceptive? The extras draw their weapons, surrounded by aura, and charge at Chu. The protagonist starts running, realizing he couldn't fight against so many opponents. He quickly grabs his flying boat, commenting that the best strategy in such a situation was to retreat. Chu jumps onto the boat and takes off at high speed. The extras shout that he was fleeing, but the bald extra reassures the others, saying that before entering the secret realm, brother John Ling Yun had given them an aura tracking compass, and it had already locked onto Chu Xiu's aura. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, it wouldn't help. In the depths of the wild demon secret realm, there was a monster baby spirit fruit on top of a mountain. However, to reach it, the protagonist needed to face a giant python, an emperor-level demon beast. The python opens its mouth to attack Chu, but he activates the Xingzi secret and charges at the giant python, easily cutting off its head and defeating it. Suddenly, the dead snake begins to transform into a black flower. Then, a system window appears asking if he would like to exchange it for cultivation points. Chu accepts the exchange, and a system message informs him that the exchange was successful, and he obtained 70,000 cultivation points. The protagonist sighs, commenting that he had finally gathered the 500,000 points. Suddenly, a new system window appears, asking him to choose one of the options to be improved: Celestial Slayer Sword Intent, Tao Scripture, First Form of Annihilation, Sword Skill, Xingzi Secret, or the Basic Alchemy Book. Due to Chu's unique constitution, his innate talent was enhanced, and his understanding of the Xingzi Secret deepened, granting him new insights and greater comprehension. He remarks that he successfully improved the Xingzi Secret technique and decides that it's time to retrieve the monster baby spirit fruit. Chu ascends the mountain with his flying boat to where the fruit was located. Upon observing the color of the fruit, he realizes that it hasn't ripened yet. A new system window appears, informing him that his luck is too low and that the monster baby spirit fruit has not ripened. Despite having fought a great battle against the giant python, the fruit still hadn't matured, which he considers a great misfortune. Frustrated, Chu comments that since the fruit hasn't ripened, there's nothing he can do about it. Suddenly, another system window appears, saying, "Damn, you shouldn't be plotting things, you villain. You really are the old demon." The protagonist was searching and gathering spiritual herbs when a group of extras appeared, commenting, "Senior brother Chu Shu is also here." The leader of the group, Chen Mufan, asked Chu if he was there alone. The protagonist, in response, simply asked if they were also there to kill him. Mufan, through a sound transmission to his group, instructed them to hide their killing intent and not let Chu notice, as he was very fast, and if he tried to escape, they alone wouldn't be able to stop him. "First, let's try to stall him until the others arrive so we can surround him," the group members responded. "Understood, leader." Mufan, feigning innocence, asked what the meaning of that was, as it was a great offense to kill fellow disciples, and asked Chu if someone was chasing him. The girl in the group, curious, asked who would dare to chase a great disciple like senior brother Chu, and suggested that he tell them who was after him, as perhaps they could help. Chu sighed and said that he didn't know the identity of the pursuers, but that there were indeed some people after him. The girl then took the protagonist's hand and asked if he wanted to join them, saying that if they encountered the pursuers, they could help him. The other group members assured Chu that if he joined them, no one would dare lay a hand on him. The girl, with a sweet expression, thought to herself that they were acting like pros, while Chu reflected that this junior sister seemed very capable. The girl used a sound transmission to calm her group, saying that although Chu seemed like a pervert, he had a big heart. The other extras commented that showing concern for his safety was really amusing, but little did he know that they were also after him. However, they couldn't blame him after all. They were very convincing. The chubby one in the group commented that Chu was a genius who had surpassed limits, undoubtedly a pillar for the future of the Holy Land, and that even if they all were killed, the senior brother would be safe, as the losses for the Holy Land would be too great. The girl told Chu to stay with them, assuring him that they would help him. The protagonist, touched, responded that he was deeply moved by everyone and that, since that was the case, he would agree to join them. The girl hugged Chu, trying to seduce him, and assured him that he didn't need to worry, as they were all like a family in the Holy Land, while pressing her chest against Chu's arm. The protagonist then asked everyone to follow him and commented that he had a roasted lamb that was prepared by his junior sister Xiaoran, and that she had given it to him before he entered the secret realm. He mentioned that even if he wanted to, he couldn't eat it all by himself, but fortunately, they found him there, so they could eat together. The group of extras was left speechless. The protagonist served the girl and said that since they had met, it must be fate, so they should enjoy themselves, eat and drink until they were happy. Mufan commented that Brother Chu didn't need to be so polite. Chu began to drink the wine. The girl thought that there was no poison in the wine, and another extra commented that the wine was wonderful. The protagonist said it was excellent wine from his master's cellar, which he had taken secretly, and suggested that they eat the roasted lamb and drink plenty of alcohol, as those are the things a true man does. The extras remarked that the meat was also delicious. Chu then said that since it was good and tasty, they should have more, and if it wasn't enough, he had more in his storage ring. After the banquet, Chu calls the group together. The group of bystanders comments that Chu could speak. The protagonist mentions that Yifeng and Ling Yun had offered so many benefits that they were willing to kill him. The group of bystanders is shocked, and Mufan asks when he had noticed, while grabbing his hammer. Chu replies that it was obvious from the moment they showed up. Mufan charges at the protagonist with his hammer and attacks him. Chu uses the Xingzi secret technique and dodges Mufan's attack with ease, telling them they'd better check their bodies. The group of bystanders notices a mark growing inside their bodies and asks if he had poisoned the wine. The protagonist responds that his poison wasn't in the wine. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "I'm cracking up. Our poison is absolutely authentic and contains no traces. Even if you check the wine, you'll never find anything." Chu asks the bystanders if they want to stay alive, as he could give them a chance. Mufan asks Chu what they should do. The protagonist throws a scroll with instructions to the group and tells them to follow the directions he had given. He had a bottle with 10 antidote pills that would keep them alive for 3 days, and after they completed the task, he would remove the poison. A girl, incredulous, asks how they could be sure he would remove the poison. The protagonist raises his hand and swears in the name of his master that if he didn't keep his word, the celestial principles could curse his master's cultivation, preventing her from making any progress. Mengdi was eating an apple when she suddenly sneezed and wondered if someone was mentioning her name. The group of bystanders says they have a deal and expect him to keep his word. Chu takes his flying boat and says he'll be waiting for good news from them. Later in the forest, several cultivators gather with their flying boats. Suddenly a man appears, asking Mufan why Chu wasn't there with him. This man was Yan Ping, a core disciple at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual domain. Mufan asks him to calm down, as he was about to explain. An hour earlier, they had met Chu Shu, but as soon as he saw them, he fled extremely quickly, and they couldn't catch him. Ping asks why they were summoned there, and Mufan responds that when Chu escaped, he dropped that scroll. Ping asks what it was, and Mufan explains that the scroll contained information about the location of the rare monster baby spiritual fruit, which grew in that world, and that the fruit was on top of the mountain. Yan Ping states that a spiritual item is essential for cultivation, confirming that the spiritual fruit was really there, and questions why they didn't take it for themselves, saying he didn't believe in their good intentions, and asking what they were planning. Mufan responds that the environment where the spiritual fruit grew was extremely dangerous, and even if the 5 of them went, it would be like walking to their deaths. They needed Ping's help and others, and if they managed to get the fruit, it would be great if they could share part of the achievement. Ping agrees to the deal and takes the map, saying that since the map was obtained by Chu, it wouldn't be good if he was ahead of them, so Ping would take some people to collect the spiritual fruit. Meanwhile, Ping thought that Chun Mufan was still a child for expecting them to do the work and still share a part of it. The protagonist, from a distance, sitting in a tree, observed several people arriving at the location where the spiritual fruit was. Ping instructs his group not to spread out too much, as the mist blocked divine consciousness. The girl in the group tells Ping not to worry. Yan Ping's group looks at the monster baby spiritual fruit and comments that it seemed like a fusion of a soul and a demonic fruit. They believed that if they could get that fruit, they could directly break through to the divine domain, and that even if they sold it, it would be worth 10,000 divine spiritual stones. Everyone was eager to get rich. Ping asks everyone to wait a moment because the color of the fruit wasn't right. It seemed like it hadn't ripened yet. He had seen illustrations of the spiritual fruit in ancient scrolls and knew that a ripe fruit would have a blood-red color and emit a sacred aura. If they consumed an unripe fruit, they would be overwhelmed by yin energy and die. The girl asks what they would do since their time in the sacred realm was limited and they couldn't wait for the fruit to ripen. She suggests that maybe they could take the fruit first and figure out what to do with it later. Suddenly, a red aura begins to circulate around the fruit. The girl covers her mouth and nose, realizing it was an illusory array, and wonders how it had happened. One of the bystanders behind her inhales the aura and begins to scream in pain. Driven mad, he grabs the girl by the neck, screaming that he was going to kill her because she had killed his mother, calling her a damned beast. Ping's group starts attacking each other. Some accuse others of stealing their women, while others argue about the rare treasure, causing a true massacre. Ping realizes something is wrong and asks them to stop, but the blood from the bodies on the ground begins to be absorbed by the monster baby spiritual fruit. 30 minutes later, the protagonist appears after the massacre is over. He hadn't imagined that for the monster baby spiritual fruit to ripen, it needed to absorb the life force of human beings. Chu notices that the fruit still needed more life force to fully mature. He sighs, thinking it wouldn't make a difference to wait a few more days. Since the place was very dangerous, it would be better to wait elsewhere before deciding what to do. 2 days later, the girl from Mufan's group asks if something had happened on the mountain. Why had everything gotten so quiet? Had something happened to Ping and the others? Mufan comments that the monster baby spiritual fruit wasn't something common people could obtain, and fortunately, they hadn't followed him to the top of the mountain. The girl asks how, without obtaining the spiritual fruit, Chu Shu would remove the poison. Chu appears where the group of bystanders is and says they hadn't climbed the mountain. Mufan replies that they had sent some people to collect the spiritual fruit according to his instructions, and even though they didn't manage to get the monster baby spiritual fruit, they did their best and hoped Chu would remove the poison. The protagonist thinks they were cowards who failed to obtain the spiritual fruit, sacrificed their elder brothers and sisters, and still had the audacity to ask for something. Suddenly, Chu senses a demonic aura approaching. The protagonist asks if they had brought those demons there. The group of bystanders responds that they hadn't brought any demons since they had no connection to the demon race. A group of demons mounted on bulls was quickly approaching. One of the demons shouts that it was the human race and orders the others to kill them for their tribe and for their freedom. Chu thinks that 10 days had passed since they entered the secret realm, and this was the 3rd time he had encountered the demon race. Judging by the situation, it seemed like the other races there were hunting them. The protagonist uses the first form, annihilation, and charges at the demons with his sword. Mufan, astonished, comments that Chu was incredibly fast. The protagonist delivers a powerful blow to the bull's head, easily defeating it. The demon, shocked, thought that the combat strength of that human was too high for them to face alone. Chu defeats everyone effortlessly and asks why there was a group of demons there. The demon, terrified and trembling, responds that he wouldn't talk. The protagonist then says he would start torturing him slowly until he couldn't bear the pain and started talking, pointing his sword at the demon's neck. The demon, horrified, says that they were originally sealed in the savage demon's secret realm by Emperor Taisu and were ordered by a divine domain demon to ambush them there. Chu thinks, a demon from the divine domain. It seems the depths of that secret realm are truly treacherous. The protagonist mercilessly slashes the demon's throat. The other demons, upon seeing the scene, are shocked and ask if Brother New had really died like that. Chu tells Mufan that he entrusts the remaining low-level demons to him and that, with his skills, dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. The girl asks the protagonist to remove the poison before leaving. Chu Shu then thanks her for the reminder and throws the antidote. stating that he never goes back on his word. The protagonist boards his flying boat, saying he was leaving and wishing them all good luck. The demons laugh and wonder if the strongest one was really leaving while those left behind were poisoned. The group of bystanders, surrounded, comments that they were at a disadvantage. The demons shout, "Die for our tribe and for our freedom." A pig demon grabs the girl and restrains her, telling her not to be afraid, as he would take good care of her. Chu, flying in his boat, remembers that there were still 2 days left until the monster baby spiritual fruit would ripen, and wonders what he could do during those 2 days. Below his boat, Chu sees Ye Fan in front of a cave, saying that this was the place. Chu observes Ye Fan at the entrance of the scorching cave, who mentioned that he had finally found the cave where the treasure of a pseudo-demon emperor was hidden. Now, all that was left was to claim the treasure. The protagonist, Hidden, thinks that the luck of a protagonist was truly incredible, but unfortunately for Ye Fan, he was there. Chu mentally thanks Ye Fan and comments that he would go ahead and explore the path. He then speeds past Ye Fan, who, confused, wonders what was going on. Inside the scorching cave, Chu begins collecting a liquid in a vial, commenting that the versatile stone liquid had a high selling value, and that collecting it would guarantee a small fortune. The protagonist finds some high-grade immortal herbs and says he couldn't let them go to waste. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "Gained 5 luck points, gained 6 luck points, gained 8 luck points, gained 7 luck points, gained 6 luck points, gained 15 luck points." A minute later, Chu collects all the herbs and comments that his luck had increased rapidly. He wonders if this was due to him taking advantage of the protagonist's opportunity. Shortly after, a new system window appears. The user is correct. You absorbed someone else's luck. If you hadn't taken this opportunity, Ye Fan would have obtained these treasures, and surely had a rising future. The protagonist grabs the spatial pouch, and thinks that he had acquired thousands of earthly-class spiritual herbs, hundreds of celestial-class spiritual herbs, 11 immortal-class spiritual herbs, and 3 vials full of versatile stone liquid. If he sold all these items, he would have a lot of money. Chu notices something and, in the distance, sees 2 treasures. He thinks they must be the most valuable items in the cave. As he approaches the treasures, Chu sees a white serpent sleeping, and realizes it was at the peak of the divine domain, hidden there to guard the most important treasures. He thinks that if he doesn't activate the trap mechanism that wakes it, everything will be fine. But suddenly, the cave begins to tremble. Chu looks back and sees that Ye Fan had stepped on the mechanism. Embarrassed, Ye Fan comments that it was a coincidence for them to meet again, and that he had also discovered some treasures there. The protagonist, furious, says that Ye Fan activated the white serpent's trap. The serpent wakes up and roars in their direction. Chu thinks he needs to grab the treasures quickly and get out of there. He couldn't waste time or he'd be in trouble. He rushes out, leaving Ye Fan behind with the white serpent. Ye, realizing the situation had gotten really bad, comments on his misfortune. Outside the secret realm, all the masters were cultivating together when suddenly, an old man comes running, saying that something terrible had happened. A large number of tokens from the disciples who had entered the secret realm had broken. Mengdi, alarmed, asks how many had broken. The old man replies that a total of 775 tokens had broken. Mengdi asks about the token of her disciple Chu Xiu, and the old man says that his token had not broken yet. Mengdi comments that a major incident must have occurred inside the savage demon's secret realm, as never before in so many years had so many disciples died. The master wondered why she was so worried about that unfaithful disciple, thinking that perhaps it would be better if he died. Susie tells everyone not to worry, as she will use the illusory eye to take a look at the situation. Susie uses the illusory eye to peer into the secret realm. The humans who saw the illusory eye commented that someone from outside the secret realm was watching them. The demons, upon seeing the illusory eye, wondered if the human race was planning to attack them, as they didn't want to die. Above the main fortress of the demon race, the illusory eye appeared. A demon told the others not to worry, because no one could attack from outside the secret realm, not even a saint king. This demon was the scarlet shark demon, at the peak of the divine domain. He said that the human race could only watch them from the outside, without being able to do anything. If they want to watch us, let's give them a great show by killing many of the human race, he said. The demons became euphoric and shouted for the tribe and for freedom. The scarlet shark, holding a mirror in his hand, noticed that the mirror was reacting. He commented that the other half of the mirror had appeared, and that if they managed to retrieve this other half, they would be able to break the seal of the secret realm and escape from there. Humans, upon seeing the demon clan through the illusory eye, spoke of the clan rebelling. A woman questioned how a demon, trapped in the secret demon realm, could manage to advance to the peak of the divine domain when there was a limitation within the realm. Mengdi asked Tai Suzy whether, with the crown of the ancient sacred lord, they should activate the teleportation array within the sacred realm so that their disciples could return. Suzy questioned if Mengdi was concerned about her own disciple. Mengdi, in her thoughts, said she wasn't worried about that unfaithful disciple, but rather about the other disciples. Suzy reassured her, stating that she had already made the necessary preparations and that in 2 days, the teleportation array would be activated, forming a passage connected to the secret realm. Mo Feiyan remarked that if they couldn't hold out for 2 days, it would indeed be disappointing. Mengdi, concerned, wondered where her unfaithful disciple was, though, in her thoughts, she believed it would be better if he died at the hands of a demon in the wild demon's secret realm. Meanwhile, a horde of demons chased after Su Rukshu, who was carrying a woman on her back. Chu, seeing the scene, thought that if he allowed someone to die when he could save them, all of his plans would be ruined, as they were being watched by the illusory eye. The protagonist drew his sword, and in his mind, told the 2 women to consider themselves lucky. He positioned himself between them and the horde of demons. Su Rukshui looked back and asked who he was. Chu responded that he was there to help with the demons. Rukshu realized he was Chu Shu, the boy rumored to have reached the top of the sacred tower, but she wondered what he could do, as he was only at the peak of the spiritual sea domain, while the weakest of the demons' clan chasing them was at the spiritual domain. The protagonist charged toward the demons with his sword enveloped by sword intent. The girl, seeing this, thought that he couldn't possibly defeat the group of demons, and that fighting in such a situation was equivalent to heading towards death. Su Rukshui shouted for Chu not to go, but suddenly, she was astonished by the sight of Chu quickly and effortlessly defeating all the demons. Shocked, she thought that Brother Chu was incredibly powerful, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the reincarnation of the demon god. Chu asked his younger sister if she was okay. Su Rukshui thanked Chu, saying she was deeply grateful for him saving both of them. The protagonist handed her a divine-class earth mushroom, telling her to use it to heal her wounds. The girl hesitated, saying she couldn't accept it, as the mushroom was a very precious medicinal herb. Chu insisted, stating that the demon clan's rebellion situation was critical, and if she didn't recover soon, she would be in great danger. If she didn't care about her own life, she should at least think of saving her younger sister, and if she preferred, after leaving the secret realm, she could repay him for it. The girl thanked him, and promised she would definitely repay the favor. She mentioned that the outside world had probably already noticed the turmoil in the secret realm, and that they would soon activate the teleportation array so everyone could leave. Chu commented that even with the medicinal herb, it would still take time to recover, so it would be best for her to go to the plaza where the teleportation array was and wait for it to be activated. The girl asked if Chu wouldn't come along, but he replied that he wouldn't, as he still had some important matters to attend to, and from then on, they would follow separate paths. Chu, with his hand over the mirror, noticed it was resonating intensely and thought he needed to obtain the baby monster's spiritual fruit and wait for an opportunity to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. In the plaza, Tai Su used the illusory eye to display Chu Shu and Su Rukshui. The people outside the secret realm thought Chu Shu was incredible, as he had effortlessly eliminated the entire group of demons. Some people remarked that he didn't even hesitate to give away the divine mushroom, an extremely valuable medicinal herb, so that his younger sister could recover. He was truly someone trustworthy. Some women remarked that Brother Chu and Sister Rukshui made a beautiful couple. Suzy stated that Chu Shu was kind and exceptionally talented, emphasizing how impressive his performance in the secret realm had been. Chi Mengdi, in her thoughts, wondered how her disciple dared to flirt while she was so worried about him. In the wild demon's secret realm, on Yinmo Mountain, where the baby monster's spiritual fruit was located, 2 cultivators discussed how easily they could increase their cultivation to the divine domain if they managed to obtain the fruit. The red-clad cultivator told the other to wait, as he had heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, they asked if he was Chu Shu. The protagonist confirmed that they had recognized him and asked what they were doing there. The blue-clad cultivator, using sound transmission, commented that the demonic aura was very dense and it would be dangerous to approach the fruit hastily, suggesting that Chu Shu help them retrieve it. The red-clad cultivator agreed, saying that if Chu got the fruit for them, it would save them a lot of effort, and together they could easily defeat him. The blue-clad cultivator suggested splitting the baby monster's spiritual fruit into 3 parts, but the protagonist refused. The spiky-haired cultivator threatened Chu, saying he should obey and help them, or he would lose his life. Growing impatient, the red-clad cultivator decided to use the 3-star imprisonment formation to trap Chu, claiming that he would never challenge them again. The two cultivators attacked Chu, believing that, since he was only in the spiritual sea domain, he couldn't possibly defeat them. During the battle, the red-clad cultivator struck at Chu from behind, but Chu, using the secrets of Xingzi, drew his sword and easily cut him down. The spiky-haired cultivator, enraged, charged at Chu, but Chu attacked with high speed, impaling him with his sword, saying that he should be less hypocritical in his next life. With the two cultivators defeated, the baby monster's spiritual fruit began to absorb their life force, rapidly maturing. Chu harvested the fruit and stored it, reflecting on how difficult it had been to obtain and wondering how long it would take for another to grow. Suddenly, a system window appeared, informing him that due to the forced method he used, the fruit's roots had been destroyed, and no more baby monster spiritual fruits would appear in the secret realm. Chu received a reward of 500 cultivation points, preparing him to advance to the 10th layer of the spiritual sea domain. The system also informed him that, upon attempting this advancement, he would have to face a heavenly tribulation. Annoyed, Chu questioned the system, as tribulations usually occur when breaking into higher domains, not for a mere 10th layer. The system, however, confirmed that after analyzing trillions of times, the probability of a heavenly tribulation was extremely high, perhaps because Chu's strength was far above his current domain. The system warned him that if he managed to withstand the tribulation, he would become even stronger. Otherwise, he would be killed. In the ancient tree forest, Chu walked, noticing that the mirror's reactions were intensifying, indicating that the other half of the mirror was nearby. Suddenly he saw a horde of demons running and shouting, "Kill them all!" The shark, with the other part of the mirror, also noticed the reaction becoming stronger and more intense. Chu wondered if the person with the other half of the mirror was close. Hidden behind the trees, he reflected on whether that could be the leader of the demon clan's army. The strong reaction of the mirror indicated that the other half was very close, and Chu began to consider that perhaps the leader of the demon clan in the secret realm was the one who possessed the other half. In doubt, Chu asked the system if he was really going to face a heavenly tribulation, to which the system responded with absolute certainty. Smiling mischievously, Chu remarked that this was truly wonderful. At the teleportation array plaza, Chu arrived on his flying boat. Many cultivators were there, injured and terrified, some wondering how they would return, while others were asking for medicinal herbs or help to save their friends. Seeing the wounded people, Chu thought that the demon clan was determined to kill everyone, and that he hadn't imagined they could be as cruel as he was. A system window appeared, reminding Chu that, aside from being pursued by the demon leader, he still had to face the heavenly tribulation, asking if he had thought about how to handle these problems. Chu, confident, replied that he knew what needed to be done, and wasn't worried. Near the teleportation array, the demon horde was approaching, and the cultivators screamed that the demon clan was about to attack them in large numbers. The shark leader waved the half of the mirror, releasing an aura that spread across the array's barrier. The humans noticed that the demon's aura was far superior, and many believed they stood no chance against them. They commented that the demons would probably destroy the defensive array, as the mirror in the leader's hands seemed to be an Imperial-class artifact. The demon leader then asked the cultivators if they preferred to live or die, saying that if they wanted to live, they should hand over whoever had the other half of the mirror. At that moment, Chu appeared, holding the other half of the mirror, and asked if that was what they were looking for. In the central plaza of the sacred land, the cultivators watched the scene through the illusory eye. A woman remarked that Chu had attracted the demon clan, putting all the other disciples in danger. Mengdi, worried, thought about how her disciple could do something so risky. The situation had escalated too quickly, and now there were only two options. Either the disciples would throw him out of the defensive array, or he would sacrifice himself and leave on his own. But regardless of the choice, the result would be the same, as Chu did not have enough strength to defeat the demon clan leader. Mengdi looked at Suzy and wondered if it was necessary to use the contingency plan left by the ancient emperor, even though it could cause the secret realm to collapse. Back at the teleportation plaza, one of the cultivators maliciously suggested that, since Chu was the true central disciple, he should sacrifice himself for the younger disciples. Su Ruxue, furious, asked if he really intended to sacrifice Brother Chu. The cultivator argued that Chu would be sacrificing himself for a good cause, but Ruxue questioned the other cultivators, asking if they really thought that sacrificing Chu would make the demons spare them. Instead of joining forces to resist, they were just trying to throw him out of the array, which, according to Ruxue, was ridiculous and would only make the demons despise humans even more. The demon leader began counting down, promising to attack if Chu didn't leave in 5 seconds. Desperate, the cultivators begged Chu to leave and not be cruel, believing that the demons wouldn't harm them if he surrendered. Seeing the situation, Rukshu was speechless. Chu placed a hand on her shoulder, thanking her for standing by his side, but asked her to leave the rest to him. The protagonist then stepped out of the array and walked toward the demons. Suzy, watching from afar, asked if Chu Shu was really going to face the demon clan alone. Mengdi, with clenched fists, wondered if this was truly Chu's choice. The demon leader remarked to Chu that he wasn't bad at all, as he was braver than the others. Chu then opened a box in front of the shark, who saw that it contained the baby monster's spiritual fruit, and asked if it had ripened. The leader, excited, ordered his subordinates to quickly take the spiritual fruit from Chu's hands. The demons surrounded Chu Shu and charged toward him, while the shark leader promised rewards to whoever could seize the fruit. However, Chu bit into the fruit, commented that it tasted good, and asked the system to activate the Tao scripture. A system window appeared, informing him, "It has been detected that the user possesses the primordial sacred body. The Tao scripture will be activated, and 10,000 cultivation points will be consumed." Thus, 10,000 points were consumed, and the advancement process began. Your sacred body has undergone a transformation. You have reached the true peak of the spiritual sea domain and broken through to the 9th layer of the spiritual pillar domain. The heavenly tribulation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. The window informed him that the heavenly tribulation would begin in 10 seconds. Suddenly, an aura began to form around Chu, above a lotus flower. He shouted for the demons to taste the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation then descended upon them, blasting all the demons away. After the celestial tribulation descended, it defeated all the demons, leaving only the shark. With the power of the celestial tribulation, it ended up hatching the egg he had found in the cave along with the mirror, bringing forth a bird. The protagonist, holding the bird, realized that the shark had taken advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. Chu grabbed his sword and cut down the sword of the demon leader. The bird, astonished, remarked that Chu Shu was very powerful. The shark, upon losing its sword, grew furious and charged at the protagonist. Chu easily cut him down, defeating him. All the humans were amazed by Chu, saying that he was truly incredible, as he had defeated the demon leader alone, and that the demon was at the peak of the divine realm, making it nearly impossible to face him head-on. In the central square, the peak masters were watching Chu Shu's battle through the illusory eye. The masters were shocked by Chu's intelligence, using the celestial tribulation to kill the demons, and they commented that they had never seen such a terrifying tribulation before, questioning how he had managed to achieve this since he was only in the spiritual sea realm. Tai Suzy asked Mengdi if she had seen that. Mengdi replied that the protagonist possessed the legendary sacred primordial body and the Tao scripture, and it was no wonder that his cultivation was so slow at first. Suzy said that it was truly surprising how Chu Shu managed to overcome the sacred primordial body, which made cultivation impossible, and that, to this day, the Holy Land had not yet chosen a holy son. When he returned, she would make Chu the holy son of the Holy Land. Mengdi was astonished, and Suzy asked if she had any objections. Chu's master said that the matter of the holy son should be discussed with all the peak masters, and besides, the protagonist's cultivation was still very low, so most of the other masters would not accept it. Mengdi, irritated in her thoughts, questioned how that unfaithful disciple could become the holy son, and what kind of unbalanced logic was this. Tai Suzy said she understood her concern, but with today's performance, she believed the other masters would agree with her suggestion. Besides, he had a good personality and was very kind. Mengdi thought, good personality and kind? That's because she doesn't know that he's always taking advantage of her. At the teleportation plaza, Su Rukshui approached Chu and asked if he was all right. He thanked Rukshu for her concern and said he wasn't hurt. Yefan, watching from afar, sighed, thinking that Chu was really powerful, and once again he found himself merely a spectator. Chu noticed Yefan and asked what that thing on his shoulder was. Fan replied that it was a spirit beast he had tamed. Seeing this, Chu wondered if Fan had managed to defeat the serpent that guarded the treasures. It was expected of the protagonist. He had managed to tame the spirit beast, even though Chu had absorbed most of his luck. Yefan, curious, also asked what was on Chu's shoulder. The protagonist explained that it was Ji Tai Mei, who, as he could see, was just a chick, but could be considered a pet. The bird Tai Mei, indignant, protested that it deserved more respect and said it hadn't given permission to be called a chick, adding that all its family were chicks and chickens. Chu, impatient, grabbed the bird in his hand and began squeezing it to make it stop talking, while commenting that the teleportation array should be activated soon. He called Fan to rest and returned to the Holy Land. Yefan remarked that Chu's spirit beast was very interesting. 3 days later, In the Holy Land, in Chu's room, the protagonist spoke to the system, saying that he still hadn't received his reward for breaking into a higher realm. The system appeared and announced, "Yes, user, it has been detected that you have broken into a higher realm. You will receive a special reward. Ancient Battle Law, Sacred Strengthening Part 1. Ancient Battle Law, Sacred Strengthening. Type, Martial Technique. Class, Divine. Description: after cultivating the Battle Law, the Ancient Sacred Strengthening will help the user reach the lower Saint Realm. Does the user wish to use the Battle Law now? The system also detects that it's possible to upgrade the Ancient Battle Law, Sacred Strengthening, and asks if the user wishes to proceed with the upgrade. Chu agrees. Later exhausted, the protagonist comments that upgrading the Battle Law and breaking through to a higher realm were completely different things. The feeling of being completely drained was horrible, and he decides to stop. A system window pops up saying, "The upgrade of the Battle Law is interrupted. 100 cultivation points were used to initiate the upgrade." While eating some elixirs, Chu reflects that he would need to prepare more elixirs next time he attempted to upgrade the Battle Law. He picks up the mirror and says he's ready, asking the system if it knows how to use the artifact. The system window responds, "The user has found an artifact. This mirror is a high-class artifact, at least a Saint King class or even Emperor class. However, it is not yet complete. The mirror has two functions. First function, blue light, domain suppression, which can slow down the enemy's movement or even immobilize them during combat. Second function, communication. The user may use a high-grade spirit stone as a test. Chu then inserts a spirit stone into the mirror, activating a panel on the artifact. Sequences. Welcome to Primordial. The order is extremely advanced and your permission level exceeds that of common people. We will unlock the following functions for free: Chat Channel, Starry Sky Plaza, Secret Land, Private Commercial Space, Training Field, Cultivation Ready Land, 10,000 ethnic groups, Battlefield, and other functions to be unlocked. To activate the teleportation function, a large amount of energy will be consumed. Please prepare lower and higher spirit stones." The protagonist, amazed, comments that he has obtained something truly incredible and presses the Chat Channel option. In the channel, he sees several people chatting, with clans he had never heard of before, as well as many things he didn't know about, such as primordial stones and a continent called Great Plains, non-existent in the Tianqiang continent. Suddenly, Tao Yao enters Chu's room, asking if he had recently tamed a spirit pet. In Chushu's house garden, Yao, holding the chick in her hand, says that it was very cute. The bird, irritated, tells the girl to show more respect or it would eat her. She starts laughing, replying that someone so small couldn't possibly eat her. The chick, angry, declares that when it becomes enlightened, it would make her a slave and the protagonist its mount. Tao Yao asks Chu if he has finished his seclusion. She had heard that he had tamed a spirit pet and came to check, but didn't expect it to be so interesting, then questions where he found such a second-rate pet. The bird, exalted, claims that they were going too far because it was an elder, not a simple spirit pet. Chu tells Yao not to mind the bird and throws it aside, asking if there was something she wanted to talk about. Tao Yao thanks him for his hospitality and makes a request. When he has time, could he tell her younger sisters what he saw inside the secret realm, as they were very curious. The protagonist agrees, and Yao hands him a token, asking him to accept it. She comments that it's already late and that she would leave to rest. Chu smells the token, catching the scent of peach blossom, but thinks that although the smell was nice, it didn't compare to his master's. Chu, remembering something, approaches the bird. The chick, startled, asks what he wants. The protagonist replies that it still hasn't explained what it is and what the connection is between the egg hatching and the mirror. The chick responds that according to its memories, it was a member of the Divine Crow clan, but it had no idea about the connection with the mirror. Chu, pensive, comments that he really thinks it's a member of the Divine Crow clan. The bird declares that the Divine Crow clan is one of the Emperor clans, and it would be better if Chu knelt down. The protagonist simply says that he left some food ready for it. The chick then reveals that someone had come to see him earlier, but left after realizing that Chu was in seclusion. When asked who had visited him, the bird replied that he believed her name was Hua Luofei, and she had said she would meet him at the same place in 3 days. The protagonist began walking outside when the chick commented that it was already late and asked where he was going. Chu turned around and in an enigmatic tone responded that curiosity killed the rooster, asking him not to ask too many questions. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on the energy he had spent improving his constitution and decided it was time to find his master to replenish his strength. In Mengdi's Qi chamber, she was sleeping peacefully until she sensed the presence of her disciple. Upon waking, she remarked that it was late and asked why he wasn't resting in his room, wanting to know what had brought him there. Chu, smiling, replied that after so many days without seeing her, he believed his master must have been missing him. He admitted that he didn't consider himself talented and asked her to teach him some lessons. As he observed his master, the protagonist thought that the heavenly fragrance body was truly impressive, as even just sitting there, Mengdi naturally exuded a strong and irresistible fragrance. He approached and sat next to her. Mengdi lightly scolded him, telling her unfaithful disciple to mind his manners. Chu, however, confidently argued that with her beloved disciple there was no time to waste, and he invited her to bed. 6 hours later, a system window appeared, announcing, "It has been detected that the heavenly fragrance body seal has been lifted. Your talent has increased by 200. The same message appeared 2 more times, then informed him that Chu's talent had reached 2,214. After dual cultivation with his master, the protagonist dressed and left, leaving Mengdi smiling contentedly. Outside, Chu felt exhausted, his legs trembling, and murmured that his master was a real fireball, while thinking that maybe it would have been better to leave her cultivation sealed. Suddenly, another system window appeared. "I didn't think the host of the sacred primordial body wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. User, you disappoint me. Even though you're an old demon with unparalleled talent, you couldn't last 6 hours with your master and left clinging to the walls." Annoyed, the protagonist told the system to screw off and wondered what was wrong with his master. He hadn't sealed her cultivation, but even so, she was extremely proactive. 3 days later, Chu waited for Elder Luofei while roasting some meat at the usual spot where they met. He reflected on how, over the past few days, he had managed to increase his talent with his master's help, and would soon be advancing further in his cultivation. Chu wondered what Sister Hua wanted when she called him, and decided that later he would test her, as he couldn't keep forcing situations with someone indefinitely. Suddenly, a spirit rat appeared, attracted by the smell of the meat, its mouth watering. The protagonist gave the rat a sinister look, immediately scaring it away. Shortly after, Elder Hua appeared and remarked that Chu was very wicked for frightening the little rat. He, however, explained that she had misunderstood, as the rat was just shy. He had only looked at the creature. Hua sat down next to the protagonist, and without beating around the bush, asked what he was thinking, questioning whether he liked looking at her that way. Chu, with a slight smile, asked if anyone was courting her. Luofei then remarked that cultivators became more beautiful as their cultivation improved, and that someone's appearance grew closer to the natural path to the heavens. However, her appearance was not the most beautiful in the cultivation world, so naturally, no one would court her. Chu smiled and said that it was because others were blind, as in his eyes, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. This memory even made him recall a poem. Hua, curious, asked what poem that was. Without hesitation, the protagonist recited, "The clouds think they are clothes. The flowers think they are beautiful. The spring breeze touches the chest, and the dew falls at dawn. If I hadn't seen the beauty of the clouds at the mountain peak, I would find you under the moonlight." Surprised, Hua admitted that she didn't imagine he knew how to write poems. She praised the poem but said she wasn't as beautiful as he had described. While she spoke, Chu laughed to himself, thinking that memorizing those literature books hadn't been in vain. The protagonist then posed a question, "What if I courted you? Because honestly, I really like you." Hua was momentarily speechless but soon replied with amusement, commenting that he was very young, yet still wanted to court her. She asked if he had any idea how great her age was. Chu, with his eyes resting on her chest, joked, "Yes, it is really great." Blushing and embarrassed, Hua scolded him, saying she hadn't imagined he was so bold. However, he responded casually, stating that he was just admiring the beautiful woman in front of him and that she couldn't deprive him of that right. Besides, he mentioned that age wasn't an issue, quoting the saying, "Women who are 3 years older than men are like bars of gold." The elder, laughing, replied that she was likely about 3,000 years older than him. The protagonist, with a teasing smile, said, "Women who are 3,000 years older than men are immortal." Chu continued, saying that marrying her would be his greatest happiness, and he assured her that he was being truthful, because even the most precious pearls from the snowy mollusks couldn't compare to her. Hua, laughing, asked if he was trying to seduce her. The protagonist denied it, explaining that it wasn't seduction, but that he simply couldn't hold back anymore, and that he was no longer a little boy. He offered a roasted drumstick to the elder, and asked if she wanted to test his cooking skills. Hua took a bite and praised the taste, saying it wasn't bad at all. Chu explained that the spirit beast meat had a low cultivation level, so the flavor was only mediocre. However, he promised that in the future, when his cultivation improved, He would hunt down an ancient wild beast and roast its meat for her, as it was far more delicious and nutritious than any old medicine. Taking out a gourd of drink, Chu asked if the elder would join him for a cup. She declined, saying she wasn't good with alcohol. The protagonist insisted, saying it was just a drink, and that this wine came from his hometown called Mo Xiang Yi. Hua mentioned that she had heard of it, as it was a very famous wine in the Tianqi dynasty, and the name Mo Xiang Yi meant never together. She explained that Mo Xiang Yi was like the yellow sand over a skinny horse on the old road to the west, side by side with shirts soaked with tears. Beneath the setting sun, outside the village, the mountainous road released yellow dust, and reluctant to leave, they always looked back. Mo Xiang Yi, the heart that doesn't give up, even thousands of miles away, still fixed on the stars, preferring that to turning away and leaving. Elder Hua then looked at Chu and asked if he missed his hometown. She remarked that she remembered that poem didn't mention stars and hinted, with a curious tone, if he wasn't from another world. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was impossible, explaining that there was a saying that the senior who brewed Mo Xiang Yi wine came from an ancient star, very far from that territory. He had merely borrowed the idea and created a new phrase. Luo Fei nodded, now understanding, and took another drink. Chu Shu, watching her, couldn't help but tease, asking if she really wasn't good with alcohol or if she was already drunk. With a slight smile, she admitted she was a little tipsy, then mentioned that she had heard he was going to be the next Holy Son, taking the opportunity to congratulate him. Curious, the protagonist asked the elder if the title of Holy Son was really that important. Hua replied that it was very significant, even greater than her title as Elder of the Consented Heaven Peak. Chu, with his arm around Luo Fei's waist, jokingly asked, "And what if I ask the Holy Land's master to let me marry you?" Hua, without losing her composure, replied that the Holy Land's master would never accept that. But Chu, persistent, laughed and said that if he didn't try, he would never know the answer. The elder, amused but serious, told him to stop talking nonsense, reminding him that the Holy Land's master was a powerful figure capable of shaking heaven and earth. Moreover, during the Holy Sun ceremony, many people would want to challenge him, so he needed to be well prepared. In the Taisu sacred land, various cultivators were discussing the news that Chu Shu was going to become the Holy Sun. While some affirmed that Chu had proven himself worthy of the title, others pointed out that he had advanced to the spiritual pillar realm, but questioned the fact that there were disciples with higher cultivation than him. They wondered why he had been chosen as the Holy Sun. At Rising Sky Peak, Xiao Yifeng was furious. He believed that, after having fought countless battles to become a direct disciple, he deserved more than Chu, who had been silently selected. Outraged at the injustice of the heavens, Yifeng, with hatred in his eyes, vowed to destroy Chu Shu. While walking along the mountain, the protagonist encountered two young women who greeted him. Continuing his path, he spotted a small cottage where he overheard two women discussing how Master Fourth Blade, from the Infinite Blade Kingdom, had brought his two favorite disciples, Long Qingfeng and Long Shuiwei, twins with the twin blade physique. They claimed the twins would defeat the Holy Sun and pave the way to the heavens, proving themselves the strongest of their generation. The woman in white mentioned that, besides the Infinite Blade Kingdom, there was also a young man with the Divine Emperor physique from the Jiang family, who also wanted to defeat the Holy Sun so that he wouldn't be recognized. The woman in red added that cultivators with special physiques were heading to Taisu Sacred Land, and the woman in white concluded that even the Tai Yi Path Constitution, considered invincible, had reappeared, marking the beginning of a new era with elites gathering. The woman in red questioned whether Chu Shu, the Holy Sun, would be able to face such elites. The woman in white replied that it would be difficult, and feared that he would be easily defeated at the ceremony, staining the honor of the sacred land. Chu, reflecting on his sister Hua's words, thought that the ceremony would be filled with battles. At the top of the mountain, the protagonist recalled his connection with the Infinite Blade Kingdom, especially 20 years ago when the Holy Sons were also twins. Feng Tingyang, the brother, was arrogant and looked down on everyone, including a sectless individual whom he reprimanded. Later, he blocked his entry to the Yi Huang Tower, but ended up being killed by that individual at Westlake. The twin sister, Feng Xiaoyi, attempted to avenge him, and he still remembered the fury in her eyes before decapitating her. After the incident, the Infinite Blade Kingdom pursued him relentlessly, and he suspected that the new twins on their way were heirs of that generation. Suddenly, a system window appeared. "User, you are a Holy Sun killer." In the scroll pavilion, Chu explained that the light was a 5-element formation. At the peak of the 7th grade, containing prevention, trap, illusion, death, and life. It was the 5 points formation. As long as the victim was alive inside it, the formation would never stop recovering, and even a superior saint would die if trapped. However, a woman, the guardian elder Su-jin, corrected him, stating that the formation was created by the emperor, and that no matter how hard a superior saint tried, they would emerge severely injured. The protagonist introduced himself as the direct disciple of the Master of Rising Sky Peak. Su-jin, in turn, introduced herself as the guardian elder of the Scroll Pavilion. Chu requested that she open the pavilion doors for him, and as he pondered this, he noted that there were beautiful women all over the sacred land. Inside the Scroll Pavilion, Chu read the rules panel. Inner disciples could enter the 1st to 4th floors, outer disciples, the 1st to 2nd, direct disciples, the 1st to 5th, elders, up to the 7th, and peak masters, up to the 8th floor. Only the Sacred Master and the Ancient Sacred Masters could enter the 9th floor. On the 5th floor, the protagonist spotted Ye-fan talking with an elder. He complained that the Three Kings cultivation technique was cheap, but he didn't have enough contribution points. The elder, unfazed, told him that if he didn't have enough points, he should earn more and come back. After managing to do so, Fan asked the elder if she could perhaps overlook it this time. The elder replied no, and he returned the manual, leaving disappointed. Chu then greeted Ye-fan, who mentioned that he had found a body cultivation technique that he really wanted, but didn't have enough contribution points to borrow it. It was frustrating, and Fan asked if, by any chance, Brother Chu had some extra contribution points to lend him, promising to return them later. The protagonist explained that he also needed to borrow some scrolls, and feared he wouldn't have enough contribution points for that, so he apologized. Fan said he would try asking another disciple, and Chu thought about how much Fan desired that body cultivation technique. Had he really found something good? Chu Shu went to the elder and asked how many contribution points would be required to read the Three Kings body cultivation technique. The elder replied that it would take 50,000 contribution points for that scroll, but if he wanted, he could read it for free, as long as he didn't take it out of the pavilion. The protagonist thanked her for her kindness, but stated that it wouldn't be right to break the Sacred Land's rules. In his thoughts, Chu knew that his reputation granted him certain privileges within Taisu's Sacred Land. The elder then took the scroll, handed it to Chu, and said that rules were rigid, but people were flexible. She instructed him to take the scroll and find a cultivation room to study it. Chu thanked her once again. Inside the cultivation room, Chu sat at a table and began analyzing the heavenly grade body cultivation technique. As he flipped through the scroll, he wondered why Ye-fan wanted that manual so much. Soon he noticed that some pages were thicker than others, and he began to question how Fan had noticed the irregularity if he hadn't even opened the book. Could Brother Fan have some kind of golden eye? Suddenly, Chu discovered a celestial silk hidden in the scroll. Legends spoke of it as an extremely strong and invaluable substance, something exceedingly rare, not seen for millions of years. Although there was little silk, the notes indicated that its strength was extraordinary. Chu thought to himself that he had done very well to find it. Chu begins cultivating the technique, focusing on understanding it when suddenly a system window appears, stating that the user has comprehended the intent behind the human Emperor Fist and can now use cultivation points to continue experiencing an epiphany during his advancement. The Human Emperor. Fist is a divine class fist technique, with a final move capable of breaking any ability with a punch, possessing 6-star destructive power. A cultivator in the Emperor realm had written the final technique, the Human Emperor mantra, on celestial silk, hoping some lucky individual would find it. However, the physical requirements for cultivating a fist technique are high, as a fist can harness true ferocity to destroy any formation. In his thoughts, the protagonist noted how powerful the technique was, capable of breaking abilities and destroying formations. He planned that once his cultivation was higher, he would combine this technique with his sword, thus becoming invincible. Chu then had an idea, and remembered that Ye-fan seemed to be quite friendly with Zhan Lingyun. So why not send a great opportunity as a gift? With this intention, he drew a fake map with a location, warning that it was a very dangerous place and not advisable to venture there alone. Chu believed that Fan carried great luck and wouldn't die alone, but he knew Zhan Lingyun's fate would be different. He hid the map in the manual Ye-fan wanted and returned the scroll to the elder. Later, Chu Shu walked toward his master's mansion, thinking that he was in a good mood, so it would be a great opportunity to learn a few lessons from her. As he looked through the window, he saw his master repeating, "Unfaithful disciple, unfaithful disciple, unfaithful disciple," while sticking a needle into a small doll that looked like him. Chu thought she was a little crazy and decided he needed to scare her a bit. Suddenly, he entered the mansion, catching Mengdi by surprise. Startled, she wondered how her disciple had managed to arrive at that exact moment. Chu walked over to his master, sat next to her, and, in a teasing tone, asked what she was up to. She quickly hid the doll and blushed. Taking advantage of the situation, Chu placed his hand on her waist and asked if, upon seeing him, she shouldn't greet him with open arms. In the Scroll Pavilion's cultivation room, Yev Fan finally picked up the scroll he had wanted so badly and found the false location Chu had hidden. Upon seeing the map, Fan believed it was a treasure and read the description, which advised him not to venture there alone. Later in the Thousand Deaths Mountains, Yev Fan was speaking with Ling Yun, saying they had arrived and that the treasure should be inside those mountains. Fan reflected that, although he had recently broken through, he still wasn't strong enough. That's why he invited his older brother, Ling Yun, who was strong, to try to recover the treasure together. Fan thought that by doing this, Senior Ling Yun would be grateful and indebted to him. Ling Yun, on the other hand, praised Ye Fan, saying he wouldn't forget his contribution. He imagined that, upon obtaining the treasure, he would increase his cultivation and then crush Chu Shu like an insect. Inside the dark cave, filled with spiritual bats, Ye Fan felt that something was wrong with the place. Ling Yun questioned whether Fan was sure the treasure was really there. Fan, however, believed that great dangers always accompanied great opportunities. Suddenly, loud screams echoed through the cave. Ye Fan, injured and terrified, crawled out, looking back into the cave and thinking that, luckily, he had a teleportation talisman. Otherwise, he would be dead. He apologized to Ling Yun, wishing him to rest in peace, regretting not being able to save him. Frustrated, he threw the fake map on the ground and angrily exclaimed, "Go to hell!" At Rising Sky Peak, Xiao Yifeng was shouting, questioning how Jian Ling Yun could be dead. The woman present, Wu Hongying, the third disciple, replied that apparently he had gone on an adventure with Ye Fan, the direct disciple of Tianjiang Feng, and ended up dying in a great formation. Wu also mentioned that Jian hadn't seemed very well lately and suggested he should have visited the master, as she might have had some medicine to help him. Xiao, however, insisted that he had been feeling fine. At that moment, the protagonist arrived and asked what they were talking about. Yifeng, in a sarcastic tone, responded, "Well, look who it is, the big brother who's going to participate in the Holy Sun ceremony." He remarked that the protagonist seemed to have had a streak of luck lately, and with a mocking smile announced that he had good news. Jian Ling Yun was dead. Chu, visibly disappointed, couldn't understand how that could be considered good news. Jian Ling Yun was an important figure in the sacred land, and everyone should be mourning his death. Yifeng, however, burst out laughing and said that Jian was a fake. The protagonist's bird, with a mischievous expression, teased Chu, saying that the younger brother was so weak that it had mistaken him for a female disciple. Irritated, Xiao Yifeng asked where that chicken had come from and how it dared to insult him. In response, he threw a needle toward the bird, but Chu easily deflected it, sending it back toward Yifeng. Surprised, Xiao was shocked to realize that Chu had managed to return the needle. He wondered when Chu had become so strong and began to suspect that he was practicing some secret art. With a serious look, the protagonist warned Xiao Yifeng, asking if he thought killing his pet in front of him would be that easy. Yifeng, provocatively, asked if Chu wanted to fight. Before the situation escalated, Wu Hongying intervened, holding the protagonist's arm and asking him not to misunderstand the situation. She also reminded him that he had the Holy Sun ceremony to attend and shouldn't waste time there. Yifeng, meanwhile, opened his arms and said that, being a generous man, he wouldn't argue with a chicken. Shortly afterward, Mengdi, the protagonist's master, used sound transmission to call him to her palace. Chu bid farewell to those present, informing them that his master was calling him and that he was on his way. In Mengdi's Qi palace, the protagonist asked what important matters she had for wanting to see him. Mengdi handed him an outfit, telling him to wear it when he ascended the heavenly stairs. Chu took the outfit and, with a smile, asked if she was worried about him. Mengdi, with a serious look, replied that he shouldn't feel so smug, as her only concern was that he might shame the sect with his death. Chu then sat next to his master, put his hand around her waist, and thanked her for the gift, assuring her that he wouldn't disappoint her. With a curious tone, Mengdi asked what he was scheming. Mengdi stood up and told the protagonist to stop with the nonsense. Since it was almost time, she called him to go with her to the Holy Sun ceremony. He simply complied and agreed with his master. The little bird, with a thoughtful expression, questioned why Master Chu's master was angry. Mengdi threw a scroll and told him to take a look. Chu opened the scroll and saw the names of several people, along with their clans, constitutions, and rankings. He asked who these people were, and his master explained that they were the challengers he would face when ascending the heavenly stairs. That was the most she could do to help him. The protagonist thanked her and said he knew she loved him. She replied that he was too full of himself, told him to stop, and called him to leave quickly. At Taisu's sacred land, at the site of the Holy Sun ceremony, many people were present and watched as he and his master arrived in their flying boat. Some cultivators commented that the master of Rising Sky Peak was as beautiful as the rumors said. It was expected from someone with the heavenly fragrance constitution. The great ancestral saint of the Zhang family spoke to his disciple Zhangzu, saying that the person arriving was Chu Xiu, the one chosen to participate in the Holy Sun ceremony. His disciple replied that he knew and that he would certainly win. The Daozi of the Tai Yi sacred land comments to his disciple Zhou Yi that he had observed his face and that his fate was near death, yet for some reason he was still alive. Zhou Yi responds that it's the Holy Sun ceremony and asks if he wasn't afraid of his master beating him for saying that. The fourth blade master of the Infinite Blade Kingdom speaks to his disciple Long Qingfeng, saying that Chu Xiu seemed like an ordinary person, but his appearance might have changed. Still, his face was 50% similar to that of the demon Chu. Long Qingfeng reassures him not to worry because, even if he were truly the demon Chu, he would destroy him. Little Hao tells his grandfather that he will ascend the heavenly stairs. The chubby grandfather thinks that Hao is just like his father was at that age, but a bit smarter. Tianjie announces to everyone that the time had come and that the Holy Sun ceremony would begin. The Holy Sun would cross the self-reflection bridge and ascend the heavenly stairs. Taisuzi begins invoking the self-reflection bridge and explains that the bridge will test whether he is worthy and has a righteous heart. If the Holy Sun harbored evil thoughts within the sacred land, he would fall from the bridge. She adds that if the Holy Sun's heart was unstable and confused by the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to cross. The protagonist begins to walk on the self-reflection bridge, thinking that it tests a person's mind, turning the path into a trail full of thorns for those with weak minds. He starts to remember his past with Liu Hongyi, when they were fleeing from various cultivators in the forest, and the moment he swore to become stronger than anyone, so he would never be humiliated again. He also remembers when Liu Hongyi said she would always be with him, and when she told him that he was different, colder and more ruthless, and that they might die together. The spectators of the Holy Sun ceremony wondered why Chu wasn't moving, and whether he was struggling to cross the bridge. Mengdi and Tao Yao, seeing Chu Xiu standing still, were worried about him, and wondered why he wasn't moving. The protagonist recalled when Lu said goodbye to him, telling him she would wait for him. Chu, serious, thought that he couldn't believe 50 years had already passed since their farewell, and then he started walking quickly across the self-reflection bridge. The people began commenting on how he was moving at a ridiculously fast pace, and how powerful his mind must be to walk so quickly on the bridge. They questioned how someone with such a strong mind had been standing still on the bridge for almost 30 minutes. Mengdi, watching him, thought that with his rebellious nature, he wouldn't be bound by mortal ties. So he must have remembered his parents who had died when he was still a child. Suddenly, Tao Yao began shouting loudly for her big brother to do his best. Mengdi looked at her and asked if she liked Chu Xiu. Blushing, Yao responded that she did, and that she wanted to marry her big brother. The master was shocked by her response, but became serious and said she didn't approve of the marriage. Tao Yao questioned Mengdi, saying that both she and her big brother were single, so why didn't she agree? The master replied that no means no, and asked why Yao wasn't listening to her master. Mengdi created an illusion of Chu Xiu with her power, saying that he wasn't a good guy. Yao, irritated, questioned her master, asking if she was the kind of person who would slander her big brother to ensure she didn't marry him, and said that the master had gone too far. Mengdi asked Yao why she didn't believe her. Tao Yao, without hesitation, responded that she believed in her master, but not as much as she believed in Chu. The master, visibly shaken, declared that both she and he were unfaithful disciples. Mengdi's irritation grew as she started questioning why no one believed her, even when she spoke the truth. What has happened to the world? She wondered, feeling increasingly disconnected from those around her. Tao Yao, now even more irritated, retorted, asserting that Mengdi had misunderstood her big brother. According to her, there were no elders, inner disciples, or outer disciples who didn't praise her big brother. He had always been kind and fair to everyone, including the outer disciples. No one speaks ill of him behind his back, she argued, unable to believe what her master had said. Mengdi, however, insisted, saying that one shouldn't trust others because her big brother was only pretending. Seriously, his heart is wicked, she declared with conviction. The master firmly cut off any attempt by Yao to argue. Don't even think about convincing me. I won't marry him, no matter how much you try to defend him. I would never agree to that marriage. Tao Yao, clearly indignant, replied that, as the master of Rising Sky Peak, Mengdi should never destroy a couple in such a manner. At that moment, shouts echoed through the area. The cultivators announced that the Holy Sun had passed the self-reflection bridge and that it had taken him only 1 hour to complete it. Tianjie, astonished, remarked that senior brother Chu must have broken the old records. He then turned to Mengdi, praising her disciple. "Your disciple is truly incredible. His heart is as firm as a rock. What method did you use to teach him?" Mengdi, even more irritated, replied that she had only given him a few pointers when she was free, but that it was all thanks to his understanding. "I guess," she said, without much certainty. Jie announced that the main event was about to begin. Chu Xiu was about to start climbing the heavenly stairs, and expectations were high. Would the Holy Sun be able to overcome this challenge? The tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, the elite disciples from the great sects began mobilizing, determined to challenge the Holy Sun. 2 female cultivators, impressed, commented on a young man they considered handsome. The one in red revealed that he was Shang Gonghao, the fiancé of the Qi family, and that his goal was to gain the family's favor by defeating the Holy Sun. The challengers gathered around Chu Shu. The protagonist, with a slight smile on his lips, observed the crowd and commented to himself that there were many challengers. Among them, he spotted 2 young men and deduced that they must be the twins from the Infinite Blade Kingdom. The young man with a ponytail, who possessed the legendary physique, seemed quiet and disinterested in the event. The long-haired youth approached Chu, greeted him, and explained that he hadn't come to offend him, but merely to participate in the challenge. "Don't blame me for this," he said. The protagonist thought this guy wasn't so bad. He was polite, so he could go easy on him. Shang Gonghao, on the other hand, called Chu the Holy Sun, and the protagonist, analyzing him, realized that this guy clearly just wanted to show off. "He's no threat," he thought. The twins, growing impatient, said they couldn't wait any longer and were ready to begin. On the heavenly stairs, the youths started ascending with speed. The protagonist, observing carefully, noted that they were quite enthusiastic, showing off their abilities. He knew he couldn't underestimate them. Shang, with his gaze fixed on Chu, apologized, but said he wanted to get it over with and show off his skills. The protagonist firmly replied, "All right, let's just get this over with." The cultivators commented that Shang Gonghao had become more arrogant after joining the Qi family, and that if Chu Shu were defeated by Shang in the first few steps, it would be extremely humiliating for Taisu sacred land. They also said that Shang was underestimating the Holy Sun on his own territory. Shang Gonghao, confident, declared that his weapon was a fan and commanded Chu to draw his. The protagonist, with a slight smile on his lips, swiftly advanced toward Shang, leaving the cultivators astonished at his speed. Without hesitation, the protagonist grabbed Shang by the neck and, in a provocative tone, asked if he really wanted to fight him, questioning whether he was just trying to show off. Frightened, Gonghao begged Chu not to hit his face. Ignoring him, the protagonist kicked him in the face, sending him flying. The laughter of the cultivators echoed throughout the area. Tai Suzy, unfazed, used her technique to restrain Shang, who, still panicking, screamed for his grandfather to save him. With no patience left, Suzy ordered him to be silent and teleported him to the ground. Shang's grandfather rushed to help him, while Tai Suzy, in a stern tone, declared that the dignity of Taisu's sacred land could not be humiliated, and those who did so would be banished without hesitation. Qing Hong, watching the scene, commented to Qi Changsho that the Qi family had found a good son-in-law, as Shang Gonghao had the audacity to show off against the Holy Sun during the ceremony. He mockingly asked if he had divine balls for such boldness. Changsho, however, warned Hong not to provoke further, reminding him that it had nothing to do with the Qi family. With the situation resolved, Tai Suzy announced that the Holy Sun would continue his ascent of the heavenly stairs. As he quickened his pace, the protagonist reflected that the Shang family had almost lost all dignity in front of everyone, and that Suzy had likely enjoyed it. He never imagined that the insect, Shang Gonghao, would be so weak. The cultivators, meanwhile, commented that the Sword Constitution twins were ready to face the Holy Sun. Unlike the fool from the Shang family, they ranked first in the dragon ranking. The big question on everyone's mind was, could Chu Xiu defeat the twins? The protagonist remarked that their names were quite impressive, Qing Feng and Shui Wei, but they had said they would kill him before he could set foot in Taisu's sacred land. He couldn't understand where he had offended them. Qing Feng asked if he needed a reason to want to kill him, while Shui Wei added that, if he needed one, he could blame his parents for giving him a ridiculous name like the old demon Chu. The protagonist, thoughtful, realized that this was their reason for wanting to kill him, and wondered how old they were to think this way. Ching Feng stated that talking was useless and that it was time for him to die. They then drew their swords. Seeing this, Chu thought those must be the legendary swords Frost Moon and Scorching Sun. They seemed like celestial swords, and when combined, they reached an immortal level of power. With his current body, he wouldn't be able to defend against those two swords. If he forced a battle with his fists, he'd only end up hurt. The twins charged at the protagonist. Chu used his sword technique, Annihilation, and rushed toward the twins. The girl realized she couldn't block Chu's sword and was pushed away. Her brother tried to block the protagonist's sword but failed and leapt back. Ching Feng declared that he would definitely kill them with his swords. Shui Yue quickly charged behind Chu, who noticed her and remarked that, despite her beauty, she was truly dangerous. She ordered him to shut up, but Chu pushed her away with the hilt of his sword, sending her flying. Ching Feng ran to his injured sister and told her to drink the medicine to stop the bleeding. The protagonist approached them, thinking they really believed he would let them heal themselves with medicines. The twins then used a dual technique that opened a scroll in the sky, summoning several weapons around them. The long-haired youth commented that the twins' combined technique was Clearwave Sword. The cultivators, astonished, said that they had managed to do something incredible. Facing such a powerful attack, it seemed impossible for Chu Shu to withstand it. The twins then unleashed the Clearwave Sword technique. The protagonist, with a slight smile, remarked that they had chosen to use that technique to defeat him, but he thought that, since he was their opponent, there was no way he could lose to it. His sacred primordial body was specialized in handling that type of ability. He then used his Chaos Purple Lotus technique. Chu declared that now that the Purple Lotus had appeared, the twins would be defeated. Suddenly, he exploded the twins' Clearwave technique, causing a massive explosion and shockwaves that reverberated throughout the area. The female cultivators, shocked, commented that Chu Shu had managed to suppress the twins. As they observed the Purple Lotus surrounding him, the onlookers questioned what it was, as it emitted a golden aura with the image of a purple lotus. The master of the Infinite Blade Kingdom wondered if Chu possessed the sacred primordial body, which seemed impossible. How could he have such a thing? The protagonist walked forward with his purple lotus toward the twins. Ching Feng urged Shui Yue to get out of there quickly, as the lambskin drum would only hold for a short time. Shui Yue replied that there was no way to escape. Chu, with a malicious smile, said that none of them would leave alive, advancing toward them. The protagonist thought they were truly tough to defeat, but since she was injured, it would be better to eliminate her first. So he moved toward Shui Yue. Her brother shouted for her to get out of there. Already in front of Shui Yue, Chu used the human emperor fist with full force, striking her right on the chin and sending her flying backward. Her brother, furious, yelled her name and commanded Chu to fight him instead. Chu swiftly flew and kicked Ching Feng in the stomach, throwing him far away. The spectators remarked that Chu Shu was extremely strong, and although the twins were also powerful, the Holy Sun would destroy them. Ye Fan, watching, commented that Chu's punch was incredibly powerful, but he felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had lost something very important. The fourth Blade Master called out to Chi Mengdi, and asked how, as a righteous woman, she could allow her disciple to do something like that. She responded that she did allow it because his disciples had kept saying they would kill Chu Shu. He should be happy their cultivation was merely destroyed instead of being killed. Tao Yao, irritated, questioned if he wasn't being too arrogant for complaining that her older brother Chu had been a bit cruel. Xiaorong remarked to the fourth Blade Master that his two disciples were very talented, and that, even with their cultivation destroyed, if they kept working hard, they could recover more than half. It would just take time. Mengdi added that if the fourth Blade Master had nothing more to say, he should sit down and continue watching the ceremony. Xiaorong then commented to Yao that her older brother was very strong and amazing, and that she liked strong men. Yao called her a slut and told her to stop hitting on her older brother. Xiaorong, with a sarcastic smile, said that the protagonist was a strong and skilled man, destined to have many women, and that there shouldn't be a problem if he also ended up with her. Mengdi, deep in thought, wondered since when that unfaithful disciple had gained so many admirers. Tao Yao shouted at Xiaoran, "What are you saying? Do you have a death wish?" Her master ordered Yao to control herself. Mengdi threw Chu's doll to the ground and began stomping on it, saying, "Damn unfaithful disciple. He caused all this, and now I, as his master, have to deal with it. He's truly beyond saving." On the heavenly stairs, the protagonist commented that his nose was itching, wondering if someone was bad-mouthing him. Thoughtful, he said it didn't matter and continued, pondering who he should challenge next. A system window appeared, informing him, as an old demon, The user should drink divine blood. What do you think about defeating the fool from the Jiang family first? He has a special constitution. Chu, looking at the two youths, thought it would depend on whether they were willing to fight him. The ponytailed youth sighed, thinking Chu was very dangerous, and that he couldn't fight him without absolute certainty of victory. The protagonist, thoughtful, concluded that he didn't seem eager to fight, and reflected that, with so many people watching below, he couldn't be too violent. The long-haired youth used voice transmission to tell Brother Chu that he wasn't his opponent, and asked to be let go. Chu responded that he had misunderstood because he was never a fan of violence. His heart loved peace. Joe commented that Chu was truly a kind person, and that he, Joe, was ashamed of himself. The protagonist thought that, among the five, Joe was the second strongest, followed by the fool from the Zhang family, who had a special constitution. The two wouldn't be easy opponents, but since they didn't want to fight, that was fine. The most important thing now was ascending the heavenly stairs. Tai Suzy noticed something and remarked that there was an unexpected guest at the Holy Sun ceremony. From the viewing platform, Tai Suzy asked why the Golden Monkey had appeared without an invitation. The Golden Monkey Lord from the Monster Realm laughed and responded that Suzy had always been good at noticing things. Tai Suzy asked if he, as a Monster Lord from the Monster Realm, wasn't afraid of being unable to leave after entering the human realm. He replied that, of course, he wasn't afraid, which was why he had come. He then commented that Suzy had gone to great lengths to plan the Holy Sun ceremony and that he didn't believe she had no hidden motives. Tai Suzy asked, "So what if I don't? What does that have to do with the monsters?" The Demon Lord challenged Suzy, proposing a bet. If his daughter could ascend the heavenly stairs and defeat the Holy Sun, Suzy would have to reveal her true objective. If the opposite happened, Suzy could set her own terms. Suzy demanded the illuminated pious flower, the sacred monk fruit, and another celestial treasure. Mengdi realized that these treasures were exactly what her unfaithful disciple needed. The Golden Monkey remarked that Suzy had quite the appetite and ordered the Butterfly Empress to kick the Holy Sun's butt. If she succeeded, there would be a sacred beast feast lasting 3 days and 3 nights. The Butterfly Empress from the Monster Realm agreed with him. Chu climbed the celestial stairs, feeling the pressure begin to weigh on his body after 3,000 steps. He wondered if he could reach all 9,999 steps, and with the system's help, strengthen his sacred primordial body. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Warning, this is too risky. I advise the user not to proceed, but if you want to die, go ahead. At that moment, a figure appeared behind them. It was the Butterfly Empress, asking who the Holy Sun was. The long-haired young man, with a shy expression, warned Chushu that she was behind him, asking if he had done something to upset her. The Prota, without hesitation, drew his sword and charged at the Empress, while his friend warned him not to harm an innocent person. With confidence, she declared that she would defeat the Holy Sun and go to the banquet. Chu skillfully dodged her attack and noticed that her body was surprisingly resilient. Then a memory came to mind. She was the Butterfly Empress from the Monster Kingdom. Rumors said her father was the Golden Monkey Lord and her mother, the Butterfly Lord. The Empress had been born with an extraordinary constitution, the Divine Barbarian Constitution, which granted her unparalleled strength and tough skin. Moreover, she felt no pain in combat, being considered a supreme being among her generation. The Butterfly Empress tried to kick him, but Chu blocked the blow, grabbed her foot and threw her far away. She smiled, commenting that his sacred primordial constitution did not disappoint, and then activated her shadow ability. Chu, undeterred, asked if she really believed she could deceive him with illusions, stating that she was still too young for that. He advanced again, but by accident, ended up hitting her breasts, which made her furious. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" she shouted, while Chu, embarrassed, apologized, explaining that he was moving too fast and couldn't control himself. He even added that her breasts had helped him, but it wasn't intentional. Enraged, the Empress slapped him across the face, throwing him far away. Chu fell under her dress, and blood began to drip from his nose. Amid the confusion, he blurted out an unexpected comment. "What a delight!" She, furious, ordered him to shut up, and tried to hit him with her hammer. Chu, still dazed, rolled on the ground, dodging the Empress's strikes as he tried to regain his composure. Chu Shu rolled on the ground several times to avoid the Empress's attacks and her shadows. The spectators thought he would be defeated by that monstrous woman, commenting that one should never underestimate women, seeing the chaos she had caused. Tao Yao and Xiaoron were worried, while their master believed the woman would take advantage of her unfaithful disciple. Suddenly, the Butterfly Empress began to moan softly, leaving Yao, Xiaoron, and Mengdi embarrassed, calling Chu a pervert. As the battle continued, The Prota landed several merciless punches on the Empress's chest, saying that he had had enough of her. He hadn't done anything of his own free will, but she had crossed the line. With each blow, she let out unexpected moans, which made the long-haired young man comment that the Empress was acting strangely, and it seemed that her divine barbarian constitution had been overcome by the sacred primordial constitution. The Empress, slightly flushed, said that Chu was incredible, and that she had already decided. She would take him as her concubine to the monster kingdom. Tao Yao commented that the woman was very arrogant for wanting to take their holy son to the monster kingdom. Mengdi, arms crossed, thought that her unfaithful disciple's luck with women was truly great and said she would need to teach him a lesson. The butterfly empress approached Chu and invited him to go with her to the monster kingdom, promising to take very good care of him. With a sweet expression, she said she had already picked out the names of their children. Chu, confused, didn't understand a thing. The long-haired young man congratulated him on forming a new bond, saying that she seemed like a good girl. The Prota, however, replied that he would not go with her, as he needed to continue climbing the celestial stairs. The Empress then flew to Tai Suzy, asking for permission for their marriage. In her thoughts, Tai Suzy found it surreal that the Empress was asking her permission to marry Chu. Tai Suzy told the Golden Monkey Lord that his daughter was too ambitious for wanting to take their holy son to the monster kingdom. The Golden Monkey, with his hand on his head, said it was all a misunderstanding, that his daughter must have hit her head, and that he would take her home. He opened a portal with his hand and pulled the Empress, telling her to leave with him. She, pouting, asked her father to wait, as she hadn't yet asked Tai Suzy what she needed to do to allow the marriage. The monkey, exasperated, asked how she could embarrass him like that, while she retorted that the rest might be weak and useless, but Chu Xiu was different, and she liked him. She continued her tantrum until she was taken away. Immediately afterward, the bell rang, and Tianjie announced that Chu Xiu had climbed the celestial stairs and broken the old record, passing the test. The ceremony was about to begin. At the top of the stairs, Chu reflected on how much his body had improved during the climb, and with the help of his system, he was sure he could advance. The spectators commented that he had broken the old record and climbed higher than any other holy son. The sacred primordial constitution was invincible, and there should be no one stronger than him at his cultivation level. The Prota returned to the spectators' area, and his younger sisters went to congratulate him, commenting that his physique was incredibly powerful. His master, not wasting any time, said it wasn't bad, and told him to get on stage quickly, as the sacred master had already prepared the Holy Son's seal to deliver. He responded briefly, "Right," promising that he would see her later. Meanwhile, Mengdi watched and wondered what her unfaithful disciple might be planning. Tai Suzy then made an important announcement, declaring that Chu Xiu would become the Holy Son and offering two choices. The first option was that the sacred land would provide all the cultivation resources, and he would be protected by great cultivators with a bright and peaceful future. The second option, however, would be more challenging. The sacred land would provide no resources, and Chu would have to forge his own path, fighting to protect himself and eliminating his enemies, with an uncertain but limitless future. The female cultivators around murmured among themselves. It was obvious to them that he would choose the first option, full of guarantees and protection. One of them stated that if it were her, she would also make that choice. However, another retorted, saying that this kind of mindset was what prevented them from becoming strong. Chu, reflecting on the options, acknowledged the benefits of the first, but knew that he would lose his freedom and have to carry many secrets. With great masters protecting him, he would become vulnerable and exposed. On the other hand, the second option, although more dangerous, would allow him to maintain his autonomy, but at the cost of the resources he would receive. With a mischievous smile, Chu thought of his master Mengdi and the elder Hua, considering that he could obtain resources from them. Determined, he responded to Tai Suzy, stating that he chose the second option, as he had no fear of challenges. No matter what he desired, he wouldn't need anyone to achieve his goals. He would take it with his own hands and his sword. His path was unstoppable. He would destroy mountains, fill oceans, and eliminate anyone who dared to cross his way. Tai Suzy, intrigued, asked if he was really sure of his choice, and Chu confirmed with conviction. She then handed him the Holy Son's seal and told him to accept it. Immediately, the spectators at the ceremony began shouting, "Long live the Holy Son," proclaiming that Chu was invincible. Shortly after, Tai Suzy announced the end of the ceremony and invited all representatives of the sacred lands, primordial families, and great sects to proceed to the Pacific Sky Peak. However, the Prota interrupted her, asking her to wait a minute. Then, with courage, he mentioned that Elder Hua from the Consent Sky Peak was still single, and he wanted to know if the Sacred Master could guarantee her hand in marriage. Tai Suzy, visibly surprised, questioned if he really wanted her to arrange someone else's marriage. Blushing, Chu pointed a finger at himself. Suzy, perplexed, asked if he liked Elder Hua, to which he replied with a serious expression that he did. Curious, she asked him why he was fond of her, and Chu began to explain that Elder Hua was kind, caring, serious, mature, and, above all, very beautiful. Trying to maintain her composure, Tai Suzy said that she couldn't make such a decision on her own, stating that the decision would be up to Elder Hua. However, if she accepted, Suzy promised to guarantee the marriage. Chu, surprised, asked if she was serious, and she confirmed. Suddenly, a system window appeared saying, "The user is pretending to be a love-struck boy." The Prota, irritated, responded in his thoughts, telling the system to go to hell, claiming that even he wasn't laughing. However, another system window popped up, displaying outrageous laughter, clearly amused by the situation. In Chi Mengdi's room, she asked her disciple what he had discussed with the Sacred Master. Chu replied that it was nothing important, just a few questions about cultivation. He wondered why his master smelled so nice. Mengdi then commented that if it was about cultivation, why hadn't he asked her instead of bothering the Sacred Master? Chu questioned her, and while doing so, placed his hand on his master's leg. She called him a disloyal disciple and asked if he was already behaving this way just because he had become the Holy Son, questioning if he even deserved the title. Chu, annoyed, asked what she was talking about, saying that he was only there to ask for guidance on a technique. Why would that be wrong? She then asked if he thought she didn't know what he was really thinking. The Prota threw his master onto the bed and asked why she didn't just say what he was thinking as he began to run his hand along her leg. She responded that she wasn't going to say and told him to get off her. Chu, moving his hand higher, asked if she was willing to let him leave and continued moving his hand up, causing Mengdi to let out several involuntary moans, leaving her embarrassed. Outside Chu Shu's room, Tao Yao and Xiaoran were sitting, while the spirit chick commented to Xiaoran that he noticed her constitution was unusual and decided to accept her as his pet. Yao, cheerful, said that he seemed better but was talking nonsense. She smiled and said she supported the idea, telling him to take Xiaoran as his pet and not forget the leash. The chick then asked Xiaoran if she had also fallen in love with Chu Shu and said that if she wanted, he could help. She replied that it wasn't a good idea. The bird questioned how that couldn't be something good, while Chu watched them from a distance. Tao Yao, irritated, told Xiaoran not to dare make a move on Chu. How could she have such filthy thoughts about her older brother? Xiaoran, angry, began arguing with Yao, saying that the older brother wasn't hers, so she couldn't tell her what she could or couldn't do. The two began pulling each other's hair, while the chick egged them on, saying, "Get her good, teach her a lesson, show her who's boss." Chu arrived and slapped the bird on the head, saying, "Bad chick, stop fueling the fire." Tao Yao and Xiaoran, stunned, asked how long he had been there. Xiaoran, pretending to be pitiful, started crying, apologizing to Tao Yao, which only made her more irritated. Xiaoran approached Chu, acting like the victim, saying it was all her fault. She had only come to congratulate her older brother for becoming the Holy Son, but Sister Yao had fought with her as soon as she arrived. She truly loved Chu. Yao, indignant, said Xiaoran was truly shameless. Xiaoran agreed, saying it was her fault for making Yao upset, and that if she didn't mind, she would leave. Tao Yao, furious, said she would kill her, calling her incredibly shameless. Chu, witnessing the situation, was left speechless, realizing how shameless Xiaoran could be. At Pacific Sky Peak, Mengdi told Tai Suzy that the Beast Clan had watched the Holy Sun's ceremony and now knew that Chu Shu possessed the sacred constitution. She feared that the Beast Clan wouldn't ignore this fact. Suzy remarked that in the past 1,000 years, the strength of the monsters and barbarians had increased, and that this time could be dangerous, but also an opportunity. Suzy continued, saying that if they removed the Great Saint's seal, the ancestral star Tai Chi would open earlier. Mengdi, astonished, thought that if she took advantage of this opportunity, she could gain a chance to break through to the Saint King realm. Suzy affirmed that Mengdi couldn't miss this chance and instructed her to take the divine puti flower, which Chu Shu needed, and deliver it in his place. Mengdi, with a disappointed expression, thought how unlucky she was to have to see her unfaithful disciple again. In Mengdi's room, Chu questioned his master as to why she had called him, even though it wasn't night yet. She, thinking that her disciple only had that asterisk on his mind, responded, irritated, that the sacred master wanted him to have this asterisk and told him to take it and leave, saying not to bother her anymore. Chu smiled and said he would never disturb her, and getting closer, asked why, since he was already there, they shouldn't try that technique from the previous night. She told him to get lost, saying it wasn't nighttime yet and that he shouldn't be irresponsible. The Proto approached his master, placed his hand on her waist, and said that soon it would be night, throwing her onto the bed and climbing on top of her. Later, after dual cultivation, Chu asked the system to show his profile. A system window announced, User, Chu Xiu, Cultivation, 9th layer of the Spiritual Pillar Domain. Constitution, Sacred Primordial. Talent, 2500, Celestial Class, with cultivation speed increased by 33 times. Sword Intent, Celestial Assassin. Sword Intent, Cultivation Technique. Initial chapter of the Tao Scripture. Sacred Body Method, Superior. Secret Arts, 9 Royal Marks. Xingzi Secret. Techniques, Basic Alchemy. Sword Skill, First Form, Annihilation, Immortal Class. 1,124 remain to unlock the second form. Luck Value, 1,575 blue, 5,890 light purple. As the Holy Sun, the user will receive a luck increase in sacred territory. The Prota, impressed, thought that now that he had become the Holy Sun, he had a luck buff, and commented that, in the end, there were some benefits. Mengdi placed her hand on Chu's shoulder and said it was already late, asking him to stay the night with her. He got dressed and replied that he couldn't, as he needed to return and cultivate. He thought she wanted to spend the night together, but something like that wasn't going to happen. Besides, she was acting strange, and who knew if she wasn't planning to kill him while he slept? Chu said goodbye to his master and told her to rest. Mengdi, irritated, thought that her unfaithful disciple was still too cautious, and muttered to herself that one day she would catch him. At the Holy Sun's palace, the Prota climbed the stairs, thinking about how his master had given him the divine putti flower. Now he could break through his limits and advance to a new domain, but to succeed, he would need to absorb a large amount of world qi. Perhaps he could manage it if he tried at the Holy Sun's palace, which should be the richest place in qi in all of sacred land Taisu. Upon arriving at the palace, Chu saw the maids and thought that the sacred land was truly amazing, as even the maids were beautiful. The Prota told the maids that from time to time, he would come there to cultivate and relied on them to keep everything in order. The maids responded that he could count on them, that he could cultivate without worry, and leave everything to them. Chu noticed that the middle of the lake had the highest concentration of qi, and that if he cultivated there, his cultivation speed should increase several times. He jumped onto the platform, which was shaped like a lotus flower, to begin his cultivation. A system window appeared saying, Since the user is going to absorb the celestial treasure divine putti flower, would you like to initiate the breakthrough? The Prota accepted and commanded to begin the breakthrough. The system window says, Breakthrough completed. 10,000 cultivation points were consumed. 86,000 cultivation points remain. Meanwhile, a carriage passed over the palace. The coachman, guiding the carriage, said, Princess, this is where the legendary Holy Sun's palace is. Chu hears this and looks up, wondering, Princess? 2 young women remarked that sacred land Taisu never disappoints, as it was vast and more beautiful than the palace. These young women were Chunhua and Qiu Yu. Zhu Ziwei, the 7th princess of the Great Ming Empire, told the girls not to be shocked because that was one of the greatest forces in the Southern Territory, so it was obviously large, incomparable to the palace. The Prota thought that girl resembled Zhu Biwei. Could she be a descendant? Suddenly, a flower came towards Chu, and he thought Elder Hua was thinking of him. That night, Chu, on his flying boat, headed to the meeting spot. Upon arriving, the Prota said he had received the flower she sent and came immediately. She congratulated Chu on improving his cultivation even more. In her thoughts, she admired that he had actually come to the meeting. He said that the improvement was nothing compared to Elder Hua, who was becoming more beautiful by the day. After the Holy Sun ceremony, he asked the Sacred Master if he could marry her. He asked if Hua knew what her answer was. Hua turned her face away and said that, of course, she hadn't agreed because they weren't suited for each other. Chu took her hand, looked deeply into her eyes, and said that the Sacred Master had promised to ensure the marriage if she accepted. Hua, blushing, turned her face away and asked if he thought she would accept. The Prota said it was a shame because he would be leaving Sacred Land to train, and if Sister Hua accepted, they wouldn't know when they would see each other again. She said he had just advanced and was already leaving. Chu picked up a flower from the ground and said that he couldn't stay in Sacred Land forever, as that way he would never become strong enough to protect what was important to him. In truth, he didn't want to leave Sacred Land either. She said it would be very beneficial for him, and that he wasn't someone who let emotions guide him. The Prota stood up. placed a flower behind Hua's ear, and questioned who said being decisive had anything to do with emotions. He got closer to Elder Hua and asked if she could feel it, the beats of his passionate heart. And so, he stole a kiss from Hua, leaving her speechless. She ended up liking it, and kissed him back. After the kiss, she became irritated, thinking that he had stolen her first kiss. Then she lightly slapped him, calling him a baka. The prota told her not to be mad at him, saying he couldn't help himself, and asked her to calm down. She turned away and told him not to do that again. Chu hugged her from behind and said he would let her know when he was going to kiss her. He told her she was so beautiful, even when angry, and asked how he couldn't fall in love with her. She, slightly annoyed, asked if he was treating her like an easy girl. Elder Hua gave him a divine class ring, saying it was a trophy she had received for participating in the war to defend Tianyuan City. It had a lot of space inside, and she said it would be very useful for him to carry whatever he needed when he left to train. The prota raised his hand and asked if Sister Hua could put the ring on his finger. She agreed to do so, and he took the opportunity to ask if she knew the meaning of a woman giving a man a ring as a gift. She said it was just a storage ring. What else could it mean? He replied that it wasn't just that. They walked through the flower field under the moonlight and sat on a stone. Chu said that there was a legend about a living star at the other end of the cosmos, and there, when a woman gave a man a ring, it meant that she loved that man very much and wished to marry him. She asked if such a custom really existed, as there was nothing like that on the celestial continent. Chu kissed Hua's hand and asked when she would accept his marriage proposal. She asked if he liked taking advantage of her that much. Chu, annoyed, responded that he did it because he loved her, and said that his master was also very beautiful, but asked why he didn't take advantage of her. Hua says that it would be very treacherous of him to take advantage of his master. Chu swears that he respects his master and has never thought of anything like that. Hua, with a smile, asks if he came here just to harass her. Chu, slightly mischievous, places his hand on Hua's waist and says that he would never harass Sister Hua. She looks at the prota and asks where he thought he was touching, saying he was a very naughty boy and that she needed to stay away from him. The prota grabs Hua's hand and says that he was no longer a boy, that he was a grown man and was serious about her. And so, he throws himself on her, and they end up doing dual cultivation. After a while, as they looked at the moonlight, Chu mentions that after the Holy Sun ceremony, the Sacred Master invited several forces to Pacific Sky Peak. He asks what was discussed at that meeting. Hua replies that there is an ancestral star, a secret realm beyond the sky, and the seal is about to open. The ancestral star is called Taichi. Apparently that star is well known, and the seal opens every 2,000 to 3,000 years. Inside it, there are countless treasures, but they are nothing compared to the legacies left behind by cultivators who died within that secret realm. It's a great fortune for those in the superior saint domain, as those who inherit the legacy of an emperor left in the star would be able to break through to the saint king domain, becoming a powerful existence on the continent. The prota asks when the seal will open. Elder Hua says the Taichi ancestral star will open soon, in a minimum of 5 to 6 months and a maximum of 8 months. The prota asks if his master will also enter, and says that the master of Rising Sky Peak will also enter, as she needs to seek an opportunity in the Taichi star to break through to the Saint King domain. He wonders if anything will happen to his precious master, because if something did, where would he go to ask for teachings? Should he seal her cultivation or even tie her up so she would stay in her pavilion and never venture out? Hua tells him not to worry, as the master of Rising Sky Peak is not weak. Even against others in the same domain, her strength is unmatched, and she asks where he plans to train. He says he hasn't thought about it yet. Maybe he'll go where the wind takes him and let fate decide. He only knows that Liu Hongyi went north, but he doesn't know the exact location, so he'll have to investigate after leaving. He asks if she has anything to say to him before he leaves. She simply gives him a kiss and says it's not shameful to flee if he encounters an enemy he can't defeat. He tells her not to worry. At the Holy Sun's palace, Mo Feiyan and the princess arrive to greet the Holy Sun and introduce themselves, saying that she is the 7th princess of the Ming Empire and came to see the Holy Sun. The prota asks Elder Mo if she had any business bringing Princess Ziwei, and he thinks that she really is a descendant of Zhu Biwei. Elder Mo says they heard that the Holy Sun was about to embark on a journey, and coincidentally, the great Ming Empire is about to have a new emperor ascend to the throne, and the Sacred Master wishes for him to accompany the 7th princess to represent sacred land Taisu at the ascension ceremony of the new emperor. He thinks that Sister Hua really wanted to keep him far away and occupied, avoiding danger. The prota responds promptly, saying that he had no set destination, so why not visit the Ming Empire? The princess says they are lucky to have the Holy Sun visiting the Ming Empire. She thinks that it would be very fortunate to invite an elder in the lower Saint domain, but who would have thought that the Holy Son himself would attend the ceremony? Chu recalls that 45 years ago, when he was still in the divine domain, he accidentally became friends with the former princess of the Ming Empire. Her name was Zhu Biyue, the eldest princess of the great Ming Empire, and they ended up having a romantic encounter. He says that if there are no more matters to resolve, they can leave tomorrow. And he reflects that, at the time, he said he would return for her, but now he sees that she already has descendants. The princess says, "Great," and apologizes for bothering him, saying, "See you tomorrow." Mengdi uses sound transmission and immediately calls her unfaithful disciple to come see her. He replies that not today, as his waist was in a lot of pain. She thinks it's absurd because she was already prepared, yet that unfaithful disciple refused to come spend time with her. In the storeroom of Mengdi's palace, she picks up a treasure in her hand. At the Holy Son's palace in Chu Xiu's room, he was cultivating while his bird commented that he was working hard before leaving. The Prota thought he still hadn't claimed his rewards since the last time he advanced, and told the system to show everything he had. A system window appeared, saying, "It has been detected that the user has the sacred primordial constitution and has broken through to the spiritual pillar domain. Therefore, you have been rewarded with half of the secret art, 9 secrets. Secret Z. Would you like to claim it?" Chu accepted, thinking that the system had rewarded him with the secret art, 9 secrets, Secret Z, for breaking through. Now he had 2 of the 9 secrets. The secret art Secret Z is a powerful healing ability. Once mastered, a single drop of his blood could regenerate his entire body. In terms of rarity, the secret art Secret Z was more valuable than the secret Xing Z. In terms of saving lives, the secret art Secret Z is far superior. Unfortunately, he only had half of the secret art Secret G, so its effects were greatly reduced. If he could obtain the rest to complete Secret Z, his abilities would improve significantly. The bird asked Chu if he wanted roasted rabbit, saying that after leaving Sacred Land, it would be difficult to find a delicacy like that again. Chu replies that he didn't want to, as he was going to take a nap. The bird was about to eat when Mengdi appears, asking where her unfaithful disciple was. The chick says that little Chu was sleeping, and that no one could disturb him. She ignores the bird and questions the chick, asking if he dared to block her path, then steps over him. The chick ends up seeing something he shouldn't, and gets a nosebleed. Mengdi enters the protagonist's room, and wonders if he was really sleeping. She enters and sees Chu sleeping peacefully. She looks at him and gives a slight mischievous smile. The protagonist was dreaming that he was in a hot spring with several women who were calling him to join in the fun, and he jumps into the spring with them. Suddenly his master appears, calling him an unfaithful disciple, pulling his ear, and saying that he already had a child with her, yet he still flirted with other women until he wakes up startled, shouting. He wakes up and realizes that his master was there, near his bed. He asks what she was doing there. Mengdi responds that, as his master, why wouldn't she come there? When she opens a small treasure box, he gets frightened, asking what she was trying to do if she wanted to kill her husband. When he sees the treasure, he calms down and thinks it was a draconic crystal. He realizes that his master brought it to strengthen his body. Mengdi stands up and says she couldn't help him much after he left the sacred land to train, and orders him to accept it. He asks Mengdi to stay there with him and takes her hand. She asks why he wanted her to stay. He replies that the gift his master gave was a draconic crystal, and comments that legends say in the primordial ocean, a great whale dragon in the superior holy domain devoured various things and spent millions of years maturing before condensing a draconic crystal. It was something very precious. Blushing, she asks, and if it were? He says, of course, that a disciple needs to repay when receiving such a precious gift. In Qianshuan City, in the Southern Territory, Chu, in the princess's carriage, says he will tell a story about the cultivator Han. Legends say there was a cultivator named Han, but he had a terrible aptitude, and even though he tried hard to cultivate, he had little success, until one day, a woman named Nan Gong appeared and became his master. After that, the story gradually became more interesting, until one day the two were hunting monsters and fell under the effect of a unique poison. Because of this, they both lost control of their emotions, and then, Chu, somewhat embarrassed, says they already know what happened. The princess says she never imagined it would be like that. Chiu Yu, blushing, asks if they were not master and disciple, and if that wouldn't be against the rules. Suddenly, someone throws water in Chu's face. The princess wonders if there was someone throwing water from outside. He smiles, wipes his face and says that must be it, and that water ended up splashing inside. Mengdi, disguised outside, thought, this unfaithful disciple is so shameless. At Qingshuan Inn, a woman welcomes them, tells them to feel at home, and leads them inside. The protagonist asks the princess what her relationship with Ju Biyue was. She asks if he knew her aunt. He says he heard about her along with another senior and thought she was her daughter, as they looked very similar. He then asks how she was. Ju Biyue, with a downcast expression, says that a few months ago, her aunt died on the way to the monastery on Cloud Cliff Peak. She waited for decades for someone. She heard from her father that he died a few months ago, and her aunt decided to die on the same day. Chu, looking down, says it's a pity. Mengdi, on top of the inn hidden, wonders why the presence of her unfaithful disciple disappeared after he entered the inn. She could easily follow a cultivator's presence, but how did she lose his? Chu, seeing his master, wonders why she wanted to keep following him, and luckily, he had the presence-canceling mask, so he leaves the inn. The protagonist enters a place and says he wanted to know the location of Liu Hongyi. The woman in the red hood says the price is 200,000 divine spiritual stones. Chu thinks that it would take 200 million superior spiritual stones to exchange for 200,000 divine spiritual stones. Chu comments that the Tianji Pavilion never shows mercy. The woman responds that their information is absolute. He argues if she knew how many people were looking for Liu Hongyi. Chu offers 300 drops of 10,000-year-old stalactite, thinking he got those stalactites in the secret realm, so he could use them. The woman stands up and says she wants 400 drops, stating that Tianji Pavilion never bargains. Chu takes out a vial and tells her to take it. She grabs the vial and says it's not bad, then asks if he needs any other information. The protagonist replies that he has some information to sell, and asks if she's interested. Curious, the woman asks him to tell her more. Chu, serious, speaks about the location of the divine text of Emperor Yuehua. The woman questions if he is serious. The protagonist responds that it would be easy to verify with her intelligence network, and that he would want a life fruit and treasures for physical formation, at least 4 different types. The woman approaches him and says that once they have everything prepared, they will make the exchange, as she will need to collect these treasures, and asks where they will meet for the trade. He replies it will be in Shangjing City. She agrees, saying, "Deal." Back at the Qingshuan Inn, Chu sits on the bench and says, "Master, if you're tired of being on the roof, come down and sit here." Mengdi, embarrassed, wonders when her unfaithful disciple appeared. He responds that he can sense her sweet scent from miles away, then grabs her hand and pulls her inside. She speaks loudly, telling her unfaithful disciple to let go of her, and asks what he is going to do. He takes her to the bed, throws her onto it, and argues that she missed him, which is why she was following him. She replies for him not to be foolish, saying she had some matters to attend to in Zhengzhou, and, by coincidence, happened to pass by. When she saw him, she thought of paying a visit. Chu, on top of his master, says that since she is there, she could give him some lessons. She retorts, saying that he needs to show respect. While they are engaging in dual cultivation, Mengdi, with a trembling voice, says that they have a problem. Chu asks what it is, and she responds that she is about to break through and that a tribulation is coming. At the Qingshuan Inn, in Chu Xiu's room, the protagonist asks about the celestial tribulation, and they both get up. Mengdi says that she will go to another dimension and go through the celestial tribulation. Chu takes out a vial and comments that the thunder of the celestial tribulation is powerful, asking her to drink that if she runs into trouble. She looks at it and thinks it is 10,000-year-old liquid stalactite, reflecting that her disciple really cares about her. She enters the dimension and uses her sword skill, Icy Annihilation, first form, Icy Sealing, to attack the tribulation. Then, she uses the second form, Icy Realm, launching it towards the celestial tribulation. Immediately after, she uses the third form, Icy Destruction, but the tribulation pushes her away, injuring her. Mengdi comments that she never thought the 4-layer celestial tribulation would be so strong, something truly abnormal. She drinks the 10,000-year-old liquid stalactite and focuses her chi in her abdomen as the celestial tribulation advances towards her. The protagonist, seeing the rays of the celestial tribulation in the other dimension, thinks that his master must succeed, because what would he do without her? Inside the dimension, Mengdi manages to overcome the tribulation and, relieved, thinks that fortunately her baby is fine. She exits the dimension and returns to Chu's room, who congratulates her on passing the celestial tribulation and urges her to quickly stabilize her cultivation. She responds that, thanks to the liquid stalactite, everything went well. Otherwise, she feared she would have had problems. The protagonist reassures her, telling her not to worry about it. With a faint, cheerful smile, she comments that she hadn't expected the celestial tribulation to be so strong, much more powerful than a 4-layer tribulation, which didn't make sense. The next day, Chu wakes up yawning. Princess Ju Biyue comments that his face doesn't look too good. Chu wonders if it was that obvious. and replies that he was cultivating a divine skill that consumed a lot of energy, asking her not to worry. The princess responds that she understands, and the two young women remark that the Holy Sun was very diligent. The carriage driver informs the Holy Sun that the carriage is ready and they can leave at any time. He asks where Elder Mo is, and the driver replies that before sunrise, Qingmeng City, which was further ahead, had sent information about the discovery of signs of a large number of monsters and requested support from Qingshuan City. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo immediately left and said she would meet up with them after handling the situation. The protagonist reflects that a large number of monsters trying to infiltrate the human realm didn't make sense. Usually, monsters avoided places where there were humans, preferring to hide in the shadows and set ambushes. So why would they attack cities so suddenly? Chu comments that the monsters' actions are very unpredictable and orders them to proceed on their path, as Elder Mo would have no problems dealing with the situation. He thinks it's best to leave soon, as he might find many treasures along the way. The carriage flies over the plains, and the princess comments on how incredible the view is. The protagonist, on the other hand, thinks it's a waste, as he could be dual cultivating with his master while admiring that beautiful landscape. In the middle of the plains, Yifeng is hiding with two other female cultivators, thinking that he wouldn't survive that day. He summons everyone to attack the carriage, claiming that only he deserved to be the Holy Sun. He throws several needles toward the carriage, shouting, "Give me your life," when a giant chi hand appears, deflecting the needles. The cultivators, astonished, wonder that if Elder Mo had already left, who was protecting Chu Shu? The chi hand throws them far away. The princess and Chu hear the noise and wonder what happened. Mengdi then asks Yifeng if he had allied with the scum from the Draconic Club to kill Chu Shu. Yifeng, with a trembling voice, says that this disciple had learned from his mistake and begged to be forgiven. Mengdi asks if he thought she would ignore what he had done to Chu. First, he conspired with Jian Lingyun to destroy Chu Shu's divine consciousness, leaving him crippled. Then he brought assassins into the secret realm to try to kill him, and now he had joined forces with the Draconic Club vermin to ambush and kill him. As his master, she had given him many chances, but he ignored them all and continued making the same mistakes. Yifeng, scared and with a trembling voice, questions if she would kill him because of Chu Shu. Indignant, Yifeng says how could trash like Chu Shu become the Holy Sun and the senior brother, for he was the best direct disciple of Rising Sky Peak. He questions his master, asking if she couldn't see the truth. She asks if the position of senior brother was that important to him. He hits the ground and says, "How could it not be? Only by being the senior brother and the Holy Sun would I have the power to avenge my parents." Yifeng, crying, questions why Mengdi took such good care of Chu Shu, as she made him the senior brother even though he was useless trash. The master says that many years ago, monsters invaded the Qishan district while she was cultivating in the Tianqi realm. She was the district's guardian, and Chu Shu's parents sacrificed themselves to protect the mortals who were retreating. To repay their sacrifice, she accepted Chu as the first direct disciple of Rising Sky Peak. Yifeng raises his arms to the sky and says that he had lost because of Chu Shu's parents' deeds, not because of him, and starts laughing. The master says no, he had lost because of his own actions. No matter what, he hurt his allies and brothers for his own benefit, and that was unforgivable. Yifeng responds that it was his fault for acting against Chu Shu in the past, and asks for a message to be passed on to Chu, that the Ouyang family, in the eastern region, possesses one of the 9 secrets, a part of the Zhe secret, and with that, he plunges his hand into his chest and dies. The protagonist, watching from afar, wonders if Yifeng was truly dead, as it was impossible that his master would kill him, and reflects that he would ask her about it that night. In Qingmeng City, the princess and the young women laugh at the chick's stories, while Chu sips tea in another room. He mentions that after meeting with Elder Mo, they found out there were no major monster movements. It was just a weak tiger monster wandering near the city. But as the story was passed from mouth to mouth among the citizens, the original fact disappeared, leaving only an exaggerated version. This must have been Xiao Yifeng's plan to distract Elder Mo from his side. He just didn't expect that the master would be by his side. The protagonist notices that his master has come to see him. He stands up, goes to her, and asks why she looks sad. She replies that Xiao Yifeng is dead. He holds his master's hands and asks what happened. A system window appears saying, "User, you are a bastard." Mengdi says it's a long story and that she will tell him the details later, but before dying, Xiao Yifeng asked her to tell him that a part of the Zhe secret was in the hands of the enemy, the Ouyang family in the eastern region. Chu, deep in thought, reflects that Yifeng still set that up before he died, but he would have to fall into that trap. His master asks if he will go to the Ouyang family to retrieve the part of the Zhe secret. Suddenly, Chu kisses his master's cheek, catching her off guard and leaving her blushing and speechless. He says he will take revenge for his younger brother. The Ouyang family was his enemy, so they were also his enemy. Now that Xiao Yifeng is dead, it's only natural for the older brother to take responsibility. After all, they were close friends. Mengdi responds that she didn't feel any truth coming from his words. Chu says that in the past, she also didn't believe him when he said he would make her his, and it happened soon after. The master tells him to shut up and be careful, or she will finish him. He takes advantage, puts his hand on her waist and says, "Finish me off in bed." Mengdi calls him an unfaithful disciple, tells him to stop talking nonsense, and asks if he really plans to go to the eastern region. The Ouyang family should not be underestimated, as they have 2 cultivators at the peak of the lower holy domain, and without the strength of a sacred territory, it would be difficult for him to fight against them. He says he has his own plans. The protagonist takes a manual in his hand and says, "My beautiful master, it's already late, let's have some lessons." She tells him to go to hell and not to touch her. Chu takes her to the bed to learn some lessons. The next day, upon waking, he thinks that he obtained information thanks to his master. Life was full of surprises. The princess calls Chu to get ready to leave, saying they would need more than a day to reach the Ming Empire. At the border of the Ming Empire, the princess's carriage arrives, accompanied by several guards, with a young man there to welcome them. The young man says that he, Zhou Yunfei, is the eldest son of the Ming Emperor, and is there to represent his father and the Ming royal family to welcome the Holy Sun. Zhu Ziyue thinks that her brother didn't bring any members of the royal family to welcome the Holy Sun. How could he be so negligent? Yunfei greets the Holy Sun and Elder Mo. The guards, from afar, wonder if that handsome young man is the Holy Sun of the Taisu sacred land. It was what one would expect from an elite cultivator of the Taisu sacred land. His aura was truly extraordinary. Yunfei asks the Holy Sun to follow him. The princess thinks that her brother is already planning something and tries to pull Chu by the arm, thinking that since the Holy Sun said along the way that they would be friends, he probably wouldn't go with her brother. The protagonist, without saying a word, follows the prince. The princess is stunned and thinks they were friends, wondering what happened to the idea of walking together. The chick tells Princess Ziwei not to be nervous, as there was always some reason behind Chu Xiu's actions. In Prince Yunfei's carriage, Yunfei introduced Yang Chen, saying he was the only son of the master of the Songyun sword sect. His cultivation was in the spiritual domain, and he was a great talent in the southern region. Next, he introduced the woman, saying she was Fairy Bi Yao, the senior martial sister of the Yuejing Palace. Her cultivation was also in the spiritual domain, but no one should think she was a weak woman, as her battle power was not low. A system window appeared saying, "This senior martial sister, since when does the user know her? Even I don't remember her." The protagonist says that when he was the old demon Chu, he cultivated a secret art called the spiritual seed, and was able to transfer his spiritual seed to the divine soul of a cultivator who had not yet broken through to the spiritual pillar domain, creating a mark. As the target's cultivation increased, his cultivation would also increase, and his spiritual seed would grow gradually. In the end, the mark on the divine soul cast by him was carved to ensure that there would be no signs of rejection when he needed to take possession of the body. A new system window appeared, saying, "I didn't think the user was so clever. As expected of someone born to be a villain, he even left several ways to return to life. But this system really doesn't think the user would look good as a woman. Or are you really going to use this woman's body?" The prince tells them not to just sit around, invites them to drink wine, and says that the Holy Sun should try that bottle of peach blossom wine. The protagonist thought that the wine was really good. He just didn't understand why those 3 were keeping an eye on him. Yunfei tells Chu that he thinks the 700,000 divine spiritual stones that the royal family delivers to the sacred land every year are too few. The protagonist asks if he has a solution, and he replies that he believes that, with the guards of the Taisu sacred land, who are in the south, and with the holy guardian who protects the Ming dynasty, they should be paid 120,000 a year as a sign of respect, plus an extra 100,000 to honor the Holy Sun. Chu Xiu asks if they are asking for his help to rebel. The prince says that technically it's not a rebellion. It's all for a bright future for the Taisu sacred land and the great Ming dynasty. The protagonist says it's a very interesting deal. He wins, and everyone wins. Mengdi, hiding, thought that if Zhu Ziyue saw him, she would probably vomit blood from disgust, but she could only keep watching what that unfaithful disciple would do. Prince Yunfei tells the Holy Sun not to worry. After they arrive in Shangjing City, they will send the money. He thought that now that he had the Holy Sun of the Taisu sacred land on his side, with his help, changes in the dynasty were about to happen. He comments that once they arrive in Shangjing City, He and Brother Yang will no longer interact with the Holy Sun, so as not to arouse suspicion about their identities. Therefore, they would need to trouble Fairy Biyao to serve the Holy Sun. She says that young Master Zhou is very kind. In the princess's carriage, the protagonist says he wants to change routes, as he wants to take a look at Yunya Peak. Ziyue asks what he talked about with her brother. He replies that they discussed how to overthrow the Ming dynasty. The princess asks if he, the Holy Sun, is going to help Zhou Yunfei's group. Chu says, of course he won't help, and that even without his help, they had already planned how to steal the throne when the new king ascends. To them, he was just a tool to stand on the new king's ascension platform. In other words, he was merely a pawn in their plan. Ziyue speaks loudly and asks the Holy Sun to help save the Ming dynasty. Qiu Yu comments that even though King Zhenbei is powerful, he alone cannot resist. Now that they are planning to rebel, only he can save them. The protagonist says he has a habit of making fair trades and, if he helps, asks what she would do for him. A system window appears announcing, "Damn, the user is very cunning. Who would have thought he would make a deal with both sides, one after the other? For being so shameless, the system will reward you with 200 cultivation points." Zhu Ziyue, a little shy, says she would do anything he asked. Mengdi and the bird are astonished. The protagonist, irritated, flicks the princess's forehead, asking what she was thinking. The girl asks if he didn't want her body. Chu says, "Where is your mind to think of that?" The protagonist thinks that, as much of a bastard as he was, he couldn't lay a hand on his wife's niece, not to mention that her aunt died waiting for him. The master, hidden, thought that the girl was still too young, yet she was already thinking about that. Why didn't she learn to be reserved like that venerable one? At Yunya Peak, the coachman announces that they have arrived. The princess gets off the carriage and says that the Holy Sun could go and take a look around by himself. She would stay there. Chu steps out and tells her to inform her royal father or brother that he would discuss the price with them. Ziyue thanks the Holy Sun for being willing to help the royal family. The protagonist says there's no need to thank him. They were all getting what they wanted, and that was all. Chu Shu climbs to the top of Yunya Peak and says that this stone showed no signs of irregularity. It must be because people used it to sit and cultivate. He discovers a dragon mark and traces it with his finger when suddenly he hears a voice saying, "Wicked one, this sister knew you wouldn't die." Chu thinks that voice belongs to Zhu Biwei. Out of nowhere, a soul starts to emerge from the stone, transforming into Zhu Biwei herself, saying, "After all, you were very cunning and had more chances of dying than anyone, and don't ask why she left. All she knew was that she would be in a place called Honghuang. That place was very far from here, and maybe she won't be able to see you again in this life. If you have the chance, take care of the Zhu family in my place. This is something I owe them. And lastly, wicked one, this sister loves you." And with that, her soul dissipates. The protagonist thinks, Honghuang, it was that place again. What exactly is that place? As far as he knows, it's possible to reach Honghuang after passing through the Boulder Realm, but one can only stay in Honghuang for 3 months. So how was Zhu Biwei there without needing to return? Mengdi appears and asks if he just read a divine mark, because that venerable one didn't feel anything. So how did he know there was a divine mark sealed in that stone? Chu says that he only felt it after touching the stone. Otherwise, how could he sense it? She asks why he went to Yunya Peak. The protagonist asks why she is asking so many questions, and if she is jealous or wants to be reprimanded. The master sits beside him and calls him an unfaithful disciple. Chu pulls her by the arm, placing her on his lap, and tells Mengdi that at a time like this, and in such a beautiful place, it was the perfect moment for her to teach some lessons to this disciple. His master, embarrassed, asks what he is trying to do in broad daylight and says he is very shameless. Chu says that today he won't let her rest and invites her to go with him. She, blushing, asks, "Go where?" In the Taoist temple, Mengdi asks Chu why he brought her there. He places his finger on the forehead of a statue, activating a seal and revealing a treasure. The master is stunned and asks how he knew there was a hidden treasure there, questioning if he had been there before. He replies that she only needed to watch, and asks why she was asking so many questions, saying that being too curious is not good, and invites her to go to Shangjin City. In the capital of the Ming Empire, Shangjin City, Zhu Ziyue tells the Holy Sun that Grandpa Chen would escort him, and that Elder Mo of the Taisu Sacred Land would stay at the embassy for a while, saying that their paths separated there. The protagonist says they would meet again in the future. At the Taisu Sacred Land Embassy, Chu and Elder Mo enter. The female cultivators see Chu Shu and comment that the Holy Sun is not arrogant. He treats everyone from the same sect with kindness and sincerity. They say that he is also handsome, especially when he smiles, to the point of melting their hearts. Chu tells the female cultivators that he would cause some trouble by asking them to prepare delicious food because he would have a guest over that night. The girl in pink thought the Holy Sun had spoken to her and called her his dear sister. Later that night, the protagonist and Yunfei were drinking, while the chick thought his hunch was right. There really was a guest, and he considered himself very clever. Chu tells brother Joe not to worry because he knows what needs to be done. He thinks that Joe was very generous, as he had given more than 30,000 divine spiritual stones. Yunfei says he trusts the Holy Sun a lot, and since his father is in seclusion, he has to take care of things in his father's place. He guarantees that Chu will be even more rewarded when his father comes out of seclusion. Joe, leaving, thanks Chu, saying the wine was really different. The taste was wonderful. The protagonist remarks that Yunfei was very kind and that after everything was over, they would have a big celebration. Joe agrees and says that Chu is right. The protagonist goes back inside when his master asks if he had given poison to Zhou Yunfei instead of wine and comments that just a short while ago he was calling him brother, and then he poisons him. He was indeed very cruel. Chu replies that if he isn't cruel to his enemies, he would be cruel to himself. He tells his master that she has cultivated for so many years and still hasn't seen many examples of that. She responds that she doesn't need him to remind her and says that she thinks he should keep his methods secret because if a holy sun uses poison and that spreads, he will become a joke. The protagonist pulls Mengdi by the arm and places her on his lap, saying that a black cat or a white cat, the only good cat, is the one that catches the rat. She tells him to stop touching her and says that someone is coming. Fairy Biyao knocks on the door, calling for the Holy Sun. His master asks if he had arranged to meet a woman so late. Annoyed, she thinks that this unfaithful disciple really invited another woman, even though he already had this venerable one. Chu tells her not to be jealous and to hide, as this disciple would be hers alone later. Fairy Biyao says she brought floral nectar and tells him to try it. He instructs her to place it on the table. His master, hidden and eavesdropping, wonders if Fairy Yao had brought a love potion to enchant her unfaithful disciple. She questions if that disciple's strength was really so strong. Chu approaches the fairy, and she asks to help him. Mengdi, seeing the scene, gets upset and wonders if he would pretend that this venerable one wasn't there. Soon, she notices a skill and questions what it was, wondering why Fairy Biyao's eyes were the same as her unfaithful disciples. Chu orders her to take that with her and find a way to make Zhou Long smell it, but she shouldn't be discovered. He instructs her to return after an hour and tell Zhou Yunfei that she succeeded. She agrees and leaves. Mengdi asks what he did to her. He replies that it was just a soul control skill. She questions when he did that, and he says it was the last time they enjoyed drinking wine alone. Chu explains that the poison is called 3 converging flowers and is made by mixing 3 different types of poison. He had already made Zhou Yunfei drink one of them, and now he had Fairy Biyao take the second one to Zhou Long. The last one was with him, and he clarifies that as long as the 3 poisons are separated, they won't harm anyone. But if they get close to each other, the 3 poisons will cause a great reaction. Even a superior saint like Zhou Long would become up to 40% weaker. His master comments that he was cruel. He barely met the other group and was already thinking about how to kill them. But even if a superior saint became 40% weaker, it still wasn't something he could handle. Or was he thinking of asking his master for help? She tells him not to even think about it because this venerable one would never help him. He replies that he wouldn't ask for help because he had a 7th grade trap array that could be activated as long as he had spiritual stones. He questions his master, asking if she thought Zhou Long would still have a chance of surviving. She asks how many divine spiritual stones he has. The protagonist, serving tea, asks his master if she forgot that Zhou Yunfei had given him many divine spiritual stones. It was natural for friends to help each other. She replies that it was truly a tragedy to be his friend. He serves tea for his master to drink, and she drinks it, questioning what he had made this venerable one drink. He says it was the nectar that Fairy Biyao had brought. Mengdi, trembling all over, asks if he was an idiot, and if he knew what she had put in it. The protagonist replies that, of course, this disciple knew. He feared he wouldn't be able to defeat Zhou Long in a battle, and to prepare, he was going to ask his master to help him increase his cultivation. Or did the master want her disciple to lose to Zhou Long? Mengdi starts to feel her body acting strangely, and turns completely red. Chu turns her to the side and asks her to stay the way he likes. Thus, they end up engaging in dual cultivation. 4 hours later, the protagonist gets dressed and says that his master had worked hard, telling her to rest. His legs are trembling, and he leans against the wall, thinking, that love potion was too strong. He couldn't use it too often. When he notices that someone has come to see him late at night, Chu opens the door and asks what they want. There are 3 hooded people. The man asks him to save his Zhu family. This man was Emperor Zhu Yong. Chu invites them inside and leads them to the guest room. He thinks that only a few decades had passed, but even so, his father-in-law looked so worn out. He wonders that it wasn't easy being an emperor. Chu asks if Ziyue had told him, as he could help, but it wouldn't be for free. He needed 2 conditions. The emperor responds that as long as the Zhu family could manage it, they would do even more than 2 conditions. The protagonist says he only wants 2. First, he wants 2 items from the royal treasure, and second, all the Northern King's assets would belong to him afterward. The emperor replies that it wouldn't be a problem. The protagonist tells them to return, and the emperor's 2 sons ask what they should do. Chu tells them to just act as usual, and he will take care of everything. In Shangjin City, at the Taisu Sacred Land Embassy, Chu sees his master eating and asks if she didn't have some business to take care of. She asks if she was annoying him. Chu says yes. His master replies that Changjing City wasn't an unfaithful disciple's territory, so she could stay wherever she wanted, as he couldn't do anything about it. Chu tells her not to play dumb, as her cold beauty persona was falling apart. Mengdi orders Chu to leave, saying she wouldn't respond. The protagonist thinks his master is difficult to deal with and hopes Sister Hua is not like that. Chu approaches his master and says he is leaving, telling her not to follow him or he will catch her. He says he will take her silence as a yes and comments that he can feel her presence. She, somewhat embarrassed, responds, as if I wanted to. In the city of Shangjin, in the suburban area, Chu goes to the pavilion to collect his orders when a woman tells him to come in and follow her. Once there, he asks if she has prepared what he requested, and she replies that it's been ready for some time and that all the treasures he needed are inside. She points to a bag on the table. He approaches the woman and hands her a note with the location of the Yuehua Emperor's divine text. In the Northern King's palace in Shangjin, a monster was talking to the Northern King, Zhou Long, who was chained upside down to the wall. The monster said he had good news, stating that last night someone tried to use poison against him, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Zhou Long asks the monster what he wants. The monster, known as Lord Millfaces, replies that what he wants, of course, is to become the emperor of the Ming Empire, and says that Zhou's son is helping him achieve it. He asks if Zhou shouldn't reward him. Zhou says his son is a fool. The monster, with a sinister smile, says that if he becomes the emperor of the Ming Empire, he can use a large part of the population as sacrifices for his genocide flag. And when he awakens the spirits, Zhou Long states that the sacred Taisu land will stop him. He thinks that he has always fought for the Ming Empire his whole life and never let his guard down, yet he was replaced by a demon, and because of his actions he will be seen as a traitor. Lord Millfaces laughs and says that his precious son even invited the sacred Taisu land's holy son to Piaoshui Island. There they will have a meeting and discuss the coup against the emperor in detail. Long questions him, saying, "Is the sacred Taisu land supporting you in this coup? That's impossible." The monster transforms into him and commands not to worry, as he will take good care of Zhou's family, and Zhou Yunfei is obedient and a good son, and his consort is delightful. Zhou Long screams that he will kill him and make him have a miserable death. On Piaoshui Island in a tavern, Chu Shu and Zhou Yunfei are listening to 2 women saying that, according to Senior Qi Wu Hain of the Qi Shen sect, the Ming Empire will help the Shen Shen of the Sacred Purple Fire sect forge a sacred item within 6 months, and then host a battle tournament in the city of Changjing, inviting the young generation to participate. It seems Senior Qi Wuhan has promised to forge an item for the winner. The protagonist asks his brother Zhou if that Qi Wuhan is the same who forged the Gui Yuan. Yunfei replies yes, and says the Gui Yuan was created using all the senior's efforts to fight against demons. Chu thought that he had an item he wanted to forge for a long time, and never imagined this master would come to the southern territory. And he never thought Zhou Long was so cautious, even though the poison had failed. Fortunately, Fairy Biao hadn't been exposed. The people in the tavern loudly say that the Northern King is there. The protagonist thinks that's great and wants to see him. Zhou Long goes to their table, and Yunfei introduces them, saying that this is the sacred Taisu land's holy son, Chu Shu. The Northern King greets the holy son, and the protagonist greets Chu. Zhou Long invites the holy son to drink. The protagonist says he has achieved many feats, and it's an honor to drink with him. Chu, in his thoughts, wonders why he is feeling a demonic presence coming from the Northern King, and thinks it's no wonder the poison failed, as demons have innate abilities to manipulate poison. The Northern King asks Chu if he had told anyone what he discussed with his son. The protagonist responds by asking if he was talking about the coup, and questions if something had happened, thinking he would see how far the conversation would go and, when given the chance, attempt to poison him again. Suddenly, Yunfei falls to the ground. Long asks what's wrong with him when he starts coughing up blood. A woman sees it and starts screaming. Chu asks if Brother Zhou was poisoned. Long says that if the poison isn't removed, Yunfei will die in 30 seconds, and he urges Yunfei to protect his veins as he forces the poison out with his life. He thought that he couldn't ignore this, or people would start doubting his identity, which wasn't good for his plans. He places his hand on Yunfei's chest and begins to remove the poison. The protagonist says the smoke coming out is very poisonous and warns others to stay away. Chu thinks the poison worked and that it's time for the show. A woman screams and asks who poisoned him, as it was quite bold to poison the Northern King's son in broad daylight. Fairy Bi Yao enters through the window with her sword and rushes towards Zhou Yunfei. Long stops her sword and says, "So it was you." The people in the tavern wondered if Fairy Bi Yao really poisoned him, as they were great friends. She would have no reason to. The protagonist uses his skill to give a command, telling Fairy Bi Yao to self-destruct, resulting in an explosion. Zhou Long questions, did she self-destruct? Suddenly, an old woman emerges from a dimension and asks the Northern King why he killed her disciple. She was Jing Yue, the former master of the Yuejing Palace Court. Long says he didn't kill her, claiming she self-destructed. Jing Yue says she thought supporting him to become the emperor was a wise decision, but he killed her precious disciple, and states that she was blind to trust him. She orders him to die and uses her abilities against Zhou Long, creating pressure around the island. The woman, frightened, urges the Holy Sun to do something. Mengdi uses sound transmission to tell Chu that there were masters from the superior sacred domain fighting, and orders him not to get close and return immediately. The protagonist says he had personal matters to resolve and needed to leave first. He thinks his master was calling him and couldn't stay there long, so he would leave now. His master says her unfaithful disciple was worrying her and wonders where he was, as with so much energy, she needed to teach him a good lesson. At the Taisu embassy, Chu Shu asks the manager of the Taisu embassy if she was going to stop the battle. She responds yes, as protecting Shangjin City was her responsibility. Chu thinks he wouldn't stop her, as it was better not to get involved in others' problems. Mengdi asks her unfaithful disciple where he was, as something big was happening in Shangjin City. The protagonist says he was in a meeting with the Northern King, so she called him, and he came back. His master questions if he had met with the Northern King and asks why he was fighting with Master Jing Yue. Chu sits close to her and says that wasn't important. The point was that he believed the Northern King had been replaced by a demon, and that demon was powerful and difficult to deal with. He says what he can tell her is that something big was happening in Shangjin City, and asks why they didn't flee from there. His master says he promised the Zhu family he would help them, so why was he trying to run at the first sign of danger? He replies that he was being cautious. What did a merciful person like her know about this? Mengdi, irritated, questions the protagonist. How dare he talk to her like that? And asks if he was looking to get beaten up. Chu, with a slight smile, tells his master not to forget that he could, at any moment, seal her cultivation again. He approaches her and says that lately she had been very aggressive, and asks if she had forgotten the days when she was under his control. He questions if she wants to go back to that time. She says it was still daytime. He approaches and says, "Since when does doing that during the day or at night make a difference?" leaving her embarrassed. He then says that, besides, she should close her eyes, and everything would be as dark as night. Thus, he blindfolds his master and lays her on the bed. Mengdi, embarrassed, says that if he were a man, he shouldn't seal her cultivation. Chu says that's impossible, and makes his master let out some moans, and so they begin dual cultivation. 2 hours later, the protagonist gets dressed and leaves his master's room while she is sleeping. When he leaves, he encounters Zhu Ziyue and asks how the investigations are going, and if she has gathered any information on Zhou Long. Ziyue says the information is there, but notices a lipstick mark on his face and asks if he was. Chu wipes the mark with his hand and says it wasn't a lipstick mark. It was a kitten that bit him. Suddenly a woman appears, shouting, "Holy Sun, this is not good!" He asks what is wrong. She says his master's soul plaque has broken. Chu wonders if the embassy's manager has died. In Shangjing City, in the void space, Lord Millfaces asks a hooded man why he killed the woman and if he didn't know she was the manager of the Taisu embassy. The man replies that she saw him using a demonic ability. What other choice did he have but to kill her? Lord Millfaces says they could have captured her alive. It would have been better than killing her. Now the sacred Taisu land will send people to investigate, and their plan to usurp the throne and use people as sacrifices for the genocide banner is over. The hooded man tells him not to worry, as he sealed the space around Shangjing City before doing what was necessary. And for the next 24 hours, no one would be able to send messages out. And Zhou Long was the only master in the superior sacred domain in Shangjing City, and was under their command. Besides, they had also killed Jing Yue, so who in Shangjing City could stop them? Lord Millfaces says that the sacred Taisu land's holy sun is also in the city. The hooded man says that a holy sun who has not yet fully developed is not someone to fear. They can kill him at any moment, and orders them to stop wasting time. He commands Lord Millfaces to go to the castle and destroy the Great Star Arrangement core, while he prepares the blood sacrifice arrangement. In Chu Shu's room at the Taisu embassy, Meng Di and her disciple watch the recording screen showing the hooded man killing the Taisu embassy's manager. Meng Di says that man is powerful. He must be an intermediate superior saint. Including the false northern king, there were 2 superior saints in Shangjing City. The protagonist says he tried to send a message to the sacred land, but the space around Shangjing City was sealed, making it impossible to do so. He says it seems they have a big appetite and want to devour the entire Shangjing City. He asks why they don't flee. They could take the Zhu family with them. Wouldn't it be honorable if they protected them? She asks what would happen to the millions of mortals in the city if they fled, and says he can go, but she will stay, because protecting peace is the responsibility of a sacred land cultivator. Chu takes his master's hand and says that, in that case, she should go to the palace immediately. No matter what they want to do, they will need to destroy the Great Star Arrangement core. She asks, "And what about you?" The protagonist replies that he values his life and won't die so easily. Of course, he will stay hidden in the embassy and wait for her return. He asks her to be careful and take care of herself. His master says he has a heart and tells him to stay there and not leave. He replies that he will, and says she also needs to take care. Above the palace, a great explosion occurs. Lord Millfaces says it's a surprise to know that Qi Mengdi was in Shangjing City. Mengdi says, "So it was you who were pretending to be the Northern King?" He responds with a sarcastic face and asks, "So what?" Mengdi charges at Lord Millfaces and uses the sword skill, Icy Decimation. The monster wonders if she was using a divine sword skill right from the start and counterattacks, saying break, and hits her. Mengdi, with an enraged look, charges at Lord Millfaces with all her power, startling him and prompting him to call her a crazy old woman. He asks Alma Negra not to stand there and to help, as he was no match for her. Alma Negra appears and blocks Mengdi's attack with his black hand. He laughs and says it's a disgrace for Millfaces to ask for help. The Lord tells Alma Negra to shut up and says she is ridiculously strong for someone in the intermediate superior saint domain. Alma Negra suggests they fight together, 2 against 1. Even though she's strong, they could defeat her. Suddenly, an aura comes from the palace's direction. Lord Millfaces says someone has broken the seal where Zhou Long was imprisoned. Alma Negra tells him to go deal with Zhou Long and not let him recover. Otherwise, they'd be in big trouble if he joined Qi Mengdi. Lord Millfaces wonders who could be trying to ruin their plans. Mengdi says she won't let him go and tries to advance on him, but Alma Negra steps in front of her and tells her not to be so hasty, as they haven't finished yet. She uses sound transmission to ask her unfaithful disciple if he hadn't said he would stay hidden in the embassy, calling him a liar. She warns that Lord Millfaces was coming after them and tells him to be careful, saying that if he can't fight, he should flee. He tells her not to worry. Alma Negra comments that he had heard she possessed the heavenly fragrance constitution, and that dual cultivation with her would greatly increase his cultivation. He says it's useless for her to keep resisting, and questions if she's seen what was behind him. There was a sinister flag behind him, which was absorbing the bodies of sacrifices. Mengdi realizes it is the genocide banner, and says he had already activated the blood sacrifice arrangement. The banner starts absorbing the bodies of the city's people when Zhou Long appears, saying, "Rising Sky Peak Master, I came here to help you defeat Alma Negra." She asks him if her unfaithful disciple is okay. Long says the Holy Sun said he would buy them some time by luring Millfaces. She calls for him to immediately eliminate Alma Negra. Alma Negra, distressed, says, "Stupid Millfaces, you couldn't kill them." Mengdi and Zhou Long charge at him, saying that he and Millfaces caused much chaos in the world, activated the genocide banner, and were defying the heavens. Today will be the day of your death. Mengdi uses her ice ability and launches several ice stakes at Alma Negra, wounding him. He curses her and begs to be released. Zhou Long seizes the opportunity and lunges at Alma Negra with his spear, piercing him and defeating him. Long calls Mengdi to help the Holy Sun. Mengdi begins to circulate her qi and thinks of her unfaithful disciple, who is only in the spiritual domain. Could he withstand the attacks of a superior saint? In the Northern King's palace, people outside hear Chu Shu chasing after Millfaces and telling him not to run away, calling him a little lord. Lord Millfaces, running desperately, says Chu Shu is a damned pervert and begs him to stop chasing him, otherwise he'd be doomed. Suddenly, Lord Millfaces is thrown out of the Northern King's palace and falls to the ground. People wondered if he really was Lord Millfaces and asked if he wasn't a superior saint. What had happened for him to be in that state? They look up at the palace and see Chu Shu, the holy son of the sacred Taisu land, and wonder if he was the one who left Lord Millfaces in that condition. Mengdi, sulking with jealousy, watches her disciple and thinks he has beaten a superior saint. It was expected, but she questions if he needed to show off in front of so many women. The protagonist jumps from the palace towards Millfaces with his sword and says he will send him to hell. The monster uses the genocide banner to defend against Chu Shu's sword attack. The people end up falling to the ground, saying they feel the presence of an emperor. Chu, with a smile, says it was just an item that held a bit of an emperor's presence and questions. So what if someone in the emperor domain arrives? I refuse to kneel. No one in the world could force me. Lord Millfaces laughs and admits that Chu Shu is strong, but says he cannot kill him because, with the genocide banner supporting him, neither he nor anyone else could defeat him. Then, Tai Suzy appears from the dimension and says, "Let me see if I can't kill you then." Chu thinks that Elder Mo was very efficient. She warned Tai Suzy the moment the seal weakened. That's when the Golden Monkey Lord appears, saying there was no need for her to intimidate the weak. Suzy tells the Golden Monkey that they are shameless because they came to human territory, killed people, and used them as sacrifices for the genocide banner. And she asks, "Am I intimidating the weak?" The monkey responds that they were wrong and asks the price to let the fox go. The protagonist says that he was the one who defeated Lord Millfaces, so he wanted his storage ring and a Luopuo golden lotus because he never did anything for free. The Golden Monkey Lord thinks that the ring is the least of it, but he wanted a treasure. Do they think monsters are rich? Tai Suzy tells him not to forget that they still owe 3 treasures. The Monster Lord agrees but says the Golden Lotus will take some time since they need to find the primordial mist and check if a lotus has formed. In 3 days, he will bring all the items to her. Tai Suzy says she will keep the genocide banner for 300 years in exchange for the mortals who died, and orders the monkey to take that fox away and not let her walk in the human world again. The Golden Monkey says she won today and leaves, taking Lord Millfaces with him. In Shangjing City, inside a tea house, Chu was hiding in the VIP area, listening to people say that the Holy Sun was incredible. He was only in the spiritual domain. After the ancient era of emperors, the sacred Taisu land is the last dominant force. They have Tai Suzy, who is the master of the sacred land, and now a powerful holy son like Chu Shu. How could they not be envious? Chu should become Tai Suzy's successor. In Shangjing City, inside the Taisu embassy, Elder Hua asks Mengdi where her disciple is. She says she has no idea where he's wandering and asks if there is something to discuss with him, offering to call him. Hua asks if she wasn't going to take a walk and relax, as she said, and questions what she is doing in Shangjing City. She wonders if Mengdi is protecting her beloved disciple from the shadows. Mengdi tells her not to talk nonsense, saying she was just passing through and sensed a monster performing a sacrificial ritual. Hua responds, "Sure, if you say so." Mengdi says that in any case, she will not return to the sacred land. Hua says that even if she goes back, there would be nothing to do there, so she will stay around here and questions if she is not welcome. Mengdi, somewhat embarrassed, says that she is always welcome. The protagonist appears in the room, and Elder Hua stands up, smiling happily, saying he has returned. Chu asks when she arrived in Shangjing City. She responds that he looks tired. He says he will offer some tea. His master, seeing this, wonders since when they had such a good relationship. Hua says that his master is watching. Chu Shu says he will offer some tea to Sister Hua and asks if his master wants some as well. Mengdi, sulking, turns her head and says she is tired, so she won't. The protagonist takes Hua's hand and leaves, telling his master to rest. His master, annoyed, thinks how that damned unfaithful disciple dares to flirt with the sacred master. Moreover, after he took her hand, she got all cheerful and didn't let go anymore. Elder Hua and Chu were walking when the protagonist gives her a hairpin and says it suits her. Hua, blushing, tells him to stop playing around because his master is watching. Hua thinks it is so embarrassing to be seen like this by her best friend. She hopes that Mengdi does not think she is trying to steal her disciple. Chu tells her not to worry, as they weren't doing anything wrong, so the master wouldn't say anything. The protagonist notices that his master was hiding and thinks she was following them the whole way. She must want to join in. Mengdi, irritated, wonders why Hua was getting embarrassed and questions if her unfaithful disciple knew who Hua Luofei was. It seems he doesn't know. If he knew that Luofei is the sacred master, he wouldn't act like this. Feeling jealous, she thinks about why she feels so uncomfortable seeing him with the sacred master. Could it be? Impossible. It couldn't be jealousy. It's impossible. She's only here for the sacred master. Annoyed, she thinks that she needs to teach her unfaithful disciple a big lesson. A little girl selling flowers asks Chu if he wants to buy some for his companion. The protagonist picks one up and says, "Look how beautiful this flower is, but she is even more beautiful than that flower." Hua, shy, says he flatters too much. Mengdi, watching them, says it's ridiculous. How could he say something so disgusting? She wonders if her unfaithful disciple has ever said something like that to her, and says he has no talent and doesn't understand things. Hua uses sound transmission to tell Mengdi not to misunderstand, because she only treats him as a younger brother and elder sister, and argues why she doesn't return with her. No one in this world would be able to hurt him. Chi Mengdi, annoyed, thinks that she's explaining herself, but thinks that younger brothers and elder sisters don't hold hands, don't hug in public, and don't go shopping together. That damn unfaithful disciple. She knew she should have killed him when she had the chance. Hua uses sound transmission again and asks Mengdi what's wrong, why she isn't saying anything. Chi Mengdi says she's fine, that they are best friends. Of course, she trusts her and tells her to have fun because she will go back first. Mengdi, with a cup of tea in her hand, thinks she wants to leave together with her and questions how far this younger brother and elder sister act will go. The protagonist takes the tea and serves it to Elder Hua. She says he also needs to take some tea instead of just serving her. Chu tells Hua to look at how beautiful the city's night view is and says it must have been exhausting to travel from the sacred land to Shangjing City. He asks why she doesn't stay the night to rest and places his hand near Hua's chest. Mengdi, with an angry face, wonders where that unfaithful disciple is putting his hand and questions why they are so close together. The protagonist senses that something is wrong with his master and feels like she is getting agitated. Suddenly, a man announces, calling everyone not to miss the opportunity. The largest auction in Shangjing City in decades is about to begin. He invites everyone to see the various treasures at the auction and plays a recording pearl to show the items that will be available. Chu, upon seeing it, says it's not bad and comments that the fist-sized asteroid is worth no less than 3,000 spiritual stones. Chu thinks that the bronze fragment with the celestial sword seed fits into the bronze plate and that he needs to have it. Hua, seeing his face, says that he has seen something he needs at the auction. He kisses Hua's hand and says she really is his lucky star. Mengdi, embarrassed, thinks that he kissed her hand. Chu asks if Hua will be free tomorrow and invites her to watch the auction. She agrees with him. As they leave the tea house, the protagonist says he will take Hua to watch a movie. She asks what a movie is, and he replies that she will find out. Chu Shu sees his master and asks what she is doing there. Mengdi, with a slight smile, says her teacup broke, so she came to buy another one. Hua says that she could have sent an embassy disciple to buy it. After all, as the Rising Sky Peak Master, she doesn't need to go out to do these things. Chi Mengdi questions that she calls her Mengdi when her unfaithful disciple isn't around, but now that he's with her, she calls her the Rising Sky Peak Master. The protagonist waves and tells Sister Hua and his master that he will buy some drinks, asking them to wait a bit, and runs off. Elder Hua tells Mengdi that he doesn't know about her identity and says she is now just an elder of the consented peak, and asks her not to tell him anything, as it would be too embarrassing. Mengdi, putting that aside, questions why she is being so kind to Chu Shu. She is the sacred master, so please keep that in mind and don't forget. Hua responds that he doesn't know her identity, and asks her not to misunderstand because Chu Shu and she will continue to call her sister, and there's nothing she can do about it. Mengdi questions whether brothers and sisters hold hands or hug and caress each other. Hua says she is misunderstanding. Mengdi turns her face away and says that she saw everything with her own eyes. Hua asks if she is jealous because that's not good. He is her disciple, and she is still pregnant with a father she doesn't know. Chi Mengdi asks what she is talking about, saying she is not jealous, just thinks that behavior is not appropriate for someone her age. Hua Luofei, blushing, tells her not to worry because he said that women who are 3,000 years older than men are worth more than gold. That was very cute. Mengdi, furious, asks if he really said something like that. Hua, embarrassed, asks her to calm down and says that even if she had something with him, what would be the problem? They are cultivators and age is not an issue. Besides, neither of them is married, so why not? Mengdi, irritated, says that she has changed. She thought she was her best friend, but now she wants to be the wife of her disciple. The protagonist arrives with 2 cups of cherry blossom, a special drink from Shangjing City, and tells them to try it. Hua says that they have already met with the Rising Sky Peak Master. He asks why they all don't go together to watch this movie. Chu says it's a great idea, and thinks that Sister Hua understands him, as expected of her. The protagonist takes his master's hand, smacks Elder Hua's butt, and they head to the place to watch the movie. Upon arriving, Chu thinks it's a coincidence. The play is about Tai Suzy when she was adventuring as the Holy Daughter. How does she feel listening to her own story? There are many people around, and a boy asks his mother if the Holy Daughter was the master of the sacred Taisu land. The mother responds yes, saying she was the cultivator who was in the sky yesterday. The boy says he wants to be a powerful cultivator, so he can protect her. Seeing this, Chu says that the sacred master is truly amazing. Mengdi, saddened, thinks that the unfaithful disciple doesn't even know that the woman he is talking about is right next to him. The protagonist says he thinks that this play doesn't really count as a movie. Hua questions him, asking what he means. He explains that on a distant blue planet, motion pictures or moving photos, obviously, images recorded by an image crystal, are more like a movie. Elder Hua says she has never heard of anything like that on the celestial continent. Chu says it's like writing the story of the sacred master, using actors to perform according to the written story, recording it with an image crystal, and broadcasting it to whoever wants to watch. It would be much more interesting than a cardboard puppet show. Mengdi, hearing this, remembers when her disciple recorded the two of them doing dual cultivation, saying he would show it to everyone if she disobeyed. Hua Luofei comments that it's a great idea and worth trying. When a young cultivator approaches them, he says Brother Chu is very clever, and admits he didn't want to listen, but he was passing by, heard the idea, and found it very interesting, so he couldn't contain himself, and asks him to continue explaining. Chu asks who he is, and the cultivator introduces himself, saying he is Hong Yu, and asks if he has heard of the Ye family. He is Ye Hong Yu, the third young master of the Ye family. The protagonist questions what business the young master of the Ye family would have with him, and thinks that his cultivation is not low. He's already in the spiritual domain. Hong Yu asks if he could explain this projection idea in more detail, and believes they could make a profit. Chu asks if Brother Ye is interested. He confirms, saying they could work together. Chu would provide the ideas and receive 30% of the profits. What does he think? The protagonist and Hong Yu start writing the idea on paper. Elder Hua asks Mengdi what they are writing, and she responds that it seems to be something very mysterious. At the Taisu embassy, Chu Shu takes Hua's hand and calls her sister Hua. His master, using sound transmission, indignantly questions what he is doing with Hua. She asks him to let her in with him. The protagonist says it's been a long day, and it's best to sleep early. Luofei replies that he also needs to rest and leaves, blushing and happy, thinking that if she and Chu Shu really get married, what should she call Mengdi? She debates whether to call her master, but thinks it would be too embarrassing. Inside the room, Chu uses a soundproofing arrangement. His master says he is very bold to act that way with an elder from another peak, and argues that they ate sweets together. The protagonist takes a sweet in his hand, and says that, in fact, he also brought one for her, but couldn't give it earlier. After all, Sister Hua might find out about their relationship. Mengdi takes the sweet and questions what their relationship is, as it's nothing special. They are just master and disciple, nothing more. But he keeps calling her Sister Hua and holding hands. Shyly, she tells him not to think that's all there is because he even gave her a flower and praised her for being beautiful. Suddenly, Chu picks a pink flower and says that, from the beginning, it was for her that he wanted to give the flower, that she is more beautiful than the sun and the stars, so bright, making Hua blush. He says it's a pity that the flower is not beautiful enough and lacks much to compare with the beauty of his precious master. She, slightly embarrassed, tells him to stop with that. The protagonist gives a light laugh and argues why he shouldn't praise his beautiful woman, saying that anyone would get jealous, so why should he stop? Mengdi, annoyed, tells him not to start with that and not to think he would deceive her so easily. Feeling troubled, she asks what his relationship with Elder Hua is. The protagonist, with an ironic look, asks if she's jealous. She, angry and in a loud voice, says it's ridiculous, that she's not jealous of him. After all, she is his master, and it's her duty to take care of him. Chu Shu, with a sly smile, asks his master if he promises, and says she is his wings, that without her, he wouldn't be able to fly. He argues why they need to fight each other, when suddenly Chi Mengdi lands a big punch on Chu's face, calling him an unfaithful and shameless disciple, claiming he hasn't increased his talent much recently, and is full of energy. With a stunned face and a trembling voice, the protagonist says that a different fetish is sometimes cool, but asks her not to be hasty. Mengdi, with a whip in her hand, declares that she is his master, and questions if he thinks she can't force him, stating he'd better be prepared because she won't let him sleep that night. The protagonist retorts, telling her to use her strength to force him if she has the courage. She approaches him with the whip stretched out in her hand when he says, "Wait, Sister Hua will hear us." His master tells him not to worry, as he has set up a soundproofing arrangement, and he can scream as much as he wants, and no one will hear or come to help him. He tells Chi Mengdi to be gentle with him. The next day, Mengdi wakes up all happy and humming, when Sister Hua asks if she had taken something because she looks great. Mengdi, with a radiant smile, asks if she's serious, and explains that maybe her cultivation has increased. Luo Fei comments that recently her cultivation has grown rapidly, and from her observation, she will soon advance again. She mentions that to advance in the superior saint domain, it is necessary to go through epiphanies, and says that her mind seems to be at peace after leaving the sacred land. Mengdi deduces that it's thanks to the secret dual cultivation art of the 8 trigrams, and admits that dual cultivation greatly helps in understanding the Tao. Hua Luofei asks where Chu Shu is, and questions if he's cultivating. Mengdi, embarrassed, says he probably is, and thinks that they spent the whole night doing dual cultivation non-stop. Her unfaithful disciple must be sleeping. Chi Mengdi asks why Luofei hasn't returned yet, and questions if she is worried about it. She replies that yes, because even though Chu Shu broke the curse of the sacred primordial body that incapacitates him from cultivating, that was just the first step. She asks Mengdi if she has sought information about his constitution. Mengdi responds, with a saddened expression, that the day he breaks through will be his greatest disaster because of his constitution, as the heavens will no longer allow him to continue advancing and will unleash a dangerous trial. If he fails, he will surely die. Hua Luofei, with a sorrowful look, says that after the monsters deliver the treasures and he uses them, his constitution will progress. Mengdi asks what she plans to do and tells her not to act rashly. With a determined look, Luofei says that maybe she can save him at the crucial moment. At the auction tower, many people are gathering. Chu, heading to the auction, thinks that he wanted the company of his master and Sister Hua, but didn't find them at the embassy, so he ended up going alone. When an old man with a mustache calls the Holy Sun to follow him, he is Dong Tina, the elder of the auction tower. Chu thanks him. Some cultivators waiting in line get annoyed, asking why he's cutting in line. Another one laughs and says that if he were the Holy Sun, he could also cut the line. A female cultivator says he is amazing, as expected of the expert cultivators of the sacred Taisu land. In VIP room 1, the old man tells the Holy Sun that the auction will soon begin and says he will ask the servants to bring a drink. Chu tells Elder Dong that he can take care of his business and doesn't need to worry about him. The servants arrive and tell Chu Shu to accept the drink. Elsewhere, a young woman was questioning Elder Dong why the first VIP room wasn't available. The young man says his brother is Zhou Yi, and that he is about to become the Holy Son of the Tai Yi sacred land. He demands to know who the shameless person was that stole their spot. Dong replies that the Holy Son of the Taisu sacred land is in the first VIP room. The young man, in an arrogant tone, says, "So what if he's the Holy Son of the Taisu sacred land? He's just a cultivator in the spiritual domain." He goes on to say that the Tai Yi sacred land is not afraid of him and orders him to leave immediately. Hong Yi, walking by and seeing the commotion, says that he was wondering who was throwing a tantrum, but sees that it's just a brat. He questions what he's yelling about and asks if he thinks he's important just because he has a powerful older brother. The arrogant young man tells Hong Yi that he'd better show him respect. Hong Yi punches the young man hard, sending him into the wall and knocking him out. He then asks Elder Dong to place him in the second VIP room and not let the brat bother Brother Chu, because if Chu gets angry, he might end up dead. The elder agrees with him. Chu thanks Brother Hong Yi for that. The other cultivators wondered if that young man in red wasn't the third young lord of the Ye family. Another one says that, from his tone, it seems he has a rare relationship with the Holy Son of the Taisu sacred land. With the Taisu sacred land and the Yi family together, the auction begins, and a woman welcomes everyone to the auction tower and announces that she will be the auctioneer. The woman says that in her hand is the first item, a silkworm armor, naturally formed over 10,000 years of natural qi absorption, forged by a natural phenomenon. Once equipped, it becomes impenetrable to sword or poison, and she asks everyone to place their bids. Chu bids 100,000 divine spiritual stones, thinking that he would make some bids and see how things go. The arrogant young man bids 1,000,000 divine spiritual stones, thinking that the Taisu sacred land is nothing because they only bid 100,000 divine spiritual stones. The woman shows the second item and says, it is a divine Luolan herb. Once consumed, your cultivation speed will increase by 1.5 times. The protagonist bids again, saying he will offer 200 divine spiritual stones. The arrogant young man looks at Chu and raises the bid to 2,000,000 divine spiritual stones, thinking that he won't let him get anything from this auction since he stole the first VIP room. The cultivators ask who the guy in VIP room 2 is, openly provoking the Taisu Holy Sun. One of the cultivators says that the arrogant young man is Zhou Yu of the Taiyi Sacred Land. He wanted to take the Taisu Holy Sun's VIP room. He's just an arrogant young master, not worth mentioning. The woman conducting the auction presents the final item and says that, as they can see, it is an asteroid of a certain ore, and next to it is a bronze plate of unknown use. But the material is extremely hard, so it must be something extraordinary. She asks them to start bidding. The cultivators go wild and begin placing multiple bids. The protagonist bids, outbidding the others, with 200,000 divine spiritual stones. Zhou Yu bids again, outbidding Chu once more, saying, 1.2 million divine spiritual stones. The arrogant young man thinks that the broken bronze plate is from the same bronze fragment that his grandfather left before he died. It must contain some answers. The protagonist, with an angry look, bids again, saying, 1.3 million, and thinks that this idiot can have everything else, but the bronze plate will be his. Zhou Yu looks at Chu again with an arrogant look, raises the bid to 1.4 million, and thinks that Chu wants to compete with him. He questions how far Chu will continue raising the bid. The protagonist raises the bid to 2 million, and thinks that with the 3 million he took from Millfaces, he had already spent 1 million buying ingredients for the poison, so 2 million was all he had. Zhou Yu, with an enraged expression, showing his middle finger, bids 2,000,001 divine spiritual stone, thinking that those were all the divine spiritual stones he received from his master. When he returns, he will certainly be reprimanded, but it will all be worth it if he can get the bronze plate. The woman conducting the auction says that the current bid is 2,000,001 divine spiritual stone and asks if anyone else will make another bid. Chu crosses his legs and has a gloomy look, while the other cultivators wonder if the Taisu Sacred Land won't increase the price. Others laugh and say that the Tai Sacred Land is not an easy target, and others say that Zhou Yu really wants to offend the Taisu Holy Sun. The auctioneer announces that the auction has ended and congratulates Mr. Zhou Yu for obtaining the asteroid ore and the bronze plate for 2,000,001 divine spiritual stone. Zhou Yu calls his servant to leave and collect their items. The protagonist tells Hong Yi that he has some business to take care of and advises him to enjoy himself. Hong Yi asks Chu if he needs help because, aside from his appearance, he is a good fighter. The protagonist says he doesn't need help as he can handle it alone. Zhou Yu and his servant Hooded are leaving, sailing on their boat. Yu thinks that, judging by Chu Xiu's reaction to the bronze plate, he must have the bronze fragment that completes the plate, and he says it was wise to leave quickly to avoid incidents. Suddenly, the protagonist appears on a boat next to Zhou Yu and says that Chu Xiu of the Taisu Sacred Land is there to borrow something from Mr. Zhou Yu. Seeing him, Yu thinks that Chu really pursued him. His servant says that the auction was fair and questions why the Holy Sun is blocking their path to force them to hand over the item. The protagonist retorts, saying there's no forcing. He just wants to borrow something from young Master Yu, and asks the servant if he didn't hear him correctly. Zhou Yu thinks that if he hands over the item, it will never return to him. The servant says that if the Holy Sun does that, what would be the difference from a robbery? The protagonist, with a serious look, says that it's fine if he doesn't want to lend it, but calling him a bandit is ridiculous, and then draws his sword. Chu asks Elder Mo to distract the inferior saint while he deals with the other. Mo agrees and tells him to be careful, advancing towards the inferior saint. Yu, surprised, thinks he never imagined that Chu Xiu would be so decisive and act immediately, leaving no room for negotiations. His servant shouts that he will hold off the woman and asks Yu to be careful. The servant uses an object to block Elder Mo while Chu uses his chaotic lotus secret art. Yu counterattacks, using the azure phoenix flame. Thus, when the two secret arts collide, a great explosion occurs. Zhou Yu says he didn't want to fight Chu, and it's his fault for not learning to keep his mouth shut, when suddenly the protagonist appears behind Yu, leaving him scared. Chu strikes with his sword, cutting his back and knocking him into the lake. Suddenly, a woman appears, saving Zhou Yu, and says that the Holy Sun must be careful with his actions, questioning why he is going so far. The protagonist asks who she is. Yu thanks Miss Zhen Yaoyi for saving him. The protagonist wonders if she is from the Zhen family. Yaoyi asks if the Holy Sun could do her a favor and spare Zhou Yu's life. Chu says that since such a beautiful woman like her is asking, he won't be stubborn and can spare him, as long as he hands over the item. Yaoyi responds that Yu obtained the item at the auction fairly and argues that he is going too far. The protagonist says that since they don't have an agreement, then both can die together, thinking that he will get the bronze plate no matter what. Zhen Yaoyi, irritated, says that Chu Xiu is very arrogant and questions if he is trying to start a war between the Taisu Sacred Land and the Zhen family. She thinks that rumors said the Taisu Holy Sun was a humble person, but in reality, he is very ruthless. Suddenly, Chu quickly appears in front of Yao Yi. She thinks that he was very fast. The protagonist grabs Yao Yi by the neck. Without resisting, she asks him to take his hands off her. When she uses the substitution jutsu and tries to save Yu, Chu appears behind her again at high speed and punches her, throwing her into the boat. The protagonist says he was being kind, but she forced him to do this. She calls the Holy Sun a madman. When a master emerges from the dimension of the void, asking the Holy Sun to calm down and accept his apologies on behalf of the second miss, stating that she shouldn't have interfered in others' business, Chu thinks that Elder Mo, who appeared to protect Zhen Yao Yi, was a superior saint and was apologizing for what happened. The Holy Sun says that since a superior saint requested it, he won't say anything more and tells them to take the girl with a heart of justice. He thinks that since his master and sister Hua weren't by his side, it's better not to take too many risks without their support. Since the elder would just ignore it, he would simply accept. The elder thanks Chu and opens a portal to take Zhen Yao Yi. The girl asks why Elder Mo is apologizing and if he is afraid of Chu. The elder, leaving, tells the second miss to be quiet, as they were in Taisu territory, and acting there would bring them no advantage, so it was better to minimize the losses. After they leave, Zhou Yu, terrified, looks at Chu Xiu, who is staring at him with a deadly gaze. Frightened, Yao Yi starts pleading for his life, saying that he was blind and acted without thinking. In a trembling voice, he says that he will give Chu what he wants, and comments that it is very frightening when he doesn't say anything. The protagonist asks him to hand over the plate, but whether he will be left alive depends on his mood. Zhou Yu thinks that he has always stood out wherever he went, but here he failed. Chu tells him to hand it over. Yu asks what. The protagonist retorts, asking if he wanted him to bend down to pick up the plate. Zhou Yu, with his trembling voice, says he will hand it over and asks if that's what he wants. Chu says he is very smart and thinks that the other part was with him and that Zhou Yu would end up dying there. Terrified, Yu asks if now that he has handed over the item, he can leave. The protagonist, with the sword at his neck, replies that he cannot. Zhou questions why not and says that Chu Xiu doesn't need to do this. The protagonist, with a slight smile, says that without removing the roots, the grass will grow again after some time, so he prefers to remove the roots when he does things. Zhou Yu asks forgiveness from his parents for not being able to repay them and asks them to remember to avenge their son. Suddenly, a young man appears and defends Chu's sword. Yu, cheerful, says that his brother finally saved him. Yu's brother asks the Holy Sun to do him a favor and spare his life. The protagonist says he thought he would just stand there watching. Zhou's brother kicks his sibling and tells him to hurry up and go home with him because he has already been embarrassed enough and says he will correct his personality. Chu asks Zhou if he plans to seek revenge now that he hurt his brother. Zhou tells him not to take it so seriously. It's all his fault for being weak, so he deserved to be killed. Chu picks up his sword and says they will meet again, flying away on his sword. Chu thinks that he got what he wanted, so it's better to go back. On the flying boat, Chu is lying on Elder Mo's lap and thanks her for helping him. Mo Feiyan says he is very polite and that protecting him while he is away is her duty, but adds that there is something she doesn't understand. Why he didn't kill Zhou Yu, and asks if he isn't afraid that he will seek revenge in the future. Chu replies that he has already been beaten once, so if he comes back, he will be beaten again. Why should he be afraid of him? He will never surpass him or have the ability to reach him, so he will have to work very hard to take revenge. He asks Elder Mo if, since his master isn't there, she could stay in his room that night to discuss cultivation. Mo, blushing, asks if the Holy Sun is sure he only wants to discuss cultivation. He asks what else they could do, and getting closer to Elder Mo, asks what she says. She, embarrassed, says that as the Holy Sun, he shouldn't act like this, because if the Sacred Master and the Rising Sky Peak Master found out about this, he places his hand on her leg and says, "Why don't we let them find out?" At the Yao Ci Palace in the Yao Ci Sacred Land, Tai Suzi and Mengdi were talking with two women, and got straight to the point. Mengdi said that everyone on the celestial continent knew that the Yao Ci Palace wanted to recreate the legendary constitution, and that their holy son was the key to that. The sacred master of the Yao Ci Palace said that Chu Shu wasn't ready yet. Mengdi questioned if she just wanted to do nothing and reap the benefits, which was ridiculous, and asked why they would contact her if Chu Shu wasn't ready. Tai Suzi said she had already read the ancient scrolls and concluded after some thought that on the day the Holy Sun was ready, he would face a great challenge, and if he failed, he would die. Even if he succeeded, he would suffer severe injuries that would drain his lifespan, leaving him with only a year to live. If he had the Tao congenital body to help Chu Shu, then that would change everything. Feng Yao, blushing, asked about that. Susie replied that they were there because they wanted the holy daughter of the Yao Ci Palace to engage in dual cultivation with Chu and help him overcome that challenge. The master of the Yao Ci Palace asked Tai Susie if she could promise that Chu would overcome that challenge. Susie replied that she didn't need to worry about that, because if the Holy Sun succeeded, the Yao Ci Palace would have the Taisu Holy Sun as a consort, and the legendary constitution would soon be recreated. If he failed, the Taisu Sacred Land would lose the Holy Sun, while the Yao Ci Palace would lose nothing. The Yao Ci Palace master asked Feng Yao what she thought. She, blushing, said that her opinion didn't matter. If it was for the good of the Sacred Land, or if it was the master's request, she had no choice. She would do it. Mengdi, in her irritated thoughts, said that her unfaithful disciple got lucky and would gain a beautiful wife, and thought that she would be the only one humiliated by him because of the heavenly fragrance body. But now he would have a beautiful woman with the Tao congenital constitution, and she felt indignant for thinking about that. If he dies, so be it. The Yao Ci Palace master told Susie that they would discuss the marriage. The holy daughter of the Yao Ci Palace would not marry outside. Mengdi debated. What? They wanted the Taisu Holy Sun to marry there? Yao Ci master replied that, of course not. The two could form a couple but would live separately, each in their own sacred land. If their child was born with the legendary constitution, that child would be raised by the Yao Ci Palace. Mengdi and Tai Susie agreed. Tai Susie thought that if Chu Shu managed to get through the challenge safely, nothing else would matter, and so they left. The sacred master of Yao Ci Palace asked Feng Yao if she wasn't satisfied with her decision. Feng replied that it wasn't that, but that soon those lands would undergo great changes, and even though the Yao Ci sacred land was weakening each day, if the legendary constitution was born and grew there, the Yao Ci sacred land would have nothing to worry about. The master said she was sacrificing herself for the sacred land, and added that she knew that if she did that, her cultivation as a lower saint would weaken and would be even less compared to Chu Xiu's cultivation. Feng said yes, but that Chu Xiu would have a great foundation after dual cultivation, and she could learn a bit from his Tao cultivation. It's not like he wouldn't gain any benefits. She, with a slight smile, said that in the future, after the child was born, she could continue cultivating. At the Taisu embassy, Mengdi, looking grumpy, pondered what her unfaithful disciple was up to, as she had been running around there looking for a way to help him with the challenge, and he could at least thank her properly, or he would have to answer to her. Just as she was entering the room where Chu Xiu was, Elder Mo Feiyan came out blushing. She said she was just helping the Holy Sun with his cultivation, and asked the master of the Rising Heaven Peak not to blame him, as it was all her fault for agreeing, and she said she was going to cultivate to break through to the higher holy domain. Annoyed, Mengdi entered Chu's room shouting and asking what he had been up to. Startled, he replied that the flesh was weak, and asked her to let him explain. His master, sitting cross-legged, called him shameless, and said that she had been away for just one day, and he had already laid hands on Elder Mo. The protagonist, kneeling on the ground, replied that he was just discussing cultivation. In his grumpy thoughts, he said his master had been very jealous lately. He should have gone to the forest with Elder Mo. Mengdi pulled Chu's ear and said that his sacred constitution was soon to reach a critical point, and asked if he was prepared for the challenge. He told his master to calm down, that she was going to tear his ear off. She said the holy master would raise a great formation outside the city to help him with the challenge. He better be in his best condition, and asked him to stop doing shameful things, or he would end up dying to the tribulation of the challenge. With a sheepish smile, he said he would keep his master's teachings in mind. 2 days later, 100,000 miles from the city of Shangjing, the protagonist was in the formation that Tai Susie had prepared for him, ready to break through domains, when his master uses sound transmission and asks if he was ready. He replies and tells her not to worry. Elder Mo Feiyan said the Holy Sun had to be careful. Tai Susie tells Chu not to worry, as she would protect him at all costs, and she says she would transfer the Imperial Taisu mantra to him. As with the mantra, his chances of surviving the challenge would greatly increase. Chu thanks her and tells the system to open his system window. A system window appears announcing, User Chu Shu, Domain, 6th layer of the spiritual pillar domain. Constitution, Holy Primordial Body. Talent, 3,999 Celestial Class, with cultivation speed increased by 33 times. Sword Intent, Celestial Assassin Sword Intent. Cultivation Techniques, Initial Chapter Tao Scripture. Sword Skills, First Form Annihilation. Cultivation Points, 47.5 million. Luck Value, 1,674 purple. Combat Power, 35 times the strength of someone in the same domain. The protagonist picks up the fruit and tells the system to help him with the challenge and bites it. A system window appears saying, "It has been detected that the user has the holy primordial body. To pass through the challenge and advance to the 10th layer, a large amount of points will be used. The estimate is that it will be necessary to go through 5 cycles, and each cycle will consume 500,000 cultivation points." Above the formation where Chu was, the celestial tribulation began to form. He thought that, for the challenge of the holy primordial body, he would need to activate his spiritual pillar to develop a seed. Using the Imperial Tai Su mantra, it would be easy to get a superior class seed. That's why the Imperial Tai Su mantra was known as the strongest item of a master in the Emperor domain, since it facilitates the development of the spiritual pillar, and so he begins to cultivate to overcome the challenge. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "Breakthrough completed. 2,500,000 cultivation points have been consumed. Because of your breakthrough, powerful tribulations will fall in 5 seconds. It's better for the user to prepare." The tribulations were about to begin. Chu thought that, with the help of Sister Hua, it would be easy to advance to the 10th layer of the spiritual pillar domain. And so the celestial tribulation begins and falls upon the formation where the protagonist was, causing a massive explosion at the site. Mengdi asks if the challenge of the holy primordial constitution had begun. Elder Mo says the tribulation was very powerful, while Tai Suzy thought for him not to die. The celestial tribulation fell upon Chu Shu several times, causing explosions and tearing his shirt. Several families came to see if Chu would overcome the celestial tribulation in their flying boats. The daughter of the Zhen family leader asked her father if he thought the Tai Su holy son would manage to pass the challenge. He replies that if he could pass the challenge of the holy primordial body, he would soar to great heights in the future, but if he failed, his fate would be doomed. Yu from the sacred land of Taiyi tells his brother, the holy son of Taiyi, that the heavens had acted, hoping that a few more tribulations would fall so he would die. He tells his brother that, after Chu Xu's death, they would together seize what he had obtained at the auction. His brother, the holy son, replies that he feared he wouldn't have that chance. Ye Hongyu, from the Ye family, said he believed in Chu, that he wouldn't just die like that. He needed to succeed, as he still needed advice on movies to make a hit on the continent. The Monkey Lord said that a constitution challenge was something difficult. If he failed, Tai Suzy would act to try to save him, having to block the tribulations. She would be severely injured, and that would be the best opportunity for them, the monsters, to defeat the humans. If they could bring down Tai Suzy, it would be like tearing off an arm of humanity, and they would no longer be a threat to the monsters. 2 hours later, Ye Hongyu tells Chu to hold on, as he would make it. The holy son Taiyi tells his brother Yu that celestial tribulation was strong, but it was still not the tribulation of the challenge of the holy primordial body. It was just an advancement tribulation. His brother, scared, questions, saying that was just for his advancement, then how powerful would the true tribulation be? Suddenly, around the skies, various lightning and thunder began to appear in the clear sky. The daughter of the Zhen family leader, scared, says the real challenge would begin now. The protagonist, seeing the tribulations, shouts, calling her. Mengdi, worried, thought her unfaithful disciple couldn't die. She swears she would stop complaining and fighting with him in the future. And so the tribulations begin to fall again on Chu. The protagonist thought he had various forms and styles from the Tao Palace of various cultivators. He could say it was the manifestation of their hearts. Even though time washes everything away, it seemed that it was still very new. Centuries had passed, and it seemed that his spiritual pillar was still the same. In his thought, he said he had cultivated the 5 elements and 9 origins. Heavens, what quality of seed would he obtain if he succeeded? And with a look of excitement, he thought whether it would be of the divine class or even the legendary emperor class. The monsters asked the golden monkey why they didn't attack right away. The monkey lord replies that it still wasn't the right time, as the holy son was still going to face the challenge. The holy son Taiyi says that before the challenge, he had already faced several tribulations because of the advancement. That was something that had never happened before. His brother Yu, scared, asks if those tribulations were not the challenge of the Constitution. He replies that he really should be thankful for not having killed him that day. Suddenly, throughout the area, several strong red lightning bolts begin to fall, destroying some flying boats that were watching Chu's challenge, leaving everyone terrified. Tai Suzy says the real challenge would begin. The protagonist, within the formation, concentrated to overcome the tribulation, when a huge tribulation lightning bolt comes in his direction. Tai Suzy jumps towards Chu to defend him, and Mengdi tells her to be careful. The Golden Monkey Lord says that finally she made a move, and now was the chance. Tai Suzy takes another lightning bolt for Chu, getting injured. The Monkey Lord orders the monsters to attack. He thought that Tai Suzy must have been hurt by the tribulation for forcibly intervening in the challenge of the Holy Primordial Constitution. If they eliminated her, their morale would greatly increase, and so various monsters begin to attack. She uses seals and thinks that the monsters were really attacking. She uses sound transmission and tells Chu that she placed 5 drops of her blood essence on him. That would help him defend against the tribulations of the challenge. He thanks her and says she could focus on her battle, as he would take care of the rest. Tai Suzy, with her power, says that if they wanted to eliminate her, they should fight and leave the innocents out of it. Thus, she creates a golden lotus around her and the monsters. One of the monsters says that Tai Suzy had even used her blood essence. She must be very weak, and this was the best chance. The human cultivators appear to help Tai Suzy, saying they would support the master of the Holy Land, Tai Su. If she fell, it would be a great loss for humanity in their battle against the monsters. The tribulations continued to fall on Chu, hitting him squarely and making him vomit blood. Eldermo and his master were worried. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, "It has been detected that the user is connecting to the luck of the human race's blood. Soon it will be the crucial moment of the Holy Constitution Challenge. The user needs to be prepared." The protagonist asks the system what the luck of the human race's blood was. The system responds if he was seeing the river of blood from corpses. Chu, seeing that, asks what those images were and questions, saying that the river of blood was formed by condensing the blood of the human race, and asks how many needed to die to reach that level. A system window appears announcing, "Your understanding is correct. The human race is always involved with tragedies." Chu asks why there were only images of cannibalism and murders, why there were so many resentments among humans. He questions why, in the place that appeared, humans killed each other like animals, and asks why he was seeing those things. A system window appears saying, "Of course there is a reason for them to appear, and that is because of the qualifications of the heavens." Chu begins to focus and make a seal, thinking that the mind was like water, and water was like the mind, without winds and without waves. Elder Mo asks if the Holy Sun was managing to overcome the challenge. Mengdi thought her unfaithful disciple was incredible, and that in the final part he needed to hold on and not falter. The rays of the celestial tribulation take the form of Ashura, while Chu uses his chi to create a form of himself to face the tribulation, and thus goes up, overcoming the tribulation of the challenge of his constitution. The cultivators who stayed watching Chu Shu overcome the challenge are joyful, saying that the Holy Sun was incredible for having managed to endure the tribulation of the challenge. The monsters said he was still alive. Mengdi and Elder Mo went to Chu to see if he was all right. The protagonist tells his master that he had succeeded in overcoming the challenge, and that it was because of her incredible teachings. His master asks what he was wanting, and tells him to use that pill right away to help him recover. He thanks his master. Mengdi says that the Holy Master was severely injured because of him, and that she was still fighting against the monsters to protect him, and says that he needed to think about how he could repay her in the future. He tells his master not to worry, as he would definitely do something for the Holy Master, and starts to give a sinister laugh. A system window appears saying, "This little guy has nothing to use as payment except his own body." Suddenly, in the void dimension, a great explosion occurs, leaving everyone frightened, when suddenly a cultivator emerges from the void. Mengdi says that a superior saint had fallen. When the cultivator comes out of the void, it was Tai Suzy, all wounded, saying that the leader of the monsters had fallen, and orders the remaining worms to immediately disappear from human territory. Chu, seeing Tai Suzy, thought that she really was very injured. Mengdi tells Chu that Sister Hua had already returned to the Holy Land, and that this was a recording crystal she had left for him, and comments that Tai Suzy was seriously injured, and that she needed to go back and help her. Chu asks her to wait a moment, and says he wanted to ask the master to take that letter to Sister Hua. She takes the letter and says that this time, she would help him. The protagonist thanks her. In the palace of the master of the peaceful heaven peak, Tai Suzy was lying down when Mengdi asks her if it had been worth doing that for the little boy. With a mischievous smile, she asks if Mengdi was jealous. Mengdi replies that of course she was not, and comments that he had asked her to deliver that letter to her. Mengdi turns her face away jealously, and thinks that she was curious to know what her unfaithful disciple had written. Suzy begins to read the letter the protagonist had sent. In it, it said that Sister Hua need not worry, for thanks to the Holy Master, he had succeeded in passing the challenge, and that as soon as he recovered, he would visit her, leaving her all blushing and happy. Mengdi wonders why she was so happy and questions herself, remembering that her disciple had never written a letter before. Tai Suzy comments that the protagonist usually seemed to be full of talent, but that his writing was so awful it was almost cute. Her master says that this was because she did not understand him, that he never had talent, but always made an effort. In her mind, all angry, she thought that if his writing was so awful, why was she keeping the letter? Suddenly, Tai Suzy feels pain. Concerned, Mungdi asks if her wound had opened, to which she replies it was nothing serious. Mungdi questions, asking how it could be nothing serious, and says that unless they find the pure path essence, it would be difficult to repair the damaged path. Tai Suzy asks her not to worry, as the pure path essence was hard to find but not impossible. In time, they would find it. Then she asks about Chu Shu. Chi Mengdi says that she was very injured, but still worried about her disciple. She tells Suzy not to worry, as perhaps it was because of the protection of her blood essence, but Chu's path had not been damaged. Tai Suzy says that was good, and that she wanted to see what face the sacred master Yaoqi would make after hearing the news. Mengdi asks if, with that, the marriage between her disciple and Yaoqi's holy daughter could be cancelled. Suzy asks why she was so happy about that. She replies that she just thought that if the marriage went through, the child would not belong to the sacred land of Tai Su, only they would gain from it. Tai Suzy says that was true, but the sacred master Yaoqi would not give up so easily. She should come after Chu Shu. At that moment, the decision would only depend on Chu Shu making his. Angry, Mengdi says he wouldn't dare. Tai Suzy is speechless. In the city of Shangjing, at the Tai Su embassy, the protagonist says that now that he has passed the challenge and healed his injuries, he could finally study how the bronze plate along with the mirror works. He wonders what the mystery of those combined items was, and what was at the location being shown on the map. Chu, thoughtful, says that considering the size of the celestial continent, how he would find that, when he notices an interaction between his ring and the bronze plate. Suddenly, a window from the bronze plate appears saying, Number 6, Welcome to Login Hong Huang, Chat Channels, Starlight Square, Secret Realm, Private Exchange Space, Arena, Cultivation Room, Universal Battlefield. The protagonist selects the Secret Realm option. Secret Realm. Secret Realms Open 1, Ancestral Star Tai Chi, will open in 7 months, 8 days, and 4 hours. Notes: when the Ancestral Star Tai Chi seal opens, spend spiritual stones or divine spiritual stones to open the path to the Ancestral Star Tai Chi. Chu Shu wonders if that location was at the Ancestral Star Tai Chi. That place is a battlefield for superior saints. Someone like him in the spiritual domain going there would be suicidal. He thinks there were no teleportation arrangements for the Ancestral Star Tai Chi. Other cultivators would need to cross the starry sky to get there, but for him, it would be different. He could cross with the bronze plate, it would be convenient and quick, giving him a great advantage. No matter what, he needed to get to that location and take whatever was there. No matter staying on the battlefield for superior saints, he just needed to risk entering the Ancestral Star Tai Chi. Now that his cultivation was in the spiritual domain, he could go to Hong Huang and try to find Zhu Biwei and test the teleportation function while he still could. As soon as he selects the option on the bronze plate, he teleports to a place and wonders if it was the Starlight Square. Suddenly, a monster questions Chu, saying there was a human slave walking around. The protagonist wonders if he was talking about him. On the other side, 2 monster women appear, and Chu questions why they looked strange. Are they monsters? But why would there be monsters there? He, thinking, says he was not familiar with that place. It was better to avoid trouble and go straight to the city and gather information. The giant 4-eyed monster says his name was Bata and was interested in him, and asks him to go with him as he would take good care of him. The ant woman says that Bata could be considered an expert in Hong Huang. Among the millions of cultivators in the spiritual pillar domain, he was ranked 1088. She wonders why the humans who enter Starlight Square always seemed odd, but then again, by her observations, he too was in the spiritual domain. The elf woman says that if that little guy tries to fight Bata, he would definitely lose. Suddenly, while they were talking, Chu quickly moves towards Bata and delivers a powerful punch to his stomach, killing him with a single blow, leaving the women and their mount terrified. The monster women tell Chu to wait a moment. He responds and asks if she needed something. The elf woman tells him not to misunderstand, as she noticed it was his first time at Starlight Square, so he must have many questions she could answer. The protagonist questions her and tells her to state her objective. She replies that, speaking of objectives, she just wanted to meet strong people like him and create new connections, and asks if he wanted to talk privately about the city. He responds for her to show the way. At Starlight Square, inside a tea house, the woman says her name was Dogra, from the Wind Spirits race, and asks for his name. He responds that he was the Sunlight Boy. Looking around, he thinks there were many stories about the sale of human souls and flesh. What kind of place was this, where the human race's position is very insignificant? Dogra asks if he had come alone, and if he didn't know about the human race's condition. He responds that he had been cultivating in isolation, so he didn't know much. She says he might not know that the human race was also known as the sinful race, a race cursed by the heavens. They are unable to cultivate from birth. Not only that, if other races stop killing humans, the prosperity of the race would decline, or they might even face extinction. In exchange, if they manage to kill humans with cultivation, they will be blessed by the heavens. The protagonist asks if their duty was to kill humans. Why was she being so kind telling him this? She says she saw that he was very talented and didn't feel he would be killed. She was telling him this, hoping it would help him. Chu stands up from the table and thanks her and says it was getting late. He needed to return. She asks if he was already leaving. Chu, in his thoughts, says he would be a fool to trust her. At least it was good they didn't attack to sell his flesh or soul. Dogra gives Chushu a communication plate and says it was her communication plate. If he needed help in the secret realm, he could always contact her. The protagonist says it was no problem. Chu throws away Dogra's plate and thinks only a fool would keep that. If the celestial continent were located because of that, it would lead to a great war, and so he presses the button on the celestial plate. Celestial continent. Dogra, with a slight smile, thinks he was very cautious, but that only shows that from where he came, there were more than just him who could cultivate. She needed to pass that information to her race. In the celestial continent, in the city of Shangjing, at the Taisu embassy, the protagonist returns to his room with the bronze plate in his hand. He thinks he never imagined that the human race would be treated so horribly in the universe, and wonders what the relationship between the celestial continent and Starlight Square was. Elder Mo Feiyan enters the room and tells Chu that someone from the sacred land of Yao Xi wished to meet with him. He asks what business the sacred land of Yao Xi had with him. She says she didn't know, they just said they needed his help. The protagonist gets very close to Elder Mo, making her blush. She says it was still day and asks Chu to remove his hand from there or they would be seen. He tells the elder to ask them to come in. At the Taisu embassy in Chushu's room, the protagonist asks what the holy daughter of Yao Xi and Elder Yi Meng wanted. The elder thought something wasn't right. He didn't seem to have suffered any injuries on the trip. She asks the holy son if he knew that the master of the sacred land of Taisu had gone to the sacred land of Yao Xi a few days ago to propose marriage. Chu thought it was no wonder he hadn't encountered Sister Hua and her master on the day of the auction. They were busy, and looking at the holy daughter, he wonders if she was his fiancée. With a slight smile, he says of course he accepts, and thinks he had no reason to refuse, since what they were offering him was advantageous. The elder says that, according to the contract, if the holy son were to have a child with the holy daughter, the sacred land of Yao Xi would take care of and raise the child. Chu responds that that was a no then, and asks Elder Mo to show them to the exit, leaving them confused. He thought it was incredible because they wanted him to be just a breeder, and questions why he, Chu Xiu the demon, would need someone to take care of his child. Elder Mo Feiyan leads them out, and says the holy son wished to cultivate, so she would take them to the exit. Elder Yi Meng apologizes, and thinks they were too passive since the holy son of Taisu had not been injured, and because of that, there wasn't much room for negotiation. It was better to discuss the matter of marriage another time. She tells the holy daughter of Yao Xi that it was unexpected, as she saw Chu Shu looking at her breasts and undressing her with his eyes, and says he must have been attracted to her. The holy daughter says it didn't go as planned. The master says she still believed there was a chance, but it was better to return to the sacred land and try again in 2 days. The holy daughter tells the sacred master that she could return alone as she wanted to stay, and make Chu Shu fall in love with her. In Chu Shu's room, he thought entering the secret realm of the bronze plate would be dangerous. He needed to try to find some signs of Chu Biyue in the chat channel when his master enters the room, leaving him terrified, hiding the bronze plate behind his hands. She says she had heard that the sacred master and the holy daughter of the sacred land of Yao Xi had been there. He wondered why his master was there. Mengdi comes close to Chu and says she saw that the holy daughter of Yao Xi was a gentlewoman, besides being one of the most beautiful in the entire celestial continent, and says he was lucky to marry her, calling him a disloyal disciple. The protagonist, preparing tea, responds that the holy daughter of Yao Xi was indeed beautiful, and thanks the sacred master for bringing them together. Chu, embarrassed, thinks his beautiful master was jealous again. Mengdi, upset, asks Chu that by his tone he also agreed with the marriage. He responds how could he, and says how could the holy daughter of Yao Xi compare with his beautiful master. His master, annoyed, asks when she said she was his, and tells him to stop that. He responds if she had asked his opinion before going to the sacred land of Yao Ci, and even questions her for saying she was his. She says it was for the Constitution Challenge, and only by cultivating together with the holy daughter of Yao Ci, he would be able to heal the damaged path. The protagonist, with his hand on his master's waist, says he understood, and is happy that they were worried about him, and asks how the injuries of the sacred master were. Mungdi says it wasn't good, as only the essence of the path could heal her. He grabs the bronze plate in his hand and says that mirror was something he got in the secret realm when he fought against the leader of the monsters. With it, it was possible to enter a place called Honghuang, and maybe it was possible to find a path essence inside. The protagonist thinks he remembered someone talking about the path essence on the chat channel. Maybe he could enter and try to get it. His master asks where that was. He responds he hadn't discovered it yet. He only knew it was a place where humans were not welcome. Many races hunt humans, especially human cultivators. Mengdi asks if there was such a place and wonders why she had never heard of it. Chu, with a serious look, says he never imagined that humans were so pitiful in the starry sky outside. But if there was a path essence in Honghuang, he needed to enter and get it to repay the sacred master, no matter how dangerous it was. Chi Mengdi says she would go with him and take the opportunity to investigate that place, Honghuang, while they were there. He responds that was great, as he wanted to test if he could take someone with him. Suddenly a system window appears saying, "Master, you do not yet have the right to bring people to Honghuang." Both are puzzled. Chu Shu says it seemed he could only enter alone, and says that if other races reached the celestial continent, the human race would face a great calamity. He needed to tell the sacred master. She needed to prepare. She, with a firm voice, says no. Chu questions what she meant by that. She responds that it was too dangerous for him to go alone. Taking the opportunity, he places his hand on his master's chin and asks if she was worried about him. Mengdi calls him a fool and says she was only afraid that no one would be able to bring his corpse back if he died inside. The protagonist says his beautiful master was so cute and tells her not to worry, as he was not powerful yet, so he would not go in alone. She asks her disloyal disciple to stay there with her. He takes the opportunity and throws his master on the bed, saying it was getting late, and asks why they shouldn't practice a bit. She, angry and blushing, asks him to leave, but in the end she gives in, and they end up performing dual cultivation. A week later, on the city streets, various cultivators said the great artifact forging master was coming to the city of Shangjing. Others said it had been a long time since the last time the great master appeared there, and now that he was coming, it would attract experts from other forces. Still others said they heard rumors that the holy daughter of Yao Ci was courting the holy son of Taisu. The third sister of the Zhen family, in a tavern house, said she was fed up, as everywhere she went, she heard the name Chu Xiu, and said she had to avenge her brother Hao. If it weren't for Chu Xiu, brother Hao would not have suffered severe injuries, and says she had to kill him. The daughter of the master of the Zhen family tells her that Shangong Hao was already dead, and tells her to just forget it, and tells Wu to take her and lock her in the room, and not to release her without her orders. The daughter of the leader of the Zhen family thought her third sister would not blame her, as she had already met Chu Xiu, and he was a bloodthirsty man. It wouldn't be good to be his enemy. The protagonist breathes while performing dual cultivation with Elder Mo, and thinks who is speaking ill of him, and thinks it would be so nice if his beautiful master were as obedient as Mo Feian. After the dual cultivation, the elder says that the holy daughter of Yao Ci had been there since the morning. He asks her to just ignore her. Outside Chu Xiu's room, his brother Ye said he had big news. Chu tells the elder that she could leave first. She responds that she understood. The protagonist asks Ye what was happening, and he says that the third young miss of the Zhen family came to the city of Shangjing. She declared that she would marry whoever could kill him. Chu Xiu, thoughtful, asks Ye who the young miss of the Zhen family was, and if she had offended him. He responds and asks if he remembered Shanggong Hao, who was her childhood friend. Chu, thoughtful, says he remembered and says he was that show-off with the fan, and asks brother Ye if he wanted to make a fortune. Ye says that, as expected of his good friend, he had the same goal. Chu says he should bet at the betting table, and that they would bet that they would fight against him in the same cultivation domain without killing. Ye says that, with the invincible physique, it would be easy to defeat everyone, and let the bettors make money with that. The protagonist tells him to find someone he knows to defeat him, so he would be the only one betting on his defeat, and with that, they would make a lot of money. He asks brother Ye if there would be any problem on his side to carry out that plan. He responds that Chu didn't need to worry, and tells him to just sit back and wait for the money. And if Zhen Yaoshui finds out that he would use her vengeance to make money, she would be furious. Chu says they would celebrate the victory beforehand. In the Bamboo Islands, under cherry blossoms, the cultivators around the third sister of the Zhen family said that Chu Shu was very wicked and merciless. Many wanted him to be killed. Even without Miss Zhen Yaoshui's business, he would challenge her. She responds that this would cause problems for everyone and says that if someone kills Chu Shu, she would keep her promise. He thought they were all fools. They were just tools to be used by her, yet they were deluded into thinking they would marry her. Elsewhere at a table, 3 people were talking. They were Yang Lian from the Shun Yan sect of the Southern Territory, Xing Shi, brother of the holy son of the sacred land Yu Yao, and Qin Yao, a disciple of the sacred land Yao Ci. Xing Shi says that everyone knew his brother admired the holy daughter Yao Ci, yet he heard she was courting the holy son of Taisu and asks Miss Qin Yao if she knew anything about it. She replies yes, and that it was not a secret in the city of Shangjing. In the city of Shangjing, the protagonist and Ye Hongyu announced to everyone not to miss it, and said that the holy son of Taisu would duel in the grand arena of the city of Shangjing. Only by watching would they know if he could defeat everyone. Chu says that the heavens made him kind, and that the city of Shangjing had already witnessed the calamity of blood sacrifice, so he would not kill anyone. The cultivators, hearing this, said that the holy son was promising not to kill them, so they could try to challenge him, since he would not kill them. They could make their presence known to the third miss of the Zhen family. Yang Lian says he believed that, regardless of the plan of the holy son of Taisu, they would not have a dull day, and asks if Xing Shi and Qin Yao were interested in taking a look. At the arena of the city, the 3 were about to buy tickets when the ticket seller says that normal open-air seats cost 100 superior spiritual stones, a VIP room costs 10 divine spiritual stones, and the luxurious VIP room costs 1,000 divine spiritual stones. Qin Yao asks if they needed to buy tickets. The ticket seller asks which ticket they would like to buy and says that the luxurious VIP room was the best seller and that first come, first served. Yang Lian responds that he wanted the luxurious VIP room. The ticket seller welcomes them. Inside the arena, Qin Yao says there were at least 10,000 people in the open-air seats. Yang Lian says it was 100 superior spiritual stones per person, so it was 1 million superior spiritual stones, and there were 10,000 normal VIP rooms costing 10 divine spiritual stones, which would total 100,000 divine spiritual stones. There were also 1,000 luxurious rooms costing 1,000 divine spiritual stones, giving a total of 1 million divine spiritual stones. Seeing the situation, Yang, surprised, says that the holy son of Taisu must be a business genius. Inside the VIP booth, the servants enter offering tea and saying that Master Ye considered that the audience might get bored. So he opened the betting table, and the guests were free to bet on the matches and asked them to bring that sphere. Qin Yao asks what that was. The servant explains that it was the film developed by Master Ye, and inside it had some interesting clips and recorded sounds. She could rent to watch the film by paying 4 divine spiritual stones. With 30 divine spiritual stones, she could buy it and take it home. She replies that she didn't need it, as she was just curious. When the servant shows them a film of 2 people performing dual cultivation, they are shocked and say that it was possible to use the recording crystal in that way. Inside the arena, Zhen Yaoshui said she had a mortal hatred for the holy son of Taisu, Chu Shu, and promised that whoever killed him would become her husband and marry into the Zhen family. The cultivators, excited, said that marrying into the Zhen family would help them rise to the top. It's centuries of a shortcut. It would be a great opportunity. Ye Hongyu announced that the moment everyone was waiting for, the challenge of the Holy Sun, had arrived, and asked everyone to welcome the first opponent. The first opponent said that since he was the enemy of Miss Yao Xue, he was also his enemy, and thus jumped into the arena. The protagonist also entered the arena. The cultivators said that he had finally appeared and called for the bets to be opened because they wanted to bet on the victory of the Holy Sun. Others said that he was invincible against those in the same domain because of his sacred constitution, so he too would bet on his victory. The extra said he would avenge Miss Yao Xue, and thus charged forward, throwing a punch. The protagonist defended against the extra's blow, catching the punch with just one hand, and pushed him, throwing him far and easily defeating him. Brother Ye announced that the first round was a victory for the holy son of Taisu. Zhou Yu questioned his brother if he didn't find Chu Shu strange. His brother replied that something was indeed odd, but he couldn't quite put it into words. Then he said he understood. You asked if he had noticed something. He said that the holy son of Taisu was getting stronger, and that the one fighting in the arena was just a puppet controlled by his will. Zhou Yu asked if Chu Shu wasn't fighting. What was he doing? Inside a room in the arena, The Holy Son was lying down, receiving a relaxing massage from the servants, and told them to do it a bit stronger when the holy daughter Yao Si said she thought he would fight himself. He replied that a puppet was enough, because if he fought, it would be bullying the weaker ones. As they talked, the puppet won another round. The holy daughter said she heard from Elder Mo that he wanted to ask something of the great master Wu Hen, but he rejected him. She said she knew him and could help him with that. The condition was that he stayed with her for a day so they could get to know each other better. The protagonist replied that it was no problem. As they talked, the puppet had already won the 7th consecutive round. Chu Shu approached the holy daughter, and with his hands on her shoulders, said she was one of the strongest among the lower saints, and asked if she would not deceive him to go to a dark place and then use force. She, blushing, asked the Holy Son not to ridicule her. In the arena, Brother Ye laughed and said that as expected of the Holy Son, he was truly incredible. For all those still wanting to bet, don't hold back. The excited cultivators said they were going to make a large amount of money. Ye thought it was almost time for the harvest and announced that he would now introduce the next challenger, Dong Du. Ye used sound transmission to tell Chu that it was the turn of the one he had chosen. He cultivated poison and had always been in contact with various types of poison, and asked him to be careful, as various parts of his body had poison that could be lethal. He replied that this man he had found would be Miss Zhen Yaoxue's husband. Ye said he bore a grudge against the Zhen family, and more than anyone, he loathed Zhen Yaoxue. She would have a fate worse than death if she had to see him all her life, and asked Chu if he was satisfied with that. Chu questioned what that had to do with him. Ye said he was right. It had nothing to do with them. The cultivators in the audience wondered who that ugly, disgusting guy was, while others said it didn't matter because he didn't seem like someone who could defeat the Holy Son. Others said it was amazing because he had already won 50,000 divine spiritual stones. Dongdu used poisonous mist on the protagonist, hitting him, and the extras watching said he was ugly but very strong. Others told the Holy Son not to be afraid because he would never lose. The puppet quickly charged at him, but Dongdu used a poison bomb, causing a large explosion and thus melting the puppet, leaving everyone shocked. The extras wondered if that was a puppet, and others wondered if a puppet was fighting in place of the Holy Son. Ye Hongyu, pretending, said how could that be possible, and why wasn't he fighting, and questioned if he had any reason for that, and spoke about how he would judge the outcome of the battle, as who would be the winner, the Holy Son or Dongdu. The ladies of the Zhen family were pensive about that. Suddenly the protagonist jumped into the arena, leaving all the extras thoughtful, and some said something was wrong with him. It was as if he couldn't control all his power. The ground was breaking just from him standing still. Chu Shu explained that, as they could see, he had been cultivating in isolation since the day he faced the Constitution challenge. The reason was simple. He could not control his drastic increase in power and was afraid of killing the challengers. One of the extras stood up in the middle of the audience and said that the Holy Son was worried about not containing his power and accidentally killing his peers, which is why he fought using a puppet. For that reason, he even risked being defeated and stated that the Holy Son was incredible, exciting everyone, and some said they wanted to see how the end of that battle would be. The protagonist said that the puppet had more than 50% of his power and that the challenger Dongdu had proven his power by destroying his puppet, and said that Miss Zhen Yaoxue had a deep misunderstanding about him, and the Zhen family helped him when he was facing the Constitution challenge. And even though he wanted to repay that favor, it was a pity, but he lost the fight. So the victory was Dongdu's. Du, stunned, thought he was very good at acting. Two cultivators in the audience said that the Holy Son of Taisu was really a good man who knew how to separate gratitude and grudges. Another said that the Holy Son of Taisu did not need to do that to repay the favor. Chu, with a slight smile, told Miss Zhen Yaoxue that he hoped she could forget that grudge and, if possible, he really wished to be her friend. Ye Hongyu told him to wait and questioned what the outcome of the bets for the last round would be. The extras revolted and said that if the Holy Son of Taisu lost, they would lose 70,000 divine spiritual stones, and questioned Ye, saying he should reimburse them. Yao Shui, angrily, said that the damned man, besides using her to make money, was further embarrassing her name in the end. Her sister said he was despicable and shameless. Dongdu asked if, since the Holy Son admitted defeat, the previous promise of Miss Zhen Yaoxue still counted, and questioned if he would be her husband. Yaoxue, annoyed, loudly said that he was working together with Chu Shu behind the scenes, and questioned if he thought everyone there was stupid. The extras commented that the Holy Son had intentionally lost the battle to end the grudge between him and the Zhen family, even knowing that outsiders would laugh at him for being defeated. Others said that the young miss of the Zhen family was very ridiculous, as the Holy Son of Taisu had surrendered, so she had to fulfill the promise. Yaoshui's sister said she had misspoken, and the Zhen family would not go back on a promise. If Mr. Dongdu wanted, he could go to the Zhen family territory to discuss the marriage. Yaoshui's sister quietly told her that if they continued denying, they would only be a laughingstock, and said they would go back and think of another plan, and if Dongdu dared to enter their territory, he would not leave alive. Dongdu, laughing, said that it was a promise and told them to wait for him, that he would bring treasures. Elsewhere, the protagonist was having tea with Elder Mo and the Holy Daughter. Elder Mo said that the young miss of the Zhen family must hate him to death. He replied saying that it was she who declared she would marry because of a grudge, and that, if she had the courage to challenge, she would end up dead with a single slap. Brother Ye suddenly entered the room saying that they had become rich. Chu asked how much they had earned. He replied that excluding Dongdu's share, they had made almost 60 million. The protagonist said he was amazing with his high efficiency in making money. Ye said he would later send someone to deliver the divine spiritual stones, when suddenly a subordinate of Ye burst in shouting that there were terrible news, as the divine spiritual stones had been stolen, leaving Ye and Chu speechless. Ye, angrily, asked what had happened, and if he knew who had done it. The subordinate, with a trembling voice, said that the only thing he saw was that the person who stole them wore a black cloak. Suddenly, an explosion occurs at the Ye family's mansion. Yaning's guardian, Ye Hongyu, tells a person dressed entirely in black that if they hand over the storage ring, he would spare their life. The person in black responds that he couldn't be held there, and that Ye Hongyu definitely couldn't kill him. Thinking cautiously, he planned to send the storage ring elsewhere. The guardian lunges at the person, calling them cursed. The person in black thinks that it was the Ye family's killing technique and uses his blood travel ability, dodging the guardian's move at high speed when Elder Mo appears to assist, saying that if he was trying to flee, he better forget it, and begins to gather her chi in her hand. She then fires a laser, hitting and piercing the thief's arm, making him furious. He thinks there's no reason to fight there, and he needs to escape quickly. Elder Mo comments that he managed to escape and becomes irritated. The guardian thanks her for the help, and she responds that he used the blood travel technique and gained absurd speed. He says she needn't worry because he had marked him with a secret ability, and he wouldn't escape his reach. Later, in Chu's room, he asks Elder Mo if she had said that the person in black had used the secret art Ji. She replies that the way he used the secret art to fight against Elder Ye Hongyu was very similar to his style. She wasn't mistaken. Chu, thinking, says that he must have known he was marked by Hongyu and chose to send the storage ring elsewhere, meaning he had someone helping him, or perhaps it was a force that possessed the secret art Zhe. Elder Mo suggests that it was probably the Ouyang family from the Eastern Territory. Chu replies that it was surprising since he had been planning to pay them a visit. He just didn't think they would come so openly to him. He then says that since it involved the secret art Zhe, they would keep the matter quiet and not mention it to the sacred land, especially not to the Ye family. He decides to head to the Eastern Territory and instructs Elder Mo to announce to the public that he will be isolating himself for cultivation. The elder asks the Holy Sun if she should accompany him. Chu embraces her and responds that of course, and he thought that now he could deal with the Ouyang family, obtain the secret art Zi, and reclaim the divine spiritual stones before the Ye family. Outside the city of Shangjing, aboard a flying ship, the protagonist and Elder Mo Feiyan were in disguise. Elder Mo says that at their current speed, it would take 7 days to reach the Eastern Territory. Chu asks how the investigation of the Ouyang family was going, and she replies that she had found out some things. They had 2 peak lower saints, and those 2 were a couple. Elder Mo Feiyan adds that the person in black who risked everything to steal the divine spiritual stones did so because the other lower saint of the Ouyang family was about to break through to the upper saint domain. The protagonist says that if they think they can steal the stones and use them to break through, they should think again. She asks what the Holy Sun plans to do. Chu Xiu replies that since they couldn't act in the name of the sacred land, he would act in the name of the second disciple sister. Elder Mo asks who the second disciple sister was, and he sarcastically replies that it was the second disciple brother. Later in his room, Chu embraces the elder while thinking that it didn't matter if it was sister or brother. In any case, Xiao Yifeng, he would avenge him and tell him to take a good look at samsara. He then begins dual cultivation with the elder. On the morning of the second day, they disembark from the flying ship and disguise themselves as husband and wife. They stop at an antique stall, and the elder asks her husband what he thought of the bracelet. He replies that if she liked it, she could buy it. Suddenly, a little blue-haired girl bumps into Chu Xiu, and when he grabs her arm, he tells her she was an ill-mannered young girl, but very skilled at stealing. She apologizes, saying she didn't mean to, and asks for forgiveness. The protagonist, looking at the little girl, thought he had seen her before and said she didn't need to be afraid, as he wouldn't hurt her, then asked her name. She replied that her name was Qing Yi Yi and called him Sir. He thought it was no wonder she seemed so familiar. She was the daughter of someone he knew. He began to remember when she and Hong Yi were weak and gravely injured, and they met an old man from the Qing family while fleeing, and they only managed to recover because he helped them. He recalled that the Qing family was a prominent family on the celestial continent, but they offended someone and were destroyed, with only 3 people managing to escape that disaster and hide in the Eastern Territory. The time he lived with them and Hong Yi was one of his happiest memories. Unfortunately, they were found by their enemies, and in order for the others to escape, he sacrificed himself to lure the enemy away. Many years later, after avenging the Qing family, he discovered that their daughter was still alive and somewhere, but even after several years, he hadn't been able to find her. He never imagined he would encounter her in that place after reincarnating. The protagonist kneels down and asks Yi Yi why she was there. She replies that her father and mother came to the Eastern Territory, and she heard from Grandma Huang that this spaceship was traveling between the Eastern and Southern Territories, so she thought maybe she could find her parents. Chu sighs and thinks it was better not to tell her what had happened to her parents. He gently pats Yi Yi's head and says she should come with him, and he would teach her about cultivation. When she cultivated and became strong, she could go out and find her parents. As long as she lived, he would never let her go hungry, and no one would mistreat her. Yi Yi asks if he was Uncle Chu Shu, because before her father left, he said that someone would try to find Yi Yi and take her, and if that person had no malicious intentions, it would probably be Uncle Chu Shu or Aunt Hong Yi. He replies that he was Chu Shu and says her father was Qing Tianjun, her mother was Chun Muyu, and her grandmother was Qing Mo. They were his friends, but that was a secret. He tells her that she needed to keep that secret, or disaster would befall him. Later, they board another flying ship, and when they arrive at their destination, they disembark in the city. Chu tells Yi Yi that when they get off the ship, she will be his daughter, and Fei Yan will be her mother, and asks if she understood. She replies yes. Suddenly, while walking, a group of people surrounds them and asks where they were going, as this was the eastern territory of Shuiling Mountain. The protagonist thinks he never expected to be surrounded by people right after getting off the ship, and wonders why these idiots were blocking the way. Yi Yi says that those were the people who sent him to steal, that they were bad men, and he needed to be careful. He tells her not to worry. The gang leader questions that they were taking their men in broad daylight and must be tired of living. Elder Mo uses sound transmission and asks the Holy Sun if she should act. He replies that she should be quick. She uses her ability and says it was their fault for blocking their path, then unleashes a vortex skill that sucks them away. Chu says they should leave quickly due to the noise, and he uses an ability to teleport, ending up in the eastern territory of Hongdong City. The protagonist says they had finally arrived at the Ouyang family's lair, and asks Fei Yan who was the most talented family member of the Ouyang family in that generation. She replies that it was Ouyang Tianche. Chu says that if the Ouyang family really had the secret art, Zhe, he should be cultivating it, and he asks the elder to bring him to search his soul, and tells her not to reveal her identity. Chu watches the Ouyang family from a distance, thinking he never expected them to be so well protected, when the elder appears behind the Holy Sun saying she brought Ouyang Tianche. He thanks her for the hard work. The elder tells the protagonist that Tianche had cultivated the secret art, Zi, but not completely, only about 10% at most. He says that if not even a promising member of the family received the complete secret art *J* to cultivate, then the full secret art could only be in the hands of the Ouyang family's ancestor. Mo Feiyang asks if she should bring the ancestor there as well. He responds that she must be close to breaking through to the Upper Saint Domain, and it wouldn't be so easy. Doing so would cause an uproar and attract the attention of other forces in the city, which wouldn't be advantageous for them. The elder asks what he planned to do then. With a mischievous smile, he says that she should keep an eye on Ouyang Tianche and not let him escape, because he would disguise himself as him and infiltrate the Ouyang family once he was alone with the ancestor. Then, at the Ouyang family palace, Chu Shu, disguised as Ouyang Tianche, passes by the family guards, who comment that the young master has returned. When he enters, he sees Tianche's wife, named Shu Wanrong. She stands up and says that his father had arrived a little while ago and told him to go to the temple immediately upon his return because the ancestor wanted to see him. He replies that he understood and wonders why she was making that face. She asks, with a sad expression, if he would be coming back that night. He thinks that the way she asked suggested that Ouyang rarely returned and left her to sleep alone, then turns and says it would depend on his mood. In the Ouyang family ancestor's palace, the protagonist thinks that he never imagined the ancestor would ask to see him right after he returned. He would conceal his presence as the Holy Son and avoid being exposed. When he enters and sees her, he thinks that the Ouyang family's ancestor was quite something. The protagonist approaches the ancestor and asks what matters she had with him. She responds that it had already been a month since the last time she saw him, and she had missed him. She stands up and walks over to him, saying that she should pamper him while his grandfather hadn't returned yet. Chu, in his thoughts, says he knew something was up. No wonder Tianche stayed out every night. He was sleeping with the old woman. The protagonist tells the ancestor that he had already mastered the secret art she had passed on, but it still wasn't enough, and he asks when she would teach him the complete secret art. She responds that his cultivation level was too low, and what he had learned was already enough. The ancestor hugs him and says she couldn't wait any longer. He replies that every time he cultivated with the ancestor, his body ended up twisted and dry, and says he would only be able to fix that after learning the complete secret art Z. She grabs a chain and says that naughty boys were unpleasant, asking if he wanted her to use force. He thinks to himself that this wasn't kindness, this was bizarre. She wraps him in the chains and says that it was a new item she had acquired, and that he would temporarily lose his cultivation, making him like a mortal, and it would be a new experience for him. She gets close to him and says he should be a good boy and let his ancestor kiss him all over because she was about to break through. Chu, worried, thinks that his cultivation had been sealed, and if he didn't act soon, he would die at her hands, so he decides to use the 3-flower poison to suppress her cultivation and throws the poison vials in her face. When the poison hits her, she temporarily loses control, and her old wrinkled face reappears. Seeing that, Chu thinks, thankfully he didn't fall for her trap. Otherwise he'd end up like the old man and the sea. The enraged ancestor says he wasn't Tianche and asks who he was. He replies that she could just call him Sunboy. She stands up angrily, calling him a brat, and questions how he dared to deceive her. He replies that he didn't want to act, but she was utterly disgusting. Furious, the ancestor asks if his goal was the secret art Z, how he knew about it, and who he was. In his thoughts, he says now is the time to start his revenge in the name of his brother Xiao. With a serious face, he asks if she knew the Xiao family. She says that he must be a remnant of the Xiao family, the son of Xiao Tianhong and Xiao Yifeng, and admits she knew she should have eradicated the roots back then, or she would regret it. The protagonist responds that in the past, the Ouyang family discovered that the Xiao family possessed the secret art Z and exterminated them, but she never imagined that the day of revenge would come. The ancestor states that carrying unworthy power is a sin, and the Xiao family deserve to be destroyed. Chu uses a chain skill, imprisoning her. The furious ancestor says that he would suffer a terrible death because her man was an upper saint, and when he returned, Chu would suffer. He asks if she's referring to that old dog who stole the divine spiritual stones from the Ye family, adding that she needn't worry because he would also die. Startled, she asks how he knew about that and questions who he really is. He replies that if she didn't want anyone to find out, she shouldn't have done it, and demands that she hand over the secret art Z. Frightened, she asks what he planned to do with her. He responds that since she didn't want to give up the secret art Z willingly, he would have to search her soul for it, and he begins the process. When he finds it, he starts learning the Z art. Chu thinks that with the secret art, his survival rate in the Tai Chi ancestral star would increase significantly, but he still needs to break through to the divine domain before going. If he can reach the lower saint domain, it would be even better. The protagonist, thoughtfully, asks the ancestor where the divine spiritual stones stolen from the Ye family were. Trembling, she asks if he thought she would tell him anything. He gives her a poison to drink and says he would see if the poison took effect before she opened her mouth. The ancestor begins to flush and laughs hysterically, asking what he had given her. Chu replies that it was the yin-yang joy poison, and no matter how high her cultivation was, it would slowly decay until there was none left. He asks how she was feeling. She trembles, letting out soft moans, and with a shaky voice, calls him despicable and demands the antidote. Near the ancestor's bed, Chu finds a button and asks if that was the place. She, with a trembling voice, confirms that the divine spiritual stones were there. He turns and asks why there were only 4 million divine spiritual stones, when there should have been 6 million, demanding to know where the rest were. She responds that the others had been taken to buy cultivation supplies to help her break through. The angry protagonist calls her a shameless old woman for using the stolen money to buy cultivation supplies. She asks if he could give her the antidote first, and then she would return the divine spiritual stones. He, furious, questions her, saying he wasn't stupid enough to do that, allowing her to get her hands on him. Chu leaves and tells her to deal with it on her own because he was leaving and would return at night since he had a show for her to watch. Ouyang Ye, Tianche's father, asks him if the ancestor had said when she would break through. Chu responds that there would be a party that night because she wanted to meet with the family members before breaking through. Ouyang Ye says he will inform the others and leaves, commenting that soon the Ouyang family would have another upper saint. Chu thinks that when all the Ouyang family members are present, the show will begin. Later at night, Chu says that almost everyone has arrived and tells Elder Mo that if something happens to him, he will break a glass as a signal. She agrees and advises him to be careful. At the party, many people are gathered. A young man tells Brother Tianche that he heard the ancestor had recently gotten her hands on a large amount of resources and asks if it was true. Chu asks if the 13th brother wanted a slice of the pie, saying it was no problem and that he would inform the ancestor afterward and ask her to share with everyone. The young men there say that Brother Tianche is very generous and toast to him. The 13th brother then asks Tianche why the ancestor hasn't arrived yet and suggests he go call her. Chu replies that he will go fetch her. The protagonist returns with the ancestor in hand and tells everyone to look because she was now present. Seeing the ancestor's condition, everyone became enraged and questioned how she had ended up like that. They said that Tianche was disrespecting the ancestor, who had always treated him well, yet he repaid her kindness with pain, and they wondered if Tianche was planning to rebel. They drew their weapons, saying that he had forced them to take such measures. The protagonist took a vial of poison and threw it in their direction. The young men shouted that it was poison, and to hold their breath. Chu said that even if they held their breath, that kind of poison couldn't be avoided so easily. The poison they inhaled left them confused and motionless. Chu Shu gave a command, telling them to kill each other, and thus a terrible massacre began. Holding the ancestor, the protagonist asked if she was enjoying the show and remarked that they could have lived longer. Unfortunately, she had stolen the divine spiritual stones, so it was all her fault. He used the ancestor as a shield when an arrow flew in their direction, saying he had acted on instinct and apologized, asking if it hurt, adding that it was very dangerous there. He then said he would visit the treasure room and asked if she had any problem with that. Chu remarked that he wouldn't take her along because the show wasn't over yet, and as the ancestor, she should stay until the end. He said he'd leave her in a VIP seat, tying her up with a rope and hanging her up. Watching the massacre, she wondered why her family had provoked a maniac like him. Tianche's wife asked if he was heading to the treasure room. He confirmed and said that he wasn't her husband. She, with a slight smile, said she realized that yesterday when he arrived. Ouyang Tianche's eyes always looked at her with coldness and despair, but in his eyes, she saw dominant pride. Chu wondered, dominant pride, huh? And asked, since she had realized he wasn't Tianche, why didn't she expose him? She replied that she had always wanted to destroy the Ouyang family, so when he returned home, she was going to suggest they work together, but he was too quick. She asked if he knew why she was waiting there. He asked why, and she said she wanted to find something in the Ouyang family's treasure room. Once she found it, if he wanted to kill her, she wouldn't complain. Chu asked what she was looking for. She replied that it was her sister's corpse and mentioned that he must be wondering why the corpse would be in the treasure room. The protagonist said he wouldn't ask, as she must have her reasons. Seeing that he had changed his expression, she wondered why he reacted that way, even though she was clear, and asked if he still wanted to kill her. Frightened, she begged him to wait, saying she had secret information that might interest him, and asked if he had heard of the legendary 9 secrets. Chu thought she wanted to talk about the secret art Ji, and said she was smart, but somewhat ignorant. The smarter and more ignorant a person is, the faster they die. She explained that the secret art Du was known to the Ouyang family, and they had clues about it. The protagonist thought that, judging by her reaction, she wasn't lying. She said she only wanted the chance to recover her sister's body. After that, the young master could do whatever he wished with her. Chu Xiu told her to talk more about it, and said that if he was pleased, he might let her live after all, because he was a kind person and didn't like to kill without reason. She thanked him and thought to herself that he certainly liked killing, as he had just killed everyone in the hall. How could he claim to be kind and dislike killing? She explained that in recent years, the Ouyang family had been searching for the whereabouts of the 9 secrets, and that one day, Ouyang Tianche, while drunk with his father, had mentioned the secret Du. The protagonist said he had searched the soul of the Ouyang family ancestor, but didn't find anything about the secret Du. She replied that Ouyang was an ambitious man and was trying to get his hands on the 9 secrets to compete against his ancestors, as he was never truly talented. Chu says he hopes she hasn't lied to him and tells her that he has poisoned her. If he finds something about the secret Dao, He will give her the antidote. If he finds nothing, she won't receive it and will die in 3 days. She, tense, thinks that he is very cautious. In the Ouyang family's treasure room, Chu enters and, after 6 hours, manages to store all the treasure. The woman, seeing this, thinks his aura was powerful. He almost destroyed the room, and she thinks it was good because he could search everything thoroughly. Otherwise, he might suspect that she was trying to share the treasure with him. Chu asks Tianche's wife if she was looking for the mechanism. She says that according to her investigation, there should be a secret room behind that wall. Suddenly, Chu kicks the wall, and the door falls, revealing a secret room. The protagonist asks why it smells like something dead in there. It was disgusting. As they look ahead, they see a terrifying and sinister scene. Several decomposing female bodies inside cages. Tianche's wife starts to cry and apologizes for arriving too late. Chu, seeing this, says those signs were from a demonic blood exchange ability. No wonder the 2 old men from the Ouyang family became upper saints so quickly. She asks how he knew about that ability. He explains that the demonic blood exchange ability is a secret skill created by monsters that absorbs blood to enhance cultivation. With the blood of a virgin, it is possible to cleanse and renew old blood, delaying aging, increasing cultivation aptitude, and accelerating the understanding of the Tao. He wonders how the Ouyang family acquired that ability. He remembers that besides learning this skill, it was necessary to have the blood of a royal lineage monster. Only after drinking the monster's blood could one cultivate it. The protagonist urges her to search for her sister's corpse, and Tianche's wife asks why he was in such a hurry. He replies that the Ouyang family was conspiring with monsters, which meant that powerful forces were involved. It was not good to stay there for too long, and they needed to find the clue to the secret art, 9 secrets do, and leave the city. At Ouyang Che's residence, Elder Mo says she has already eliminated the Ouyang family's corpses and asks if he was hurt. He says he is fine, that he was just looking for something and would leave soon. He suspected the Ouyang family was conspiring with monsters. Elder Mo, furious, asks how they dared. Chu says that it was just another method used to pursue power, and selling out one's own race was nothing. He thinks he couldn't find clues to the secret art due and wonders if Tianche's wife had lied. Elder Mo, concerned, calls for the Holy Sun. He slaps her on the butt and tells her not to worry, saying that while he wanted power, he wasn't so obsessed as to kill mortals to improve his cultivation. Besides, he preferred human women over other races, which made Elder Mo blush and step away, when suddenly she steps on a mechanism that reveals a bookshelf containing a chest with a silver plaque. The protagonist realizes that was why he hadn't been able to find it earlier. It had been hidden by a mechanism. He tells Feiyan that they will leave Hongdong City immediately. Suddenly, a portal appears above the Ouyang family mansion. It was the husband of the Ouyang family's ancestor. Along with him comes a monster, saying they had arrived too late. Miao shouted, asking who had done this, who dared destroy the Ouyang family. Ouyang Miao, enraged, tells Piao Shui, a royal monster, whether it was possible for that person to appear and reverse time, as he couldn't accept the death of everyone without eliminating the one responsible. The royal monster says that whoever did this was smart. He disguised himself as a member of the Ouyang family before acting, making it difficult to discover the culprit's true identity. Not only that, but he also used a 7th grade trap formation to disrupt time and space. When Piao Shui realized it seemed like their secrets had been exposed, he thought the culprit must have entered the secret room, seen the corpses, and discovered their connection. Miao, terrified, asked what they were going to do. The royal monster told him not to panic, because he had a way to resolve it. With so many missing people's corpses, it meant they were thrown into the void, and there must have been an upper saint involved. Therefore, they could enter the void of Hongdong City and search for recent activities, allowing them to follow the traces and catch the culprit. He instructed Miao to inform the other families and cast a wide net to see if they could escape the Eastern Territory. Miao, with an irritated face, said he understood, and then entered the void. Piao thought that Miao had recovered from his injuries unusually quickly, and it was hard not to make connections to the legendary lost human ability. 2 days later, in Yinyue City in the Eastern Territory, in a restaurant, many people were saying that the Ouyang family in Hongdong City had been destroyed in a single night. The family's ancestor was furious and searching relentlessly for the culprit. Others told them to be quiet because the Mu family was present. In the midst of the crowd, everyone fell silent. Chu was disguised among the people in the restaurant. After the Mu family left, the cultivators resumed talking, saying that the Mu family and the Ouyang family were great partners. During tea, thing had happened to the Ouyang family, they wouldn't sit idly by without finding the culprit. In a room, Elder Mo and Yi Yi were present. The elder gave her a new outfit and asked if she liked it, to which Yi Yi replied that she loved it. When Chu entered the room, Elder Mo asked how things were going. He sighed and said it was complicated. The Ouyang family wasn't the only one conspiring with monsters. Elder Mo asked the Holy Sun if she should draw their attention, giving him and Yi Yi a chance to take the flying ship back to the Southern Territory. Chu asked the elder if she knew the consequences of that action, and she replied that she could die. She wasn't foolish enough to fight so many enemies head-on, so she would do everything to escape to the Taisu sacred land, where she would be safe. The protagonist lightly slapped Elder Mo on the head and called her silly, saying if she thought she was the only one who knew that every cultivator heading toward the Taisu sacred land would be watched, even someone like her, a superior saint. She angrily responded that she knew this, and said that without long-distance communication with the Taisu sacred land, it would be difficult to request support or leave the Eastern Territory. They couldn't stay hidden there much longer. The protagonist said, of course not, and added that if they wanted to play, then they would play with him. Chu Xiu told Mo Feiyan to go out and buy the things he needed. She asked if those ingredients were for the poison he planned to use, and the protagonist nodded in confirmation. Meanwhile, Miao told Piao that several days had passed, and they still hadn't found the culprit. Maybe they had already left the Eastern Territory. Piao replied that Miao worried too much. They still had people watching all the borders of the Eastern Territory, and even a superior saint wouldn't be able to fly without being seen. Besides, they weren't without clues. Those leads came from their associate, Tang. A few days ago, a couple with a little girl arrived in the Eastern Territory from a flying ship coming from the Southern Territory. They reached Zhuiling City. The woman's cultivation was high, probably a superior saint. The very next day after they arrived, the Ouyang family was eliminated. He asked if Miao didn't find that a bit too coincidental. Miao remarked that in the Southern Territory, the only forces they had offended were the Ye family and the Taisu sacred land. Piao says that if they truly are from the sacred land of Taisu, this would mean trouble, not only for his family, but also expose the connections of the Tan family, the Mu family, the Yang family, and the Qi family with real monsters. If they don't eliminate them soon, everyone will have to leave human territory and seek refuge in the monster's territory. Miao says he can no longer sit still. He would go out to look for them. The sacred monster Piao thought that, before that, he needed to discover Miao's secret. If it really is a lost secret art, he would make a fortune. Suddenly, a void portal appears, and Lord Mil Faces asks what idiotic thought Piao Shui was having, and he responds that he was impressed with him, as he had quickly recovered his true body. Mil Faces says he was lucky that Lord Butterfly had helped him, or he wouldn't have recovered in less than a decade. Piao says he heard he was tricked by a cultivator of a lower domain than his, and even had his superior saint armament destroyed and nearly died at his hands. The monster tells Piao not to ridicule him, as he would be worse off if he had encountered the cultivator. He replies that it was just a cultivator in the spiritual pillar domain, and he could kill him with a slap. Mil Faces imagines the Prota chasing after him, just as he had done to him, and says he was free to try. In the city of Lingfeng, in the Eastern Territory, the Prota climbs on top of a house in the middle of the city and calls the people. He says they must have already heard that the Ouyang family had been destroyed, and says it was he who did it. The cultivators there question him and ask if he didn't know that several families were after him, how he could have the courage to appear, and call him crazy. Chu says they must not know the reason he destroyed the Ouyang family, so he would tell them all, and then he uses the recording crystal to show a horrifying scene of what the Ouyang family was doing to virgin women. The cultivators, seeing that, wonder what it was, why there were so many drained corpses of women. The Prota says it was a recording of a secret room of the Ouyang family, and that they were conspiring with the monster race, cultivating the demonic blood exchange ability, and these poor women were the sacrifices. So he was announcing in the city of Lingfeng that the Ouyang family was conspiring to use the demonic ability to kill the human race. The cultivators ask if what he was saying was true, and if he had proof. The Prota replies that if they go to the Tan family with him, they will find the proof they want. Tan Rushuang, the lower saint of the Tan family, appears in the square where they were gathered, saying that he was very arrogant and that they were looking for him, but he decided to show up. He was very brave. Suddenly, Elder Mo appears behind her and effortlessly breaks her neck, throwing her to the ground. Chu thanks her for the help. The people, seeing that, can't believe what happened and question, saying that Tan Rushuang had been killed with just one blow, and they ask if that senior's cultivation was of superior saint level. The Prota says that the lower saint of the Tan family had died, and calls everyone to go to the Tan family to save the poor women of the human race. The men think that by saving them, They would do very well and accept the request. At the gate of the Tan family's mansion, all the cultivators attack the guards, easily defeating them, while Chu says that the Tan family is treacherous and conspiring with a real monster, that they are the scum of the human race, and orders the extras to invade and save their people. Thus, the people invade and say to kill everyone from the Tan family. Chu Shu thought that he knew those cultivators had been oppressed for a long time by the Tan family, giving them a confidence boost, helping them rise against the Tan family without hesitation. Elder Mo appears and says to the Holy Son that she found the secret room. He slaps her on the butt and asks her to go ahead and tells the cultivators to go with him, as he would show them the truth about the Tan family. Thus, they break the wall of the secret room, and from it emerge several drained human corpses, leaving all the cultivators angry. Thus, they said that the Tan family were monsters, and they should die. Chu tells them that it wasn't just the Tan family, but the Mu family, and even the Chi family. All were in it together. They could no longer be considered human because selling out their own race only meant that they were enemies to everyone. One of the angry cultivators says that he was right, and that those families should all be destroyed, and says that they would kill them one by one until they all died. Suddenly, a giant palm from the void moves toward them, leaving everyone frightened. They said that the ancestor of the Tan family was there. The angry ancestor says that he would not be human with them and would kill evil beings like them, and starts killing the extras. The Prota and Elder Mo, from the outside, watched everything. Chu says that the Tan ancestor had activated the formation. Mo Feiyan tells the Holy Son that she was worried about him, as it was getting very dangerous. He tells her not to worry, as the Thousand Faces Lord, a superior saint at the 5th layer, had been defeated by him to the point of vomiting blood. The Tan ancestor was just a superior saint at the 3rd layer, and so he pats Mo on the butt, leaving her blushing. The ancestor shouts loudly, asking who dared to attack his family and asks for them to show up, as he would ensure a quick death. Behind him, a giant cloud of poison appears, catching him off guard, making him protect himself, covering his breath. Chu says that poison was called poisonous gases, and they used 3 types of superior flowers, in addition to mixing fragrance, 10 softened bones, madness herb and laughs, romantic poison, and other little things, and says that he would use a 6th-degree containment arrangement to trap him, and asks Elder Feiyan to kill him. The Elder uses her technique Great Blossom Thousand Hands, and thus attacks him, causing a huge explosion. The Prota says that it only took 1 strike to kill the ancestor of the Tan family, and says it was as expected from his woman, and thus he hugs her. She replies that it was all thanks to his training. Mo says that soon the news about the destruction of the Tan family would spread, and the other families would be afraid of being discovered and would hide, and calls the Holy Son to go to the Southern Territory. He responds that when they returned, he would be able to reward her better. On Chilian Mountain, in the Southern Territory, Miao was running from Piao and Thousand Faces. Miao questioned how Piao dared act against him. Piao said that he should be obedient and let them search for something in his soul. They just wanted to take a look at the secret art he used, and said that he didn't need to run. While running, he said that he had no secret art at all. Thousand Faces and Piao appear next to Miao, holding him by the arms. Thousand Faces says that he wouldn't be able to escape. He responds that, even if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't let them get the secret art Zay and self-destructs, causing a huge explosion. The Thousand Faces. Lord wondered if he had self-destructed. Piao replies that it didn't matter, because the person who destroyed the Ouyang family should have gotten their hands on the secret art Zhe, and said that they needed to find that person, even if they had to turn the entire human kingdom upside down. 2 days later, in the mountains, Yi Yi was outside cultivating, while Chu and the Elder were doing dual cultivation. Mo asked the Holy Son not to make noise, as Yi Yi was outside cultivating. With a slight smile, he says that it was better for her to bite the pillow and not make noises. She, all blushing, whispered that she hated him. Chu asks if she wasn't enjoying it. If not, he would stop then. She, pleading, said that he should help her, that she was almost advancing to the 3rd layer of the superior saint domain. He lies down next to her and says that then she should move, that he would help her advance, and so they continue doing dual cultivation. After a while, she screams that she was advancing. After advancing, she lies down next to Chu, all breathless. He congratulates the Elder on advancing again and says he would show her something, and then reveals a golden seed in his hand. The Elder, seeing it, asks the Holy Son if he had synthesized a divine energy seed, and says that only the ancient emperors managed to synthesize divine energy seeds when they were young, but he had succeeded. A system window appears saying, Tao Return Seed, Type, Divine Energy Seed, Class, Emperor. Phase, newborn, subsequent phases, growth, maturity, perfection. Note, when the seed reaches perfection, it would be possible to use it to break through to the Emperor domain more easily. Elder Mo says she would make food to recover body energy. The Prota thanks her for that and thinks it was very intense. He would need to find a place to better study the seed. The Prota finds a stone in front of a cave and thinks that place was rich in spiritual energy. He would use it there to cultivate and begins to use the seed. When a system window appears saying, "First time use of the energy seed detected, rootless divine water will be released to assist in the cultivation of the seed." Chu Shu wonders what rootless divine water was when the stone on which he was cultivating cracks in the middle. He jumps and asks what had happened. Amid the dust from the stone, the Prota sees the silhouette of a woman and asks who she was. The cultivator asks how long she had slept and asks Chu in which era they were, and if it was the primordial times. The Prota greets the senior when he gets a nosebleed. She asks if she looked that old. He, all embarrassed, asks if he should call her Little Miss. She asks why he was adding little before Miss. Chu responds that it wasn't small, no, and adding little before was just to emphasize that she was beautiful and young. She responds that he wasn't bad at all, that he was good with words, and would reward him with the leg of an azure dragon of superior saint class to eat, and says that, unfortunately, she didn't have anything of king saint class with her, so asks him to accept that for now. He, seeing that, thinks that was insane. She would give him meat from a dragon of superior saint class as if it were nothing, and questions who she was. The woman begins to clean the dust off her and says that he had completed the lower challenge of the sacred primordial constitution and says that he wasn't bad at all, and asks what his name was. He replies that his name was Chu Shu and asks if he would be lucky enough to know the name of the Little Miss. She responds that her name was Luo Qingyu. The Prota says that he could feel that she was strong, but couldn't accurately describe her power. Was she a Ninth Order Holy King? She ponders and says that should be how they called a pseudo-emperor in that era, but her strength was still being suppressed by the heavens, so she was in the intermediate Holy King domain. The Prota, in his thoughts, excitedly says that the Ninth Order was the pseudo-emperor. It was great luck. He needed to catch her. Chu sits on the tree and says it was incredible that Miss Luo had become a pseudo-emperor in that era. She sits near him and tells him to stop testing her, as he must have thought he was not from that era. He asks from which era she came, and why she only appeared now. She replies that she sealed herself in the primordial era, and awoke with the energy of the rootless divine water. The Prota thinks that the primordial era was billions of years ago. Luo says she was only 5,000 years old before she sealed herself. She was probably the youngest among the pseudo-emperors. He thinks that he had been sealed, but awoke because of her, and wonders if that was what they call fate acting in mysterious ways. Chu asks why she sealed herself, and she replies that, during the primordial times, there was an emperor who learned a secret that allowed predicting the future. He asks what secret, and she replies that it was the outer heaven. If they could enter the outer heaven, the Tao would be increased, allowing them to break the lifespan's limits to become immortal. Unfortunately, not even an emperor managed to find the path to the outer heaven during the primordial era, so some of them sealed themselves, hoping to find the outer heaven in the future and become immortal. The protagonist asks Miss Luo if, following her words, this meant that there were several pseudo-emperors like her who had sealed themselves. She replies that she didn't know exactly how many had done that, but she certainly wasn't the only one. Chu asks what about the emperors? Did they also seal themselves? She says that an emperor's imperial connection with the world and the Tao was very strong, so it was difficult for them to seal themselves. And she says that where they went or where they were, there was no way to know. Besides the artifact-creating emperor, no one witnessed the death of a great emperor. She says that since he had broken her seal, she should give that as a thanksgiving. On that jade plate was sealed her energy clone. In times of danger, he could break that plate, and her clone would help him solve the problems. And if he encounters an enemy that even her clone can't face, she herself would appear to help him. She thanks him and asks if she was already leaving. She asks why the question. He says that with the direction of the conversation, she wouldn't beautifully leave after opening a hole in the void, leaving an unforgettable sight after he gave her the jade plate. Luo says that he was a very interesting little boy. Billions of years have passed. The ocean has become farmlands. Nothing remained the same. No one in that busy world knew her, and she had no idea where she would go. Chu asks if she had no place to stay. Why wouldn't she go with him? She hugs him and says that he really understood her, and asks what he thought about her giving him some lessons. But, judging by his powerful presence, women must not be lacking for him. He, startled, thought that women from billions of years ago were so impulsive and open about relationships. and thinks that this woman was like a succubus, the kind that, once started, wouldn't stop until she drained him completely. She comes close to the protagonist and says that they hadn't even started yet, and he was already all embarrassed. He replies that it wasn't that, because if he continued with that, he wouldn't be able to hold back. He, tense, thought he couldn't predict what she would do. If she wasn't trustworthy, he would just be drained to death. Not always a hole is salvation. Luo asks if he was scared. He says yes, it was better to leave that for another day. She calls him little boy and says that if she was different, he should not act without fear as he did, or he would be killed. Chu asks why. She says he would know when he saw it. The protagonist, pensive, wonders what she meant by that. Could she change personality, or was it a multiple personality disorder, and wonders if he wouldn't be in danger. Luo Qingyu says he didn't need to worry. She wouldn't kill him just like that. For now, it was just he didn't try anything with her. Chu, somewhat tense, wondered why she was smiling like that. He didn't feel safe at all. Suddenly, Luo places her hand on her head and says she was leaving. The protagonist calls her by name. Suddenly, she responds that she didn't like that name. He asks what he should call her then, Miss or Senior. When Chu realizes, there was an ice stake in front of his eye, being shocked. She said that Miss Luo couldn't be because she wasn't that young anymore, and Senior Luo made her feel strange. With a trembling voice, the protagonist asks if it would be strange to call her Aunt Luo. She responds with a slight smile that she liked it. He replies that from now on he would call her Aunt Luo. The protagonist thinks who would have thought there was someone who liked to be called Aunt. She says he had lucky blood. No wonder she had accepted him. He, thoughtfully, says that this was the first time he met someone who could see someone's luck besides him, and asks Aunt Luo how she knew about the lucky blood. She responds that she knew about the blood luck because she had learned the skill of celestial luck observation, which allows one to observe the changes in dynasties, the luck of cultivators, the secrets of the heavens, and turn dangers into opportunities. Chu Shu says he had read about that observation skill in very ancient books, but it was long ago, and he hadn't thought that Aunt Luo would know how to use it. He asks Aunt Luo what she meant when she said that Miss Luo had accepted him because of his blood luck. She responds that blood luck was related to the secrets of heaven, but she didn't know the details about it. The protagonist thinks that when he acquired it, it was just something related to the luck of the human race during the Constitution Challenge, and wonders what connections blood luck has with the outer heaven. When Chu notices, he wonders where Aunt Luo had gone, and thinks it was better for him to meet up with Fei Yan and Yi Yi and return to Shangjing City. In Heian City, in the middle of the city, there were many people. An old man was selling crystallized fruits on skewers and announcing when Aunt Luo sees, she goes up to him and says she wanted a crystallized fruit. While she sucks on the candy, she notices something and turns around. Elder Mo asks the Holy Son if she was the incredible senior he had talked about. She angrily yells and asks where he was going and orders him to point the way. He says it was in Shangjing City. Aunt Luo opens a portal and calls them to go. In Shangjing City, at the Taisu Embassy, the protagonist returns and notifies his master that he had returned. In the room he enters were the Holy Daughter and his master. Mengdi asks if he wasn't going to introduce them. Irritated in her thoughts, she thought this unfaithful disciple had the nerve to bring someone with him while he was away. He introduces Aunt Luo and says that one was his master, and the other was the Holy Daughter Yao Xiai. He tells his master that she was Luo Qingyu, and her cultivation was very high. His master thinks that just by looking at her, she could tell she was not a simple woman, even with her power. She could tell what her cultivation was, so she must be at least a holy king. His master goes up to Luo and greets her saying her name was Qi Mengdi, and greets her. Luo says she wasn't bad, and that she had a good constitution, and says she would allow her to call her Aunt Luo just like Chu Shu. Mengdi says she didn't think it was a good idea, her disciple calling her Aunt Luo, because if she also called her that, it wouldn't be appropriate. Luo thought she had already done dual cultivation with her disciple and was pregnant with him. Why was she pretending? And wonders if she thought she wouldn't notice. Mengdi wondered why she was looking at her that way and questioned if she could see through her relationship with her disciple. The protagonist tells his master that the other one was Qing Yi Yi, a disciple he had accepted, and Yi Yi greets the mistress, leaving everyone speechless and embarrassed. She notices and apologizes, as she should have called her grandmistress, because calling Mengdi Miss was like referring to the protagonist's wife. So she calls her grandma afterward, meaning that a master is like a father, so as Chu Shu was her master, and Qi Mengdi is Chu's master, as if Mengdi was Chu's mother, hence she uses grandma. Yi Yi greets Mengdi and calls her grandmistress. Mengdi says her aptitude wasn't bad and gives her a bracelet. Yi Yi thanks her, calling her grandmistress. Luo tells the protagonist that she wanted to rank her cultivation, so she needed to go into seclusion. He replies that he would take her and Yi Yi to their residences. The holy daughter tells Chu that she would see him at night. Mengdi, irritated in her thoughts, wondered why she wanted to see her disciple during the night. Later, Mengdi asks her disciple where he had been in the last month and observes that Elder Mo's cultivation had increased very quickly in just 1 month, suspecting it was his doing. He replies that she was his wings and asks her not to be jealous. She insists it was better to be honest with him and questions what wings he was talking about, affirming that he wasn't jealous. The protagonist asks her not to be so angry. She turns her face away and tells him to leave and stay with Mo, highlighting that she was very kind to him. Chu hugs her from behind and playfully asks if his sweetheart was getting chubby recently. Mengdi, blushing, asks what he was doing. He replies that he would recite a poem to her. The curves in the path ahead, a quiet place, twin peaks grow around the little stream, and the water dripping from the mountain pond makes the valley grass grow lush. He then starts to stroke his master's legs, who, blushing, asks him to remove his hand, but in the end, they engage in dual cultivation. 2 hours later, Mengdi, panting, mentions that she felt the energy of the Tao return seed within him and reveals that it was of Emperor class. She questions if he understood the meaning of possessing an Emperor class seed, mentioning that legend said that only emperors could cultivate a seed of this class. He replies that was why they said he had the constitution of an emperor. She then suggests, since he was so sure he could cultivate the Emperor class seed, why didn't he let her test it? She asks him to allow her divine consciousness to enter his sea of knowledge and access his Dao palace, saying she would know just by looking, and if the divine consciousness entered the Dao palace, besides being able to spy on all his secrets, she could also destroy his Dao palace whenever she wanted, and questions if he had the courage to let her in. The protagonist calls her naive and questions if she would hurt him, saying she could come in, as he wasn't afraid, because he trusted her. Thus, she uses her divine consciousness to enter Chu Shu's sea of knowledge. Seeing that, she wonders if that was really his sea of knowledge. How was that possible? She had never seen such a vast sea of knowledge. No wonder he was so strong. With such a powerful foundation, even with low cultivation, he would still be powerful. In the middle of his sea of knowledge, she sees a small house and wonders if that was his Dao palace. As she approaches, she thinks he was amazing in everything. So why was only his Dao palace so common, and thus enters his Dao palace? When she looks up, she realizes that her disciple hadn't lied to her, for he really had an emperor-class seed. When she notices that Chu Shu was in front of her, she is taken aback. Mengdi, in disbelief, asks if he wasn't Chu Shu and affirms that he was the old demon Chu, questioning who he really was. He approaches and calls her master, and she responds saying he wasn't her unfaithful disciple. Still in disbelief, she asks who he was, why he was identical to the old demon Chu. He reflects that his master saw his seed and could have taken it for herself, but didn't, and thinks that if his master sees his true appearance and still doesn't act against him, it means that he can trust her. The protagonist then reveals that the Chu Shu who died in the howling forbidden land was him, and the holy son Taisu was also him. She, in shock, asks where her disciple Chu Shu was and if he had possessed this body, questioning how he could have entered that sword intent above the sacred land. He explains that he had a secret weapon that allowed him to be reborn in the body of someone who was dying, and that in any case, she should thank him, because if not for him, her disciple would have been dead 3 years ago, as he was possessed by him and had his life saved, so he didn't kill him. Mengdi, frightened, asks if this meant that she had been conspiring for revenge for the last 3 years, and comments that this was expected of the old demon Chu. The protagonist, looking at the sky, says that throughout his life, he had conspired against many people, but it was just a coincidence that he had reincarnated in the body of Chu Shu, who was a disciple of the sacred land, and suggests that maybe it was fate. Mengdi, angered, asks if he had controlled her to use her as a tool to increase his talent, and questions if all that was revenge for what happened that day. He admits that at first, he really saw her as a tool and wanted revenge, but after some time together, he noticed her cuteness and ended up falling in love with her. She tells him to stop talking about love, stating that he was not her disciple, and asks if he really thought she would forgive him for having conspired and deceived her. He responds that this was his Dao palace and that she could do something against him. He wouldn't be able to stop her and says, if she wants to do something, he wouldn't resist. Chu stands still and Mengdi raises her hand to hit him, but he encourages her to go ahead. She, hesitantly, lowers her hand. The protagonist then asks why she joined them in hunting him in the past. Everyone called him Old Demon Chu, but questions if he ever did something to betray humanity. He mentions that everyone she killed in the past were people who acted against him, and questions if he ever killed any innocent person, arguing that these were kill or be killed situations. Because he killed them, the seniors came after him, starting an endless cycle of revenge. He explains that hatred would just accumulate. If he hadn't completely eliminated them, their hatred for him would never have disappeared. He knew he had killed many people to have a good ending. Just like everyone wanted to live, he was no different. The protagonist says he had prepared a safety plan and asks if she thinks he was wrong to have possessed the body of his disciple Chushu and used it to deceive her. But he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Whether he liked it or not, he would already be dead. And firstly, he saw his life as more important than anything, and secondly, he gave him a new life, allowing him to live longer, which he considers merciful. He then asks Mengdi, since he became the elder brother of the rising sky peak and the holy sun Taisu, if he had done something that was unforgivable to the sacred lands. He accompanied her when he went out on missions. At any point did he kill innocent people? She replies that he did nothing of the sort, and thinking, everyone called him a demon, but he lives as a human, more than the cultivators who kill when necessary for power. Chushu says he trusted her, and even told her his biggest secret, and asks her what was more important in her heart, the old Chushu or him. In her thoughts, she thought he had killed her disciple. How could she fall in love with him, and thinks that even she was pregnant with his child? The protagonist wonders what his master would answer. She leaves Chu's Dao palace and walks away without saying anything. Very thoughtful. Chu thinks he would see what his master would do, as he was still worried. She thought she had forgotten what he was like, and questions how she hadn't noticed that he was no longer the same, and thinks that the real Chushu wasn't important in her heart, and wonders if she had always been someone so heartless. She, crying, wonders why she didn't hate him and still felt attracted to him, and thinks when things got this way, and wonders when he had become so important to her. Mengdi walks away crying. Tao Yao sees the master and asks why she was crying, and asks if something had happened to the elder brother. She asks her master not to scare her. She responds that her elder brother was fine. Yao sighs and says that was good. Mengdi says that if someone looks for her in the next few days, to say that she was in isolated cultivation, Yao responds that she understood. In Chi Mengdi's palace, she thinks that this was the rootless divine water that her unfaithful disciple had given her. She would drink it and find out its uses, and begins to drink. Chu, seeing, thinks that she was drinking the divine water he had given her. It seems that she had already accepted the reality. After he deals with his beautiful master, it will be easier to deal with Sister Hua. Chushu was observing his master in her room when the sacred daughter asked if he could step out for a while. Surprised, he thought the sacred daughter Yao Ci was after him. He stepped outside and asked if something had happened. She said she had the divine class artifact he wanted, explaining that when the Grandmaster Qi Wuhen was forging it, he added some materials that allowed for future enhancements, potentially making it a life-saving treasure, just like a superior saint's weapon. Chu Xiu thanked the sacred daughter and mentioned he was planning to look for Qi Huhen. He never thought the master would have already forged the artifact for him. The sacred daughter then asked when he would be free to go out with her. Embarrassed, he said he planned to enter isolated cultivation and asked what she thought about going out after he finished. He thought it wasn't that he didn't want to go out with her, but he was mentally exhausted after what had happened with his master. She replied that it was okay and she would wait. Chu Xiu sighed, thinking that a man really couldn't be too attractive while cultivating. A system window appeared saying, "The master is wanting to evolve the sword intent. This system can hardly wait to go relax." Annoyed, the protagonist told the system that he knew very well that he was gaining a lot from it. The system window replied, "This system swears to the heavens that it is not. If this system lies, the user's cultivation will not progress." Chu Xiu told it to stop talking nonsense and evolve the sword intent. A system window appeared announcing, "First evolution completed. The user's understanding of the celestial assassin sword intent has come closer to the inferior order. Second evolution. The user's understanding of the celestial assassin sword intent has come closer to the inferior order." 16 hours later, the system appeared saying, "Congratulations to the user. The understanding of the celestial assassin sword has completed the third evolution. Your sword intent has reached the inferior order." The protagonist said he felt his mind clearer after evolving the sword intent. Chu stepped outside and at a table were Elder Mo and Luo. She said he had finally come out. Chu Xiu asked Luo if today was her day off. Miss Luo asked if he didn't like her, and asked if he wanted her to ask Aunt Luo to leave. He replied that's not what he meant, and asked, in any case, what she was doing. Elder Mo told the Holy Sun that she had advanced very quickly in recent days, so she was asking some questions to Senior Luo to strengthen her cultivation. Thoughtful, he said he understood. Miss Luo took a piece of meat and put it in Chu's mouth and said that when cultivators break through to the lower holy domain, they need to feel and understand the rules of heaven and earth, confirming what their own Tao would be until they achieve a qualitative change to break through to the Holy King domain. The Holy King domain would continue to improve the Tao of their body until their body and Tao were ready to advance to the Emperor domain. The protagonist asked what the purpose of life for an emperor was. Miss Luo said that an emperor seeks the understanding of the heavens, and if they can incorporate their own Tao into the heavens, they would enter the path of a great emperor. In each era, there is only one emperor who manages to break through to the great emperor domain. If successful, they become a great emperor, but if they fail, they die, and the Tao of those who die becomes nutrients for the Tao of a new emperor. The protagonist asked if Miss Luo had discovered her own Tao. She replied that she had given up and sealed herself. Regarding those who succeeded, she believed it was Lord Butterfly and said she was very strong and could be considered invincible. She said there were at most 2 cultivators who managed to fight against her, and said she would lose in 10 moves if she fought against her. Chu Shu asked if there had been any cultivator in her era who cultivated an Emperor-class divine energy seed. She gives a slight laugh and says there was no Emperor-class divine energy seed, and Lord Butterfly only had a divine-class seed. He asks if a person who cultivated the 5 elements and 9 origins fused them into one. Miss Luo says that Lord Butterfly did what he said. Miss Luo calls him a little boy and says he couldn't be as strong as those monsters, but he shouldn't be disappointed. He was definitely a special person in that era. She pinches Chu's nose, saying it wasn't impossible for him to become a great emperor. He grabs Miss Luo's hand and says it was a beautiful vision of hers, and he could even see himself becoming a great emperor. Elder Mo, in disbelief, thought the Holy Sun was very bold to do that with an empress. Miss Luo gets close to Chu and places her finger on the protagonist's hand and says that was good. So she decided to follow him, and if they entered that place, who knows what could happen. Embarrassed, he thought that was the opposite of what he imagined. From a distance, the sacred daughter watched them sadly and thought he had said he would be with her after he finished cultivating. He notices the sacred daughter was there and thinks she was waiting for him. The protagonist tells Elder Mo and Miss Luo to go to bed early, as he had some matters to resolve. Luo responds that he should do his best at night and go ahead with the sacred daughter Yao Ci, and that they have a child with the congenital holy constitution. Chu, in disbelief, thought nothing could escape Miss Luo's eyes. The sacred daughter, from a distance, blushed. In the garden of the sacred Taisu Earth Embassy, Chu Shu walked with the sacred daughter and said he always had a wish. She asks what the wish was. He replies that he wanted to take off her veil and see her face. She says it was a rule of the sacred Yao Ci Earth. The sacred daughter's veil could not be easily removed unless it is a partner. He replies that it was a shame, since it was a rule, and asks her not to worry. She asks why, even though he has so many women by his side, he refused to touch her when they were alone. Chu says that was because the women of the sacred Yao Ci Earth were divine, and he wouldn't dare take advantage of her. So he just limited himself to flirting, leaving her blushing. The protagonist asks if she wanted to go with him to the Jui Shi Tower. That could help her open her eyes and develop. She asks if it was really okay to walk to a place like that. He says that living is being brave enough to try. She says she would change her clothes first. He replies that he would wait there for her. Ye Hongyu appears and says that Chu had finally come out and wanted to say that the stolen spiritual stones had already been found, and asks him not to worry because he would pay his part. Chu Shu says that wasn't necessary. They could just win again next time. Ye asks what Chu wanted him to do and says he had something important to tell him, and that apparently the holy son Yao Guang came to the city of Shangjing after the sacred daughter Yao Ci. And it wasn't just that. There were some rumors that the holy son Yao Guang found the secret Du art in the central plains on Chi Huang Mountain. The protagonist thinks that recently he had discovered that the Jade Scroll spoke about secret Du art and asks if it would be useful. When the sacred daughter appears calling Chu, Ye asks who she was. The protagonist says Miss Yao Feng was an old friend and says they were going to the Jushu Tower and asks if he wanted to go along. Embarrassed, he replies that he wouldn't bother and that he could have fun. Ye thought that Brother Chu's taste was quite varied. He liked to play with proper young ladies. As expected, he spares no one. At the Jushu Tower, Chu and the sacred daughter were at a table while around them were several women dancing and tables with people having fun. The protagonist asks if she liked it there and asks her to sit close to him and places his hand on her shoulder and asks if she knew how to dance. She replies, embarrassed, that she knew, but only a little. Chu asks if she wasn't as good as the dancers. The protagonist places his hand over hers and asks why her heart was beating so fast. wondering if she had never touched a man's hand before, and notes that they came to the right place. As a virgin, like the sacred daughter Yao Ci needed knowledge in that kind of thing, and it would be interesting to train her. Chu Xiu asks the sacred daughter to look at the couple in front of them and asks what they were doing. When she looks, the couple becomes embarrassed and their legs start to tremble. Chu begins to run his hand over the sacred daughter's body, moving downward, and tells her not to be nervous and to relax. After a while, they leave the Jushi Tower when they encounter two cultivators. The one in light clothing asks what he was doing. The protagonist asks who he was. He replies that he was Shi Xingyu from the Holy Land Yaoguang, and the other was his brother, the Holy Sun Yaoguan. Chu Xiu greets him and says that he was the Holy Sun Yaoguang and apologizes. He ignores him and says that Miss Feng Yao was even more beautiful compared to 2 years ago. The protagonist thinks that the extra had ignored him. The Holy Sun Yao asks what Miss Feng was doing there. Embarrassed, she says that Chu Xiu wanted to come there, so she accompanied him. Shi Xingyu loudly says he dared to bring the sacred daughter Yao Ci to a dirty place like that, and asks how the Holy Sun Taisu wasn't afraid to embarrass the sacred land Taisu. He looks to the side and asks the Holy Sun Yaoguang if he was nervous. He says he misunderstood him, and he, Shi Xinghai, always remained calm, and asks the sacred daughter if she would like to attend a meeting tomorrow at Yue Lake. She replies that if Chu Xiu went, she would go too, and says she would do whatever Chu wanted. Yao Guan says he would say goodbye for today, and with a serious look, he thought he would finish Chu Xiu. The sacred daughter, blushing, says it was the first time she had been so intimate with a man, and that she wasn't used to it. Chu asks if she wanted him to take responsibility, and says she seemed quite hostile towards the Holy Sun Yao Guang, and asks if it was because of him, and asks if she was jealous. The protagonist places his hand on the sacred daughter's head, and asks if she wasn't feverish, because she was so hot and stuttering. Annoyed, she asks when he would be willing to accept her as his wife. The protagonist, with a slight smile, says that when she finished developing, it would happen naturally and asks her not to rush. She replies that it was okay. He says it was late and calls her to return to the Taisu embassy. The sacred daughter asks what he plans to do in the coming days. He says he had nothing to do. He would just be cultivating. 20 days later, at the Taisu embassy, Chu thought his consumption was terribly high. He would need more spiritual stones, and thinks whether he should go to Yuanlong City to kill some beasts, so he could collect and produce spiritual stones during the day. A servant goes to the protagonist and says that the master of the Rising Sky Peak had returned 3 days ago. He thought his master had returned. The servant says he was in isolated cultivation, so she didn't want to disturb him. He replies that it was right. In Chu Xiu's room at the Taisu embassy, his master Meng Di enters using the void. Chu says she shouldn't be coming there. She asks why not, and questions if he was afraid of her killing him. He, observing, thinks she was still very beautiful, but had lost a lot of weight, and says he already said that if she wanted to kill him, he wouldn't resist. He was just worried that she would feel bad, and when she feels bad, he also felt bad. She asks if he felt bad and thinks that was romantic. He replies that of course he felt bad when she was bad, and hugs her, making her blush. He says he had missed her. She, somewhat downcast, says she hadn't missed him because she still wanted to tear him into pieces. The protagonist, with his hand on Meng Di's face, calls her master. She averts her gaze and asks her unfaithful disciple why he was calling her. Suddenly, he kisses her, leaving her without reaction. She asks him to let her go. When he pats her butt, she thinks it seemed like she wouldn't be able to escape the hands of her unfaithful disciple in her entire life. Chu tells his master that she had been away for several days. His cultivation had become a bit rusty, and asks why she wouldn't teach him a few lessons. She calls him an unfaithful disciple, and they end up practicing dual cultivation. While they were engaged in dual cultivation, Miss Luo watched them from the top of the room without their knowledge, thinking that little Chu was skilled, as he had managed to wrap his master around his finger with a few words. And now that she noticed, all the women Chu Xiu liked and had relationships with were older than him. She wondered if that little boy would also want to devour her, and thought about what she should do. Sometime later, they, all breathless, lying in bed together, Meng Di asks her disciple to remove his arm from above her. She grabs him, and asks if she only wanted to use him. She turns her face away and says that he was only treating her this way to take advantage of her. He asks how he could use her, and pulling her hand, kisses her, and says that he respected her, and couldn't wait to show her how much he loved her. Meng Di gets up, and slaps Chu's hand away, saying who would want the love of an unfaithful disciple like him, and calls him an idiot. Miss Luo thought that little boy wasn't too bad. He was really very good with women, and realizes that it was time for her to leave, thus opening a portal in the void. The protagonist, pouring tea and serving tea to his master, says that her cultivation had increased a lot, but she still needed to advance to the 5th layer of the superior holy domain and questions her, saying if she had sought him out because she missed him. She responds that he was thinking too much and says that this time she went out on a mission for the sacred land, and says that he must have heard about the secret realm in the central plains and about the secret Do art, the legendary 9 secrets art. The Do secret had been discovered. The wind was blowing across the celestial continent. It would not just be human forces, even the force of monsters would act. Chu Xiu, thoughtful, asks if the sacred land would participate in that hunt. Mengdi says that cultivators in the Holy King domain should also act. Things were getting dangerous, and the sacred master had not yet recovered, and humans were at a disadvantage against the monsters. With that, they would be forced to take risks. The protagonist questions and says that meant that the monsters would also go to Mount Huang, and thinks that being only in the spiritual Dao domain, it was difficult for him to join in the battle for the secret Dao art against humans and monsters in the Holy King domain. His master says that they would do everything possible to get one of the 9 secrets, and she heard from Elder Mo that Miss Luo Qingyu was an empress. Chu says she was, but was being suppressed by the heavens, and now she was only in the middle Holy King domain. Mengdi says that if the monsters acted against the sacred land Tai Su, he could convince her to help them. She thinks that even though she didn't want to ask for help, this matter was related to the safety of the human race, and if an empress could help, they would be able to resolve this crisis. At the Taisu Tower, in the Taisu Embassy, the protagonist says that Sister Luo had promised to act if necessary. Mengdi questions him, saying Sister Luo, and that he had many sisters. He says they were just sisters, but she was the only woman. She responds and calls him cheeky. She asks her unfaithful disciple if someone in the middle Holy King domain could suppress a peak Holy King using some emperor artifact. He says they could leave the Taisu Tower with Sister Luo. With her cultivation, she could fight any enemy using an emperor artifact. She says he had even considered that. Chu says he sort of thought that the monsters were already going to invade, and since they would have to kill some Holy King monsters, they would need a plan. His master caresses the face of her disciple and asks her unfaithful disciple what kind of wicked plan he had devised. He whispers something low in her ear. Mengdi says then they needed to get the secret Dao art. He says that situation was as ideal as possible, but if they couldn't get the secret Dao art, he had thought of other means. And if they leaked that the mysterious man who destroyed the Ouyang family in the Eastern Territory was the Holy Son Taisu, the monsters would not stay quiet. She responds that he shouldn't even think about it. That way, he would only make enemies of many people, and says that he knew very well the end he had when he became the enemy of the sects. He replies that it was just the worst-case scenario. He had other ideas, and asks her not to worry. The protagonist says that the trip to the Central Plains would be dangerous, so he would teach her the secret Z art as a precaution. She asks if he would teach her that secret art. He kisses his master's face and says of course, as she was his beloved master, leaving her blushing and speechless. She responds that he only knew how to speak sweetly and calls him an unfaithful disciple. Chu Xiu says that the 9 secrets art was special. His current level of cultivation was too low, and he couldn't use it perfectly, and says she needed to enter the Dao Palace with her soul so he could teach her. Inside Chu Xiu's Dao Palace, the protagonist says they would start an hour later. Chu tells Mengdi not to rush and to take it easy. She says that even if it was just half, the effect of the secret Z art was incredible. She says they would finish for now, as she had to go. Chu Xiu asks what she thought of the environment there. She responds and says it was not bad and asks why. He grabs her and says he didn't want to lose the beautiful view. She, blushing and annoyed, says he shouldn't start and asks her unfaithful disciple to let her go. But in the end, they end up practicing dual cultivation. 2 hours later, the two, breathless, were lying on the floor. Mengdi thought that those 2 hours were like hundreds of years trying to understand the rules of heaven and earth. Chu calls his master. She replies that she was advancing again. She gets up, and leaving, she says she would prepare for the challenge. Later, they talked about other things. He, shocked, thought that dual cultivation within his Dao Palace had a very powerful effect. 3 days later, several cultivators from the sacred land came on a flying boat to where Chu Xiu was. The people in the city, amazed, said that more people from the sacred land were coming. Some asked what had happened for them to come there. One of the cultivators asks if he hadn't heard. A secret realm would soon open in Mount Huang, located in the Central Plains. He hears that it was related to the secret Dao art. The other says it was no wonder the sacred land Taisu was acting. At the Taisu embassy, the Holy Sun welcomed the cultivators from the sacred land and said they had a difficult journey, and asked them to come in, that the rooms were already prepared. Master Liu Shui from the Sword Sky Peak tells the Holy Sun that it had been some time since they last met. and that his cultivation had gotten even better. He truly was a blessing for the sacred land Taisu. Chu says she was praising him too much. The protagonist greets Ye and says, "Long time no see." He says he could still call him Ye-fan. Chu tells him not to be shy with him and asks them to act as before. Mengdi tells Liu Shui to stay away from her disciple. She responds and asks if she thought she could threaten her just because her cultivation increased. She says she could do what she wants, and what she would do about it. She would seek out her disciple during the night for a private lesson and calls her disgusting. Liu Shui asks if she wasn't ashamed after having killed her father over a treasure. Mengdi says that Master Liu's Dao Palace was invaded by demons, and he asked her to kill him, or he would be possessed. She asks if she was still giving the same excuse, and asks if she couldn't come up with something else after so many years. Tianxie tells Mengdi that he recently found that beautiful usurper beauty fruit, and that he would give it to her. Mengdi sees her disciple talking with Ye-fan and says that fruit was very precious. It was better for brother Tianxie to keep it. He, embarrassed, responds that she was right. Her beauty was unmatched. She shouldn't need that, and calls her to discuss the secret realm. She replies yes. Mengdi tells the protagonist to hurry up and go to the central pavilion. He says goodbye to Ye-fan and mentions they would talk another time. His master tells him that elites from all places were gathering, and he should be careful not to fall into traps. He thanks his master for her concern. She turns her face away and asks who was worried about him, calling him shameless, and says she only feared he might die out there, and she would need to retrieve his body. Chu, with a slight smile, says he understood and would take extra care on Mount Chi Huang, giving his master's buttocks a pinch. At Mount Chi Huang, in the Central Plains, several flying boats were around, waiting for the secret realm to open. One of the monster cultivators was saying that they must get the secret Do art, while a human cultivator shouted that the monsters were getting more and more arrogant. They would never let the secret Dao art fall into the hands of monsters. On one of the flying boats, the sacred daughter Yao Xi, Ye Hongyu, and Chu Shu were waiting for the realm to open, while the protagonist thought that the jade plaque carved with Dao was really very useful. He was wondering why it was reacting upon getting close there, but it seems it contained all the information about the secret realm, acting like a guide. He thought this would be very interesting. While everyone else was playing the game, he was cheating heavily and chuckled a bit. Suddenly, some lightning around the mountain began to shine, revealing a portal. Inside it, there were various stone monsters. Chu thought the secret realm was opening. When the portal opens, the leopard woman walks towards the entrance saying she would try something, and then she swings her club towards the portal's entrance, but she's thrown back, saying it was too tough. The monsters around wondered why she couldn't enter, given that she was a superior saint, while others said that not even a superior saint could enter. The protagonist, walking towards the portal, said the leopard woman couldn't enter because the entrance had Dao suppression. Only those in the lower holy domain or below could enter, and he didn't know how she thought of exploring the secret realm if they didn't even know that, and thus the Holy Son, the Sacred Daughter, and Ye Hongyu enter. Inside the secret realm, Chu thought they had entered thanks to the Dao suppression. His master uses sound transmission to speak with her unfaithful disciple and tells him that his jade plaque must not be exposed, as many of the monster race were entering. If they acted against him, she wouldn't be able to keep him safe from outside. He responds that he knew and had the secret Z art and that his speed was unmatched, and asks her not to worry. He says that place was extremely dangerous and suggests the other disciples give up on entering. She says she didn't need to remind her of that, and says she would tell them it was dangerous, and would let them make their own decisions. The Minotaur calls the monsters to follow him, and they rush towards the stone dolls. The leader of the dolls charges at the Minotaur and with his sword, cuts the Minotaur and several monsters in half. The dolls begin to move. The cultivators, seeing this scene, say they shouldn't have entered. That secret realm was a damn killing field. The sacred daughter Yao Xi asks Chu what they would do now, and asks if he knew any way to get past them. He replies that they had no choice but to confront them head-on. The holy son Yao Guan tells the sacred daughter that she could join them, as they were in greater numbers compared to the people who entered with the sacred land Taisu. The protagonist wonders why that idiot was there. The sacred daughter Yao Xi takes Chu Shu's hand and says she appreciated the holy son Yao Guang's invitation, but she chose to stay with the holy son Taisu and wouldn't change her decision so easily. Yao Guan remains silent with a serious look. Man Long, the son of the barbarian clan, questions why humans were talking about romance at such a time, arguing that there was no reason to continue with it, and asks the humans what they thought about working together to get through the challenges as they advance towards the stone dolls. Chu agrees that this was the only option and launches an attack against the leader of the dolls, using his human Emperor Fist ability. destroying several dolls and their leader in a single strike. The sacred daughter uses her thread ability to bind the dolls, allowing the protagonist to seize the chance and use the human emperor fist again, destroying several more dolls. The sacred master of the Yao Ci Palace observes and comments to Mengdi on how well the Holy Sun worked in team with the sacred daughter, mentioning that the primordial sacred constitution and the congenital Tao constitution were a perfect match. Mengdi reflects that the master had no idea that he had all that power because of the lessons he had alone with him. The protagonist asks Feng Yao how she was and if she could continue. She replies that she was fine, could still keep fighting, and asks him to focus on the battle and says she would protect him. He advises her to remember to conserve her strength in case the monsters attack them, and then Chu charges at the dolls again with his human emperor fist. The human cultivators, moved, thought that the Holy Sun had gotten hurt to create a path for them. One of the cultivators thought he was not satisfied with the sacred daughter chasing the Holy Sun, but now he understood that the Holy Sun was worthy of everything and that he had been very ignorant. Meanwhile, the protagonist easily destroys the dolls with his ability. Outside the secret realm, the bald cultivator says that the Holy Sun should not have done that, as he needed to conserve energy. Another says that was exactly how the Holy Sun Tai Su should be, brave and courageous. Lord Thousand Faces, hooded and hidden among the monsters, thought something was wrong with Chu Shu, as he was a cautious guy. It was impossible for him to sacrifice himself for the good of others, and thinks there must be some reason for him doing that, and wonders what it could be. The protagonist continues using his human emperor fist ability, destroying dolls, creating a huge pile of them, and says that should be enough, and tells everyone to continue. While several cultivators fought, Chu calls Ye and tells him to follow him quickly and get out of there, thinking that he was still injured, so he would use the secret Z art to recover. A female extra, all blushing, thanks the Holy Sun for having helped her, or she would have died in battle, and says that from that day, her life was his. He responds that they were from the same sect, and that he only did what should be done. As the monsters fought, Tian Yaozi, a unicorn-type monster, says he remembered that Chu Shu possessed the sacred primordial body and thought if he consumed the flesh of someone with that sacred constitution, his injuries would heal quickly, and tells the protagonist that he was very injured, and therefore he would eat his flesh to heal him, and says he should feel honored and could not refuse. Chu asks if he was sure he wanted to act against him now. Tian tells him to stop talking. The sacred daughter Yao Ci asks Chu to be careful. The protagonist uses the secret Xing ability and quickly charges at the monster, leaving him frightened and hitting him with his ability, throwing him to the ground, causing a great commotion. The protagonist, with his foot on the monster's face, asks how he dared to covet his flesh being so weak. He was courting death. When the monster was about to speak, he is interrupted by Chu stepping even harder and asking who had given him the right to think he could act against him. The human cultivators say it was to be expected of the Holy Sun Tai Su. Chu Shu calls Feng Yao and says they didn't need to waste time on that. She replies that they did. The monsters claimed he was dangerous and couldn't be left alive, so they had to find a way to kill him. A red portal appears, and one of the monsters says it's time for them to enter. Chu stops the Holy Daughter with his hand when suddenly 3 platforms appear, one black, one white, and one gray for them to cross to the other side. The protagonist thinks that, according to the information from the Jade Plate, the black part of the bridge was the safest. The white part had various dangers, traps, beasts, and even hidden assassins waiting to kill them if they were careless. He says the hardest part was the gray one, which would summon a number of enemies based on how many people were on it. The more people, the greater the number of enemies. Chu Shu says that this bridge was by far the most dangerous of the first part and asks them to be careful. The Holy Daughter tells them to heal their wounds as quickly as they can and conserve energy. They could only take advantage of the opportunities if they were alive. Chu, seeing the cultivators running toward the bridge, thinks that in such a situation, it would be difficult for many people to reach the end of the bridge. Most had already arrived on the bridge. A female cultivator tells the others to follow the Holy Sun and not lag behind, when suddenly, a black beast jumps on a female cultivator, making her scream. The protagonist appears quickly and easily kills it with his fist ability. The female cultivator in white thanks the Holy Sun. He asks them to be more careful, as he would help the others. The 2 blushing cultivators say that the Holy Sun was too kind, and that he had already saved one of them about 3 times. She was even embarrassed as more beasts attacked other cultivators. Chu Shu appears, easily destroying the beasts, and the female cultivators thank him. Mengdi, from the outside, thinks her unfaithful disciple loves playing the hero. The human cultivators outside say that it was expected of the Holy Sun Tai Su. that the human race lacked righteous people like him, and some even say that children should stay with Chu Shu. Master Liu Shui from the Sky Sword Peak tells Mengdi that she has a good disciple. She thinks about what her unfaithful disciple is planning, as that was something he wouldn't do. He definitely had a hidden motive for doing that. When the human cultivators and the monsters reach the end of the path, one of the monster cultivators asks, "Who will go first?" Someone needs to take the lead. Chu Shu calls the others, saying they will go first. As he takes the first steps, the surroundings begin to shake, when suddenly several hooded figures appear in front of them, all dressed in black. The cultivators take a step back. The unicorn monster laughs and says it was worth luring so many enemies to protect those weaklings, and says the Holy Sun was too confident, but that would be his death, with a look exuding bloodlust, thinking that Chu Shu needed to die. Manlong says it seems the safest way was to pass one by one. The protagonist uses some seals and activates the formation along with all the human race cultivators, creating a yin-yang circle. Chu says the charge was complete, and states that he will finish them off. Thus, he and the holy daughter Yao Ci use the power of the formation, destroying the hooded figures in one blow, leaving the monsters shocked. The monsters wonder what kind of formation that was, with such powerful defense. They say that by using people as catalysts, it was a combined strength formation, but they question how, with Chu Shu's cultivation level, he could use such a high-level formation. The human cultivators climb the steps behind Chu and the holy daughter, reaching the top where there are some tombstones. The protagonist and the holy daughter place their hands on the tombstones when a system window appears, saying, "Congratulations on passing the second challenge. Exit to receive your reward. You can continue clearing the secret realm, or exit to receive the reward." The cultivators were jumping for joy, saying there was a reward for completing the challenge, while some said they could finally leave that place. Chu uses sound transmission to tell the holy daughter that if she had the chance to pick a good skill, to remember to choose the 36 true movements of martial arts. Thus, Chu focuses his consciousness on the tombstone, opening a reward window. Combat assessment, 5,789. Performance evaluation, 8,978. You protected many companions, gained an increase in evaluation. Please choose 2 rewards below. 1. Resources, Divine Spirit Stones. 2. Divine Class Skills, choose 1 out of 17. 3. Divine Skill Time Acceleration, time accelerated by 15 years of knowledge. 4. Divine Class Skill, choose 1 out of 17. 5. Divine Skills, time acceleration, time accelerated by 15 years of knowledge. The protagonist thought he could finally pick his reward. He was tired of playing the good guy. He says he wanted Divine Spirit Stones and the Divine Skill 36 True Movements of Martial Arts. A system window appears saying, "Choice completed. Your performance was exemplary. You will receive 30 million Divine Spirit Stones. You protected many companions. An exemplary performance. You will receive the complete Divine Skill 36 True Movements of Martial Arts." Chu, seeing the rewards falling near him, thought he had done very well. The 36 True Movements of Martial Arts would be very important for improving his level in the future. With that, he wouldn't have any problems. The cultivators said that choosing the Divine Time Acceleration skill was like they had cultivated for centuries. Others said that after leaving there, they felt they could break through to the divine realm and soon become a lesser saint, and it was all thanks to the holy son Taisu and the holy daughter Yao Ci that they were still alive. One of the female cultivators went toward Chu, saying she would leave now to avoid being a burden to him. He tells her that when she returns, to cultivate diligently, her future would be amazing after that experience. Blushing, she tells the holy son good luck, and that when he leaves the secret realm and wants her to repay the kindness, she would do anything he wished, no matter what it was. Mengdi wondered if her unfaithful disciple was really someone with a good heart, and if she had misunderstood him. She shakes her head and thinks that it was absolutely impossible. In the end, only 4 human cultivators remained: Chu Shu, the holy daughter, Ye Hongyu, and Ye Fan. Chu says that in the end, only they stayed. Ye Hongyu replies that there was nothing to do. He lost a lot to pass the second challenge and needed to recover what he lost, or that trip wouldn't have been worth it. The holy daughter Yao Ci uses sound transmission and tells Chu that she had picked up the skill 36 True Movements of Martial Arts, but only managed to get 2/3, a total of 24 movements. Chu replies that that was already great. She asks if they were going to teach it to Ye Hongyu and Ye Fan. He says the 36 True Movements of Martial Arts were blocked by the rules of the secret realm. There was no way to teach it to others, and says she would understand better when she practiced it. The protagonist says that the second and third group of people must already be entering the secret realm and calls the others to move forward. Suddenly, two giant wasps appear behind Ye Hongyu. He, with his fan, cuts the two easily, saying he knew the leaves were suspicious. Chu, seeing them on the ground, says the poison was powerful, so he would want it. Ye Fan stretches his hand with a small bag, saying to Chu that it was confusion incense. It didn't work against cultivators, but was very effective against wild beasts. After smelling a little, they would seem as if they were drunk. He responds that he didn't think Brother Ye Fan would have something like that, and calls them to hurry and collect the poison, as it could be useful against monsters. He thanks them for their help, and calls them to move forward. Elsewhere in the secret realm, they were walking when they encountered 3 giant stones. The Holy Daughter, shocked, says that it was the Epiphany Stone. Touching the stone, she says that this Epiphany Stone was very large. She had never heard of anything like it and says it was priceless. If taken outside, it would easily be worth billions of divine spirit stones. Ye Hongyu says it was very valuable, but he felt bad for not being able to capitalize on something like that right in front of him and sighs. Ye Fan tells them not to be greedy and says they could use those stones to improve their divine skills. The Holy Daughter Yao Ci says that the other stones had sword and blade marks, which would allow them to understand about sword intent and blade intent, and says those 3 stones must be opportunities found on that golden leaf. Ye Fan says he would try to understand the sword intent, and if they all finished before him, they could go on without him. Ye Hongyu asks Chu if he would stay with the blade intent, and asks which stone he would go to. He replies that he would try to understand his divine skill, so he would not go with him. Ye Hongyu wishes Chu good luck. The protagonist places his hand on the waist of the Holy Daughter Yao Ci, saying they should try to understand the divine skill. 36 true movements of martial arts together, and she agrees. Inside the void of the Epiphany Stone, Chu helps the Holy Daughter with some movements of the divine skill, helping her get into the positions of the 36 true movements of martial arts, making her moan. After a while, 4 monsters come towards the Epiphany Stone. The tiger monster says he felt the presence of humans there. One of them feared that presence was of Chu Xiu, the holy son Tai Su. Wang Shanjun, the tiger monster, says it was great because he would kill him, and thus lunges at the stone with his sword to strike him, when the protagonist's hand comes out holding the sword with just 2 fingers, and says that's not how to launch a surprise attack. Outside the Epiphany Stone, the protagonist was holding Wang Shanjun's sword with 2 fingers. The tiger monster says that when the Holy Sun tried to pass the challenge, the race of monsters united to kill him and his grandfather died in battle, and now that he had found him there, he would take revenge. Chu Xiu uses his 36 true movements of martial arts skill, 7th movement True Break, and hits him with a finger, throwing him far away, leaving the other monsters scared. They said it was impossible and how that happened. He felt it was impossible to defeat him and asks why they weren't running away. The protagonist uses the 36 true movements of martial arts, 1st movement, Mountain Embrace, and thus picks up a giant stone. The tiger monster uses his divine skill Mountain Splitting Blade, cutting the stone Chu had picked up. Then, Chu Xiu uses the 36 true movements of martial arts, 2nd movement, Ocean Cover, hitting the tiger monster with a direct blow. Without wasting time, the protagonist already lands a punch on the monster's face, making him wonder how he was so strong, and without wasting time, uses again the 36 true movements of martial arts. 6th movement, Captured Dragon, making him remember when he was just a scared tiger as he hits him with several punches. When a succubus appears asking Chu if he could spare that little tiger, and introduces herself saying she was a succubus Qianye, sister of Unlimited Inferno. The tiger monster, stammering, asked his sister Qianye for help. She asks Chu to let him go, saying she would owe him a favor. The protagonist asks who she thought she was, and says if she thought her favor was worth anything, and thus closes his hand and quickly lunges at the succubus, saying that she seemed familiar with the tiger, so they could die together and be friends in hell. The succubus grabs Chu Xiu with her legs and calls him husband using her power of seduction. He thought that this then was a power of a succubus, and thinks that succubi were born with proficiency in illusion and were naturally masters in that type of skill. But unfortunately, for every type of skill, there was a way to counterattack, and in front of him, they were just insignificant tricks. So he turned around delivering a heavy punch where the succubus was hiding. Succubus Qianye, in pain, says that he was very mean, and that way he would kill her. He, looking at her quickly, uses the 36 true movements of martial arts, 6th movement, Captured Dragon, and thus appears in front of the succubus grabbing her by the neck saying that since they met, she had been using the illusion skill on him, so it would be a shame not to kill her. Qianye wondered why the Holy Sun was not affected by her illusions, and so she grabs a diamond card and breaks it, thinking she had no other choice, as protecting her life was the priority, and thus she quickly escapes from there without giving Chu time to react. He thought that being able to use a teleportation item in the secret realm, someone in the Holy King realm paid a high price to forge that. He believed she wouldn't have another, and would kill her the next time he saw her, and thus he walks toward the tiger monster. He thought he would absorb the tiger monster's corpse and see how many spirit stones he would get from the monsters, and thus returns inside the void of the Epiphany Stone. The protagonist goes up to Feng Yao and asks how the learning of the 36 true movements of martial arts was going. She replies that she had already understood 20 out of 26. Chu thought her intelligence was not bad at all. She stands up and asks if they were leaving. He responds that they needed to complete the challenge. If they didn't complete it, they wouldn't be able to move forward. As they walked, the holy daughter Yao Ci says that succubus Qianye was very famous among the new generation of the monster race, and now that he had attacked her, the other monsters would act against him and asks him to be careful. He responds that he wanted them to attack him, as he was short of spirit stones, so those who irritated him, he would turn into his spirit stones. The holy daughter admired him looking at his back. As they walked toward the portal of the second challenge, Chu asks the holy daughter if she was ready for the second level. She nods, saying she was, and thus the two jump into the portal to start the second level. When they pass through the portal, they appear in a place that contained an arena around. He tells Feng Yao that this level mainly tested combat dexterity, and only by passing the test would it be possible to move forward. Otherwise, they would be trapped there forever. Suddenly, the brother of the tiger monster appears behind Chu, saying that he had finally arrived, and it was time for him to pay for killing his brother, and stares at him. The succubus, gleefully, thought that Chu Shu should be careful, as Wang Shanzhuo was very strong. The unicorn monster says he picked a tough bone to chew. The protagonist tells him to stop dawdling and get on with it. Thus, Wang bangs his weapon on the ground and throws a stone towards Chu. He uses the 36 true movements of martial arts. First movement, mountain embrace, destroying it. Shanzhuo says that he did have some skills to have been able to kill his brother, but compared to him, Chu was still weak, and thus strikes with his axe. The protagonist defends Wang's blow using the 36 true movements of martial arts, 7th movement, true break, and says he's overestimating himself. The unicorn monster, shocked, thought that the 36 true movements of martial arts were something he had never seen Chu use, and wonders if it was a reward he had received. The human cultivators, shocked, said they never thought Chu Shu was already so strong. Wang Shanzhou was very strong, but even so, Chu managed to face him on equal terms. The protagonist advances towards the tiger monster, saying it was time for them to fight seriously, and asks him to use all his power, and uses the human emperor fist. The monster advances with his axe, saying it was time for him to die, and thus the blows collide, causing great pressure. Shanzhou spits blood after their blows collided. Chu tells him not to back down, noting that he at least managed to block an attack. The unicorn monster asks his companions if they were just going to watch this human kill Wang Shanzhou, saying that if Shanzhou dies, they would be next, and they advance towards Chu Shu. The human cultivators were about to attack the monsters when Chu raises his hand, stating they didn't need to act. They should watch him kill all of them alone, adding that it had been a long time since he had fun killing bugs, and it felt nostalgic. He uses his 36 true movements of martial arts, inverted sky palm, thus creating a gigantic hand in the sky that descends towards the monsters, leaving them terrified and screaming for help. When the palm strikes the monsters, it causes great destruction, defeating some and leaving others injured. The protagonist kicks Shanzhou away and quickly appears in front of the unicorn monster and the succubus, grabbing them by the neck and saying that they were excellent corpses to obtain spirit stones. He couldn't waste them. He says he would try not to break them. The unicorn monster, with a trembling voice, tells Chu Shu that his grandfather was a lord of the monster race, and if he killed him, before he could finish speaking, Chu cuts him off, asking if he thought using his grandfather to threaten him would make him afraid, and thus uses the 36 true movements of martial arts. 6th movement, captured dragon, making the soul of the unicorn monster leave its body. The succubus, seeing this, says there was no enmity between him and her. There was no need to do that. She begs him to let her go, saying she would do anything. Even if he wanted to practice dual cultivation with her, he would understand many things about the Tao and enjoy much pleasure. Chu Shu says that practicing dual cultivation with her would be quite fun, but women were not lacking for him. She begins to shout loudly that he would have a painful death, that her sister would avenge her. Shanzhou, completely beaten, says that this time he had won. The protagonist replies that he wasn't bad, as he was better than those two he had just killed. Chu uses the spiritual seal and says that this way he would discover everything he hid in his soul. He notices that the tiger monster had a Tao curse, when suddenly the time begins to darken and a giant hand appears in the sky, causing several bolts of lightning. The holy daughter, Yao Ci, terrified, says that was cause and effect. The lord behind Wang Shanzhou was acting. The protagonist says that he had already prepared an arrangement in advance. Wang Shanzhou's soul would break and the cause and effect would be destroyed. The voice of the lord behind Wang says he was very brave and he would definitely kill him for that. The holy daughter Yao Ci asks how he knew the tiger monster had a Tao curse. He just shakes his head and says he was just being cautious. He hadn't expected it. She laughs and says that now that there were only humans in that first challenge of the bridge, they could focus on passing calmly. Feng Yao tells Miss Bai that with her strength, she would have already passed, and asks why she was there. She sighs and says it was easy to pass, but the challenges in that arena were separated by levels, namely levels A, B, and C. Level C are battles against opponents 2 cultivation layers below yours. Level B are battles against experts in the same domain. And finally, Level A are battles against opponents 1 layer above the person's. Miss Bai says that inside their cultivation was suppressed, as she was at the peak of the divine domain. An opponent who was 1 layer above is an opponent of the lower holy domain, and to pass it is necessary to kill all the opponents of each phase that would appear after entering the arena. Inside the arena, opponents were generated being 1 in the first phase, 2 in the second phase, 4 in the third phase, 8 in the fourth phase, and 16 in the fifth phase. The opponents in black coordinate their abilities very well to fight, and their strength was not as simple as if it were one-on-one. She sighs again and says that the last time she challenged Level A, she nearly died in combat. A cultivator appears and says it was very difficult to challenge multiple lower saints with low cultivation. The holy daughter Yao Ci looks at Chu with a slight smile and says that Chu Shu was only in the spiritual Tao domain, so his opponents would be in the divine domain with his power. It shouldn't be difficult for him to pass the challenge. The protagonist, near the tiger monster, says that they couldn't waste, as wasting was a shameful behavior. They had to use resources rationally, leaving the cultivators embarrassed. Chu looks at them and says it was just Level A, and asks them not to worry. The results had not yet been definitive. They were all underdogs. Chu Shu asks who would go first. Bai says that they couldn't pass Level A, so he could try first. Chu jumps into the arena to challenge. Suddenly a system window appears announcing, "Challenger, choose the difficulty, C, B, A, or A+." He thought it was clear that he would choose the plus. He thought Miss Bai hadn't mentioned anything about the plus difficulty. It didn't hurt to test. Maybe he could get hidden rewards. Suddenly, 2 cultivators at the peak of the divine domain appear to face Chu Shu, leaving Bai and Feng Yao worried. Miss Bai asks what was happening. Why had 2 peak domain opponents appeared against Chu Shu? The holy daughter says that was problematic, because if it was doubled, it meant that in the 5th phase, Chu Shu would face 32 opponents at the peak of the divine domain, and the difficulty was very high. The protagonist uses the 36 true movements of martial arts, Mountain Destroyer, and thus easily defeats the 2 opponents. The holy daughter Yao Ci says she now understood why he chose the divine skill. 36. True movements of martial arts. They were movements that opposed the men in black. The long-haired cultivator says that Chu Shu already knew that the 36 true movements of martial arts would help him in the challenge. Feng Yao says that Chu Shu thought that, lacking close-range combat skills, the challenge might use that against him, so he chose the 36 true movements of martial arts, and says she also chose the same skill to train with him. Bai, laughing, says they were a perfect couple, and she was even jealous. Back in the arena, the holy daughter watches several of Chu's blows destroying the opponents. He had already finished the 5th phase, and had started the 6th phase, leaving Miss Bai shocked. She wonders if he had managed to pass the 5th phase, and says he was very fast. Feng Yao says that now there was the 6th phase, and the opponents were in the intermediate lower holy domain. The opponents attacked Chu in sync. He thinks that since it was a plus challenge, it was clear that it would not be the same as Level A. The protagonist uses the 36 true movements of martial arts, Mountain Destroyer, and throws a giant stone towards the opponents, defeating them. Another opponent appears swinging his sword towards Chu, but he uses the 36 true movements of martial arts, True Break, kicking him away and defeating him. Moving to the 7th phase, when the next phase begins, more opponents appear from the void. Chu says that the new opponents were in the 8th layer of the lower holy domain, and thinks that their sword intent surpassed the transformation level. and was at the Tao level. If he was hit by that, he would suffer heavy injuries, and his combat power would diminish. He dodges the attacks, and says he wanted to see if, at his limit, he could still kill, and thus begins to gather his aura, saying that everything comes to an end and dies, and thus launches his aura slicing through them. When a system window appears saying, "Congratulations on completing the A+ level challenge. You have completed the total challenge. Your score has greatly increased. Please choose 2 rewards below. 1. Tao Foundation Enhancement. 2. 50 million Divine Spirit Stones. 3. Physical Enhancement. 4. Qualifications to refine Mount Shumi." Miss Bai, shocked, says that Chu Shu had instantly killed an 8th layer lower saint, which was insane. The Holy Daughter says that not even an ancient emperor was as strong as Chu when he was young. The protagonist chooses options 1 and 4, thinking that improving the Tao Foundation was the dream of any cultivator, and says that Mount Shumi referred to the mountain at the top of the 3 voids, as something gigantic could not be a common item. The opportunity to refine it could not be missed. A system window appears saying that the challenger had reached the current limit of their Tao Foundation, and it could not be improved. Please choose your rewards again. Chu thinks that then it would be options 2 and 4. After all, improving his physique was not necessary for him, as with his sacred primordial body, his physique would become strong over time. A system window appears announcing, "Choice made successfully, releasing the rewards." Chu Shu, with his spatial bag, picks up the spirit stones and thinks he would keep those millions of divine spirit stones well guarded. The trip had already been worth it, even if he couldn't get the secret Tao art. The long-haired cultivator, shocked, says it was incredible. He had never seen so many divine spirit stones together like that, leaving Miss Bai and the Holy Daughter shocked too. The Holy Daughter says now it was her turn to take the challenge, and jumps into the arena. Her opponent appears, and she begins to use her lotus petal skill. Outside the secret realm, on Mount Chi Huang, the monsters say that the Holy Sun Tai Su was really strong. The human cultivator asks if they were angry, because their Holy Sun was strong due to his own efforts, and tells them that they could keep sending more monsters inside if they weren't satisfied with that. Mengdi tells her to be polite. She, snappily, says she wasn't wrong. With that, the Holy Sun had boosted the morale of the human race. Her master, watching them, thinks that her unfaithful disciple was getting too famous. It was better to be careful, or he might encounter an unexpected failure. Chu asks the Holy Daughter Yao Xiai if she had chosen the Tao Foundation enhancement as a reward. She says that thanks to the 36 true movements of martial arts, her ranking had increased a lot. He asks how she was feeling. She replies that her Tao Foundation had been improved, and her strength had already increased by at least 40%. The protagonist puts his hand on the waist of the Holy Daughter and says it was incredible, and says he wanted to test her later to see if she could handle it. She, blushing, tells them to quickly go to the 2nd level to challenge it. Mengdi, annoyed, thinks that her unfaithful disciple really wanted to die. She wanted the monsters to kill him when he came out. The Holy Sun and the Holy Daughter walk towards the portal to start the 2nd challenge. He asks if she was ready. She replies that yes. Inside a palace, they walk and see several people. Chu, observing, thinks that everyone was learning a secret art. That level seemed interesting. The judge of the 2nd level welcomes them and tells them to be careful, as in that level they could not fight or kill, and if they disobeyed that rule, they would be eliminated. The judge says that the level mainly tested the challenger's comprehension. The moment he stepped onto the challenge platform, their abilities would be locked, and they could only use the secret art they learned from the statue, and says that if the 2 were ready, they could start. The protagonist thinks that the judge looked a lot like the Jade Bunny from the Legends of Earth, and thinks he wanted her for himself. The Holy Daughter asks if he liked the bunny. He replies that no, because that bunny was clearly a puppet, not a real person, and thus pinches the Holy Daughter's butt, saying that now she already knew how to flirt with him. It was very interesting, leaving her all embarrassed and joyful. The Holy Daughter says that they should first learn the secret art. Chu agrees with her, and as they approach the statues, they sit down. The Holy Daughter thought that this secret art was an improved version of the secret art of the 36 true martial arts movements, and wonders if she had known the true utility of this secret art from the beginning. The protagonist tells her not to be so surprised. She thinks that he definitely liked to show off. Holy Daughter Yao Xiai, cultivating the secret art, wondered what kind of secret art the 36 true movements of martial arts were to have so much power. Chu tells her honestly that it was part of the secret art of Tao, and asks if she wasn't excited. She thanks him for reminding her, and says that she wouldn't have chosen the Tao Foundation improvement as a reward from the previous challenge, and would have had many difficulties in overcoming that challenge. He says that just thanking him with words wouldn't work. She could start by having his child, but he would raise it. He couldn't let it be raised elsewhere. Blushing, she says more, but Chu interrupts and says it was nothing serious, and if she were disobedient, he would. Embarrassed, she says they first had to get through that challenge. An hour later, Chu Shu was heading towards the platform. The monsters said it was impossible, but he was going towards the challenge platform, and they wonder if he had understood it already. Others said the secret art within the statue was very mysterious and difficult to learn, how he managed to understand it. Another said he was just trying to test the depth of the bunny's test. The challenge judge asks if he had decided to challenge, and says he only had 3 chances, and tells him to be careful. Now he would seal his abilities. He could only use the secret art he learned. He tells her to talk less and start the challenge already. She says she wouldn't hold back and asks him to be careful and charges at him. The protagonist uses the true move, the 7th true break move, throwing an aura sphere, hitting her squarely. She says it wasn't bad and congratulates him for passing the challenge. He wonders if that was all. A system window appears announcing, "Congratulations to the challenger for passing the challenge. Please select 2 rewards below. 1. 5 million Divine Spiritual Stones. 2. Tao Foundation Improvement. 3. Physical Strength Improvement. 4. Qualifications. Update detected. Modifying reward. Modifying reward. Error in modifying. Modification aborted." Suddenly, the bunny judge starts shaking all over. Chu, seeing this, wonders what was happening. Was it some kind of bug? When a portal appears in the void teleporting Chu. The cultivators wondered where Chu Shu had gone and if he had passed the challenge, leaving everyone shocked. The protagonist notices where he had been teleported seemed familiar, a vast field of pink flowers and a half-red moon with a starry sky. He felt as if he had visited that place before. As he walked, there was a large rock with a spiritual thought reflecting on the nature of the Tao and human wisdom which said, "This path is wrong. The Tao is not the Tao. Man is not man. The end is not death, but people are foolish." Chu approaches and places his hand on the rock when suddenly, a giant blue sword appears above his head. He thinks that was the intention of the Emperor-level sword. That presence was familiar. Thoughtfully, he notices the presence was of Empress Taisu. Suddenly, near the sword's intention, a voice says, "What wrong path? The end was not death." He, thinking, questions himself. Wrong path. The end was not death. Chu asks him to explain what wrong path, when a system window appears saying, "Releasing reward. Detected that the challenger's Tao Foundation has reached perfection and cannot be improved. Physical improvement selected. Reward doubled." Suddenly, a great red light descends towards Chu Shu, enhancing his physique, leaving him astonished. When a system window appears saying, "What a great opportunity, user, can you feel it?" The protagonist notices that he could feel his holy constitution and blood being improved, and it was not just a simple improvement, but a quality improvement, and so he begins to understand his great opportunity, saying it was incredible. A system window appears announcing, "Congratulations to the challenger for completing the physical enhancement, Divine Spiritual Stones not yet delivered, releasing 50 million Divine Spiritual Stones." Suddenly, a rain of spiritual stones falls from the sky, driving him crazy, as he says that now he was rich, and if the system wanted to, it could continue giving him more error rewards. The void portal appears again, bringing Chu back. The cultivators were saying it was the Holy Sun Tai-Su who had returned. Some wondered what had happened and where he had gone, when a voice among the people calls him saying she was there. Holy Sun was Empress Butterfly. The protagonist greets her saying she was also there. Empress Butterfly, all embarrassed, pulls the ears of her friend saying that Chu Shu had smiled at her and even said her name, and asks her friend if that meant he was in love with her, and asks her not to stay quiet and say something. The bunny, hitting her arms in pain, responds that she was right. Empress Butterfly asks why she was crying if she was right. She responds, calling her Your Majesty, that the ears were the lifeline of the rabbit race and it was hurting her. Chu goes to Holy Daughter Yao Xiai and asks what had happened, where she had gone. She replies that she was dragged to another space and received some rewards. She holds Chu Xu's arm, saying she was going to take the challenge and asks if he could wait for her before going to the 3rd level. He hugs her saying it wasn't bad. She also knew how to act cute and says that it was a great improvement. He tells her to hurry up, that he would wait for her. The other cultivators were saying that she was also going to take the challenge, as expected of Holy Daughter Yao Xiai, while others were saying that the secret art was very complicated and wondered when they would be able to understand it. Others said it was better for him to go back and continue his comprehension. Outside the 2nd level, near the portal, there were several monsters blocking the passage. A monster woman was telling all humans to stay away from there, or she would kill them. The human cultivators were saying that they, the monsters, were being unfair. She responds so what that she was being unfair, and tells them to blame the holy son Tai Su for having killed her sister Qianye. She says that Chu killed someone he shouldn't have and made them angry, so he should pay the price. The protagonist thinks that he was noticing a great presence of the monsters outside. Something was wrong. Empress Butterfly realizes that Chu was coming towards her and asks if he had come to invite her on a date. He says he wanted to borrow something from her and points to her axes. She gives her axes, saying it was no big deal. He thanks her and says that next time he would take her out to dinner. She, all silly looking at Chu, thought he was very cool. He headed outside with the axes and thinks he would see what was happening outside. The bunny, shocked, asks Empress Butterfly if she knew why Chu had borrowed the axes. She responds that she didn't. The bunny says that there were several monsters ambushing outside and that he was going to use the axes to kill them. She realizes something and tells Chu to wait and says that when he's done, the axes would return to her hand, so he didn't need to worry about losing them or forgetting them, and that outside was very dangerous, and asks him to be careful. The monsters, not believing it, ask whose side she was on. The protagonist steps outside the portal with the two axes. The monsters were saying he had finally come out and tell him to kill him. The succubus's sister says he finally came out. He responds and apologizes for keeping her waiting, saying he would have come out sooner if he knew they were waiting. The succubus's older sister says that even in that kind of situation, he was still forcing a smile, and she believed that Chu was pretending to have a plan, so he could take the opportunity when they let their guard down. The cultivators, worried, tell Mengdi that her disciple was surrounded by monsters and ask if they should send someone to help him, and that they could not waste time, otherwise they would not arrive in time. Mengdi, smiling, thinks that none of those fools understood her unfaithful disciple and thought they should look at that beautiful smile, and that the monsters would suffer a lot. The tiger monster says that holy daughter Yao Ci did not come out with him and asks if he was planning to face them all alone. Chu starts laughing and says that he alone was enough to kill all of them. The tiger monster uses sound transmission to speak to the succubus's sister and tells her to activate the arrangement just in case. She replies for him not to worry, as their arrangement would activate in 3 seconds, and begins to count. 3, 2, 1. When the time is up, everyone is worried because the arrangement is not working. With a bloodthirsty look, the protagonist says he would tell them that even though they had surrounded him, he had already modified the arrangement, and tells them not to be hopeful. Thus, he summons a red flag, saying that they should drop their weapons and surrender, so he could guarantee a quick death. The flag surrounds them, releasing several bolts on the monsters. Chu says that the succubus Qianye had died in great pain, and her corpse was purified and transformed into spiritual crystals. With a slight smile, he says it was a pity, as she was very beautiful and attractive, and he should have kept her and turned her into his plaything. Qianye's sister, angry, calls him a damned man and rushes at him with a dagger. The protagonist, with the two axes of Empress Butterfly, raises them high and begins to say that he cultivated through an unsurpassed divine path. Everyone in heaven and on earth should become one, while he was stopping Qianye's succubus sister, who was advancing at high speed towards Chu, with her dagger getting closer and telling him to die. When she gets very close to him, Chu gives a slight smile. The dagger hits his body and is thrown away. She, in disbelief, questions how his body was so strong, and thus Chu cuts off her head with the axes, and then quickly moves towards the tiger monster, saying it was his turn. He, terrified, thought he would not be able to escape, and thus Chu easily kills them with a look that he was enjoying it. The human cultivators, seeing that scene, say that the Holy Sun had done a good job and say they got what they deserved for having the courage to ambush the Holy Sun. Mengdi, happy, thinks that her unfaithful disciple never disappointed her. The bull-headed monster cultivators, lower saint, and the bird-headed Qing Yi, also a higher saint, call Chu a damned man. The bull-headed says they were not good enough. Mill Faces says it was not that they were not good enough. Chu Xiu was simply a despicable scum. It was a pity, but it was normal they could not defeat him. The bird-headed Qing Yi uses sound transmission and speaks to Mill Faces that this could not continue. If it continued, Chu Xiu would obtain the secret Dao art and asks if they had to wait for the monsters of the Yao Valley to arrive. She replies that he did not need to worry. Even if the monsters of the Hua Yao Valley arrived, his chances of escaping were still only 40%. The bird-headed Qing Yi asks what she meant by that. She asks him to just ignore it, and says it was not easy to catch Chu Xiu, and his mind, strength, and talent were terrifying. If the monsters of the Wanyao Valley fought against him, they would die with a 60% chance. The bird-headed says she had changed after losing to Chu Xiu. She had become a coward and asks her to just watch. The outcome was quite clear, and he reminded her not to forget that besides the monsters having a celestial monster constitution, they also had the legacy of an emperor. Chu stores the axes after the massacre and thinks he should thank the Empress for the 2 axes, and plans to place a spying arrangement on the axes to listen to the monster's intelligence after the end of the battle. However, he changes his mind and decides to place a Tao curse on her axes instead. When she discovers something is wrong with the axes, she should go look for the Butterfly Lord. He would take that moment to try to kill the Butterfly Lord, but it would be a bit difficult to hide something from a cultivator in the Holy King domain and wonders what he should do. He remembers that Feng Yao should be able to help him. Holy daughter Yao Ci comes out of the portal saying she succeeded and calls for the Holy Sun, and notices there had been a massacre there with the monsters. She says he was getting stronger and stronger, and says that if she were surrounded, she would only be able to run. But he didn't run and killed all of them. Chu grabs her by the waist and asks if she had fallen in love with him. She asks what he would do if it were true. Thoughtfully, he uses his chi to cut the tip of Holy Daughter's finger, and thinks it must be because he had killed many monsters. But he was having desires for monster blood, and wonders if he also craved human blood. He smells the blood of the Holy Daughter that he had cut, and thinks he had no reaction to human blood, and wonders why he was craving monster blood, and what would happen if he ate the flesh of a monster. Holy Daughter Yao Ci asks what had happened. He starts sucking the blood from her finger, making her blush. He says he wanted to and stops speaking, then places his hand on her chin saying he needed to know if she would help or not. Without hesitation, she says she would help. The protagonist tells them to hurry up and places his hand on the buttocks of Holy Daughter Yao Ci and says they would begin as soon as the arrangement was ready. No one would know what they were going to do. The cultivators outside wondered why Holy Son Taisu and Holy Daughter Yao Ci were creating a private arrangement and questioned what they were going to do. Some wondered if they were going to let loose to de-stress after going through that challenge. Those who agreed said it was expected of the young, as they were full of energy. Inside the private arrangement, the Holy Daughter inspects the axes to place the Tao curse on the axe. Chu, looking at the axe, says now it was just a matter of waiting for the fish to bite the bait. 7 days later, a great light in the sky shines as if it were opening a portal. Mengdi and others wondered what it was, when a giant boat with several monsters inside it starts coming out of the golden light. There was a person sitting in the chair. He was Wan Yao from the Ming Yaozi Valley. The cultivators said he was the genius Wan Yao, and wondered if he had really come there. Some said they had heard he was the successor to Emperor Qing Shui. The half-elf cultivator said his presence was very powerful. He was almost in the lower holy domain. The blue cultivator said he had cultivated a divine class Tao return seed. When he was in the spiritual Tao domain, his future was immeasurable. Outside the second challenge, Chu Shu was cultivating inside his Tao palace. He wondered why his emperor class Tao return seed had that change, and questioned if it had something to do with the epiphany he had with that stone, as the current Tao return seed seemed to be hungry, wanting to devour everything except humans. He had the feeling that if he released it, he would end up devouring everything. A system window appears saying, "User, this may be related to bloodline luck, but it is necessary to continue exploring to be sure." While the protagonist cultivated, he thought that in the last few days, he had not left the place where the second challenge with Feng Yao was, to be able to discover the changes. Even though he was still not sure of the changes, he could confirm there were no side effects. When the Holy Daughter enters the cave, she was holding a chicken monster. The monster asked if there was no other place to stay, and wondered why he had brought her there, and what he was going to do. Holy Daughter releases the chicken monster, and she returns to her humanoid form. Chu places his finger on her chin, saying she didn't need to be afraid, and tells her to look at his gentle smile. He wouldn't hurt her. She replies that he was a demon and asks what he was going to do with her. He says she would find out soon. Chu Shu summons a red crystal, and the monster hen asks what it is. He remains silent with a malicious smile, using the crystal as he approaches the monster, who begs him to stop and calls for help. The crystal transforms into a yellow sphere, completely enveloping the monster. The power of the sphere begins to affect its mind, making it see what Philo experienced earlier as she relaxed. Chu opens his eyes and wonders if this is soul reading, excited by the thought that, by becoming one with the Tao, he could acquire this ability. 2 hours later, the yellow sphere grows and changes color to orange, releasing Philo, who begins to rise while the protagonist comments that she has awakened. She kneels, blushing, before him, then bows, kissing his foot and calling him my lord, promising to be the most loyal servant and thanking him for granting her rebirth. Chu asks if she felt any changes in her body, and she, spreading her arms joyfully, replies that thanks to his blessing, the phoenix blood in her body has greatly improved. The flaws in her celestial class seed have been repaired, and it is now of divine class. Excited, she says that her strength has tripled. Her talent and cultivation speed have also been amplified, allowing her to break through to the lower holy domain upon leaving the secret realm, and she even believes it will be possible to reach the upper holy level. Chu reflects that after this experiment, he has learned that it is possible to do the same with anyone who possesses a seed, following a few steps. The first is consumption. He can consume any cultivator except humans, and transform what was absorbed into blood energy, which is stored in the blood satellite behind him. The second is modification. The blood energy will alter the soul of everyone to ensure unconditional obedience. He orders Philo to stand, and she obeys quickly. Chu thinks that this obedience is something that cannot be undone. With it, he can form a group of loyal minions who will do everything he commands. Philo, blushing, calls him my lord, to which he responds by asking what's wrong. She says that Ming Yaozi from Wanyao Valley is there and must have come to challenge him. Chu Shu states that she need not fear, and thinks that Ming Yaozi possesses a divine class seed and a celestial monster constitution, being a genius that appears once every 1,000 years, heir to Emperor Xueqing. With a slight evil smile, he thinks that if he can turn him into his minion, he will be an incredible ally. Chu then tells Philo that he has a mission for her, and she promptly declares that she will fulfill any mission, even if it costs her life. The protagonist asks her to lure more monsters to the area, and she bows to the ground, promising to complete the mission. The holy daughter asks if he is really going to let her go, but Chu Shu responds that she need not worry about Philo and should just ignore her. Feng, confused, wonders why Chu Shu would leave an enemy alive, feeling that something changed in her Dao Palace after transforming Philo, but she cannot describe what it is with her current cultivation, as if a regret had been healed. The Holy Sun, sitting on the ground, asks Feng Yao if she will not ask why he let Philo go, but she replies that he will tell her when he wants to, so there is no reason to ask now. He comments that some things are better kept secret and asks what she thinks. Bowing her head, Feng says she feels malice emanating from him, and for a moment it is as if he wanted to kill her, as if something extraordinary happened in the cave, causing him to lose emotional control. He gets up and asks if she considers him cold and ruthless. Feng responds that she understands, because, having known each other for a short time, it is normal to be cautious like that, and asks him not to worry, as she will not try to pry into his secrets. He pulls her by the waist and says that was a bit hostile, adding that she is his wings and that he trusts her greatly. Blushing, she asks when he will finish his secluded cultivation so they can continue their journey. Chu reassures her, saying he still has one last thing to do. He throws her against the wall and says that before anything else, he wants to recharge a bit of his energy, beginning to caress her and stating that it is time to play a little, making her relax. She lets out a few moans of pleasure, and they end up engaging in dual cultivation. In the mountains where the portal to the cave where Chu is located lies, Philo lures several monsters with her. On the way, the monster asks if Philo is sure that the holy daughter Yao Qi is there, and if she hasn't already advanced to the next level. Philo responds that she would not lie to them and explains that the difficulty of level 2 is very high, with only 5 people managing to complete it so far. She turns around and says that many people have already given up, and are looking for other opportunities outside, just like all of them. Momo, the monkey race monster, mentions that many of their people were killed by the holy son Tai Su, and now that he is here, it's difficult to act against him. He suggests that instead of confronting the holy son, they should attack the holy daughter who came with him. Momo proposes that once they find her, they will flay her and present the corpse to the holy son Tai Su as a gift, believing it would make for an extraordinary show. The monsters shout in unison that they will kill her. Philo, watching everything, thinks they are a bunch of idiots wanting revenge against her lord, and she sarcastically muses, "What a joke," eager to see how they will all die. At the mountain's peak, Yao Guan is contemplating a painting on the wall. Meditating, he reflects that this technique is truly extraordinary, and the way it connects rivers and mountains is similar to a phenomenon caused by a special constitution. With a malicious smile, he wonders if there's a specialist capable of replicating the effect of a constitution to create a similar skill. If he learns it, he could face Chu Shu on equal footing and finally claim Feng Yao as his. Suddenly, he senses the presence of approaching monsters. Philo informs Momo that the holy son Yao Guan is nearby and asks if they really plan to continue. Momo realizes that Yao Guan has already detected his presence and is showing hostility, but it's too late to retreat. He decides that since he is also a holy son, it's better to eliminate Yao Guan first. With a shout, Momo orders everyone to form an attack formation. Yao Guan, noticing the movements, questions whether the monsters really intend to attack him, and with a cold expression, advances toward them, declaring that they are courting death. Immediately the monsters charge, and the battle erupts into a series of explosions as they clash. From a distance, Chu observes and comments to Feng that he has found a skill plaque but is surrounded by monsters. She replies that Guan has no idea that everything he has found so far was meticulously planned, but she believes the monsters present are not enough to kill him. The protagonist smiles and says he never intended to kill him, only to cause him trouble, injure him, and slowly weaken him. Feng approaches and says that with Chu's current strength, he could easily kill Yao Guan, so why doesn't he just do it now? In response, Chu slaps her on the butt and comments that a woman like her wouldn't understand his plans. Unable to contain herself, she retorts that he's worried Yao Guan might have some trump card that could hurt him before dying, but he interrupts her, calling her cutie and asking if she really thinks he's afraid. Back to the battle, Yao Guan realizes that there are too many monsters around him and decides he cannot stay in that place any longer. The protagonist then jumps into the fray and declares that it's showtime, telling the Holy Daughter that she doesn't need to follow him. She agrees, stating that she will stay there and asking him to be careful. Upon reaching the battlefield, Chu loudly comments that he heard they are seeking revenge against human cultivators for killing many monsters, catching everyone by surprise. Philo runs up to him, calling him Lord, and embraces him. Momo, shocked, questions how she could call him that, insults her, and shouts to the others that they've been betrayed, ordering them to flee. The monsters, gripped by panic, start fleeing, crying out for help. Chu, with his ability acquired upon becoming one with the Tao, smiles and asks if they really think they can escape, declaring that it's too late. The blood sphere he conjures begins to absorb the monsters, who vanish while some curse his existence, promising he will meet a miserable end, and others beg for mercy. He lets out a sinister laugh, savoring the sensation, saying that this power is truly incredible. Soon he notices a trembling monster on the ground, a fox, who with a trembling voice pleads with him not to come closer. He comments that her talent isn't bad, and that she seems to possess a part of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, stating that she could be useful and promising to grant her rebirth. Then, he uses his ability on her. While waiting for her rebirth, Chu reflects that she is Tushan Qing Shui, a direct disciple of the superior Saint Tushan Yu of the nine-tailed fox race, and wonders if Tushan Yu is the sister of the Thousand Faces Lord, pondering if they are twins or if it's just a coincidence. When the fox finally emerges from his ability, he celebrates that he now possesses a nine-tailed fox. Noting that his own body is becoming stronger, the monster bows before him, saying, Tushan Qing Shui reveres the Lord. He touches her, praising the modifications in her bloodline, which have improved significantly, noting that the nine-tailed fox lineage within her has been fully awakened. Grateful, she responds that it was all thanks to her Lord for granting her this rebirth, promising that in the future, she will surpass her master, serving him with body and soul. Chushu responds that no, she needs to regroup with the monsters, adding that he believes she already knows what she must do. She confirms, cuts her own wrist, and comments that if she returns without a scratch while the other monsters died, it would raise suspicion. She then creates several wounds on herself. The protagonist orders her to fulfill her mission and promises that if she does a good job, he might grant her a second evolution of her bloodline, instructing her to go immediately, regroup with the other monsters, and wait for his call. She responds affirmatively and departs. Chu Shu, seeing the opportunity presented by the painting on the wall, takes it for himself, thinking it's time to return to the holy daughter Yao Qi. Later, as they walk, they arrive at a massive stone that reads, Banks of the Wangchuan River. Suddenly, a system window appears with the message, Congratulations, the user has reached the entrance to the third challenge, the banks of the Wangchuan River. Touch the monumental stone to enter the banks of the Wangchuan River. Be cautious. The moment you break the stone, the laws of the secret realm will cease to exist, and all cultivation suppressions will disappear. Whoever crosses the river first will receive the final reward. Feng comments that, so that's it. After breaking the monumental stone, outsiders will be able to enter the secret realm, and cultivation will no longer be suppressed. Another system window pops up stating, Of course, nothing comes for free. Those who participated in previous levels will face a significant increase in difficulty when crossing the Wangchuan River. She asks what he thinks. The Holy Sun questions if she really believes that this stone will be easy to break. She observes and says it looks like an ordinary stone, with nothing extraordinary about it. Chushu explains that the three challenges test different aspects. The first level tests combat power, the second tests intelligence, and the third is a combination of intelligence and combat power. He then uses his Dharma and asks her to pay close attention, striking the monumental stone. To her surprise, nothing happens, and she asks how that is possible. Suddenly, the stone releases a burst of qi that strikes Chushu's mind, throwing him into an illusion where he sees several people important to him, like his master begging him not to go, Liu Hongyi asking when he will meet her, and his former love accusing him of abandoning her. He focuses and manages to break free from the illusion. The holy daughter asks if that was a secret art, and he replies that it's the Wang Chuan illusion, an extremely powerful soul secret art capable of creating illusions that confuse the mind. And if one is not careful, it can trap them forever. To break the monumental stone, or rather the 3 lives monumental stone, one must master the Wang Chuan illusion. Feng asks if there's another way, and he responds that there isn't, unless someone in the emperor domain intervenes. She comments that it's extremely difficult. The holy daughter offers to protect him while he learns the technique, and he agrees. As Chu attempts to comprehend the illusion, she uses a key barrier to protect him. The protagonist requests the system's help to learn the Wang Chuan illusion. A new window appears, certainly using cultivation points, initiating the learning of the Wang Chuan illusion secret art. Shortly after, a group of cultivators appears. The holy son Yao Guan, surprised, comments that Chu Shu has already begun learning the technique and that they need to hurry. The holy daughter Yao Qi asks how his progress is going and if he's confident in mastering it, to which he responds that of course he is. Liliana asks if he has already learned the technique, but Sesshomaru asserts that it's impossible, saying that even if it were, it would take 6 months to learn, yet he succeeded in a short period. Outside the secret realm on Mount Chi Huang, Meng Di observes her unfaithful disciple while listening to the cultivators debating who will manage to break the monumental stone. A cultivator in blue says he believes it will be Ming Yaozi, asserting that Chu Shu is nothing without the sacred primordial constitution. Another cultivator mentions that Emperor Wang Shan is also watching the situation and that once the suppression lifts, he will personally intervene. Chu's master, worried, recalls that her unfaithful disciple has already killed 3 of Wang Shan's disciples, which could cause major problems, and she wonders what she should do. At the Taisu embassy, Luo Qingyu oversees Yi Yi and comments that she is quite impressive, as she has already managed to break through to the spiritual pillar domain. Yi Yi, surprised, asks if she's serious, and Luo confirms, instructing her to continue cultivating while she steps out for a moment. In the sacred Taisu land, on Taisu Mountain, Taisuzi greets Qingyu with a determined look as an intense aura begins to spread around them, signaling that major events are about to unfold in the secret realm. Luo Qingyu, staring at Suzy, comments that her cultivation is deep. Suzy chuckles softly and remarks that Luo's cultivation is even deeper. Miss Luo then mentions hearing that Suzy was injured while helping Chu Shu in the Constitution Challenge and adds that her talent is excellent. If not for that, she would have already become an empress. She asks if it was worth sacrificing so much for Chu Shu, and Suzy, without hesitation, answers that it was. Qingyu comments that it seems Suzy can also glimpse destiny and suddenly throws a cup towards Tai. Tai catches the cup in midair, and feeling the force behind the throw, questions if this is truly the power of an emperor. She reflects that if someone like Luo were to make a sneak attack, no one would be able to react in time, and asks why Luo came to see her here. Luo Qingyu replies that when Chu went to Qihuang Mountain, he planned to eliminate all the monsters. Tai responds that it's too dangerous and asks why she didn't stop him. Luo Qingyu replies that that boy has a very petty mind and asks Tai not to worry, assuring her that he will try to reduce the risks. Suzy, concerned, begs Miss Luo to protect Chu Shu if things go wrong. At the banks of the Wangchuan River, the protagonist is focused on mastering the illusion. Sesshomaru, with a mocking tone, comments on the commotion. Suddenly, Chu points his finger and fires the technique at the monumental stone, cracking it in half. The surrounding cultivators are astonished and shout that Chu succeeded. Immediately, a system window appears announcing, "Challenger Chu Shu has completed the 3rd challenge. The suppression of the secret realm will disappear in 1 hour. All challengers, stay alert. The first cultivator to reach the other bank of the Wangchuan River will receive the due secret art." The wolf monster comments that Chu is very powerful, while the lizard monster laughs and asks, "So what if he learned the Wangchuan illusion? He's just benefiting us." Another system window appears, informing that the first person to reach the other side of the river will earn all the rewards. "Let the challenge begin," it announces, and the monsters charge at the protagonist, shouting that they need to obtain the due secret art. The holy son Taisu, observing, asks if everyone truly believes they can take his rewards and warns them to think twice. Sesshomaru then declares that he wishes to fight him. A female cultivator among the monsters draws everyone's attention and points out that the monumental stone is melting. Chu Shu quickly grabs a piece of the monumental stone while some cultivators urge others to observe the cracks on the ground, noting that the stone only stops melting when someone carries it. Sesshomaru asks Chu if he really intends to fight while holding a piece of the stone. Chu, with a disdainful smile, replies that even if he were carrying 3 pieces, 1 hand would be enough to finish them all. Immediately, Chu Shu uses the technique 36 true martial arts moves, True Break, appearing behind Sesshomaru, who counters with his technique Blue Lotus, creating several blue blades that launch toward Chu Shu. He easily dodges the blue lotus blades, while Liliana seizes the distraction to attack stealthily using her charm ability, saying that he won't be able to escape. She creates several pink flower petals around him. Chu notices the situation and thinks that it's an illusion. Seizing the opening, a monster launches several attacks at him. Chu quickly closes his eyes and uses the piece of the monumental stone to reflect the attacks. Liliana, surprised, wonders how he managed to escape her charm. Chu Shu appears in front of her and says she shouldn't have interfered. Sesshomaru, shocked, comments on his speed, while Liliana realizes she's paralyzed and wonders why she can't move. At this moment, a Minotaur monster appears, ordering Chu to stop. The protagonist responds with a kick to the Minotaur's stomach, sending it flying. Desperate, Liliana pleads with Sesshomaru to save her, but Chu Shu, increasing the size of the monumental stone piece several times, hurls it at Liliana, crushing her against the ground with his strength. As he lifts the stone, he observes Liliana's lifeless body and sneers, commenting with disdain that the insect has been squashed. Then, he orders his opponents to continue, indicating that the challenge is far from over. The white-haired monster declares that he will let Chu witness the power of the Nine Clouds waterfall, unleashing a massive water attack. The protagonist summons his sword, while still holding the piece of the monumental stone, and delivers his sword strike. Everything comes to an end, effortlessly slicing through Sesshomaru's attack. She, shocked, asks how he managed to break her technique so easily, insisting that it's impossible. At that moment, Sesshomaru charges at Chu Shu, throwing a powerful punch, but Chu counters head-on, and the impact of their punches causes cracks to form on the ground. The protagonist smirks slightly, and comments that his current level is not bad if he dares to face him head-on. He adds that, as expected, with his third eye activated, his physical strength becomes extremely formidable, noting that he can even withstand internal injuries from taking his punches, while an ordinary person would already be dead. Sesshomaru receives a transmission indicating that the current bearer of the sacred primordial constitution is far stronger than he remembered from the last time. Something feels off. It's better to retreat, he thinks. Thus, he immediately withdraws and tells the protagonist that he is indeed strong and that they will fight again on another occasion. Seeing the monster retreat, the protagonist considers that the power of the third eye is abnormal and that Sesshomaru would likely resort to a suicidal technique if pursued. Moreover, he decides to abandon the plan of rebirthing Sesshomaru. The Holy Son Taisu informs the Holy Daughter Yao Qi that the suppression of the secret realm will soon disappear, and that many powerful individuals from the outside will enter, but their target is very strong, and he will not be able to protect everyone. She asks him to be careful and to send a telepathic message if needed. In the middle of the river, the protagonist is cultivating atop the monumental stone. With the suppression of the secret realm lifted, several cultivators enter the realm in pursuit of him. The monsters comment that the monumental stone is with him. Meng Di, observing amidst the others, worriedly thinks that her unfaithful disciple needs to be careful. Chu remarks that all those present are superior saints, and that they shouldn't need to fight a junior like him for opportunities, asking if they have no shame. The monstrous female cultivators, excited, enter the river and demand that he hand over the stone, assuring him that if he does, nothing will happen to him. Meanwhile, a boar monster comments that he is quite cute and asks if he would like to leave with him. A succubus suddenly appears in front of him, asking if he really thinks he can escape, asserting that no matter where he goes, she will kill him. Confused, he asks who she is. She reveals that Qianye was her sister and that she has come for revenge, suggesting that he surrender now to avoid unnecessary pain. Still cultivating, he simply replies with a mocking, "scared." Using sound transmission, he informs his master that he is moving ahead. She nods in agreement and enters the river, urging the other human cultivators to follow her, saying there's no rush to be first. Thousand Faces, observing from afar, senses something amiss and orders Qing Yu, the bird monster, to stop the others from pursuing him and to call them back. He questions if she really thinks the others will listen to him. Chu Shu, with a faint smile, thinks that everyone has realized it, but it's too late now. Today, here at the Wangchuan River, he will break through to the divine domain and make all the superior saints taste a bit of his divine tribulation. He commands the system to begin the breakthrough. The sky starts to change, and thunder rumbles in the surroundings. Above him, a red sphere appears as purple lightning begins to circulate in the area. His master orders the humans to halt and warns that her unfaithful disciple is about to accomplish something grand. The power of the blood sphere intensifies, and lightning bolts begin to strike around. The monsters in the river comment that it is a divine tribulation, and that he is about to break through right there. The power of the purple lightning paralyzes the monsters, who attempt to flee but find themselves unable to move, realizing they are trapped, and that he has dragged them into his tribulation. The succubus Chan Yuji manages to escape. The other female cultivators remark that she is a superior saint and was not caught by the tribulation, asserting that now Chushu is doomed. Yuji displays her claws and charges at him, commanding him to die and promising to cut him into thousands of pieces, using the infernal flame on his soul to make him suffer eternally. He retorts that she can try and throws the monumental stone at her to hold. Seizing the opportunity, he attacks her from behind, landing a punch and sending her flying. The impact against the stone ends up injuring her. Furious, she insists it was just an accident and uses her charm technique, causing red flowers to bloom. The protagonist asks if she really thinks she can charm him, telling her to forget it because she's not good enough for that. Stunned, she asks how he knows this. The protagonist approaches, grabs the succubus by her blouse, and she firmly states that she is the wife of a Saint King, ordering him to release her immediately. He proposes a bet and forces a liquid into her mouth, wanting to see if the king will do something about it. She pulls back, asking what he made her drink. Chu moves closer again, explaining that the drink is trembling love, also known as moaning love, as it will make her moan like a prostitute. Noting that she is the first to test this drink, he then begins to grope her entire body, asking if she's enjoying it. She becomes highly aroused, yet still calls him despicable, moaning with each of his touches. The protagonist lowers her body, saying that things are about to get even more interesting, while she struggles to control her arousal due to the effects of the drink. Thousand Faces, watching the scene, pleads for someone to save her as soon as the tribulation ends. The Minotaur monster comments that if this continues, the superior Saint Yuji will be abused to death by Chushu. Suddenly, in the sky, a massive arm descends towards them. Yuji, lying on the ground, exclaims that her lord has finally arrived to save her, and that if he had come any later, Chu would have taken advantage of her until she died. The lord unleashes a flame attack, declaring that Chu is courting death. The protagonist turns serious, staring him down. Immediately after, Tai Suzy appears and easily dissipates the attack with a wave of her arm, addressing Lord Yan and reminding him that he is a Saint King, asking if he feels no shame in intimidating a junior like this. Yan retorts that the Holy Son Tai Su has gone too far. Suzy counters, questioning if he truly crossed the line, stating that several superior saints were trying to attack him and that the one who went too far was Yan. The Lord argues that Chu initiated a breakthrough, causing the divine tribulation to fall and kill many superior saints. Suzy replies that words are useless and declares that if he wishes to fight, then she will fight him. Holding a miniature tower in her hand, she declares she wants to see if this time he will be lucky enough to escape her grasp. Lord Yan remarks that her Tao has not yet healed and asks if she really believes she can wield such power, cautioning Tai Suzy against making empty threats, as they won't work. She responds that they will see if her current strength is sufficient or not. The Golden Monkey Lord taunts her, asking what will happen if they all join in on the fun. At that moment he arrives, accompanied by the Barbarian Bull Lord and the Silver-Winged Butterfly Lord. Mengdi draws her sword and orders the other cultivators to prepare for battle. Lord Yan, preparing his flame attack, declares that today, not even the heavens and earth will save the sacred Taisu land. The master of the sacred Taisu land commands all members to heed her orders. No monster shall leave the secret realm alive. In the southern area of the sacred Taisu land, 3 monster cultivators appear at the entrance, one of the butterfly race, one of the tigerman race, and another of the unicorn race. The butterfly, Blue, remarks that Lord Yan had a good idea by leaving them to kill Tai Suzy, a Saint King, while they attack the sacred land. Laughing, she says that even if Suzy escapes, she will have nowhere to hide, as her sect will have already been destroyed by them. A voice behind them remarks that she's rusty, given how many years it's been since her last fight, leaving them surprised. Blue asks who she is, and Luo Qingyu, perched on a rock, replies that her identity is not important. What they need to know is that they will soon die. Terrified, they turn and realize she is Empress Luo Qingyu and the Tao Tie, concluding that they need to flee immediately. They start running, but Tao Ti gives chase. Miss Luo tells her pet to enjoy his meal. Back at the Wangchuan River, the 4 monster lords encircle Tai Suzy, while the protagonist focuses on his cultivation. In front of him, a small boat appears with a mysterious woman. It's the tree woman who calls out to him. She introduces herself as Blossomia and says that now that he's here, it's time to have a cup of tea. He wonders how she knows his name and questions if she is some kind of final boss. Before reaching the other shore, he quickly uses teleportation, appearing inside the boat, and asks if the senior knows him. Blossomia confirms and asks who he thinks guards the secret realm. Chu, looking at her back, blushes, finding her beautiful. She invites him to sit down. He takes a seat and asks if she is the creator of this secret realm. The Dryad replies no, explaining that she is merely its guardian. She then asks if he saw a large tree on his way there, explaining that that was her true form. The Holy Sun comments that indeed that tree is her real form. Blasomia asks if he's surprised, and he responds, gazing at her, that the tree is indeed very large. The protagonist asks if she has any preference on how she would like to be addressed, and she says simply, "Tree will do." The Dryad begins to recount that long ago, when she was just a seed, a powerful human planted her in his garden. She took root, grew into a tree, and gained consciousness after being exposed to the Tao for so many years. He was surprised to see that she had gained consciousness and declared that all intelligent life deserves its own name. The Dryad, laughing, says he wanted to give her a name. She was very happy, but he thought about it for a month and in the end simply named her Tree, just as mortals call their pets dog. She asks if that isn't funny. Chushu comments that this human senior must be extremely powerful. She replies that powerful isn't quite the right word. Invincible is more fitting. She tells him that this senior formed a group with another elite human, and together they nearly destroyed 10,000 races of that era. The protagonist is astonished. He asks if there really are 10,000 races in this world. The tree responds that they are merely creatures created by humans, and asks if he's ever been to Honghuang. He replies that he has, but he didn't stay long and learned that humanity's position in the starry heavens is somewhat. She cuts him off and says that what he saw isn't the full picture, and if he wishes to know more, he must wait until he becomes a lower saint and ventures into Honghuang, the home of the elites among elites. Then, she suggests they enjoy their tea, and he begins to drink. Inside Chushu's Dao Palace, a system window appears announcing, "Blood Throne. The user can use the system to break through the Tao of the Blood Throne by enveloping the Tao seed with blood. It is similar to a cultivation breakthrough. There's also another feature, to revive any cultivator that you have reincarnated and modified. For example, if Liliana, who possesses the Phoenix bloodline, dies, you can place her soul in the Blood Throne and recreate her body." The protagonist finds this incredible, realizing that, beyond using his followers for self-destruction, he can also reconstruct their bodies. Suddenly, he notices a flash on his face and asks if they have already reached the other shore. Another system window appears. "Congratulations to Challenger Chushu. You are the only cultivator to reach the other shore of the river while carrying a 3 lives stone tablet. You will receive the due secret art and have been noted as qualified to absorb Shumi Mountain. Please follow the instructions to reach Shumi Mountain after accepting the secret art." In front of the protagonist, a skill book appears, and everyone inside the secret realm wonders what is happening and whether the realm is closing. On a platform at the top of Chihuang Mountain, Holy Daughter Yao Qi asks Chu if he obtained the due secret art. He wraps his arm around her waist and says that unfortunately, for now, he cannot teach the due secret art to others, but if he could, he would certainly teach it to her. Feng replies that she didn't ask if he got the secret art because she wants to learn it, but rather to congratulate him. Chu Xiu embraces her again and says he would truly like to teach her. Suddenly, his master arrives with the flying boat and calls for his attention. He is surprised, while the Holy Daughter bows to the master of the rising sky peak. Mengdi asks him to come with her, and they board the flying boat together. While the boat heads toward the sacred land, Mengdi orders her disobedient disciple to come closer. Annoyed, she starts pulling his cheeks and says that he's quite impressive, asking if she should arrange a marriage between the two of them. Chu replies that it's fine, but the master also needs to marry him, otherwise he won't enjoy it. Embarrassed, she protests, saying there's no way, and he remarks that he loves her tsundere attitude. Blushing, Chimengdi tells him to stop and says she doesn't like it when he makes that shameless face. As the Holy Sun serves tea to his master, she asks if he obtained the due secret art. He confirms, and she warns him to be careful and not show off, as there will be many eyes watching, not just monsters but humans as well. Chu Shu asks if she is worried about him, and Mengdi, pouting, replies that she's worried about the future of the sacred Taisu land, and wonders what they will do once he dies. The disobedient disciple grabs her from behind and says that, deep down, the master doesn't want him to die and would be sad if he did. Embarrassed, she tells him to stop dreaming and urges him to leave. The protagonist pushes her onto the bed, saying that it's been a long time since they last met. Placing his hand on her face, he asks his master to give him some teachings that night. Blushing, she asks him to let go, albeit with some reluctance, and in the end, they engage in dual cultivation. Later, the flying boat stops near a mountain chalet. Meng Di and her disobedient disciple walk over to where the other cultivators are gathered. Upon arrival, they encounter Jiang Wudi, the Saint King of the Jiang family, Holy Master Yao Guang, and Ye Tianhong, the Saint King of the Ye family. They comment that they have finally arrived. The protagonist greets them and apologizes for making them wait. Holy Master Yao Guang praises his performance, saying it was excellent to deceive dozens of Saint King monsters and reduce the pressure on the front lines. The Holy Sun responds that the senior is praising him too much and says that everything was just a coincidence. He then takes out several vials from his storage ring, saying they contain rootless divine liquid and that he brought them for the 3 seniors, asking them to accept it. Jiang Wudi, Saint King of the Zhang family, thanks him and says that if he ever needs help in the future, he just needs to ask. With that, the seniors take their leave, and Meng Di tells Chu that now they can speak privately. She mentions that she was very busy during the night and couldn't sleep well, so she's going to rest on the ship. Tai Suzi thanks Chu Shu, saying that without him, the sacred land would have been in danger. The protagonist responds that he believes that even without his help, the sacred Taisu land would have survived the crisis. Hua Luofei starts coughing, feeling worse due to her internal injuries. Chu comments that she never personally thanked him for what he did during her Constitution challenge. Surprised, Hua asks how he knew. She then explains that protecting him is protecting the future of the sacred land, and that the sacred Taisu land will depend on him in the future, so he doesn't need to thank her. The protagonist takes out a large vial from his ring, leaving Luofei astonished, and asks her to take a good look. When she realizes it's the rootless divine liquid, Meng Di, watching from afar, thinks it's unfair since he only gave her a little, but is giving a lot to the Holy Master. Hua asks if he has more left to be so generous, and he replies that of course he has a few more vials, and if she needs more, she can come to him. His master gets irritated, thinking he's being too generous. Hua asks Chu where he's going next, and he responds that he's returning to the sacred Taisu land to stabilize his cultivation. She says she's heading there too and suggests they travel together. Chi Mengdi appears, saying that they don't want to trouble the Holy Master and that they can take the flying ship. The Holy Master argues that using the flying ship will take too long and asks if it's not Mengdi, who always complains about efficiency. She suggests that if they travel together, they'll reach the sacred Taisu land quickly. The Master of the Rising Sky Peak looks at Chu Shu and asks if he doesn't have any questions about cultivation, saying she can help him along the way. She gives him a knowing look and asks, "Isn't that right, my disciple?" The protagonist, caught off guard, thinks that she already helped him with that all night long and wonders if she still wants more. If he can't have a break, he chuckles lightly and replies that yes, he does have some cultivation questions he'd like to ask his master. Hua then says that in that case, she'll go on ahead and opens a portal to the sacred land. He sits at the table, thinking that Sister Hua is too kind. Immediately, his master yanks his ear hard, complaining about how generous he is, and drags him by the ear while the disobedient disciple begs for mercy. She throws him into the flying ship, and terrified, he says he understands now and that the remaining rootless liquid is hers. She pulls out a whip and says it's too late for that. Later, she drags him, still pulling his ear, into the cabin. Chu asks if she hasn't done enough inside the flying ship. His master throws him into the room and says he must be joking, that Sister Hua will never forgive her if he dies there. The Holy Son, kneeling, asks what he needs to do to be forgiven. Meng Di throws a spiked ball and orders him to kneel on it. In disbelief, Chu Shu quickly complies, saying that a man always knows when to stand or kneel. Thus she sits reading a book while keeping her disobedient disciple in punishment. He calls her several times, but she ignores him until she finally asks what he wants. The protagonist responds that her book is upside down. She falls silent, adjusts the book and says she likes reading that way, that it would be difficult to change her reading habit now, and that how she likes to read is none of his business. He stands up and says that since sweet words won't work, he's leaving. Chu bids farewell to Meng Di, telling her to sleep early and rest. She warns him not to take another step, saying that if he dares to leave, he should never come back. He replies that's fine because he was thinking of taking a few days off anyway. His master, furious, pulls out a voodoo doll resembling him and begins stabbing it, cursing him to die. Later, in his room, he asks the system to help analyze his gains from the secret realm. Suddenly, a system window appears. Congratulations, user. The system has detected the reward to absorb Shumi Mountain, but unfortunately, the information is somewhat incomplete. Shumi Mountain, type, innate treasure, class unknown, function, immeasurably large, immeasurably heavy, indestructible, and capable of destroying all formations. The greater the user's strength, the more power the treasure can unleash. The protagonist comments that it must be an innate treasure, but notices something strange and thinks, who undid the arrangement? Outside, Chi Mengdi is there while 2 women ask what the Peak Master of Rising Sky is doing. She responds that her disciple is truly hopeless, as he didn't set up the arrangement properly and now requires her help, affirming she'll scold him next time. The cultivators, impressed by the generosity of the Peak Master, remark how kind she is to the Holy Son, even completing the arrangement for him despite being a superior elite saint. He feels confused, but later that night, while Chu Shu is asleep, Chi Mengdi enters his room. Pretending to sleep, he wonders why his master came so late. She holds his hand and murmurs that he's a fool for not realizing he has internal injuries. Then she places a pill in his mouth, irritated, thinking she shouldn't bother with her rebellious disciple and should let him suffer until he begs on his knees for her help. However, she decides that saving a life is more valuable than taking one, and that this will improve her karma. The protagonist discreetly opens his eyes, thinking he didn't know his master was like this, but he liked it anyway. As she's about to leave, she suddenly stops, thinking he's always overly cautious, waking even in deep sleep when he senses something odd. She returns to observe him, still pretending to sleep. He wonders why Mengdi came back. She wipes his mouth with a damp cloth, and he, excited, imagines she's going to secretly kiss him. But instead she punches him in the face, irritated, asking how he dares to fake sleep in front of her. Then she delivers another punch to his stomach, making him cough up blood, and leaves. Chushu quickly gets up, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Mengdi sarcastically replies that it doesn't seem like one and tells him to just die. In the Holy Land, several cultivators start commenting on the Holy Son Taisu, admiring how he used the heavenly tribulation to eliminate several superior saintly monsters, something no one had ever thought to do. A disciple from the Boundless Blade Realm states that on that day, the fourth blade of their sect was also in the Wangchuan River. But Chushu's despicable and vicious heart didn't care for allies, activating the rupture and using the tribulation to kill many superior saintly monsters, including the fourth blade. He remarks how ironic it is that people admire him after what he did. Two cultivators, outraged, ask if such a thing really happened. Across the table, two female cultivators laugh, finding it amusing. Adi Kindi from the Yaoqi Holy Land comments that she wants to ask a question. If only the fourth blade died, why did all the other superior saints, who were also present that day, retreat as if they knew about the tribulation plan? She recalls that the disciples of the fourth blade tried to kill Chushu during the Holy Sun ceremony, but ultimately had their cultivation destroyed by him. She asks if everyone isn't aware of that. She then questions why the fourth blade entered the Wangchuan River. The black-hatted cultivator tells her to stop talking nonsense. Adi stands up, asks for the bill, and leaving with her disciples, says everyone knows the true intentions behind it, and she doesn't need to explain what's right or wrong. In the Taisu Holy Land, the protagonist looks into a mirror and murmurs that his master is very cruel. But finally, his mouth is back to normal. While examining his face, he catches a pleasant aroma and follows the source of the scent. Luo Qingyu comments to Yi that Uncle Chushu has returned, and excited, Yi runs to hug him. He smiles and says she's not bad at all for reaching the spiritual pillar domain, praising her diligence in cultivation. She replies that she wouldn't dare slack off, as she'd be disciplined by her elder sister Luo, always dressed in white. The Holy Sun then says she should thank her elder sister for helping her. Chu thanks Luo Qingyu, who stares at him and asks if he's only going to thank her with words. He asks how Sister Luo would like to be thanked. She approaches him and suggests he come to her room at night. Suddenly, he starts having a nosebleed. Luo changes the subject, saying she has a treasure and asks if he's interested. She then shows him a bronze plate, and Chushu asks if what she's holding is a high-grade arrangement weapon. Yi, curious, asks what an arrangement weapon is. Luo Qingyu explains that an arrangement weapon, as the name suggests, is a weapon that uses arrays. While common arrays can only be activated once before needing to be reset, arrangement weapons can be used multiple times as a tool. They are extremely rare and aren't something just anyone can buy. She found this particular one after killing 3 Saint Kings, an Emperor-grade arrangement weapon, and he should know that it would be more useful to him than to her. The protagonist says he truly wants it, to which Luo, with a mischievous smile, asks what exactly he wants, calling him little boy, and telling him to speak properly, warning that she might misunderstand his intentions. He asks her to state the terms, and what she wants in exchange for the artifact, as it would be very useful for him. Luo Qingyu responds that in 2 days, when the lady in white leaves, he must try to make her embarrassed. If he succeeds, she'll give him the arrangement weapon in the shape of a compass as a gift. The protagonist thinks this sounds simple, but knowing Aunt Luo in White's personality, it will be tricky. First, because she's like an icy beauty with a cold personality, making her blush will be difficult. Second, because she's strong and irrational, and if he goes too far, she might kill him with a slap. Luo asks if he's scared, and Chu replies that he is a little, but if she promises him the weapon, he'll accept the mission. She remarks that he's not too bad and that his courage is admirable. The protagonist then hands Luo Qingyu a flask, saying it's cherry blossom wine given to him by Holy Daughter Yaoqi, and suggests she try it. She teases him, stroking his hand, making him blush. She tells him that, in that case, she'll speak with Aunt Luo to ensure she doesn't kill him and then begins drinking the wine quickly. Chushu says he's causing trouble for Sister Luo and asks what her real objective is. She responds that it's for fun, and asks if he doesn't find it exciting to see him flirting with her. With a nosebleed, he thinks he needs to resist temptation, keep his mind clear, and remember that women can be deceiving, no matter how beautiful. Even a hot MILF or goddess has basic needs. Luo laughs, saying she'll stop teasing him. To be honest, she plans to make a bet with the other Luo. Whoever wins can stay outside for a month, while the loser won't be able to complain. She tries to seduce him, saying he must ensure she wins. The protagonist jokes, asking what would happen if Aunt Luo fell in love with him, and if, in that case, he'd have only Aunt Luo or both of them. Surprised, she remarks that he's a confident little boy and says that if that happens, he'll be involved too, asking him what he thinks. Later, in his room, he checks his status window. User, Chushu, domain, 6th layer of the spiritual domain Tao, constitution, sacred primordial body, first form, talent, 3,999 celestial classes with cultivation speed increased by 333 times. He comments that his cultivation speed is still too slow and asks the system if there's a way to increase it. A system window appears. I have an idea. The user can use the system to synthesize and write a unique cultivation technique to increase cultivation speed, but this will require consuming a lot of cultivation points and materials. You need to gather techniques of the 5 elements and 9 origins and deliver them to me for synthesis. The more techniques, the better. It will be even more effective if you can collect all techniques for each of the 5 elements and each of the 9 origins. Chu Shu, analyzing the system's response, comments that this isn't something he can accomplish in a day and that he'll need to think about it. He then asks what the plus sign on his interface is. Another window appears explaining if the user finds a corpse with the same sacred primordial constitution, by using the Tao return seed to devour it, they will gain extra attribute points to strengthen their constitution. He remarks that earning points to strengthen himself is like limitless evolution, but given the vast size of the celestial continent, finding a corpse with the same constitution will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He leaves his room, thinking that in any case, there's always a solution, but for now he's pressed for time. Mo Feiyan appears, cheerful, and tells the Holy Sun that, seeing him so busy lately, she held herself back from disturbing him, and asks if he's going to scold her for it. He replies that he would never do that, and asks what she's been up to recently. She explains that Yi Yi, being just a novice cultivator, is currently strengthening her foundation, but her body still needs improvement. So she brought some medicinal herbs and instructed the servants to prepare a medicinal bath. The protagonist embraces her and praises her, saying that she's working very hard. She responds that while the Holy Sun focuses on cultivation, he can leave such tasks to her. He praises her again, calling her a very virtuous and capable woman, and invites her inside, taking the opportunity to squeeze her butt. Shortly after, they begin to play around and engage in dual cultivation. The protagonist, lying next to Feiyan, says he has 2 requests to make. She tells him to go ahead, and he replies that he needs a corpse with the sacred primordial constitution and cultivation techniques on the 5 elements and 9 origins. Later, while Chu Shu is cultivating, he wonders where Aunt Luo took Yi Yi and comments that they've been out all day. Mo Feiyan arrives with another cultivator calling for him. She introduces herself as Elder Wei Ming of the Peak of Heavenly Consent and greets the Holy Sun. Chu tells her there's no need to be so formal, and mentions he heard from Feiyan that she has news about the corpses of ancient users of the sacred primordial constitution. Wei Ming explains that a century ago, when she broke through to the divine domain and was assigned to lead the battlefield at Tianyuan City, the battle was fierce, and she was pursued by a lesser saint monster. It cornered her near a cliff with no escape. The monster told her not to flee and to just be obedient and listen to him. Desperate, she threw herself off the cliff and fell into a special place. At the end of that darkness was a golden lake, and in the center, a person with an intimidating aura sat on a jade platform. The monster followed her and sneered, asking if she thought she'd be safe just because she jumped there. Before she could act or call for help, the lake rose up in a wave and instantly devoured the monster. She didn't know what that golden lake was, but thinking back, it must have been the life force of the sacred primordial constitution. The protagonist reflects that, based on Elder Wei's description, it does seem to be the sacred primordial constitution. He asks if she remembers where the cliff is. Wei replies that at the time, she was only focused on escaping and returning to the Holy Land after the war, so she doesn't remember the exact location, but recalls the general directions. With the map in hand, Wei says she was sent to that part of the battlefield, and the corpse should be there. Chu Shu thanks Elder Wei, and asks Mo Feiyan not to forget to give her a good reward, to which Feiyan agrees. He thinks that now he knows where to find a corpse, but he still lacks the cultivation techniques, which will take time, especially since tomorrow is the deadline for Sister Luo's challenge to make Aunt Luo embarrassed. Suddenly he senses the celestial Samsara seal resonating and wonders who it could be, his master or Sister Hua. Later, Sister Hua asks the Holy Sun if she interrupted his cultivation. He tells her not to be shy and to just call him by his name, inviting her to sit. Chu says he has something he forgot to give her. She asks what it is, and he hands her an eternal beauty fruit, saying he hopes it will keep her beauty and youth forever. Hua asks if he's really giving her such a precious fruit, and he replies that he loves her, so of course he'll share good things with her. Luo Qingyu, watching the two from afar, thinks the boy is very skilled at courting a woman. Hua Luofei produces a token and says she heard he's looking for cultivation techniques. She reveals that within the token are many, including the complete Taisu Emperor mantra, and asks him to remember to destroy it after learning, as it cannot be shared with outsiders. Chu assures her not to worry. Once he's done, he'll destroy it without leaving any traces. He reflects that according to the Holy Land's rules, only the Holy Master can read the complete Taisu Emperor mantra, but Sister Hua is letting him. It seems having her as his woman is paying off. The protagonist seizes the moment and pulls her arm, hugging her and leaving her flustered. Then he tells Sister Hua she smells wonderful and kisses her cheek, catching her off guard and making her blush. She shyly comments that he's very bold. Chu smiles slightly, apologizes, and says she's so beautiful he couldn't resist. He then mentions that the moon is lovely and asks what she thinks about continuing inside. He begins caressing her, leaving her flushed, but she ends up enjoying it and giving in to desire, resulting in dual cultivation. The next morning, the protagonist leaves his room excitedly, holding an object in his hands, thinking that today is the day Aunt Luo shows up. Fortunately, he saved some energy for today, which should be enough to handle Aunt Luo. With a mischievous smile, he thinks that Aunt Luo is different from other women. Chu Shu reflects that to win over his master, he must be dominant yet gentle. With Sister Hua, he needs to act like a pure-hearted, innocent, and passionate youth. With Fei Yan, behaving like a dominant CEO fulfills all her desires. And with the beautiful Sister Luo, he only needs to focus on what she likes and tease her with words. If she gets cheerful, he still has a chance to gain some good things from her. Against Aunt Luo, however, there's only one way: the method of mindset differentiation. He approaches Aunt Luo and greets her. She responds by saying he won't succeed and should give up, claiming she doesn't like anyone, especially people like him. From the start, he and the Sister Luo from the Purple Peak made the wrong choice. Chu sighs and says that's fine, it doesn't matter, then asks if she thinks he came just to please her and get the compass. She turns away angrily and says that if he loses, Purple will be sealed for a month, and asks if he doesn't care. The Holy Sun replies that, in his opinion, Aunt Luo is no different from Sister Luo. Even if she loses, there's nothing threatening her life. She'll just disappear for a month. Honestly, he's never liked her, even though he acknowledges her beauty, incomparable strength, and enduring charm. But that doesn't change the fact that he doesn't like her. Aunt Luo retorts that's not what he recently told Purple's Sister Luo. Surprised, he responds, "Did I say something like that?" He reflects on the mindset differentiation method and concludes it's about surprising her and boosting her ego by mentioning Sister Luo, making her seem like the second choice, even if they're identical. By saying he doesn't like her, he believes it will destabilize her emotionally. Aunt Luo asks why. Confused, he replies, "What do you mean?" Furious, she demands to know why he likes Sister Luo so much but not her. The protagonist admits that she saw through him, so he won't hide it. He says that Sister Luo is strong, beautiful, and attractive. How could a little guy like him not like her? Aunt Luo retorts that her appearance is identical to Sister Luo's, and they share the same strength and are essentially the same person. She accuses him of trying to make her jealous to carry out his nefarious plan. Chu, incredulous, thinks her reaction was faster than expected, and concludes he can't back down now. He sighs and says that no matter what she says, as long as she's happy. Aunt Luo, annoyed, notices he's yawning out of boredom even in her presence. She wonders if he's ignoring her and questions if she's inferior to Purple. Irritated, she calls out to him, but Chu completely ignores her. She insists, saying she's calling him, and suddenly he grabs her arm, pulling her close and saying his name isn't Hei, leaving her blushing. He lets her go and starts to walk away, saying that if that's all, he'll return to cultivate. Angrily, she orders him to stop and approaches him, declaring she won't let him leave. The protagonist asks if Aunt Luo isn't being too dominant, and remarks that she already gave up the bet with Sister Luo, so now he can return to cultivation. She grabs his arm and asks if he doesn't want to embarrass her, telling him to follow her. He asks where they're going, and Aunt Luo replies it doesn't matter, opening a portal. Chu Shu thinks that a true predator knows how to act like prey. Even if there's no opportunity to become prey, it must be created. 4 hours later, Meng Di finds it strange, as her unfaithful disciple always senses her presence when she arrives, and wonders why he hasn't come to greet her yet. Yi Yi appears with a skewer, calling her Grandmaster. Meng Di thinks Yi Yi isn't bad at all. Her progress is fast, and she's nearly at the spiritual pillar domain. She asks where Yi Yi's master is. The girl replies that he went out, but hesitates to say he left with Sister Luo, remembering her master's comment that the Grandmaster gets jealous and hates seeing him fool around with other sisters. Chi Mengdia asks where he went and if he mentioned his destination. Yi responds that no, he didn't say. Mengdia sighs, thinking that regardless, she didn't come there to see him anyway. She pats Yi's head and asks if Luo Qingyu is around, as she needs to discuss business with her. Yi, uneasy, says she isn't here either. The Grandmaster, with a suspicious smile, asks if they went out together, and the girl replies probably not, as Uncle Chu Shu left before sunrise, and Sister Luo was here until recently. In the Southern Territory, in Shuifeng City, Aunt Luo walks with the protagonist, wondering what this means and questioning if being with her is that tedious. She turns and approaches the Holy Son, ordering him to hug her. Surprised, he wonders what's going on. Aunt Luo asks if he didn't hear her and tells him to hug her. Chu Shu responds that intimacy between a man and a woman cannot be forced and asks her to show a bit of respect. Confused, she wonders what he means by that and why he doesn't like her. Why? Dressed in white, Aunt Luo calls him a little boy and warns him not to test the limits of her patience. The protagonist replies that even though she has his body, acting this way will never win his heart. She pulls him closer again and asserts that if he dares to disrespect her once more, she'll curse him so badly that he'll never rise for a woman again. He thinks she's insane. In the middle of the city, a cultivator asks his brother Tiang Hong if he felt that. Tiang Hong replies that it seems a senior in the Emperor domain is visiting Shuifeng City. Kenshin suggests they go greet her, but Tiang Hong comments that she must be nearby. Then, Rio asks if he's seeing things, or if that's really Chu Shu walking arm in arm with the Empress. Tiang Hong denies it, saying the woman with him is the Taoi Tai Empress, who, according to ancient records, had the chance to become an empress during the primordial era. Kenshin asks again if they should greet her. Tiang Hong tells him to shut up, saying they're clearly enjoying the moment, and if they suddenly approach, it'll create an awkward situation for everyone. Rio suggests greeting her when she's back at the Taisu Holy Land to avoid angering her. Kenshin concludes they should keep this quiet when they return, not telling the other disciples to avoid offending the Holy Son of Taisu. Inside the tower, Aunt Luo, eating a sweet skewer, comments that it's almost night and asks if he's panicking about losing the bet with Purple. Chu Shu questions if she really thinks he cares, saying that even if he wanted to embarrass her, it wouldn't be over a bet, and claims she disrespects him. He adds that while he has many flaws, one of his virtues is respecting women. Dressed in white, Aunt Luo challenges him, asking if he won't do anything. He replies he's no love guru and has no techniques to make any woman fall for him. She retorts that at least he has some self-esteem, noting that what they pursue are higher domains in eternal life, while romance is always excessive. The protagonist observes that she cultivates a heartless path, chasing natural power, while Sister Luo cultivates a free path, seeking liberty. Aunt Luo comments that this isn't bad and asks if Sister Luo told him that, concluding that if so, his goal is doomed to fail. It's impossible for her to fall in love with anyone. The Holy Son counters, saying everything in the universe has its opposite, and asks if she's ever reflected on this. The end of the heartless path is becoming a lonely person, and the end of the free path is becoming heartless. When Sister Luo frees herself from mortal desires and Aunt Luo from loneliness, combining the two, it could be the day their paths truly open. He thinks that for this to happen, he is the key, reflecting that all those romance novels he read in the past weren't for nothing. A system window pops up saying, "You're impressive." Dressed in white, Aunt Luo asks what she should do. Chu Shu thinks this is finally the question he was waiting for and suggests, "How about this? Give me the Emperor-class compass as a gift, and I'll try to make you fall in love with me." He questions whether this way she wouldn't be able to experience the heart's path. Smiling, he reflects that this is called switching from passive to active, stirring her emotions, showing her how extraordinary he is, tricking her into giving him the compass, and flirting with her simultaneously. Beyond the compass, if he secures Aunt Luo, he can also win Sister Luo, thinking this would be like hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Dressed in white, Aunt Luo acknowledges that his words make sense, and wonders how she could cultivate the heartless path without knowing her own heart. She asks if Chu is really capable of making her feel love. He winks and asks her to trust him, assuring her there won't be any problems. She reflects that he certainly doesn't lack women, as even someone like Tai Suzy is in the palm of his hand, and considers that he might have some unusual skills. Aunt Luo admits he's right and agrees to give him the compass, making him responsible for making her fall in love. The Holy Son confirms the deal. Sister Luo, furious, thinks about what the two are doing, making a deal like this while ignoring her. She calls Chu Shu a damn brat, accusing him of getting the prize and selling her out. Luo, dressed in white, asks what he intends to do, to which he replies that he'll perform some intimate actions on her, but she must endure without killing him. Perplexed, He thinks he can't withstand being hit by an emperor with his current body. She agrees, saying that as long as he can make her fall in love, it's fine, but warns him to avoid excessive actions, or she won't be able to ensure his safety. The protagonist asks what Aunt Luo means by excessive actions, and comments that, after hearing that, it's hard for him to proceed with anything, suggesting it's better to return the compass. She responds that the shameful things he does with his master are not to be done with her. Shocked, he wonders what she means by that and if she's been spying on him during his dual cultivation sessions with his master, imagining if she also saw him leaving the room, supporting himself against the walls. Embarrassed, Luo, dressed in white, clarifies that it's not her, but Sister Luo who watches. Chu, incredulous, asks how much she saw, and she replies that she saw everything, including the moment his master loses control over him and the way he stumbles out, leaning on the walls. She then asks how someone with a sacred primordial body can lack confidence to endure for days. The Holy Sun explains that it's her fault since she seals his cultivation as revenge. Luo admits that whenever he and his master do those things, she seals his cultivation. Irritated, he sighs and suggests they discuss how to make her fall in love with him. She asks what he plans to do, and he grabs her, asking how she feels. She remains silent, unresponsive, so he leans in and kisses her. Aunt Luo, standing still, thinks the kiss is sweet and cool, realizing she enjoyed it. Sister Luo, irritated and embarrassed, remarks that it was her first kiss and urges Aunt Luo to do something. The Holy Sun stops kissing her and asks if she felt anything. She seems confused, and he comments that it looks like she'll need extensive treatment because her condition is quite difficult. He says she should accompany him to a place in a few days, promising that there he'll make her fall in love. Intrigued, she grows curious about the idea. At dusk, while walking, Chu thinks that now that he has surpassed his divine skill limits, he'll leave early tomorrow for Tianyuan City with Aunt Luo to search for the sacred primordial constitution corpse. With Aunt Luo at his side, no one will dare act against him. Chushu goes to his master's room and says he's come to request lessons. He asks if she sensed he was coming and came there to try to seduce him. Mengdi closes her book and replies that no one was waiting for him. She stands and approaches, asking if Luo Qinglu is really that attractive to him, and if he spent the entire day with her, commenting that he even smells like her. Chushu grabs her and says he was just learning some things from Aunt Luo. His master, pouting, calls him an idiot, and says she doesn't even want to think about what kind of lesson he was learning. He holds her hand and asks her not to pull away because he came to say goodbye. He's planning to leave for Tianyuan City tomorrow. His master asks why he's leaving now, just after returning, and reminds him that barbarians and monsters want to kill him, so leaving like this could be dangerous. Chu places his hand on her face and asks if she's worried. Mengdi bites his finger and says he's full of himself, that she wants him to die out there, and then asks what he's planning. He replies that his goal is not just to gain experience, but to retrieve a corpse with the sacred primordial constitution, and for that, he won't be traveling alone. His master grabs him and asks who he's going with, insinuating if it's Luo Qinglu. He loudly confirms, saying she'll accompany him since she's in the Emperor domain, and no one will dare touch him. Mengdi turns her face away, jealous. The Holy Sun tells her there's no need to feel guilty for not being able to protect him. A real man doesn't let the woman he loves protect him. He tells her she just needs to stay beautiful and bear his children. She kicks him out, saying she never intended to protect him and that he should stop imagining things. Chushu pulls her close and suggests that since it's late, why not cultivate together to enjoy the beautiful moment, then throws her onto the bed, saying she'll have to wait a long time before teaching him lessons again after he leaves. She calls him an unfaithful disciple, blushing deeply, but they end up engaging in dual cultivation. In Tianyuan City, Chu Xiu and Aunt Luo walk toward the city gates. At the gate, Zhang Ti, the captain of the 4th camp of the 3rd Legion Army, greets him and asks if he's the Holy Son of Taisu. He responds affirmatively. Zhang informs Chu Xiu that General Zhang Qi has already been notified of his arrival and ordered that he be welcomed. Chu replies that it's fine. The guard then asks who the woman accompanying him is, and he answers that she's his partner, Yu Qingxi. Zhang Ti apologizes for not knowing she was his partner and directs them, asking them to follow him to the 3rd Legion's camp. Aunt Luo asks the protagonist why he called her Yu Jade Qingxi, and he replies that it's because he enjoys playing with jades. She becomes thoughtful. A short while later, they arrive at the camp, and at the entrance, the Holy Sun asks Luo, dressed in white, to wait outside, assuring her that if anything happens, he will call her. Upon entering, General Jiangqi greets him, saying that he has finally arrived and noting that it's their first time meeting alone. She mentions having heard many stories about him. Chu Shu explains that he came there to train and warns that he might end up causing trouble for her. Jiang replies that he's being overly polite and that, at the moment, there's no one from the Taisu Holy Land in her camp, suggesting that he join her legion. She assures him that his freedom won't be restricted. The Holy Sun responds that he already had that intention and thanks her. The general hands him a plaque, informing him that he is now part of the 3rd Legion. A system window appears, displaying his name, occupation, role, and contribution points. Jiang laments, saying that if he had joined the Legion earlier, he would have accumulated many contribution points by killing superior saints in the secret realm, which would have allowed him to exchange them for various rewards. She then suggests that since he's there, he should accompany her to the trophy pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the protagonist reflects that contribution points can be exchanged for many things and regrets not arriving sooner. A new system window appears, showing that killing monsters yields different points. 1 point for monsters in the spiritual sea domain, 5 points in the spiritual pillar domain, 10 points in the spiritual domain, 50 points in the spiritual Dao domain, 5 billion points in the Saint King domain, and 500 billion points in the Emperor domain. The general explains that these are the rules for rewards. Leaving the pavilion, Chu Shu walks beside Luo, dressed in white, who asks if he wants to earn points. He replies that obviously he does, commenting that there's no reason not to take advantage of the benefits. He thinks that, besides extracting spiritual stones from monsters, he can also recruit allies by resurrecting one of them, in addition to accumulating contribution points that can be exchanged for additional rewards. He concludes that this is extremely advantageous. Meanwhile, in the monster realm, at the ancestral Tushan tree, a 9-tailed fox cultivator informs her master Yu that they've received news of the Taisu Holy Sun appearing on the battlefield of Tianyuan City. Yu, intrigued, comments that he was bold to go there after killing so many superior saint monsters, finding the situation interesting. She asks if he has any protectors with him. The disciple responds that he's only accompanied by a woman who appears to be in the lesser saint domain. The master dismisses her and reflects that her sister always says Chu Shu is despicable, but she wonders if he truly didn't bring any protectors with him.
Yu Tushan calls Qing Shui, who responds that the disciple is there. Tushan comments that she's interested in Chu Shu and asks if Qing Shui would like to go with her to take a look. Qing Shui replies that if the master wants her to go, she will follow. Yu Tushan says that her stealth skills are the best in the world and even a Saint King would have trouble detecting her in time, so there's no need to fear being discovered. Thus they go to observe Chu Shu and see what he's like. The protagonist, while walking through the snow with Luo Qingyu, hears Qingyu comment that she has found the secret space he mentioned. Chu asks if she found it and she replies affirmatively, but adds that the secret space is surrounded by a powerful formation and only opens during a blood moon. Chu Shu asks if there's any way to open it directly. Qingyu says she can try, but it will take some time, so young Master Chu can wait there for a few hours. The protagonist thinks that instead of wasting time waiting, he might as well see if he can find some monsters to eliminate, and soon realizes that humans and monsters are fighting nearby, so he decides to take a look. On top of a cliff, watching the fight, Chu Shu thinks it's an exciting battle. Suddenly, a Qi slash flies toward the humans, injuring them. The demons ask Qi Yuan why he took so long. Qi Yuan laughs and tells Ming she not to be angry, saying he knows that crazy Liu Hongyi keeps causing trouble near Tianyao City. He finished dealing with her, came immediately, and still arrived in time. Chu wonders who Liu Hongyi is and leaps from the cliff to the ground. One of the demons points a finger and says it's a human. The protagonist quickly uses his technique, 36 true movements of martial arts. First move, Mountain Embrace, and launches it toward Qi Yuan. After injuring him, he asks where Liu Hongyi is. The monster, with a trembling voice, says she's imprisoned in Tianyao City. Chu Shu thinks that it looks like, after obtaining the corpse with the sacred primordial body, he'll need to make a trip to Tianyao City to rescue her. Suddenly, from behind a tree, Tushan Qing Shui uses sound transmission, telling the Lord it's her. The protagonist asks why she's here. Qing Shui replies that she came with her master, who is interested in him, and brought her along to capture him. The young master Chu thinks it was just in time, as he was struggling to figure out how to safely infiltrate Tianyao City, and now a superior saint monster has come to him. Suddenly, the protagonist disappears, and she thinks that the master has already left. Yu Tushan appears from another dimension, calling her disciple to follow him. Sometime later, while Chu Shu is walking, he sees two people. Qing Shui and Tushan appear, pretending to be two lost women. The protagonist asks who she is and why she's blocking his path. Qing Shui calls him a cultivator and asks him to save her sisters. Yu Tushan, with a slight smile, thinks this is very easy. She was wondering if there was a protector with him. If there's no one, she'll capture him and sell him in Tianyao City. The Holy Sun Taisu will sell him for a good price at the auction. The young Master Chu says he can help, but they need to tell him their names and history, thinking that Tushan is acting well, but not enough to fool the old demon Chu. Yu Tushan, acting, says her name is Tu Yur, and she is her sister, Tu Shur, and that they are wives of the soldier Chen Bo from Tianyuan City. Their husband disappeared there 2 months ago, so they came to look for him but were attacked by monsters. The protagonist asks what level the monsters that attacked them were. Thinking that the clever one didn't consider everything, Tushin Yu would never think that the disciple beside her is her servant. Tu Yur says the domain isn't low, but they can't say exactly, just that they can tear through space with their hands. Chu comments that it's at least a superior saint, but asks how they, the sisters, escaped from such a monster with such low cultivation. Yor thinks he's very cautious. He must have a protector nearby. She quickly gets closer to the young Master Chu, saying that he doesn't know, but the fox monster is very perverted. He saw them, who are beautiful, and got excited, wanting to capture them and play with them. The protagonist comments that the damned monster is more perverted than Chu Shu. Tu Yuer is surprised to hear that. The Holy Sun asks what this monster looks like, and she replies that he is handsome, with silver hair, a pair of fox ears, and 9 tails on his back. Chu says it sounds like the Lord of 1,000 Faces, but it can't be. Yuer asks if he knows him. Chu Shu replies that of course he does, and tells them to come with him, as he will protect them. Thus, while they walk, Yu Tushan thinks that she used her consciousness multiple times to scan around. There's no cultivator stronger than her within 1,000 miles. If that's the case, she starts laughing, saying that he's so naive. The Holy Sun Taizu asks what happened and wonders if she's already going to give up. Yu Tushan says that, according to her sister's words, she never thought that the despicable man she talked about would be so arrogant and so stupid to come to the Tianyuan battlefield without a protector, and comments that she is disappointed. She then removes her disguises, laughing and saying that Chu Shu asked for this, stating that she is the holy superior Tushan and was lying to him, testing him to see if there was a protector nearby. Yu Tushan starts laughing loudly, telling Chu to scream as much as he wants, because no one will save him, and tells him not to even try to escape because he won't be able to escape from her, questioning if it's not Qing Shui. Tushan asks why her disciple isn't laughing and why Chu Su isn't scared, questioning if he shouldn't have a calm face and should already be screaming in fear. Qing Shui apologizes to her master and comments that, in fact, she is a spy. Yu Tushan asks what she is talking about and if Chu Shu is threatening her, saying that she doesn't need to worry because her master will help her. The prota starts caressing Qing Shui's face while she says, "My lord." Tushan is stunned by the scene and comments that this is impossible, calling Chu Shu cursed and asking what he did to Qing Shui. She asks her master to show respect in front of her lord. Tushan asks if Qing Shui knows what she is doing since she is her master. How dare she respond like that, and wants to know what words he said to make her disrespect her master. Qing Shui ignores her and gives a kiss on the Holy Sun's cheek, saying that her lord cultivates an unparalleled path and that she thinks it's better for her master to join them. Tushan, irritated, asks unparalleled path and says that today she will eliminate this brat and take her back to find out what's wrong with her. Chu Shu asks if she's already thinking she's powerful and gathers breath, shouting loudly for Aunt Luo to save him. Yu Tushan can't believe it. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu appears in the air and starts descending. Tushan, shocked, wonders if this is the legendary emperor's domain. Why is she obeying Chu Xiu? And if he has learned a soul control skill. The prota tells Aunt Luo to seal this fox girl's cultivation. Quickly, she seals Tushan's cultivation. Yu Tushan thinks that her sister was right, and that she shouldn't have rushed against this cursed one, telling them not to get too close or there will be problems because her cultivation may be sealed, but she can still bite. The young Master Chu approaches her and says that then she can try to bite him if she dares. Qing Shui tells her master not to cry, then she will thank Lord Chu. Yu Tushan says it's her mistake for falling into his hands, but she will never submit. The prota starts using his technique and summons his divine seed. Aunt Luo wonders what this is. If it's a divine seed, why does he have such an abnormal seed? And if this is the unparalleled path that the little girl was talking about? As expected from someone who carries the bloodline of luck, he is extraordinary. Tushan asks what that is and tells them to release her. The divine seed ends up covering her. 6 hours later, the sphere starts cracking. The prota sighs deeply and thinks that modifying a holy superior was more difficult compared to Tushan Qing Shui and consumes much more energy. After a few minutes, Yu Tushan begins to emerge from the sphere. Aunt Luo says that her guess was correct. The modification changed her path, marrying her path with his. In the end, her existence is as if it were the heavens to her. No wonder Tushan Qing Shui became so loyal and devoted to him. Chu Shu asks if she understands all of this, and Aunt Luo thinks that with this, Chu Shu could even fight against the heavens, and comments that his path is unique and strong. But when he becomes an emperor, the heavenly tribulation he will face will be extremely powerful. The heavens have no heart or will, but they will never allow anyone to walk the same path or become strong enough to control their existence. The Holy Sun says that there are no dead ends under the heavens, so there must be a solution. A few seconds later, Tushan opens her eyes, and when she sees Chu, thanks him for ensuring her rebirth and calls him Lord. The young master Chu starts caressing her, saying, "Good girl." Qing Shui congratulates her master for receiving the rebirth. Tushan, pouting, comments to her disciple that she should have said about this earlier if she had known. She would have become the young lord's beloved fox girl. Aunt Luo, observing her, says that these are interesting modifications, as this fox's bloodline suffered atavism. Atavism is a condition that expresses the reappearance, in an individual, of characteristics that belonged to previous generations and that, over time, stopped manifesting. Yu Tushan asks if the senior knows her ancestor. Luo says that the nine-tailed celestial fox reached the emperor's domain in primordial times and was powerful enough to suppress the butterfly lord. Now that she has undergone atavism, she also has the possibility of reaching the emperor's domain. Tushan jumps, embracing the young master and kissing him, saying that all of this is thanks to her lord for ensuring her rebirth. She starts calling the young master my lord, my beloved lord, and asks if he can ensure the rebirth for her sister, as she always changes gender, sometimes male, sometimes female, and it's annoying. Aunt Luo comments that his path is still too small and that he wouldn't be able to accept the path of a second holy superior. Chu Shu thinks that no wonder he was exhausted after modifying and rebirthing Yu Tushan, so he wonders if he will need to put the plan to create an army aside for now. Tushan says that if that's the case, it doesn't mean her sister lost the chance to be reborn, and she feels bad for taking her place. But it doesn't matter if in the future there's another chance, she will help the Lord with that. The Prota asks Aunt Luo how it went with the secret space. She replies that she had started breaking the arrangement before coming here, and since the problem has been solved, she will continue breaking the arrangement and tells him to wait for about 6 hours. Tushan says it's very boring to wait for 6 hours and asks why they don't do something. Chu Shu asks what they will do, and she responds that she knows a technique that can accelerate cultivation. The Holy Sun Tai Su starts having thoughts imagining Tushan and Qing Shui, and says it's fine, it's better to find a good place to cultivate. 3 hours later, Aunt Luo arrives in the cave saying that she has completely broken the secret space's arrangement, but soon realizes that the two are out of breath on the floor, while the young master, Chu Xiu, is cultivating. Aunt Luo blushes and thinks they must have just done dual cultivation. The Holy Sun gets up and tells Yu Tushan to wait there, and she responds that she understands, my lord. While the Prota goes with Aunt Luo to the portal, Tushan asks her disciple when she learned those skills. Qing Shui says it was recently, and asks if she wants to take a look. Her master pouts, tells her to hurry and give it to her, calling her a brat. Inside the secret space, Chu Xiu sees the corpse with the sacred primordial body and thinks that his heart is racing, wondering if this is the feeling of being near someone with the same origin. As expected from the sacred primordial constitution, the body hasn't rotted despite being dead for so many years, and he wonders if there are words written on the ground. I am Dogu Beishin. I cultivated for 5,000 years, achieved great results with my constitution, even possessing 10,000 years of life, traveled through the stars and came to this continent, seeking a chance to be reborn and finally found a clue. Chu Shu wonders what this means, thinking that he just needs to consume the corpse, but soon realizes something and says, Senior Dog, what an amazing plan. Suddenly, his spirit appears, saying that he is truly extraordinary for sensing that something was wrong, that all this waiting was worth it, and starts laughing, telling the boy to hand over the body. The Holy Sun Tai Su says to the senior that if he wants to possess him, it won't be an easy task. 10 days later, the young master sighs deeply, saying, Oofa, and never thought that old thing would be so complicated. Suddenly, a system window appears saying, Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming the corpse with the sacred primordial constitution. You have gained 50 points in the stats. The host can increase the stats whenever they want. The Prota thinks it's not that urgent and decides to look at this later. Aunt Luo asks why he took so long. Chu Xiu questions how much time he spent inside, and she replies that it was 10 days, but in 7 days, the purple will be under control. The Holy Sun asks Aunt Luo not to be angry and explains that the spirit of the corpse was trying to possess him, so he had to fight against it, and it wasn't his intention to neglect her. Luo, surprised, asks if the soul of an emperor wanted to possess him, and if he wasn't hurt, he replies that maybe it's because he is very lucky. Aunt Luo is uncomfortable and questions why his hand is on her back, telling him not to exaggerate and to be more careful or she will make sure he'll never touch a woman again. The Holy Sun, with a bump on his forehead, says that it's just a habit and tells Aunt Luo not to be angry. Sometime later in the cave, Yu Tushan says that the Lord has finally returned, runs to him, hugging him and saying that Yuer missed him so much. Chu Shu asks if anyone intimidated them during this time. Tushan tells the Lord that he worries too much. This is her territory, and no one would dare cause them trouble. The prota says that they are leaving now, as he has been there for 10 days and it's time to go to Tianyao City. She responds that it's fine and comments that she will make sure the Lord enters. In Tianyao City, they fly over in a flying boat. Tushan tells Lord Chu that today he will stay at her hotel. At the Tushan Hotel, the Holy Sun never thought that the Tushan Foxes had hotel businesses in Tianyao City. And now that Yu Tushan is his, it means that this hotel is also his. Qin Kai, the hotel manager, asks if there is anything that Lady Yu wants since she has come to Tianyao City. Tushan says that she noticed that the defenses in Tianyao City have been very strict recently and asks if something happened. Qin Kai says that Lady Yu may not know, but Tianyao City has been very agitated lately, and there is a group of humans hiding, causing these incidents. Chu Shu is surprised to hear that. In a mansion in the city, 3 hooded people are hiding. One hooded figure says to Master Feng that they fear they won't be able to rescue Liu Hongyi in this situation. Feng says that the treasure they've been searching for nearly a century is in the hands of the little girl Liu Hongyi saved, so they need to rescue her, or all their efforts will be wasted. Another hooded figure agrees with Master Feng but asks what they can do. Feng responds that they will cause a lot of trouble in Tianyao City, and it will be easy to obtain the treasure once everything is in chaos. Inside the Tushan Hotel, Chu Shu says that the master of Tianyao City is also very cruel, thinking that they would use human blood essence to cultivate divine weapons. The young master thinks that Hong Yi is also a loyal girl. As soon as she heard, she immediately came to rescue the old Lin's granddaughter who was captured, and he believes she is very similar to him. Hong Yi, hang in there, I will save you soon. Suddenly, Yu Tushan enters the room, telling the Holy Sun that Yuer is back and saying that she finished all the tasks the Lord gave her, met with Liu Hongyi and Lin Xiaoer, both are fine, and she already delivered the arrangement the Lord gave her. Chu says that wasn't bad and asks if anyone suspected her. She replies that no one did. Yu Tushan comments that if the Lord kisses Yuer, she can tell another thing she discovered. The prota pinches her and asks if she dares to make a request to her master. Tushan says that Yuer was wrong and shouldn't have asked. The Holy Sun Tai Su says that it's fine, and that this time he will forgive her, and tells her to share the information she obtained. Yuer says that she found out from her sister, the Lord of the Thousand Faces, who suspects that her lord is the demon Chu of the lower-ranked demon saints. She knows that the demon Chu and Liu Hongyi had a good relationship, and since she deduces he is the demon Chu, he will appear to rescue Hongyi. In this way, the forces he offended in the past will pursue him again. Chu Shu says that his sister's information source has improved. The young master Chu pulls Tushan's face close, saying that it's not bad, so that's her master's reward, and then kisses her. Aunt Luo, watching, thinks that frankly, Chu Shu is really good at this, so she can learn by watching this and use it with him in the future, which is exciting. Qing Shui tells the master to drink some tea. Chu thinks that happiness is the purest definition of happiness. There's nothing he could ask for when he already has all of this. Aunt Luo asks what the next plans are. In Tianyao City, there are 4 at the Holy King domain. The descendant of the butterfly, a woman named Di Zun, has an emperor-class weapon, and the mountain demons. Chu Shu tells her to relax, as Hong Yi only needs time to rise and activate the arrangement, and he will make sure the Holy Kings become unable to fight before they act. A few days later in Tianyao City, the monsters begin to feel unwell and fall to the ground. The rabbit monsters are shocked, wondering what's happening. Suddenly, the rabbit starts bleeding from her eyes, also feeling sick, and falls to the ground. The 3 hooded figures appear, laughing. One of them says that Master Feng's poison is more sophisticated than before, and the other says that this poison, the Black Plague, which Master Feng created with all his heart, is very contagious and will soon spread throughout the city, and no one will be able to stop it. Feng says that they must leave quickly. Suddenly, the Lord of the Thousand Faces appears, and upon observing the state of the bodies, says that it is a vicious poison and questions what secrets Liu Hongyi is hiding for such obsessed people to come and try to rescue her. On the rooftops, an angry monkey monster calls the humans trash, saying that this is unforgivable and questions if they did all this to save Liu Hongyi. He says they better hope he doesn't find them, because when he catches them, he will skin them alive and turn their souls into weapons. At the Tushan Hotel, Yuer tells the Lord that an unidentified group of humans has poisoned the city on a large scale, and comments that their target is Liu Hongyi. The prota tells her not to worry, now that he's there. The people hiding in the shadows are destined to fail, and he thinks he'll make sure they never rise again if they dare lay their eyes on Liu Hongyi. The Lord of the Thousand Faces appears, telling little Yu that Tianyao City is very dangerous lately and it's better to leave. Yu Tushan says she has some personal matters to resolve, so she can't leave yet. He tells her to be a good girl, listen to him, and leave soon. Yuer tells her sister to stop interfering with her business, and asks if she really plans to continue like this from now on, indifferent whether it's a man or woman, and will continue calling her sister. The Lord of the Thousand Faces gets angry and comments that the reason she's like this now is because of that damned Chu Xiu. Soon realizing the Proto is disguised and questions who the man behind her is, wondering why his gaze is so familiar and why she feels uncomfortable looking at him. It's very strange. Yuer says she will introduce Nongyu Tushan, a member of her clan she recently found who got lost as a child and wandered for a long time. Luckily, he found her, so don't be mad at him. Chu Shu thinks this little fox is brave, but to be honest, this girl is very clever. The Lord of the Thousand Faces, disturbed, wonders what kind of name that is. Her sister's name is Yu Tushan, and this guy's name is Nong Yu Tushan. How dare this idiot? The Proto thinks that looking at her face, the Lord of the Thousand Faces has a sister complex. If she ever finds out that her beloved little sister loves playing on her lap, will she go crazy? But it wouldn't be bad to have both sisters. The Lord of the Thousand Faces tells the newbie to say his price and how much he wants. Chu Shu thinks this is very familiar. Yuer asks what her sister is saying. The Lord of the Thousand Faces tells little Yuer to be quiet because she's talking to him, so it's better not to interfere. Chu Shu says they are all family and that they won't talk about money. The Lord of the Thousand Faces questions who his family is and tells him to be careful with his words or she'll hit him. The Holy Sun tells little Yu to talk to their sister. Yuer bites the Lord of the Thousand Faces, telling her to let go of him or she'll keep biting. The Lord of the Thousand Faces thinks her little sister, whom she has taken care of for 1,000 years, is biting her because of a man. The Proto tells little Yu that she shouldn't treat her sister like this. It's fine, and tells the Lord of the Thousand Faces not to worry because he will teach her a lesson later, commenting that Yu is being very immature and questioning how she can bite her own sister. The Lord of the Thousand Faces gets angry and says that if he dares to teach her sister a lesson, she herself will put an end to him. Yuer steps in front of the young Master Chu, saying that she's not angry and asking why she's angry. The Lord of the Thousand Faces comments, if you didn't hear that he said he would teach her a lesson, saying that he's just a weakling and still wants to teach a lesson to a holy superior like her, how can she tolerate that? Yu, blushing, says that she loves the way he teaches her. The Lord of the Thousand Faces spits in surprise and comments that whatever she has things to do, Tianyao City will get even more chaotic, so it's better not to stay there too long, and then starts entering the void portal to leave. Chu Shu says that Yu is a good girl and that she did very well hiding her identity, so now he will help her relax. At the residence of the Lord of the Thousand Faces, she's drinking soju when the bird monster appears, asking what happened since the Lord of the Thousand Faces seems angry. She sighs deeply and comments that it's nothing and asks about the condition on the medical side. He responds that she was right. Those human trash are planning to act against Tianyao City, but the Crow Woman managed to stop them. The Lord of the Thousand Faces says that's great. Now they'll wait for the doctors to find a cure. Fortunately, the doctors are doing well. Otherwise, the people of Tianyao City would already be losing their lives. But they still need to find the origin, so they need to catch the rats hiding in the shadows. Their goal is Liu Hongyi, but since she's imprisoned, if that's the case, they can create an illusion that Hongyi escaped. Then they'll capture everyone involved, even the demon Chu. The Lord of the Thousand Faces says that's it, an illusion. It has to be a big enough illusion to cover all of Tianyao City, capable of fooling even a holy superior, and tells Chen Yu to wait there, as she'll be back soon. Later that night in the city, the young Master Chu, along with the two foxes and Aunt Luo, are sitting at the table talking, but Aunt Luo notices something different and quickly uses a chi shield around them. Chu questions what's wrong, and she replies that several Holy King monsters activated a large illusory formation and are planning to trap the souls of everyone in Tianyao City. The Holy Sun Taisu says that this is a big move and asks what their goal is, telling her to wait and wondering if it could be, but Aunt Luo interrupts, saying that's right. They want to catch the group that spread poison in the city. Yu Tushan asks Senior Luo how this great illusion is transmitted, and she replies that it's done using moonlight, and additionally, this illusory arrangement has a disgusting smell of blood. Yu says that this illusion is the movement of the stellar poles. The Blood Lord monster is acting. Chu says there's another holy king in the city, making the difficulty greater than expected, and thinks that the only reason the Blood Lord activated a large arrangement, using holy superiors to maintain it, is because of the group of humans who angered the superiors of Tianyao City, but wonders what kind of big illusion they'll create to capture so many people. It must involve Hong Yi escaping to make them act to help her. In the north of Tianyao City, the hooded figures sense something, and one of them comments to Master Feng that something is happening, while Feng says that Hong Yi is trying to escape, and the other asks if someone is invading Tianyao City, sensing the aura of a holy king. Feng tells the others to hurry and gather everyone. They need to help Liu Hongyi. The young master says there have been changes in plans and tells Aunt Luo that they need to go to the northern area of the city. Yu says to Chu that she wants to go with him, and the Holy Sun says it's better for her to stay there so no one finds out she's with him. Aunt Luo says the plans change very quickly. If Liu Hongyi had any doubts about Yu Tushan's message, her plans would be ruined. And even if she doesn't have doubts, it'll be hard for her to complete the arrangement in such a short time. Chu says she's right, Aunt Luo, but comments that this position is uncomfortable and asks if there's a way to change it. Aunt Luo thinks of something and puts him on her lap to carry him. The prota starts to smell and thinks what a wonderful scent of a MILF. She notices and questions what he's doing. Chu Shu says that Hong Yi will work with her, and they still need to see if they'll need to act earlier. If the humans hiding in Tianyao City are strong enough to hold off the monsters, they can help him escape. If they're too weak and lose quickly, they can just wait until the Bloodlord leaves before acting. Near the wall in the northern area of Tianyao City, Aunt Luo steps out of the portal with Chu Shu. The Holy Sun asks what about the bloodthirsty monster, and suddenly they hear the Holy King monsters talking to each other. The female monster tells the others to wait because the rats are coming, and tells the monkey monster that in their eyes, they're fighting with the Tao Tai Empress from the sacred land Taisu, and these rats are so blinded by saving Liu Hongyi that they won't even notice, and tells him to try not to eliminate all of them and leave some alive so she can torture them later. Chu Shu, seeing this, says that there are 4 holy kings waiting, and asks Aunt Luo if these holy kings will be scared if she reveals herself. She replies that she doesn't know if they'll be scared, but he will end up in danger, and comments that she can try if he isn't afraid of the consequences. And the purple once told her that the young master likes this kind of excitement. Suddenly, a huge light appears in the city and the hidden hooded figures start heading toward it. The prota, seeing them, says that there were quite a few human cultivators hiding in Tianyao City, and their cultivation is pretty high, and asks what kind of force is hiding in the shadows. Most forces from an ordinary sacred land are like this when they gather. Aunt Luo calls him a little boy and says he's very naive when he thinks about primordial families, lord monsters, and sacred lands. The reason they've existed for millennia is that they hide their forces. Feng starts laughing and says they never thought an enemy would invade Tianyao City, and comments that the heavens helped them quickly, but they need to catch Hong Yi before the lord monsters realize what's happening. The Holy King Monkey tells them to open the formation, block the spaces, and not let the humans escape. Chu Shu thinks it's not bad, and it's good that he has Aunt Luo with him. Aunt Luo asks if he's still not going to act, and the Holy Sun says to wait and let him take a good look. Suddenly, the illusory barrier starts to fall, and Feng realizes it and is shocked to see the 4 holy kings saying they were deceived. The monkey calls them damned rats and says they had a lot of courage to poison his people right under his nose. Now he will tear them into pieces. Master Feng tells Lord Jin to wait. Feng asks if they are not curious to know the reasons they are so obsessed with rescuing Liu Hongyi, and tells all the monsters to listen, saying that this is a concern of the outer heaven. The monsters are surprised, while Lady Thousand Faces thinks that she knew that Hong Yi carries a great secret with her. Aunt Luo asks if he knows what secret Liu Hongyi is carrying. The protagonist replies no, and comments that he has 2 stone tablets in his hand with clues engraved about the outer heaven, but he hasn't had time to look at everything he can get, and questions what Liu Hongyi has to do with the outer heaven. Feng asks the dear lords if this information guarantees their lives. His request is simple: let their companions leave safely, and he will stay to tell everything he knows. Lady Demonia says it's fine, but before that, she needs to test if Feng is not lying and tells him to speak to the mirror, for if he is lying, the mirror will explode. Feng says that Liu Hongyi carries secret information about the outer heaven. Suddenly, the mirror explodes. Feng is shocked, saying that it's impossible because he didn't lie. Lord Monkey says that to dare lie to them, Feng is courting his end. Chu Shu wonders if he wants to sacrifice himself. It's good to have a spirit of sacrificing oneself for others, but unfortunately he wants to sacrifice Liu Hongyi as well, so he will have to lose his life there. Young Master Chu calls Aunt Luo and thanks her for her help. She responds that after rescuing Hongyi, she will want to know what she is hiding. He answers that it's fine, but soon wonders what that is. Suddenly, a chained man appears being pulled by some monsters. The man is angry while holding a box. Aunt Luo says that it's a talisman artifact. Chu asks talisman artifact and comments that he has seen many talismans, but wonders what a talisman artifact is. Aunt Luo explains that talisman artifacts were very rare even in ancient times, still rare today, and even an ancient scroll doesn't have much information about them. The reason they are rare is because they can consume the fortune of heaven and earth, as well as materials, and automatically produce talismans with insane effects. Chu Shu says that automatically creating talismans is quite interesting and thinks it seems like a printer. The young Master Chu tells Aunt Luo that they should go get him, and she replies that there are 4 holy kings nearby, and unless they want to lose their lives, it's better not to act. The Prota says it's fine, and Aunt Luo tells him to wait. He asks what's wrong, and she comments that she feels the presence of an emperor, a residual soul with strange energy. While the monsters hold the cultivators, a hooded figure arrives. Inside their minds, Aunt Luo and Purple start talking. Purple says that if they are like fish living in the sea, this person is like a hawk watching the skies. Not only is their form of life different, it seems that their entire ecosystem is different. Aunt Luo replies that it's like a transcendental form of life, truly impressive, and seems close to the celestial Tao, and wonders who this person could be. Purple asks White if she doesn't feel that this sensation is familiar, and she believes it's true. It's as if it had been modified by the celestial Tao, exactly like when Chu Xu modified Tushan and the others. The Prota pretends to give her a kiss, telling Aunt Luo not to look at him like that as it makes him embarrassed. Aunt Luo flicks his forehead and Chu Xu says that she hit him too hard and tells her to calm down since it wasn't his intention, and asks if Aunt Luo can use that mirror skill to observe this person. Aunt Luo uses her ability, creating a mirror. The Holy Sun says that he knows him, and that this is getting very interesting. Aunt Luo asks if he really knows him, and he replies yes, and not only that, he's even fought against him before. Aunt Luo comments that his eyes are very strange, giving her an uncomfortable feeling, and she never thought they would have met before. The young Master Chu tells Aunt Luo to take him closer, as he's very interested. She questions if he's not more worried about Liu Hongyi and the others, and Chu Xiu says that this is not urgent. Elsewhere, on top of the rooftop, Sesshomaru takes off his hood and says that they say the monsters used a seal that not even an imperial weapon can break and asks if they think they can destroy it. The old man says that this seal contains eternal and indestructible substance. It's an energy of heaven and earth of superior grade. To break it, they must extract this special substance from within. Sesshomaru asks, indestructible and eternal, what is this? And suddenly a void portal opens, surprising them. Aunt Luo, holding Chu Shu disguised as a fox, says hello. The old man starts to disappear, saying that this woman is in the emperor's domain. And, while disappearing, he tells Sesshomaru to be careful. Sometime later, in a secret underground chamber of Yu Tushan, they wait for Sesshomaru to wake up while he's tied up. When he wakes up, he questions who they are and why they captured him. Aunt Luo says that if they captured him, they have their reasons. Chu Shu, disguised, tells Yuer that she created something really cool there and starts imagining some things he can do with her later. Yu Tushan tells the master that this is something she prepared for the disobedient servants. The feeling of using this will be wonderful, and asks if he wants to try it. The Holy Sun asks if she still wants him to try it and says that Yuer is getting bolder. Yu tells him not to misunderstand and comments that Yuer will be the disobedient servant and will do anything to make the master happy. Chu calls her silly and says that she is his favorite. How could he treat her badly? Yuer says she'll love it if the master does this. The Prota thinks he never imagined she liked these things. Sesshomaru comments that, getting back to the subject, he never offended any of them, so asks why they captured him. Aunt Luo tells him to shut up and let the old monster inside him speak. Sesshomaru, shocked, wonders how that's possible, how she knows that. Suddenly his eyes start speaking, saying that the cultivator companion has great perceptive ability. They had just entered the city and were already detected. Aunt Luo questions what kind of being he is and thought that Sesshomaru was hiding a residual soul of emperor level inside his body, but now sees it's not that. The eye says that if he tells her that even he doesn't know who he is, asks if she would believe it. Aunt Luo goes silent while the young master smiles slightly. Chu asks if he doesn't remember and says that then he's useless, telling Aunt Luo that this thing is no good. The best thing to do is tear it out and seal it to avoid unnecessary problems. The eye tells the cultivator companions to wait. The Holy Sun asks if now he remembers. The eye comments that his memory is playing tricks on him. He only vaguely remembers, and explains that he comes from a place called the Primordial Era, a vast and infinite land. No one knows how large its extent is, and beyond that, he doesn't remember anything else. Aunt Luo questions if this primordial era that he's talking about is the same one mentioned before. Chu responds that it's probably not. As far as he understands, the primordial era of the stellar space is an artificially created space by the human race, and its extent can't simply be described as vast. It's a collection made up of many small spaces. Aunt Luo thinks it's not the same primordial era Chu Xiu spoke of. The Prota asks the eye if the goddess Nuwa exists in this primordial era he's talking about, and he responds that he doesn't know. Chu questions about the 3 sovereigns, and the eye responds that he doesn't know. The Holy Sun asks about Donghuang Taiyi, and the eye repeats the name and says, Your Majesty. Chu Shu thinks that when he was on Earth, he read some mythological legends and web novels. According to the legend, Donghuang Taiyi was a supreme being born from the solar star, wielded the primordial treasure Bell of Chaos, and, together with his older brother Dijun, founded the demon race and governed the ancient celestial court. He wonders if it's possible that there really exists a world called the Primordial Era. Aunt Luo asks who Donghuang Taiyi is and why he seemed different after hearing that name. He says he will explain in detail. Chu Shu asks what else he knows about Donghuang Taiyi, and the eye responds that he doesn't know anything else. The Holy Sun tells him to now tell him his purpose for coming to Tianyao City. The eye responds that this young one came to visit the venerable Shan Xiao, the lord of Tianyao City, and naturally, he came along. Sesshomaru asked to be let go. The Prota tells Sesshomaru that they're not being honest, so it seems they'll have to use other methods to make them tell the truth. He tells Aunt Luo to prepare to extract the eye. His hands are itching to play with something, and this eyeball will do. Aunt Luo gets closer, saying that if he likes the eye, she'll take it for him. Yu Tushan tells the master that Yuer brought a dish to place the eye. Sesshomaru, alarmed, thinks that he and the Crimson Eye have been connected since birth. If she rips it out, his spiritual soul will suffer severe damage. His cultivation base will be damaged, and his power will drop significantly. Most importantly, they'll discover the secrets within the Crimson Eye. Aunt Luo begins to pull the eye, telling them to wait, as it will tell them everything. Aunt Luo tells it to speak. Chu Shu says that if they continue lying, they can be sure they won't get a second chance to speak, so it's better to think carefully before opening their mouths. Sesshomaru says they came for a certain object. What they seek is in the hands of Liu Hongyi and the others. Chu Shu tells him to be more specific about what they're looking for, its function, and how they know about its existence. The Crimson Eye says they will tell, but they need a promise that they'll be allowed to leave. The Prota raises his fingers, saying that he swears by the Celestial Tao, if they answer his questions truthfully, without lying or hiding anything, he will definitely let them go. If he doesn't keep his word, may the celestial tribulation fall upon him and reduce him to ashes. The young Master Chu says he made a celestial oath and asks if this is sincerity enough for him. Yuer thinks they're a bunch of foolish mortals. Her master's great Tao is not subject to the celestial Tao. When they see this, they'll have incredible expressions. The Crimson Eye says that this object is a pendant that serves as a key to open a door in a certain place, but it doesn't remember exactly where this place is. And regarding how it knows of the object's existence, it's because in its memories, it vaguely recalls that this object fell with it on the celestial continent. Chu Shu questions. It fell with it on the celestial continent and asks if it's referring to the primordial era it mentioned, also questioning who it really is. The Crimson Eye responds that it doesn't remember, it really doesn't remember. It only knows that it's the eye of a living being that developed its own consciousness. The young Master Chu believes that it seems they no longer have any use for them. The Crimson Eye asks what he will do and tells him not to dare break the celestial oath. If he doesn't fulfill the oath, the celestial tribulation will fall upon him. Chu Shu starts using his technique on Sesshomaru and wonders what this thing really is. How can a simple eye have so much power? Aunt Luo says that it didn't lie, it's really the eye of some living being that for some reason detached and accidentally developed its own consciousness. Chu Shu says that the energy of just one eye is almost equal to that of a cultivator in the Emperor's domain. The owner of this eye must be incredibly powerful, and he believes they've succeeded. Sesshomaru questions who he is and why he's doing this. The young master questions if he really doesn't know who he is. Frankly, he sees that he's not very smart. Sesshomaru is shocked and says that it's him, Chu Shu. The Prota questions if he finally remembered him. He responds that protecting a cultivator from the celestial tribulation of the sacred land Taisu is something only he could do. In fact, he should have figured out it was him already and tells him to eliminate him right away.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.